Scherzer struck out 3 straight going back to the 5th, and he's got 9 strikeouts.
And that is how we start the final Friday edition from Oxnard, California, here on Sean and RJ. Your home for Rangers baseball and Cowboys camp is 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Kissable Dental, on-time experts, air conditioning and plumbing. Oh, was that your Cheeto you're smacking, or was that your kiss?
What are you talking about? What Cheeto? Is it my first hot Cheeto in my life?
Now, there's a lot of people in the radio world who have crazy pet peeves over that.
The eating. Yeah, Troy.
Someone snapped over a banana one time on this show. Was it Troy or you?
Oh, that was me. Yeah, I that's not because of the. It was not because of like I don't. It's the banana sound. The banana has a weird smack to it. The Cheetos doesn't bother me. The banana
crunch doesn't. The sticky mush chew.
Oh, plus I hate banana. The taste, the smell. I can't stand banana.
So these are these are your first ever hot Cheetos you've ever had?
Yeah, I've never eaten hot Cheetos in my life. They're not bad. They're okay.
But those are off-brand.
No, they're not. They're actual hot Cheetos.
It says Munchies.
Munchies is Frito-Lay, and Frito-Lay they use all the stuff in it.
I tell my wife they're overrated. She would snort them if she could. But
probably do damage to your sinus cavity.
Regular Cheetos are better.
I totally agree. Sarah loves the Flamin' Hot Cheetos as well. I think she likes the regular ones, but she likes the Flamin' Hot. I think the regular ones are great.
The ones
Cheeto
with the
Puffs
lime are really
best.
good too. You get the hot
Yeah.
Cheetos with the lime.
Yeah, people love them, man. People love them with the lime as well. What were you saying?
I was just saying the Cheetos Puffs are the best too. But I will say that I do know we are on our last day of Oxnard just by the fact that everything I'm doing this morning is getting under Sean's skin. The chewing, the gas station joke for the 8th day in a row.
Yeah.
Just about everything I'm getting to before the show starts today.
Yeah, this is where I generally get sick of all of you. But not really for anything in particular. Not anything with Choppy.
Just fatigue.
I'm tired of being around. I don't want to hang around you guys anymore. I don't need to talk to you guys anymore. I'm ready to go home. I'm ready.
I want it to continue to feel like camp even after we leave. So, Chop, if this weekend you could text Sean, what are we doing for dinner each night, I would like that very much.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Thank y'all for sticking with us throughout the entire coverage. And this morning brought to you by Autoflex Leasing and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing. And this is it. We will go over the Dak Prescott interview with the G-Bag Nation. Then the rookie Texas Longhorn is going to sit down. Maybe we'll get him to judge DeMarcus Ware's national anthem at 9 o'clock this morning. And Jared Sandler on Max Scherzer's start. Did you make it to the Rudder Room for the last time? Because that seemed to be I got thrown off the usual nap schedule going out to practice. And then when I got home, I freaking crashed out, woke up late, and I woke up to, it seemed like a lot of different directions for dinner. So I brought us kind of through a kink into things, it felt like.
Yeah, that's not him like him. He's not very kinky.
Yeah, well, we don't know.
I don't know. Maybe he is. I don't know.
He might be the kinkiest.
But so there was a lot of wrenches.
He might be messy.
Yeah, a lot of kinks and wrenches thrown.
You
in
messy.
Yeah, and then I felt like Zach was like going to go back quickly, but then he's like, people were taking side stops and detours. What happened?
All right, so yeah, we did it to make a side stop. Wouldn't necessarily say where we had to make a side stop. But we had to make a side stop.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. So it's about 28 states or allow this to take place.
The brothel.
Yeah, absolutely. So we had to make a side stop, and then we get back to the hotel and we see Kevin and Corey and somebody. Was it you? It was you. It was Ruben. We see them and they're like, "We're gonna go to Topper's Pizza," and I'm like,
Ooh.
all right. I made it through.
You don't need that on a travel day.
Exactly. And I made it through Topper's once this trip. Pizza doesn't hit me well anymore. I'm just I can't do it, my stomach. So I didn't have like wicked stomach cramps the next day. So I was like, all right, I'm not going to tempt fate again, especially on a travel day. I still wanted to go to Lure. That's where you and I wanted to go. But you had woken up a little bit later than expected. So brought us like, let's go to this Andrea's. And then somebody had said, let's go to Spencer McKenzie's.
Oh.
And I hadn't been there yet. And I was like, all right, let's do that. So we go to Spencer McKenzie's. And I had the burrito. It is Nate Silver, 538 blog, voted the best burrito out of 67,000 in America.
Wow.
Yeah, it's huge. It's a foot long, a little bit thinner than, like a Chipotle burrito.
I mean, Nate's analysis has been off several times before, so this would be another instance, given Spencer McKenzie's.
Before RJ gives his judgment, I'm dying to hear it. I have not heard one person knock this place.
Spencer's?
Not one person. I think Broadus is in love with it. Chiafalo raved about it.
It's gross.
Bassick is in love with that. Your food taste does not count at all.
It's very good.
Very good.
It's very good.
What did you get?
I got the burrito, the world famous burrito.
You're not going to eat Cheetos during the show. You're not going to eat them. I'll smash them right in front of you on the fan cam and kick them all over Brad's
He's
chair.
going to lose his mind today.
It was grilled fish and grilled shrimp.
That's the burrito they talk about.
Burrito. It's got a little rice on it, a little bit of sauce. You get a Brooklyn style, which I didn't.
What the hell is that?
They say it's like super hot, and I'm like,
Brooklyn
and hot sauce. What are you gonna do? Put marinara on it? Or bolognese?
Yeah,
that's Brooklyn style.
Comes with a mugging.
Maybe, you never know. So I just got it regular. It was good, very very good. I would totally get it again. I got the ceviche as well.
Nice.
But like the chips they gave you, I didn't think the chips were very good, so I just wanted to eat the rest of it with a fork. I thought it was fantastic though.
Then they wanted to hit the bar,
and then they wanted to go to the Rudder Room. I went there for one drink, and I left them there.
Oh, you did?
It was like 8:45. I was like, guys, I gotta go to bed. They started talking about, it was Broadus and Chiafalo and Zach, And then we met up with Clarence Hill was there, Calvin Watkins was there, Kyle Yeomans, and some other guy. I should know who he is, but I don't.
The one who puked all over the bus?
No, it was a new guy.
The guy you were asking about? Yeah, Nick Harris.
There you go.
Yeah.
And they start going, and we're all sitting in a circle, and they start talking about who's going to make, how many wide receivers are going to take. And I'm like, guys, thinking to myself, we're 5 days into camp.
Be careful with the voice.
This is a conversation that, like, Mickey would have, no offense. And I'm like, I'm not in on this one. I'm out. I'm going to bed. And I left from there.
That's good. I don't think I'm trying to think how many places. The fact that I didn't get to eat at Toppers because I got kicked out by Jane Slater. And so I think the only place I went and had dinner, like, out the whole trip was the Friday night dinner.
Wow.
I don't think I went anywhere else the whole time.
How many times did you order Dave's Hot Chicken?
One more time last night. That was 5.
Wow.
Jeez. God, your stomach has to be hating you.
Sounds like a sponsorship.
It's good.
Right?
Yeah, get on it, Cody. Jeez.
Hey, maybe that chicken guy will pay you back.
Okay, well, we are out here in Oxnard, California for the final show this morning. Of course, we got the KMC Masterpiece. We got the G-Bag Nation as well, and we got over-unders to recap. I cannot wait for this during the expressway. All the things we thought would or would not happen on the trip. Who ended up being the biggest winners? Who ended up being the biggest losers? It felt like Max Scherzer was going to be a big loser early on. We're driving to practice. We're following his start. And bam, just like that, it's 3-0. And the Mets fans all over Twitter. Oh, and see, ha, ha, ha. Y'all got regret. Look at what you're dealing with now. Look at what you're going to have down the stretch compared to Verlander. Max Scherzer recovers. We got a practice update. Dak and Diggs spoke to all the critics, and it got pretty heated. It's all coming to you live. The Friday edition of Sean, RJ, and Roberto from Cowboys Camp on The Fan.
It's time for the biggest sale of the year. Car Toys 36th Annual Tent Sale. Get half off Apple CarPlay decks, just $99. Amps from Alpine Kicker JL Audio, only $79. Speakers starting at $25. Save up to 70% on brands like Alpine, Infinity, and Focal. Almost everything is on sale at all locations. Don't miss Car Toys 36th Annual Tent Sale.
second. Kind of looking for our cups.
Cup for the day.
We need one cup out here to make the entire show
we got
go.
one right there.
For this coffee machine, did you set your alarm to take back the Keurig to the hotel room? Did you set your alert?
I didn't, because here's the problem is that I was going to, and then I was thinking about it, and I was like, it will go off while we're on the air. So, it will. I'm going to set it, and then I just know it's going to go off when we're on the air.
You set it for 7:58.
Yeah.
What I've learned about you is you're really bad with timing and detail that I thought you were an expert at. You're
what are you
really
talking about?
You don't set alarms.
Yes,
You're
no.
really late a lot of times.
No.
You're way off with detail, and I'm pretty shocked over
That
it.
is because that's not the
It's
case.
like Roy all over again.
Oh, no.
With
God.
getting to the car and going certain places and setting your sleep alarms. You oversleep. You come out late. This you can't even figure out to set 9:58 Central Time.
There was one morning.
I don't understand.
There was one morning.
You don't tell us when you're going to go to practice or when you're not going to go to practice.
I did. I'm sorry you guys didn't listen to me when I said that.
So I just laid out that whole history of the trip, and you still think both of us messed it up and not you.
No, what I was saying was there was one morning where I didn't set an alarm, and that was because I was just so exhausted I fell asleep before I remembered to do it. That has not happened otherwise.
What about practice yesterday?
That
You would have slept for the whole practice.
Exhausted, and I fell asleep.
You set an
That's
alarm.
not a time management thing.
It
That's
is a time
I did not
management.
lay down to fall asleep. I fell asleep by accident while sitting in the room. It was not a thing that I intended to do.
Mm-hmm. What do you think, Chop?
Look, I think there's a very real possibility, and I will be the first to admit this, that you said it, and I was not even paying attention. I was in my own world. But I don't think Sean would have missed that.
It's very
Sean
possible.
typically pays attention. So
He does, but Sean also on the car ride is usually doing this. And scrolling the phone. And just checked out unless you're like, hey, listen.
No, but his overall, what we're talking about for the whole trip. What do you think?
He's definitely spacey. And he definitely has no concept of time. His concept of time, he will have lived 2,000 years.
I have no concept of time because it's all taken up by running around and doing stuff.
Like on last Saturday, we were all going to go to drink at the Rudder Room, and I'm like, okay, what are you doing? He's like, well, I just ordered food. It was 5 p.m. I was like, we're supposed to go out and have some drinks and get dinner.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, I'm going to eat food, and then maybe at 6. I'm like, it's going to be freezing out there at 7:30.
Yeah.
So I was like, all right, Chiafalo, let's just go.
You're all over the map, man.
All over the map. I thought it was very detailed.
Very detailed.
Yes.
Very detailed. All right, Chop, what did you think of the Scherzer debut? As he settled down, the Rangers end up getting the win.
It was. I watched quite a bit of this. I love the technology, man. Technology.
It's a good thing.
It is amazing. Look, I thought he obviously settled down. My problem is I don't know how much that is. The White Sox just stink.
Yeah.
As Bobby had said, they had one extra base hit in this entire series.
The whole series?
They had a home run off Dane Dunning in the 8th in Game 2. That was it.
He wasn't very good in the first, but I also thought he was unlucky in the first. He had the 2-run scoring single was kind of like a soft ground ball to the left side. I thought he was getting a little squeezed by the home plate umpire, and there was a couple of bloops, but he was still wild. He was definitely wild. You can't say he wasn't wild. And his slider was more of a cement mixer in the first inning, and then he settled down. He was still a little erratic. The second inning, they got 3 hits. They had a double play. That kind of helped them out a little bit. But, Chicago also did he threw 37 pitches in the first inning.
Yeah.
And he still got through 6. That manager should be fired today, the White Sox manager. To have none of your players have any resemblance of a team at bat. Take some pitches. When your pitcher throws 37 pitches in the first inning, your only goal is to get him out by the end of the third.
Little bit.
We're already moving across the field next year. I don't care. Your only job is to make sure that pitcher doesn't make it through 4. He threw almost 40 pitches in the first.
So what are you telling everyone else to take?
Well, work some accounts, man. Have some team at bats, and that's going to happen when you're 20 games under 500 and you're not going anywhere.
Or do you say attack? He clearly doesn't have his stuff. We're getting to him, so jump him. Take advantage. We just scored 3 in the first. Why are we going to sit back?
I would. They definitely attacked because they were swinging and missing like crazy. I mean, he wound up having 11 strikeouts for crying out loud, or 8 strikeouts, something like that. Nine. So like he buckled down. Great job by his part for settling down. But man, that infuriated me. And I don't care about the White Sox. That infuriated me how their approach of the play was.
Yeah, I mean, that was what he was averaging. He threw 37 in the first inning. He averaged 13 pitches an inning after that and still managed to strike out as many people as he did. That's a lot of, 3-4 pitch at bats where he's still getting strikeouts. And the fact that, we were standing out there at practice and it was after 2 innings and it's like he's given up 6 hits and 2 walks. He's not getting out of probably 3-4 innings today. And then he goes out there and he shuts down, gets out 13 of the last 14 or something like that and just absolutely mows them down. Chicago's terrible. That's an awful baseball team right now. They've completely given up. They do not care. So I don't know exactly how much we can take from it, but I'm also not going to complain, especially after how that outing started yesterday. You'll absolutely take what you saw from him in those final 4 innings.
Thank goodness this ended up positive, though, because I was feeling the anxiousness when the first inning was taking place. And I'm like, we just traded for damaged goods. Here we go. This is going to be a disaster. Max was asked after the W how he was able to settle down.
It kind of told the guys, life's easy when you can go 7-8 innings and they're hitting the balls at people and you're striking people out. It's, I don't want to say easy, but, that's when kind of life's easy as a pitcher, when things break your way. But you find out about yourself when things don't break your way. When, they get some, bleeding hits, they get some, for me, I got kind of singled to death there through the first 2 innings. I had 55 pitches through 2. It's then what do you do then? That's when you find out who you are about a pitcher. And sometimes these are almost my favorite starts, is when you're getting kind of beat around there in the early part of the game, but you settle in, you catch rhythm, and you're able to pitch deep into a ball game. And so, that's what I'm most happy about. I finished strong.
All right, so there it is. 1 for 1, baby.
1 for 1.
As the Rangers get the W, they sweep the White Sox. And then I woke up to the end of the Yankee game. Apparently, all we do around here is in California, they broadcast the Yankee games.
California. Yeah, right.
Yankee. I'm like, why are the Yankees on every night? And I wake up and I turn on the TV, and Altuve is up in the ninth. And I'm like, oh, my gosh, 2 men on. Down 1, and Altuve grounds out the shortstop. So thank you, New York. They beat the Astros, so the Rangers lead is 1.
Yeah, and now it's back. The lead's back up. And Houston's we talked about Houston has a tough schedule. Their next game against a team that's completely out of contention is in September. That is a very tough schedule. This is the time right now for the Rangers to really take advantage of Houston's tough schedule, even though the Marlins, they're a competitive team. And they're going to single you to death. Holy cow, Luis Ariz. Woo!
Marlins today, right here on DFW Sports Station. Also last night, Jason Garrett, Kellen Mond, Aaron Rodgers, and Zach Wilson for Thursday Night Football, the Hall of Fame game. And it was started by DeMarcus Ware having the guts to go out and sing the national anthem.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad
All right, Peyton,
stripes.
tone it down just a little bit in the background there.
Happy to tone it down any more than it already is.
So, wait, this is the Hall of Fame game? This wasn't an elementary recital?
Okay. Now, look, in watching this, I felt like I didn't think DeMarcus, he wasn't trying to go out and win a Grammy. All right, he was like, I'm going to the Hall of Fame. Keep it up. Keep it up a little bit. I'm going to the Hall of Fame, and I can always remember going out and trying to sing the national anthem. You later find out, oh, wait, turn it up. Yeah, this was getting killed on social media.
Hey, look, I'll tell you who loves it. The players. He ain't waking the players up. He ain't loud enough to wake the players up today. I appreciate it. The
Bobby's
piano,
crying.
The piano was fantastic.
My favorite tweet last night was, you see his video? Right there he's doing. My favorite is he's doing those hand motions like he can sing. It's so misleading.
You guys are jerks, man. You guys are jerks.
The piano player's having to slow down.
Bobby, you were listening to this or following this during the game. Hang on, turn it up. Let's go.
I had the over. I had the over and the cash.
Too long.
Peyton said I had the over and the cash.
Oh my God! How long was that? 2.5 minutes had to be.
2:29.
Oh, that's 30 seconds too long.
How long are you singing the anthem? If you think, how long do you think it takes you?
What's
if
the
you're up there?
usual over under? Like how long do
Usually
they
it's-
generally go?
Depending on the person, they usually put the over under between like 159 and 204.
159 and 204.
Right. That's
Okay.
It's a meaty part.
So he was like 25 seconds longer than usual.
Yeah.
So there was D. Ware trying to pay homage to his boy Demarcus Thomas. You jerks.
Very sweet.
Before you go too far.
I didn't say anything other than just like it was very nice. I don't want to diss a Cowboys legend. He tried.
If anyone's on the fan cam, Twitch, or YouTube, you didn't have to say anything. Look at your freaking face.
Well, luckily this is an audio medium.
877-881-10. We're visual. We're visual as well. All right, Dak and Diggs address the drama. We also take you inside practice. And, Bobby, stop doing that. Stop doing that. God, Chris, I'm going to beat your husband's ass before the end of this show, before we walk out of these tennis courts. Dak and Diggs, tell everyone, mind your own damn business. Next on The Fan.
We're all in. Hands in the middle. Sean's hands included.
Not in that outfit, you're not.
You're rolling with Sean and RJ.
yourself a brand new ride for the summer. GM Andrew Beck and his team are ready to serve you on site right now during the Make This the Summer sales event. All you got to do is go to PlatinumCDRJTexas.com or drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
And Inside the Stars brought to you by Kissable Dental, On-Time Experts, AC and Plumbing, K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing, and Autoflex Leasing. Thanks to all of those sponsors for making our training camp coverage possible from here in Oxnard. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Dak and Diggs responding to all the trolls out there after we give you a practice recap, and everyone seemed to pretty much have the same summary of yesterday.
Defense. That's what it was all about. The defense absolutely dominated practice. I think the first two padded practices we had out here were pretty comfortably in favor of the offense, but yesterday, man, it started with those Mojo moments there inside the 10. They were doing goal-to-go situations, and I believe the defense won 5 out of 6 of them, and the only one that the offense won was with the second team. So the first team was not able to win any of those goal-to-go situations, and that just kind of started what was a really dominant practice for them. They were, getting pressure through the pass rush. They were, getting into their run fits. There was nothing for them to run. There were interceptions. Nashawn Wright picked off Dak. Stefan Gilmore technically didn't get a pick, but, made a play and got 1 foot down. There was another time where there was a pick on Micah being offside, so that one didn't count. But, man, there was it was a pretty dominant day for the defense. And, in coverage, pass rush, whatever else, the defense won the day.
Yeah, that the Mojo moment they had out here.
What is the Mojo moment supposed to be again, for those that don't know and haven't seen Austin Powers?
I've never seen Austin Powers, but the way they use
What?
it. So I've never seen it.
Look at Ruben even giving you the look of
disgust.
Thank you, Ruben.
Yeah, no, the Mojo moment is he's...
Peyton, have you seen Austin Powers?
I have. I think the first one.
All right,
that sounds like he's lying. So basically it's just their little high leverage moment of practice, though, where it's like, oh, okay, we're gonna, this little thing. It can be a kicking competition, it can be red zone play, it can be whatever else, but it's basically meant to be a competition period of high leverage stuff.
It's early on, relatively early on. They play the Sunday Night Football music. It's very campy.
It's time for a Mojo moment.
And it's a high pressure situation, guys. You got to get ready for this one. Okay. So they're out there, and they were doing 4th and goal. Okay, so the ones come out there, they get 1 play, and then the 2s, and then the 1s again, and then the 2s, and then the 1s again. All right, that was what.
I'm noticing this camp a lot of rolling out and throwing. Now, I don't know how much of that is by design or how much of that is just getting pushed out of the pocket, but a lot of these guys are rolling to their left, rolling to their right while they're throwing the football.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of that. We've seen some mobile stuff from Dak. Sometimes it's been because everybody's been covered. I hesitate to even bring this up because I don't want anybody to say that the defense doesn't respect Dak as a leader or to get Shady McCoy on a rant, but there was a moment yesterday where everybody was covered, so Dak just scrambles. There's nothing he can do, and as he's scrambling and finishing up the play, Malik Hooker charges up to stop the play, and he goes, throw it, Dak.
Yeah.
Why aren't you throwing it? Throw it. And so
I will say this, though, like, every year Dak kind of messes around with his body. Last year I think the last 2 years he's been really, really lean. He is a hoss again. His legs, his calves, Choppy, you would be very, very proud because he is, as you would say, he's a unit out here.
He is. But I'll tell you, that photo yesterday that he took with Chiafalo and Dawson, Chiafalo looked a little bit bigger than him, and Chiafalo's gotten really scrawny lately. So Dak's all legs, but I wish I could just trade bodies because I need my legs to grow. And I got the Gru body. All right, I need my legs to grow and my upper body to shrink. And Dak needs more meat on his upper body.
Eric did say yesterday, he's like, I have completely come around on Dak, and I believe in him as a quarterback because I see the work ethic that it took to build those calves. And he's like, I'm totally in because of the lower body. The lower body's so impressive.
These guys and girls who melt out here as soon as they meet somebody.
Yeah.
As soon as they meet them, they fawn all over and they fall in love.
Derek Holland all of a sudden, Dak, I'm so in on Dak Prescott
Yeah,
now.
because Derek and Dak talk for 10 or 15 minutes in front of all the media now, and now Derek is just melted all over him.
Traded for Deshaun Watson right now.
Yeah, that's right.
So he can go my Browns.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, gosh. But no, it was yesterday was absolutely a great performance from the defense. We did not get any smack talk between Diggs and Dak yesterday. There was none of that. Like I said, Diggs did have that interception that didn't count because of the mic offsides. But, man, that's the other thing I'm taking away from all these practices. It's probably a combination of the two, but either Micah Parsons is the most unblockable individual in the history of football or Tyron Smith is washed.
Man.
He cannot stop Micah.
Well, no one can.
But Tyron used to be able to stop anybody.
Yeah, well, he's going up against the next Lawrence Taylor. I think judging Tyron Smith off of Micah Parsons is really, really foolish. I will say this, though. Man, it's like helping an old man across the street. Like after every rep, I feel like Micah's like, hey, man, it's okay. He, gives him a little pat on the back or a slap on the butt, and he's like, hey, man, good try there. Good rep, Tyron. And you're not used to seeing Tyron Smith ever treated that way. But Micah Parsons out here just owning him.
It does feel...
He gave him the Iverson killer crossover. He goes right on him, and then Tyron jumps out, and then he crosses back over left, bam, immediate shot to the quarterback. The club move the other day. I mean, whatever he wants. I would like to see Tyron go up against other guys at these one-on-one reps a little bit more.
Well, and see, that was the problem last year, is that he was getting beat by Fowler, Dorrance Armstrong, DeMarcus Lawrence. Tyron was getting beat before he got hurt out at camp. And then when he finally showed up at the end of the year, he didn't look great. And so, look, I think that what I said to you guys earlier this week, I think still holds true after we've seen his practices. He's not one of your two best tackles. Now, is he part of your best five? Because if you put Steele and Tyler outside, your guards are that much weaker. Maybe you could make an argument that he's part of the best combination you could put out there, but I don't think there's a reasonable argument right now to say he's one of your two best tackles.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Chop, you got any practice notes before we move on?
Look, it's really simple. The defense just dominated. That's quite simply what it was. And my concern, I know you guys are saying that, with when it comes to Tyron, that, he's not going to be going up against Micah Parsons every day.
I'm saying that Bobby sounds a lot more worried.
Well, here's the thing. Yeah, he's not going up against Micah, but he is going to go up against Nick Bosa in a big critical spot.
Yeah,
assuming he's healthy, assuming that Tyron's healthy during that time.
Yeah,
and that's going to be scary, right? That's going to be a scary proposition.
True. All right, we're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Now let's get to Dak and Diggs addressing the drama, being called the B word, and does that really happen in NFL practices? Here's Trayvon Diggs after yesterday's session.
Stay out the business. Get out the business. People don't need to worry about what we got going on, our relationship, my relationship with my brother, or, how we operate. At the end of the day, it's our team. Dak's the leader of our team. He can go out there and have a great year. And I have the utmost respect for Dak. So, whatever narrative, people want to run with, that's just what it is. But we know, and, we know how we are, and we know that it's nothing. And that stuff can never come between us. It's nothing. We don't even talk about it.
So this is a great example of local and national coverage, right? And look, we have reacted to stories like this, and we will continue to react to stories like this because we're not right there. We don't know other teams as intimately as we do this one. But there's Diggs just saying, pour water on it. It's absolutely nothing. I think the B word threw people off. All right? So, if me and Choppy are going at each other, and I'm like, yeah, it's like you. You're the perfect example because that's the word that sets you off. So that is that's across the line word. What's wrong, Choppy?
He should have told me that.
He's told us for 2 years.
I don't pay attention.
No, he doesn't.
Zach called him that last year at this camp. and it kind of pushed him over there. So you know what? We should have brought this up when this first happened, because that's why people kind of got tricked by this, and I think it's fair, because when you're talking with each other, if we're going back and forth, like, yeah, I'm getting a little irritated about it, but if I was like, quit playing, you bitch. You know what I mean? Yeah. That's not playing.
And that's the thing, because in our context of what we're talking about, it's different. Now, if we're outside playing a pickup basketball game and it's getting competitive and you're getting pissy and you say, you know, I don't take it nearly as personal as standing out on the practice field and Wolchuk is being thin-skinned about everything that we've been doing out here in Oxnard, and he goes, "You're being a B." That's a different energy. It's a different tone. Out there, it's completely different, especially when early in the practice, Dak is like poking him a little bit and be like, "Look, throw it Trayvon. Throw it Trey. He can't cover today."
It's interesting because if you say you're being a whatever, that's not me calling you that. See, that's how you always get out of these things. That's
how you justify the black eye you get after that.
No, it's like, oh, I didn't call you that. No, I didn't say that. I said you're acting like one, not that you are one. See,
works great.
I'm not differentiating.
We should try this when we get home, Sean. We should say this. Like, I'll say that to Kristen. You're acting like, and we'll see if she appreciates the nuance.
Dak Prescott on with the G-Bag Nation yesterday for the sit down was asked about trash talk.
No, it never has. Never really has. Not with me, anyways. I think that's part of it. That part goes into the trust and goes into what you've built with your teammates and understanding who they are. And as I just told those guys there, is you're not necessarily talking trash to somebody that doesn't talk trash. Like that's wrong. That's a way to start something. That's a way to cut deep. And that person might not know how to react. But a guy that naturally runs his mouth, a guy that naturally encourages that, there's no ends and there's no laws or rules to it at that point. Is, hey, you encourage this, I do it too, so let's go. At the end of the day, words are words. And so we've got to understand that and really believe that. And so it's going to make us better. And as I said, a lot of the times I know it's just encouraging these guys to play their best and to be accountable and really getting the best out of them.
Dak also added, it's honestly one of those things you realize a lot of people haven't been in heated competitions. I feel bad for people who haven't been in those moments. I start a lot of it pre-practice in the locker room. And that is the part that didn't get reported. Dak starting it out here with Diggs. But, man, Brandon Jacobs and LaShawn McCoy really exposed themselves for media whores. That's what they really did. Like, that wasn't worth it for Shady, because it's like, dude, that is a perspective that you're supposed to. I was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt when he's like, yo, man, Josh Allen, no one ever says that. And then Jesse Holley wrote back to Brandon Jacobs saying, dude, I heard you talk. I heard our teams talk like this when we were playing each other with the Cowboys and the Giants. And Jesse was also in some New England practices, and he was citing players that went at Tom and was yelling back and forth. And I was like, man, this is such an easy way for you to get caught. Being a headline whore and just trying to get clicks, because you're going to have other players throughout the history of the entire sport say, yeah, this does happen. It's easy for you to get caught on that.
Yeah, this is why I'm so anti-Orlovsky, and this is why Shady McCoy is on a Dan Orlovsky plane for me now. When you just become a complete,
I think Shady's worse.
Man, I think that Dan has a more palatable personality. I think they do the same thing. And so because of that, they do. Because of that, it's just like Shady to me.
I guess I have more respect for Dan, like breaking down tape.
I don't.
Does he actually watch
because he's stupid and he's he's functionally illiterate, and so I don't have any respect for him. And Shady, I don't either. Shady has proven he is a hot taker. That is who needs to sit across from Skip. You want somebody to sit across from Skip? Sit across from the former player that has zero conscience. Do that.
No, Skip would. I mean, I don't believe LaShawn would watch enough. He would get taken apart. All Skip does his entire life is watch every sporting event, and I don't think Shady watches enough. He would get taken apart, I think. Where does Max Scherzer's debut fall on the list of all-time Ranger starts from the new additions? We have that, and we have any tickets left for Messi? Any tickets left for Messi in Frisco? Now Ruben wakes up to listen to the show. His head popped up like this. We got a Messi ticket giveaway. We're doing it during the expressway. We're not doing it during the expressway, but Messi in Frisco is on fire, and we'll compare Max Scherzer to Jacob deGrom and Cliff Lee after the debut yesterday on Sean and RJ next.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels today at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
And here, a drive, deep left field. Just fill the bill. Mitch Garver into the second deck. Mitch Garver clobbers that 3-2 offering from Tukey Toussaint up into the second deck above the Chicago bullpen. He ties this game at 3.
457. That was a bomb from Garver. Bobby, you said he had to step up with some of the injury issues. That was his third home run in his last 9 games. You heard it right here on your home for Rangers baseball, and they get the sweep over Chicago in Max Scherzer's debut. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Scherzer with a quality start, 9 strikeouts, retired 13 of the final 14 that he faced. Then you had to rely on the bullpen. Spores, Chapman, and Smith. So I guess Aroldis is not going to be the closer.
Man, there's nothing more infuriating than that. Like, you've got a guy who has closed mega games before, mega playoff series before, and you're not going to use him there. Okay, I'll deflect. I'll defer. Hey, listen, I know it's Friday. I'll defer to Bochy on that one. But
or are we deflecting, as Bobby brought up yesterday in the car, maybe to Aroldis?
What, that he wouldn't want to close? Yeah, not interested in your opinion, man. Okay, you're a closer. I'm asking you to close. Like that's kind of how it is, right? I mean, I don't care if Joey Gallo didn't want to bat third. All right, tough. Man up, bat third.
Yeah,
you're a hitter.
Yankees didn't have him close in 2022. Royals didn't have him close now. It may be a thing where the teams may evaluate it as he doesn't have because he gets criticized sometimes for his headiness,
temperament.
He was the closer for the Yankees, and then he got benched off of it because he was awful after about May.
Okay,
and but that was last year, and then this year he's been much better, much better
because he hasn't been closing.
You really think that's what it is?
I'm just saying
you think
it might
guy who's
be.
been closing his entire career all of a sudden mentally can't close anymore?
I mean, how many times have we seen at the positions of closer or kicker or anywhere else that, like, mentally they reach a breaking point?
I mean, look, closers generally that have been great, or they have that mental aspect where they block things out. That's just on to the next day. From Kenley Jansen to Craig Kimbrell to Mariano Rivera to Hoffman, like you've been great. Billy Watt, you've been great. Even if you have down years, and all these guys have had down years, they're still fine. I would really doubt if Chapman is like, I don't want to close.
Let's ask Sandler at 8. We'll ask Jared. After Max collected 9 Ks, the most for a Rangers pitcher in his debut since
Jamie Moyer.
Jake DeGrom this year.
Jamie Moyer struck out 13 in 1989. Scherzer also had 21 swings and misses. 4th most by a Ranger pitcher this year. 4th most this season.
Well, and just think about this. 2 starts ago, Dane Dunning had 2.
Yeah.
And he had 21 there.
21?
I know. I'm stunned that Jamie Moyer was the answer to that question. Because it had to be that nobody could catch up to his 81-mile-an-hour fastball. That they were just waiting on it, and they just kept waiting and waiting and waiting. And finally it was like, oh, I'm hitting a softball here. Can't do it.
So let me give a lot of props to the Tolos, because as we were trying to watch practice and follow this, a lot of Tolos were saying, this is fluky. Dinks and dunks. He's getting blooped to death. And you ended up being right. He settled down. Rangers get the W. So Max was asked about the frustration when every early ball just seemed to find the hole.
It's just a part of the game. You know, these are major league hitters. They drive nice cars too. Like, they're going to get hits off you, and sometimes they get bleeding hits off you. You can't, like, cry about it. You got to go out there and continue to do your job and continue to pitch and continue to execute. You know, there in the bottom of the first, you know, I'm into some big situations, bases loaded, you know, trying to find a way to navigate this to only keep the one. Unfortunately, you know, they got another ground ball through the hole, and you know, like, still, it's, you know, runners on. Like, I cannot give up another shot in this situation. You know, I was able to get out of that first inning and then, you know, work through that. That's just, you know, that happens. That's part of the game. Like, you just got to continue to do your job.
I'll tell you what, this guy likes to talk.
He does.
He's a good talker. Good talker.
He is, and he's this is the reputation, right? Like, he's a little bit of a bulldog, and he's not afraid. This is the guy that, I mean, we've read quotes from earlier in the year where he was complaining about the pitch clock or about the substances and everything else. Like, I mean, he's comfortable up there, and I mean, after what? How long has he been in the majors? 15 years, whatever it is.
It's been a long time.
I mean, 15 years dealing with, you know, New York media and the, you know, Dodgers media and everything else throughout his career. He's picked up some stuff along the way, clearly.
So Peyton had found this and sent it to us. Big time Ranger debuts. All right, because a lot of Tolos are saying same thing happened to DeGrom. Same exact thing happened to him in his debut. Jacob DeGrom went 3 2/3, 5 runs on opening day. Corey Kluber, 1 inning pitched ever. Cole Hamels, 7 innings, 5 runs, a 9-7 loss to Bruce Bochy's Giants. Yu Darvish, 5 2/3, 5 runs, 4 walks. Cliff Lee's debut, 9 innings, 6 runs. Rangers lose to the AL's worst team in Baltimore. Nolan Ryan, 5 innings, 4 runs, 3 walks. And you can add this to the list with Max Scherzer.
Yeah, and Scherzer's ends up looking the best of all those, probably.
Yeah,
the fact that he gets his 9 strikeouts, he only gives up the 3 runs. He doesn't give up a single extra base hit.
What about his stuff, though? That's what I care about the most. What about the velocity? What about the slider? What about, you know, in watching in the car, and again, this was just very brief in the car on the way to practice, it did not appear that he had, like, the explosive stuff that I'm used to seeing where he just outright dominates guys and blows them away. This was 93, maybe, you know, 94 max. No pun intended,
Right.
but everyone's talking about how his slider's broken.
So the issue with his slider is kind of counter to what you would think. Like when somebody, so in the first inning, it looked like his slider was not moving at all. Maybe he was trying something. It just looked like it was a cement mixer. But Max's slider is actually breaking more than it's historically done.
Is it a biting slider? Because I couldn't tell yesterday whether he was throwing a tight slider or it was a little bit more of like a winding curve.
It's become more of a sweeper. Like
yes,
that.
That's what it looked like.
So you don't want you want less. It's ironic. You want less break on your slider than more. All right. You want it to break late. When it breaks 6 to 8 inches.
Yeah.
That's breaking too early.
Right.
And you really want it to break like
at the end
4 inches. But you want horizontal. It's the drop. So you want like less drop. You want a lot of horizontal movement. 36 to 38 inches. But the league average, you want like 4 to you don't want the 6-inch drop. And his is getting a little bit more drop on it than it has, and that could be because his arm is just fatigued and he's getting around it a little bit more. I mean, there's a lot of ways it can go. But like if you go to like a pitcher coach, my son's going to Basic's dad, and Basic's dad's like, you got to throw that pitch as hard as you can. Don't try to take something off because it's going to break too much and it's not going to fool anybody. You want it to be fastball until it gets to maybe 10 to 12 feet from home plate, and then bam, it just drops. And sometimes when it breaks too much, it's breaking too early, and the really good hitters are going to pick up on that, and they're not going to offer at it.
Astros lose to the Yankees, so thank you, New York. It's a 1-game lead, and the Rangers back in action today against the Marlins right here on your home for Rangers baseball.
Yeah, real quick, jumping back, I was looking through there once you mentioned the velocity thing. So Scherzer 92 to 94, which is where he's been most of the year, but he did ratchet up. The final pitch of the 5th inning, he got his fastball all the way up to 95 when he got the strikeout. And so this is kind of where his velocity is. He's not the same flamethrower he used to be earlier in his career. I think his average, according to Stefan this year, has been around 93 and a half on the 4-seam fastball. And so about where you'd expect him to be in terms of the velocity, but the slider is the thing because we heard that driving in, they were commentating on it. They're like, man, it's a little flat right now. Like it doesn't have the same oomph that it once did. That slider's always been a big pitch for him, and so you just hope that can come back around.
All right, did you say 22 minutes, Ruben? Is that how fast the Messi tickets went?
Yeah, yes, it did. So sales went on exactly at 11 a.m. in Texas Central Time, and they tweeted out at 11:22 they sold out on their official account on X.
Now that is 22 minutes.
Ruben and Hagelin were in line for these.
No.
They were trying to get these tickets. So what, were you guys just sitting there like hitting refresh on the computer, on the cell phone?
I just had it on my cell phone. Hagee had it on his laptop. At most I stayed I was about 35-40% in. It was like a little walking dude. And Hagee managed, he had the chance to get tickets, but he just
He had the chance. How much were they?
He said at least $700.
$700 a piece for two?
For one.
For one, okay.
I thought it was...
I meant per ticket.
So was he buying resale or was he buying FC Dallas, like directly from them, right?
Because I believe it's I don't know. I didn't really ask him that particular question.
Because the initial sale, the people who were in there in line, I think they said they had packages going at it was like $199, $499, and like $599 or something like that. But man, at that point, just buy the ticket and resell it.
So we're being told that people are being put on the roof for this.
Yeah. The roof is on fire.
We are being told, of course, people call us a bandwagon sports town, and now all the diehard FC Dallas fans are like, oh, now y'all want to show up.
Yeah.
Now y'all want to come out here for the game on Sunday night.
Listen, I could empathize, sympathize, whatever the word is, with those people. I was like that. That was me with Dave Matthews.
Then empathize.
Late 1990s, early 2000s, mid-90s really, I was in on Dave. Way early. And then he became mainstream. And tickets were a pain in the butt to get. You had all these Johnny-come-lately fans that started to show up to the concerts when all I wanted to do there was go just get stoned. That's all I wanted to do. And now, all of a sudden, everyone's in line for the nitrous. I can't even get my balloons that I wanted to get.
The nitrous.
Okay. And that was like 17, 18 years old.
Have you ever done whippets?
No.
They're fun.
No. Oh, yeah.
I love how. That's
beneath him.
That's beneath you.
That's not beneath me.
Forget about Papacitos, the stuff he does out here.
Yeah. So Like, and so I'm like, God dang it, I hate these people that come in out of nowhere and they start taking over and I get it. So FC Dallas fans, I feel your pain.
So as of yesterday, yeah, but we would still try to be. I would try to be there as a bandwagoner.
Absolutely.
As of yesterday at 5 p.m., here were the lowest ticket prices on the secondary market. StubHub $700, Vivid $707, Ticketmaster $790 for the match that will be played Sunday night in Frisco.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I think on your Dave Matthews Band comparison, this would be like everybody wants to buy up all the tickets because of the band that's opening for Dave Matthews Band. They don't even want to go see Dave Matthews.
Well,
nobody wants to go see FC Dallas. They want to see Messi.
Yeah, that's true. That's fair. That's fair.
But that would be even more annoying, I would think, if you're a Dave Matthews Band.
Has anyone offered? Have we gotten a FC Dallas reach out? Have we heard a text or a tweet or a DM from anyone being like, "Yo, man, I got the hookup. I got a suite." Have you heard?
I have not seen anybody that has offered up us tickets. I don't know what their suite situation is. I have no idea.
Yeah.
Like how at the stadium, how big it is. I know it's around 20,000, I think, but I don't know how many suites they have.
Because we got the Paul Diaz fight at the AAC this weekend, and now Messi in the Metroplex.
Yeah, and then obviously, and then Rangers Marlins this weekend here. It's a big weekend.
But the game's at 8:00
on Sunday night. Yeah, the Messi.
It's late. That's late.
That's late. On Apple
time.
TV?
Yeah.
I'm not going to be able to watch that. I don't have Apple TV.
I mean, I've got to log in. You can have it because I'm not going to watch it. But.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. An NBA team is in trouble for a political donation. Wait till we see how the fan text blows up over that. And Johnny Manziel, shocker, has opened up a bar with a brand new song for the college football season. We'll get into it right here on Sean and RJ next. But first, it's the same old Friday message from your friends over at Mark Scott. This is the new song for college football?
Yeah, the hype video, the hype song. This is it. The new college football anthem that they are doing this year for the national championship game.
Oh, for the national championship game.
Yeah, like this
isn't
one.
like ESPN College Game Day.
No. This is just for the national championship. It's called Something Real. Is the song by Post Malone. Love Post. Fantastic. They've done other songs that we've heard. They had let's see, Imagine Dragons, Natural. They had Fall Out Boy, Centuries. They had Come and Go. It's a Juice WRLD song. They had Can't Stop Me Now by The Score. It's a good one. It's getting rave reviews. I didn't think of it when I heard this the first time. I was like, that's not a hype video song.
Turn it up, Peyton. Little slow.
This honestly sounds like something The Weeknd would record.
It does sound something The Weeknd would record.
Have you heard this?
No, this is the first time.
Okay.
So, there you go.
It's okay.
I don't think it's the best they've chosen, but it's a good one.
Johnny Manziel is opening up a bar. Choppy, you had a take on this that blew me away, and I cannot wait to see what the truckwreck.com text line has to say about it. So he's opening up a nightclub bar at College Station, and it's called Johnny Manziel's Money Bar, off that stupid sign that he did throughout his football career. So he's opening this up, and here we go. Apparently Johnny is still in the business of nightlife.
11 years too late there, Johnny. You should have struck while the iron was hot, back when people knew who the hell you were. And you were relevant.
Oh, he's still relevant in College Station, dude.
When I was in college, when I was in Tennessee, all right.
This is a really interesting, amazing take.
Yeah.
Right. When I was in Tennessee, so like, I got there in '97. Let's just say by the end of my time there, so 01. That was only about 8 years removed from Heath Schuler. Okay, nobody gave a crap. Nobody knew who the hell he was. Now the people who were seniors knew, huh?
I still don't know who he is.
There you go. He was like the third pick of the draft. He quarterbacked the Washington, right?
Washington.
Now the seniors knew who he was, but like the incoming freshman had no idea at that point. Now I'm not saying that nobody knows who Johnny Manziel is, but the incoming freshman, by the time this bar opens, the incoming freshman would have been 6 years old when Johnny Manziel played. They will have no idea who the hell he is. They will have never watched a single game quarterbacked by Johnny Manziel outside of that dumb Arena League thing he was doing in Atlanta. They will have, now, again, the older people may, but the people who are incoming freshmen and who goes to bars on college campuses, underage freshmen, they're the ones. They will have never seen a single Johnny Manziel game. It'd be as dumb as Peyton Manning opening a bar in Knoxville.
Oh, my goodness.
People there will have, like, who's this Peyton Manning guy? Like, I know who he is, but, like, I never saw him play. But why am I going to go there?
This is saying a lot. This might be the worst take you've ever had. Ever. You want to talk about an obsessive, cultish community that raises their kids to they have that fish camp out there, which is all about educating the incoming freshmen about all their traditions and everything else. And Johnny is still
camp.
Yeah, that's what it's called. It's called fish camp. It's for the freshmen coming in.
No,
and
you're right.
They have a senior buddy to teach them about all the calls, all the history, everything else. Johnny, this is like saying, you know what this is? This is like you saying nobody would know, or freshmen currently at Oklahoma wouldn't know who Bosworth is. People in Oklahoma know who Bosworth is now.
Not the incoming freshmen.
People at that school now know who Brian Bosworth is.
The incoming freshmen who, like, have no family history with Oak. Now, if they're, like, legacy OU fans.
This is the problem. You're trying to compare it to your experience at Tennessee, and that's a school no one cares about.
Oh,
it's not Oklahoma. It's not
Okay,
A&M.
all right.
And here's the other thing. Nobody knew Heath Schuler because who came right after him? Peyton effing Manning.
Yeah.
And, Peyton Manning opens a bar in Knoxville. I'm sorry, you're wrong. People do go there.
It's, again, first of all, Manning actually did something. Johnny Manziel did. And second of all.
Neither of them won a title.
Not a single incoming freshman at Oklahoma has any idea when they get there who Brian Bosworth is.
Do people in Gainesville know who Tebow is?
You know what? They have a statue for him. They have a statue for Manziel. That's a good point. It's a good point. You're backing me into a corner here. I don't like it. Okay, I'm about to strike. Like a rattlesnake.
My counter.
That's gonna be a B.
What about the Jordan brand? Like Jordan brand still dominates.
Yeah.
So wouldn't that?
It does dominate. Yes, it does dominate. It's also.
Is that just all people our age? No.
No, I mean, because my kids, they still like Jordan, but it's also out. Like, what is Johnny Manziel's brand that's out there? Does he have a clothing brand that I don't know about that's out there? A weed strain. Does he have? Like?
Don't get in trouble.
Yeah.
His people could be listening.
Is he selling little pocket mirrors? Is that what he's doing? Like, what's he selling out there?
As soon as I said, don't say anything crazy.
But he's talking about compacts
yeah,
for makeup.
Compacts for makeup. Checking yourself out. Like Jordan, I think is a different one because he's got the brand and everybody knows that. But we asked Stefan Gilmore to name his favorite Jordan moment, and he couldn't even do it. Why? Because he never saw him play.
But it also doesn't matter to Stefan Gilmore. Stefan Gilmore still has a reverence. Even if they can't name the Johnny Manziel moment, they know Manziel, and Manziel's name is still huge in College Station.
And I wonder if they know the money sign.
I want to see what the fan text is saying, or Twitch, or YouTube about
I'm going to
this.
get killed because, I got to say, I didn't take into account. It was A&M. And the cult. I didn't take into account on that one.
They still know Vince Young in Austin. That's true. Vince Young's still a legend in Austin. He never did anything.
And well, he did do something.
No, I mean, I'm talking about afterwards. He didn't do anything that it carried on that people would know today.
Again, I'm talking about the incoming freshmen that go down to Texas. Because you got to remember, not everybody who goes to school is a sports fan. A majority aren't. They have no idea who Vince Young is. My kids have no idea who Vince Young is. Not a single clue.
Your
and
kids
they don't know who Johnny Manziel is, and they barely know who. I mean, they don't know who Sam Bradford is, but I don't think they know who Tim Tebow is.
But we're not talking about
even with that naked poster in the house.
Well, that's different. Sean, that's what's telling me.
We're not talking about Johnny Manziel opening this bar in Roanoke, though. Like we're talking about Johnny Manziel opening this bar in College Station, where that whole city is Aggie land. Like that is their entire community is Aggie history.
Trey Evans tweeted, "You're kidding yourself if you think people weren't and aren't still buying Earl Campbell sausages because he's a Texas legend."
They're buying Earl Campbell sausages because they want sausage.
Dude, this is a great point on the fan text 214. We all remember Crabtree at Tech. And dude, that is true. That is true.
Simmer down.
I've got a friend who she went to Tech. She went to Tech 10 years after Crabtree, and she still has complete awareness of Michael Crabtree and Andre Emmett.
The only reason why at Texas Tech they know who Michael Crabtree is still is because they just confuse it with crabs, which is what they get when you go to school there. Okay, that's the only reason why they have any knowledge of who today Michael Crabtree is at Texas Tech.
I don't know how you bring it stronger when you're like on more exhaustion.
No, right?
It's crazy.
It's delirium.
It's very impressive.
It's delirium.
877-881-1053, chartrec.com text line. So that erupted into a nice little mini debate here over Johnny Manziel's new bar and the new song for college football. All right, you get to pick, RJ, since you're on fire right now. Orlando Magic or Lizzo?
Oh man,
because they're both going to be offensive.
Oh baby, let's start off hot. Let's go Lizzo.
Okay.
Yes.
So Lizzo's in some hot water, and Bobby, you and I have argued me versus you and Slater when we were talking about Lizzo in the past.
So, attorneys for dancers suing Lizzo have responded to her allegations, denying all the issues that they've had. Now, first of all, there are situations going on where
she's supposedly body shaming.
She's body shaming them.
Her dancers.
Hit that drop, Peyton.
Saying, and now Lizzo is Miss Body Positivity, Big is Beautiful,
yes,
all that stuff. And they are saying that she is going after dancers for their weight. But she was doing it in coded language, like asking them,
got a fat woman.
Is everything okay with them? She was demeaning them.
Look at Ruben put his hand over his face.
She was demeaning them sexually on stage. Male dancers having to do things with certain fruits. You know what I mean?
Look, I mean that's the only way Lizzo's going to get any action, I think.
And so all these things that are happening, and she's being
get fired on a Friday over Lizzo compared to the whole 2 weeks out here.
She's being accused of like sexual harassment. and doing all this stuff.
She's lost over 150,000 Instagram followers in the last 24 hours.
That's stunning. Like, that's stunning because, like, you have to go to somebody's Instagram account to unfollow them. Like, I never would have thought that, like, oh, they did something wrong, I'm going to unfollow them. Like, that's not what I do. But
that's a really bad look if she was shaming her employees for the way they look after she's built herself up on that.
Oh, yeah, she's built herself up.
She is Bobby. She has absolutely built herself up on big is beautiful, body positivity, rock what you got, don't worry about it. Just go out there and just have fun and enjoy life. That's how she's built her brand. And for her to do that, I mean, that is very counter to what she's been about.
Very fraudulent. Makes you look very bad.
No one's dying.
Go ahead. You might as well go ahead head first. You want to have your little smart ass face, your little look on your face. Go ahead.
Dive right in, just like one of her male dancers had to do.
I think Lizzo's beautiful. I put her on my list of 100 women hotter than Shakira, as you'll recall. So,
wow.
So what you think you think you're above people now because you're on soda? You think you can shame her now because you want to make all your fat jokes now because you lost some weight?
That's my point. I would. It is very much like a pot kettle situation here. If Lizzo's going to be doing that, that's all I'm saying.
Oh, good. There you go. Exactly. Back down.
It's the pot calling the kettle obese.
Heel.
What are you damn talking about?
877-881-1053. 877-881-1053 to hit us up here on Sean, RJ, and Roberto. What are we damn talking about? We're talking about the debut of Max Scherzer, and Dak Prescott and Trayvon Diggs have a message for everyone who think that there's drama inside the Dallas Cowboys. Your headlines to get you ready for your Friday and your weekend, plus Paul and Messi in the Metroplex. It's all next.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news, inside info, opinion. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Headlines to get you ready for your Friday and your weekend as we are heading back home after this show from Oxnard, California. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt on your home of America's team and Texas Rangers baseball. And, of course, it is all brought to you by AutoFlex Leasing, Kissable Dental, On-Time Experts, AC and Plumbing, and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing. Yesterday, Bobby, defense pretty much having their way with the offense.
Dominant in every single form and fashion. It was something where in the trenches, the Cowboys were getting pass rush on defense. The secondary was playing really well, not giving up anything. Dak had to scramble a lot, throw some stuff away. The run fits were really nice. There wasn't a whole lot that they were getting on the ground. This was just completely dominant from the defense. Not a great showing from the offense yesterday. I know Dak had talked to G-Bag yesterday and was like, look, I'm never going to say they kicked her ass. But, some days the other side gets the best of you. And so that was definitely the case yesterday. Micah Parsons continues to wreck shop. Stefan Gilmore, I still have not really seen them beat him in a team period yet. And so it's you got to feel good about where the defense is. And, look, I think as long as your 3 padded practices in, the offense is 1, 2 out of 3 of them. You don't feel so bad about that.
Patrick Walker tweeted this tidbit from Michael Gallup talking about Gilmore. He said Stefan's football IQ is so high during a route, Gilmore talks to receivers and tells them what route they're about to run in real time, and he's often correct.
Wow.
Yeah, so yesterday I was asking Bross, I was like, has he been shut down out here? And he goes, he's pretty comfortable. That means he's like, no one's really giving him a hard time out here, which is awesome. Great.
Yeah, now, like maybe it's easier as the camp goes on for a corner to figure out, each player and their tendencies and the playbook. But he's doing it so fast. Like, we're not 3 weeks in the camp here. We're 3 days. Or, you know what I mean?
3 padded practices, yeah.
It's pretty remarkable how well he's playing.
Yeah, and it's been against anybody. Like it's been against all of them.
Right.
Michael Gallup, Brandon Cooks, CeeDee Lamb, he's done it against all of them. I love when he's out here because you get the fans that lean forward and they're always yelling at the players, and players generally just try to ignore it. And, they'll be in the middle of, about to start a play, and fans will go, Gilmore, how do you like it in Dallas? And he'll just calm the turn and go, it's great. I really like it.
Yeah.
And just softly talking to fans as they're about to snap the ball. He's not shaken at all being out here.
Zach Wolchuk with his practice observations. Osa and Hankins stood out among the D-line group. Farniak had 2 fumbles on the QB exchange with Dak while filling in for Biotish. Jabril Cox in coverage versus running backs is a cheat code. Dak moving really well. Best he has looked since the ankle surgery. And DB's strong. Broadus added. Defense got the best of the offense in the 4th and goal line periods. Popped a nice run with Pollard out of 13 personnel. Ran the ball opposite the strength. 3 tight ends on right tackle. Damone Clark flying around to the ball, and another nice day by Bohanna getting off blocks and getting up the field. So those are the practice observations from our entire squad out here on your home of the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan. Trayvon Diggs also had a message to everyone. LaShawn McCoy, Brandon Jacobs, former Giants running back. Here's Diggs' message to all those questioning his relationship with Dak.
Stay out the business. Get out the business. People don't need to worry about what we got going on. Our relationship, my relationship with my brother, or how we operate. At the end of the day, it's our team. Dak's the leader of our team. He can go out there and have a great year. I have the utmost respect for Dak. So, whatever narrative people will want to run with, that's just what it is. But we know, and we know how we are, and we know that it's nothing. And that stuff can never come between us. It's nothing. We don't even talk about it.
And Dak also said, you realize a lot of people have not been in heated competitions. I feel bad for those who have not been in those moments. So that was Dak and Diggs trying to clean up the fake drama yesterday.
And the other thing is, they're buddies. This is a normal relationship for them. This isn't this isn't a working relationship where you have, this is not that. This is 2 guys who are friendly and have this kind of relationship with each other. It was never a thing. It's always a nothing.
Yeah, and I mean, look, I think that
Brandon Jacobs had to erase his tweets, too, when he's like, former players, let me hear you. What was the interactions like? Did your quarterback ever get called out? And then he kind of got destroyed and got proven wrong, and he erased all his messages.
I refuse to believe nobody ever told Eli Manning, yo, BA. Like, I
but I can believe it more. I can believe it more than it happening here because I can't see Eli instigating or initiating the trash.
There is that. There is that.
He's like a choir boy.
But like that's the thing, and I think people, because they see Dak so polished in these interviews and stuff like that, they don't have an understanding that he commands that locker room. He commands the guys on that field, and he is very confident and vocal and direct. And I think that, like he said yesterday to G-Bag, it's a different thing if I've got a guy who doesn't talk trash and I'm talking to him like that. If I'm talking to him like that, if I'm addressing him like that, that may be something that's not how he communicates. That's not how he handles things well. And so at that point, you're basically bullying a guy on your team. And he's like, I don't ever want to do that. He's like, it's different when I'm instigating with somebody who I know that's how they juice up for practice. That's how they get up, is by talking like that. And I'm trying to get my guys engaged. And that is 100% how Diggs gets juiced up for practice. That's one of the reasons why they picked him, is because he has that energy.
Dak's sit down with the G-Bag Nation at 7:20 this morning during the Expressway. Yesterday, while we were out here at practice, we were also watching this.
Here's the windup. Here's the 3-2. Swing and a miss. Slider against him. I don't know if that one was a strike. It might have been above the zone. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Cutter down and in. Scherzer struck out 3 straight going back to the 5th, and he's got 9 strikeouts.
It was a rough first inning, 3-0, but a lot of Tolos were tracking this, and they're like, dinks and dunks. Scherzer settles down, quality start, 9 strikeouts, and retired 13 of the final 14 that he faced in his Rangers debut. He gets the W. You get home runs from Mitch Garver and who else?
Marcus Semien.
And Marcus Semien. And the Rangers end up sweeping Chicago, much needed. Desperation sweep, up 1 on the armpit.
Yeah, they had to sweep this one. They're a bad team. I mean, you had to take at least 2 or 3. Sweeping is like, someone's going to get a game on you every now and then. But keeping pace and actually gaining the game on Houston to make it a game and a half, it's huge. He was erratic early a little bit, but some of the hits, that little ground ball through the left side that snuck through a bloop. They did have a couple of hits in the second, and 3 of them, the double play got him out of it. But Chicago's not a very good team. They're not a very good team at all. We'll see how he does next outing out, but after that first inning, I mean, you got to be able to take something good from this one. And for him to go 37 pitches in the first inning and still make it through 6, it's very bad on Chicago. I mean, I was infuriated as a baseball fan with how they allowed him to get through 6 innings after throwing down near 40 pitches in the first. I was infuriated, but good for him.
Threw 70 of his 105 pitches for strikes, with 21 of those being swing and misses.
Yeah, he was really good after the first inning, and sitting down 13 of the final 14 or whatever it was. I mean, it's good to see him settle down, even against a team that's clearly as bad as Chicago is right now, and has clearly mailed it in as much as they have.
And then right after the first inning, the Rangers, you're talking about taking pitches. He gives up 3, and then they get retired on 8 pitches. He's right back out there. I wonder how many times a manager's like, hey, give our guy a little bit of a break.
Yeah.
Or do you do that in the first inning?
Well, look, I mean, in another inning, let's say he had 37 pitches in the third. They may have not let him finish that inning. You get close to 40 in an inning. They're ready to. I mean, they're warming somebody up with 25 pitches in an inning typically. Now in the first inning, they're not going to do that because you don't want to have somebody out in the first inning, have an 8-inning bullpen game. So it was good for him that he was able to get that inning early on and then settle down.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, same thing. It's nice to see him settle down. It's nice to see him clean things up. And you're right, the fact that he had to go right back out there, and yet he still wasn't to a point where he was fatigued. This is why he's, I think, the gamer that he is, and somebody that they traded for and that they believe in, is because he can bounce back and he does have that mentality. And we've heard some of the audio of him talking post game. He's clearly got this bulldog mindset out there, and he's gonna battle and he's gonna fight through things.
And tonight, it's going to be the debut of Jordan Montgomery. With all this, by the way, Martin Perez is moving to the bullpen. Bochy confirmed that yesterday. So Perez of the bullpen, Jordan Montgomery, Ranger debut this evening right here on the Fan.
That'll be really good because that'll mean that hopefully he's coming into games where they have maybe like a 4-run lead. So the 3 runs that he gives up in an inning won't hurt them.
Okay.
You know, you can pick your spots to have him give up home
Peyton's
runs.
the one who picks on Martin Perez.
No.
Leave that for
I've been trying to trade Martin Perez for a year, okay?
That's a smart move, though, to get him to the bullpen. Let him figure some stuff out. It may be a point later in the year where you got to move. You switch him and Heaney.
All right, Choppy, what is going on with all the college football movement?
Well, there's stories out there that Arizona's deal with the Big 12 is expected to be finalized very, very soon. They had a Board of Regents meeting yesterday. Now, Arizona and Arizona State are together. They have the same one. So they both met together. The word is that nobody wants to be the reason that the the Pac-12 falls. So Oregon doesn't want to be the first to move. Washington doesn't. Arizona State, Utah. There's also talk that Arizona State, and Utah are a block. If one goes, they all go. If one stays, they all stay. So that's where we are when it comes to that. The Big Ten, meanwhile, has given their commissioner permission to seek out expansion. Oregon and Washington primarily. Cal and Stanford as well. They didn't mention Clemson and Florida State. That's surprising to me. But there was a story out there that a very high up Florida State booster said it's not a matter of if, but when we leave the ACC. So we're thinking and we're looking at, it's right now it's the Power 5, Big 12, Pac-12, Big 10, SEC, ACC. The Pac-12 is going to fold. The ACC probably is going to fold because of their TV deal. So now you're probably going to be down to 3. And then eventually the Big 10 and the SEC will gobble up what's left of the Big 12. So you're going to have, I would say, somewhere in the next 10 to 15 years, 2 conferences, 50 teams, and there's your league.
I'm completely lost on this. All this conference movement,
I
all
hate
this conference realignment.
I just let Choppy talk about it whenever he wants. It's so confusing. I don't care at all.
It's so frustrating. Like it's enough for us to like take in when it's like, okay, the SEC is adding some stuff, and okay, all right, well, we'll figure this out, and how does everything else fall in line? But man, this is like some radical realignment like we haven't seen in like my entire time following college sports. For me, and so I mean, this is a pretty big shift.
The Big Ten,
I'm dumbfounded,
is going to have a game at noon, at 4, at 7, and at 10 before long, because they're going to have every time zone covered.
Messi in Frisco Sunday night. It's going to be FC Dallas against Miami. Tickets sold out in about 20 minutes yesterday. And Jake Paul versus Nate Diaz tomorrow night at the AAC as the two camps were swinging and fighting yesterday. They were exchanging punches. You said you were going to go to this.
You going to go?
I'm going to go. Do you believe anything you see from Jake Paul?
I mean, it's YouTube show.
I know, but do you believe like that? Like when he goes on there yesterday and goes like, "They're already trying to serve me with a lawsuit, even though their guy swung first."
No.
These Stockton gangsters, blah blah. Like there is so much theater involved here. It's because it feels worse to me right now than
you should appreciate
WWE.
He's a king troll.
No,
you should appreciate it.
No, because there's a difference between being a troll and just being what Jake Paul is, which is trying to sell off everything as genuine. Like he tries to pitch all of his like, this is really me. What are you talking about? Or like it's inauthentic is the problem.
He definitely is a troll. I would love to see what is he really like?
Right.
Like let's just take the cameras away. Like what is he really like behind the scenes? Like is he like a normal guy?
I am interested. I hope Nate Diaz beats his ass, but I don't hate Jake Paul as much as I once did.
I don't either.
My hateability is kind of faded.
I got respect for the bit.
Why? What shifted for you?
Well, because I do respect that he's gone into this profession and he's not taking on real fights, but like I thought he was just going to do 2 fights and be out.
Yeah.
And he is a YouTube billionaire. He's figured something out. I respect what he's accomplished. Headlines on a Friday here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Dak Prescott sit down with the G-Bag Nation. Does he think he catches too much blame? And we got to recap all the stories and the over-unders of all of our radio station team from here in California. Who showed up, who didn't, the embarrassment, and all the inside stories from what we bet on earlier in the week. That's next in the Commercial-Free Expressway. Next.
Well, let's get you over to QC.
Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year and savings on new Silverados. See them all today at Classic Chevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. Shop model year and savings today. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
This is called Being Cracked Out.
I love this song.
Yeah.
In case y'all were wondering. And this is the Expressway, commercial free, up until 8 o'clock here on Sean and RJ with our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell.
This song frequently gets confused with Two Princes by the Spin Doctors. For some reason, I don't know why.
Well, that's a good song, too.
I made a joke about it the other day to Hagee, and he's like, my wife genuinely hears this song and always thinks it's Two Princes. I was
There's nothing wrong with that.
I don't know.
I don't know how this is happening out here. And again, I know you're going to hate to hear this back home, but it's getting colder as the morning is moving on.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
I know it happens.
In the last 5 or 10 minutes, it just dropped.
It happens every year out here for whatever reason. As we get close to daybreak, the temperature drops. Like I don't know if the wind picks up or what, but
I am preparing myself for the walk off the airplane in DFW for the smack in the face that's going to come with straight heat. 85 right now back home. High of 106, then 107. I had to have the wife go out and water the flowers.
Well,
so they're hopefully not fried by the time I get back, and I have to pay for more landscaping.
I bet you we feel it on the runway. Like I remember, I had that happen when we land in Vegas. Like anytime I've landed in Vegas, you can almost instantly just if you put your hand up against it, you can feel like, oh yeah, it's really freaking hot here.
Greenhouse effect. I'm gonna look like an idiot. Have you ever gotten off a plane, like you're in shorts, and then you go to a cold weather spot, and everyone looks at you like, what are you, a moron?
Right.
I'm gonna be that guy because I have so much new stuff that I'm bringing home. I think I'm gonna have to wear my jeans and my cowboy boots on the plane, and my flannel shirt to get as much possible room in my suitcase and keep the weight down.
Oh my gosh. What new stuff do you have? Am I having a stroke? Am I smelling something burning?
I smell something burning.
I smell something burning.
Okay,
Stick
good.
your tongue out. There you go. Raise your hands up. Put your hands over your head.
No.
Both hands.
No. I don't know what you're doing, but you're setting me up for something.
If you can put both hands up your head and you stick your tongue straight out and it doesn't go to one side, no stroke. That's your test.
That's the test?
That's the test. There you go.
Otherwise, it would go to one side or the other. What do you have in
your tongue did kind of lean left, it looked like.
Yeah, I got someone you could ask if you really wanted to check it.
Who? I mean, there's a couple different ways you could go with it. I was just curious which one you were referencing.
Why do you have so much new stuff?
So
not your mom.
It's really hard. It's really hard in Texas to get
sister
to find Eagle Rare.
Seen her.
It's really hard in Texas to find Eagle Rare. And in California, nobody here drinks bourbon.
It's rare in Texas,
and it's very rare. So I found like 3 bottles, and I'm gonna bring them home. And I'm gonna put them in my suitcase. So I need some room. I need the weight. Really, the weight's the problem. Because I came here at 49.7 pounds. In my suitcase. So this is gonna easily put me over the 50. So I'm gonna take some stuff out.
You will not get in that car with a flannel shirt, cowboy boots, and jeans. No way.
I'm gonna try not to.
You will not sit on that plane with that.
If I have to.
Although the airplane here was like the best air conditioned plane I've been on in a long, long time, but we're not going on as good of one on the way back.
I got screwed on my. Although you were in an outside seat, so I don't know. For some reason, I felt like the little air conditioning thing. Which, by the way, the car we've rented here, the air conditioning thing in the back is so
This is the worst
bad.
car rental situation we've ever had, ever. The car company screwed every show in their own different way.
All the reservations got messed up at some point.
Uh-oh.
I was trying to say mixed.
Put your hands up with your tongue out. Yes.
So, I'm going to try to do. I may have to go buy another suitcase and just carry it on with me.
Right.
Or put them in your bags. Whatever.
Okay. Let's get to Dak Prescott and his sit-down with the G-Bag Nation, and then we're going to recap camp with the over-unders and get to the biggest winners and losers. Hear from all the show shenanigans. Jerry Jones, as he says every year, said this team is better than last year's team. Does Dak Prescott agree on G-Bag?
Yeah, wholeheartedly would, honestly. And just the approach. I mean, this is the first time in my career that we've been able to build on 2 consecutive years, and now going into the 3rd year of that, and just made some changes, brought in some great vets, being able to add a guy like Brandon Cooks to our receiver core, who is super professional, great player, great person on and off the field, does everything the right way, guys. Great for like guys like CD to watch, Michael to watch, and just to make sure that they're improving in their career. And just obviously our defense speaks for itself, and then we're getting out here iron sharpening iron. That it's been fun.
Yeah, okay. Look, I love Dak, but also I'm stunned. Dak thinks they have the best team that they've ever had, or like, oh yeah, I agree with that 100%. He's always gonna say that. Now look, I think that this is a good football team out here this year. I don't see a team that's necessarily like leaps and bounds ahead of where they were last year, though, or the year before. They were a good team last year. They're a good team this year. They just need certain things to break the right way for them. They got to clean up some things. I don't think it's about making this team a better collection or, oh, we needed to add this piece of it. No, it's like the guys that you had here just need to come up bigger in big moments. That's the thing.
This has been a good team, with the exception of couple transition years when Jason took over. This has been a good roster basically since Parcells got here and left.
What's the best Dak team? What's the best Dak roster?
16, I think.
19. 19 when they didn't make the playoffs and they went 8-8. That was the best team they had.
Was Travis still here?
Yes.
Are we sure about that?
Yes, that was Travis's last year. Yes, that was Travis's last year. You had Travis on the offense line. That was Randall Cobb was here. Gallup, Coop, Cobb. That was Zeke. Zeke was still playing at a decent level. That was a really good football team.
With McCarthy calling the plays, is the offense a little more suited for Dak's game? This will be an interesting question to have answered.
Mike talked a lot about it before he took over, and then as he did, just buying into the footwork and buying into how the footwork matches the depths of the routes, and how the receivers are going to understand every bit of the footwork and know when they're number one, when they're number two to get all their depth, and when they can be an alert. That it's one of those things that you can really just close your eyes and play the game with your feet, and that's where the practice comes in, and that's where the extra reps that you're trying to get always is going to pay off. And so it's a very, very much so my footwork tied into the routes and to the timing of everything, and it's been fun. It's been fun, honestly.
In my opinion, the biggest difference in telling whether Dak Prescott is balling out and playing at an MVP level is his footwork and being in rhythm. He's a total rhythm quarterback. Now, look, you can say that about athletes in sports. If you're in rhythm, you're going to be better off. But when he is pop, 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 out, bam, 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 boom, and he's just going, he can. That's when he's playing elite, and he can play MVP level football. When he drops back and he hesitates, and there's a double pump and there's a hesitation, that's when he and the Cowboys get in trouble offensively. So I like that he's talking about footwork and he's talking about rhythm, with Mike McCarthy stressing that for the offseason. Now, if I asked you, grade Dak's camp, just using your eyes out here so far, what would you give it? Because when all these shows hit us up throughout the country, here's Zach Gelbs and everyone else in D.C. for the NFC East Roundup.
Jody back.
They all going to say, how's Dak look? How's Dak Prescott look? And what's your answer to that? Because to me, well, I'll save mine.
I think B-, C+.
Okay. Look at Bobby.
I mean, Bobby's going to give him an A, but you can't give him an A.
I'm not going to give him an A.
He could be in a wheelchair, and Bobby would give him an A.
Bobby would give him at least a B with a wheelchair. I would say B- probably. He struggled downfield. I mean, I can't get that Saturday practice out of my head where he missed 5 straight just over the top. And those balls sailed way by. His interception numbers have been higher than most camps.
I am going to lessen my interception numbers.
Well, you haven't. But then again, like I also feel like on those shorter routes, he's been nails.
Okay.
So and to his credit, I don't think the O-line has helped him out very much.
Okay.
So I would say a B-.
B. B. Like I mean, maybe you could get up to B+, but B. I mean, he's done what he needs to do out here. But I mean, also the offensive line has not been great in these practices.
I'm a little worried about the offensive line.
The defensive line is in the backfield every single drop back.
Without Zach,
and it's just a matter of how quickly are guys getting open for him to be able to hit them, because they're getting back there pretty quick.
What'd you say?
Without Zach, they're screwed. Like, in the words of KGB, pay that man his money. All right, like that really if Jerry's watching these practices, he's gonna pay Zach.
I'm thinking, then they need to stop telling people behind the scenes we can win without Zach Martin. For all you whiny homers on my Twitter account reacting to the fan headline when we said, what would Zach get in a trade? Here's a couple of things for you. Number one, there's a reason that trades are shocking sometimes because no one ever sees. Now, I'm not reporting, and I'm not thinking they're going to trade Zach Martin, but we're going to explore it. And the reason we're going to explore it is because there's some very important people here behind the scenes who are saying with a straight face, we can win without Zach. We're not paying him. I'm telling you that is the message that is being sent from some very important people. So we're going to explore all possibilities because you can't see all major trades coming. We're like, whoa, my gosh, this happened. So I'm not saying it's a trade. It's just we need to start thinking about alternatives, serious alternatives, because the messaging that is coming across out here is too bad. And we can win without him. We've won without Tyron, and we can win without Zach. That's all I'm telling you. If you want to believe it, then you can believe it. If you don't want to, we saw the writing on the wall with Malik Hooker last year by coming out here, by going to different events and talking to people. If you just want to put your hands over your ears and put your head in the sand and be a blind kiss-ass homer, go ahead and do it. You don't have to listen or you don't have to read it. But that is the messaging that is coming across out here. But I think the offensive line, I would say, leaving here is the weakest part of this football team. And I think it's a very good team, and I would have to pick in order to, really talk about a major weakness. That right now is my biggest concern.
Yeah, that's the one that I think the unit that has consistently had the moments the most where you're like, what's going on here? Why are they struggling so much? Because, look,
it does not feel like a lot of time. I don't think all these quarterbacks rolling and scrambling and throwing, that's not a bootleg drill. That is pressure, get outside the pocket. I mean, how many of these pass plays would have been blown dead if there was real contact and if Micah Parsons was allowed to finish? It feels like more plays would have been blown dead in the backfield this year than in a lot of years I can remember.
The coverage has been good, too. That's obviously helped or hurt, if you want to call it that. But and the O-line, the coverage, it's really kind of, I thought, hampered Dak a little bit in this camp.
Yeah, and look, I mean, the other thing about exploring the idea of a trade is it'd be silly to not believe that anytime there's anybody in a contract standoff, there are always teams that will reach out and say, hey, we're not offering a trade. Just know if that goes sideways, you can call us. And so,
do you know if teams have called the Cowboys about Zach Martin?
I don't know specifically if somebody would have, but here's the thing that I know is common is that anytime there's a contract, I do know this happened with Zeke. It's happened other times the guys have held out, other guys haven't reported camp, is every single time teams will call them, not even offer anything up. They'll just say, hey, I know you guys are dealing with this. Yeah. If it goes sideways, they will. So given that that's how things typically go, I would bet they got calls instantly. As soon as the report came out, they probably got a call that just said, I'm not offering you anything. I know you guys are probably going to try and work something out. If you can't, put us on the list of teams you want to call and reach out to.
And you'd be stupid not to do that.
Right. And so just
I'm
know
glad you said that.
Like that opportunity does exist. So you guys can think it's weird for us to talk, but that opportunity exists for the Cowboys, I'm sure.
And I'm glad you said that because you dopes on Twitter, or Zeet, whatever the hell it's called now, X. All right.
By the way, no one is taking X seriously. In every single sports article I recap about like a tweet, it goes on X, formerly Twitter.
Yeah.
Every single article is saying formerly, and I can't remember that happening with things that have changed names.
Is it called X now? I thought it was still called Twitter, and they just.
I'm never calling it X.
I know, but is that what it's called now? I thought it was still called Twitter.
I'm never Zeeting. I'm never calling it that. It's Twitter. That's what it is.
Zeet.
It's like RJ's name rule in life.
Zeet.
So. For those of you who are saying you let Zach retire, you don't trade him and let him wear another uniform like I've seen on Twitter. For those of you who are complaining about our conversation we had the other day about what would what could the Cowboys get for Zach Martin. You want them to just let him walk away for nothing?
Right.
Are you guys morons?
That is moronic.
It's moronic.
Yeah.
Memory lane is a dead-end street. Like, I don't care. Oh, Zach playing for the Browns, the kids. Yeah, you could see it. You could see it fine. Because if you get a second-round pick in return, and then you get another offensive guard next year to supplant him, you'll be fine. Like, this is insanity. You don't let him play for somebody else. The Patriots let Tom Brady play for somebody else.
Yeah.
Like, it's okay.
And he won a title. They may actually regret that.
They might actually regret it.
They may actually regret that one. Okay, let's finish up with one more. Dak's sit down with the G-Bag Nation yesterday here on 105.3 The Fan. And, of course, all the different hot seats throughout the 2 weeks that we've been out here is brought to you by K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing. The roofing and waterproofing partner of the Dallas Cowboys has Micah Parsons destroyed the offense this camp.
He's special. I mean, obviously you could turn on the film and see that from last year, but if anybody's watching training camp, it's a whole different level that he's got. Micah, and he's being very disruptive. He's being disruptive for me personally, but for our offense. But in the same sense, I know that's making us better. As I said, Dan Quinn is so confident in what he's got, the pass rush he's got, being able to add a guy like Stefan Gilmore in the back end. You've got Diggs, some great veteran safeties. They're tough to go against, but I know they're making us better.
All right, Jared Sandler, Rangers play-by-play on Max Scherzer's debut. He will join us at 8 o'clock this morning. This is the Expressway, commercial-free in case you are moving around the radio dial, up until 8 o'clock every single day. Next week during the Expressway, we do have a giveaway that Tim Collins has sent us.
I believe it's Rangers tickets.
Rangers tickets. Yes, it is. Rangers Brewers tickets, a 4-pack with a Nolan Ryan baseball card bobblehead and Carbach Brewing happy hour. So a 4-pack, Rangers Brewers on your home for Rangers baseball. Let's recap the training camp over-unders for the entire station.
All right, so I came up with, I don't know, a dozen or so, maybe a little bit less. Over-unders for camp. Let's start right from the top. How many dinners will Gavin Dawson spend with at least one other person?
Okay.
Now, we don't know about all of them.
Now, Ruben, you can chime in here if you know about outings that we don't know about. All right?
Did you go to dinner with Dawson at all other than the team dinner?
No.
Sean?
No.
Robert?
No.
Neither did I.
Now, what was the over-under?
1.5.
Now, do we count Nobu? He went to Nobu. I kind of want to give him credit for that.
Oh, he didn't eat. He left before the food was served.
He left before the food was served.
I feel like we get too hung up on who did and who didn't go to Nobu, so I don't know that we should even consider that.
I'm gonna give him 2 points.
All right, so you're gonna give him Nobu.
I'm gonna give him Nobu
because he did have a skewer.
He did have a skewer. I'm gonna give him Nobu. That's like that shows a lot about you showing up as a teammate and being a part of things, and us having our own little setup there. And for those that really don't do that, it says also a lot about their character.
And he and I did go to a place yesterday together, not to eat. It wasn't to eat.
Oh.
But, I guess you could eat some things that were there. But we did go there. So, technically...
Fun guy.
That could be a...
I don't understand the reference.
Well, that could be something that, that counts, I guess. So I'll give him the over.
I'm going to give him the over. I'm going to give the over for Gavin Dawson dinners.
I think he went to dinner the night they played poker, too. I think he had dinner with somebody that night.
Weren't you playing poker with him?
I did, but he went after we finished playing. He went to his room.
Yeah, but before playing,
I think he went. I think he had gone and eaten before. I think. I don't.
I don't recall.
I could be wrong. We're giving him the over.
We're giving him the over.
All right, next one. Over under 2.5 times Bobby gets sick or says he's sick.
Okay, so this is an important technicality because
very important.
It says that I say I got that I say I was sick. Okay, because What I didn't say on purpose, because I didn't want to screw with this line here, was the fact that one of those Wednesday night or whatever it was, Tuesday night, when I came in and you were like, why didn't you get much sleep? And I was like, I don't know. And then I was starting to tell, I was like, nope, I'm pulling back. I did not tell you guys that I threw up the other night. And so I didn't say it, though. So the fact that I didn't say I was
from
sick,
drinking?
No, I don't know. I think I was just worn out from the heat from standing out there all day.
We should have changed it to ailments.
Because I didn't clean up my back.
If this was ailments, I
do groan.
God. My God, it would have hit over 6.
It would have.
For the week and a half we were out here. In terms of sick, what was the number?
2.
That
2.5.
I think I said it once. I think I said it once.
Sick, since it's technically sick, under.
All right.
If it was ailments and moaning and groaning about physical pain, way over.
Way over.
Way over.
Okay, next one.
Good job, Bobby.
More confrontations with coworkers. Bassick or Broadus?
Ooh.
So on air, this was Broadus. Because Broadus had that fight with Chiafalo. They had a couple little back and forths. Micah, I don't know how many. Did he get chippy with anybody this week?
Well, I count him and Sham as a confrontation.
That's true.
Sham's the winner, actually.
For confrontations? Yeah, he's got one with you, too.
I mean, it's the same confrontation.
Same confrontation. I tried to smooth things over yesterday, but he wasn't there.
I think it's 1-1.
I think it is 1-1.
Yeah.
It's a push.
And I probably have, and I have one. So, me one, Sham one. Oh, wait, Sham's not in the category. I'm sorry. It's Broadus or Bassick.
Yeah.
I don't know of any other Bassick blows. I mean, they'd have to be on the air to have an on-air blow-up, which they're not because of Rangers baseball. So we're tied across the board. It's a draw.
But the Bassick one wasn't even a blow-up. Bassick kept just chuckling about it. Brian got legitimately angry.
Yeah.
And so I think Brian is the one who wins in this instance.
Okay, yeah, I agree.
All right.
Broadus wins.
Which I think we took Bassick.
Yeah, we did take Bassick, but Broadus wins.
I might have said Broadus because no one's going to step to Mike on their show.
That's true.
No one's going to get into it with Mike. There's a fear factor.
Oh, wait. You remember Hagee and Mike did have that phone call when he left right after the show that day, and Hagee kind of chirped at him. Remember, he talked about that on the air.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, Hagee was a little frustrated at how quick Mike had left one day, and Mike talked about it. Remember, we got in crosstalk, and he goes, "Can't leave too early. Hagee will call you guys." So that might be 2. That might be Bassick.
Okay.
But what about the Broadus?
The Broadus
interview thing.
Oh, yeah.
Is that a...
Ooh. I also count on this, too, by the way, I think, because Slater is one of our teammates at the Fan again, and Slater and I did have Slater and I did have our blow-up on Wednesday night.
Oh, that's right. You did have a blow-up.
Yes, you did.
I call this a draw.
I think it's a draw.
Kind of a draw across the board.
All right, first person to get in trouble with their significant other.
Bobby!
Gang, gang.
Every day, right?
No, just that one day. Any phone call that starts with, I just think it's funny. It's like, oh, gosh. That means you don't think this is funny at all.
I didn't get in trouble. Actually, Bobby's the one who gets me in trouble.
I've gotten you in trouble?
You've gotten me questioned.
Oh.
Because my wife is always...
Is it that thing that you were doing earlier this week that I was telling you not to talk about on the air? That I was like, Amanda will be... I'm kidding, by the way. I'm just kidding. Amanda.
No. My wife has this philosophy. Oh, so everyone else is doing this, but you're Mr. Saint, and you're Mr. Just stay in, or you're Mr. Dip out early, or you're Mr. Trying to get everyone back on track. And I go, yeah,
yes,
I am.
You are.
Actually. Show a little faith in the man that you married.
I asked you to go to the beach the other night. You said, y'all have fun. That was all you said. Y'all have fun.
She doesn't believe it. So, she's so wired, again, Hispanic, she's so wired to just believe that you're up to, your natural inclination is up to no good.
I can, Amanda... He's been lame.
I feel
lame AF.
If I miss a couple dinners, and I think that you have. I think that your heart, something's wrong with you. You run on empty gas tank, and there's no sleep. You need no rest.
I said it's different constitution.
And I'm wondering what you're taking. I really think that you're.
Blood.
I think you're on something.
I feel like
drug. It's called Charlie Sheen.
I'm high on life. I feel like Amanda does view me as a troublemaker. That she's
not a troublemaker like a bad boy because you're really a dork, but like
that I'm putting us into precarious situations.
No, she doesn't view you as that. I don't know. She just doesn't believe that,
I'm not saying I think she that she thinks I'm a bad person or anything, but I think she just thinks maybe I'm reckless and that I pull others into recklessness.
Maybe that's fair.
All right.
I think so.
Camp over-unders continue. 105 through the fan. They call that a reset. Look at that.
What a pro. Did you go to CSB or something?
I did. Over 2.5 times, I'll miss the start of a segment because I was in the bathroom following it at Topper's Pizza. We took the under, and that hit. And that's basically because I said I'm not going.
I actually think.
So did you eat at Topper's last night?
No, we went to Spencer McKenzie.
Oh, that's right.
I actually think the only one who came back late from a segment, if you don't include my Spectrum TV debut, was Sean this morning at 5:45.
Yeah, because the break is like 3 minutes.
I'm just saying.
It's a 3-minute break at like 5:40.
Peyton got the time wrong.
Yeah, sorry.
It's his fault.
Yeah, way to go, Peyton.
Okay, this one was an easy no. Will Hagelin or Bobby attend the Jerry party? That was an easy no.
Easy no.
The number of fan hosts that show up to the team.
Although I will say this about Bobby and this party, it's a social issue. It's one of the things that people could get worked up about when you talk about mental health. It's one of these things. It's a mental health is too strong, but it's a social issue that Bobby has in terms of why he doesn't want to go. First, I thought, okay, you're being a troll, you want attention. Then I thought, oh, you think you're a more credible media member than everyone else who does go. But then I said, you know what? He would act like a weirdo, just sitting there, standing in the corner, not talking to anyone, and it's just a social issue upstairs in his head that is causing this. So
it is.
It's taken me 2 years to finally get there.
I'm broken.
You are
gentlemen.
broken, and I will just tell you, an old school Gen X saying. It's got 6 syllables. Suck it up, Buttercup.
Oh,
you're going next year.
Suck it up, Buttercup. That might be boomer.
It might be boomer.
Dude, more and more people are not going to this.
I know.
So
it was kind of lame.
It's not worth. It's becoming not worth heading all the way out there and coming back for the next morning.
Yeah, I mean, next year we go. We get there right at 6. We stay for one little plate of food. We bolt.
By the time I actually show up to this party, I'm going to be getting Jerry one-on-ones, is what you're saying?
Yeah,
basically.
We're not going to bolt. We're not going to bolt before the food comes out.
No, we get the plate of food, then we leave.
And not with a Johnny Walker Blue or 1942.
Just make sure to get chill one while you're out there.
Yeah.
Number of fan hosts that show up at the team dinner on Friday.
Okay.
The over-under was at 9.5.
Oh, that easily hit over.
It did hit over.
Did it? So it was
Dawson, maybe not.
Dawson, Sean, Chop, me, Hageland, Corey, Broadus,
Eric.
Zach
was out of town.
Mike didn't show up. It was the under.
Ooh.
So Sham came. I mean, the only one who didn't show up amongst the full-time staff was Mike. I don't take that as an insult.
Zach and Zach.
Yeah, Zach was out of town.
But I know, Mike. But when we set that over under, it was 9.5. Was we expected everyone to show up because it was team dinner, and the fact that we had 2 people not show up. I mean,
the under hit. Okay, all right. Over under 3.5. Snide.
I'm considering we got to figure out a different place to do that now too, because the food wasn't good enough to make up for her not splitting up the checks. It's just hard to get a place.
Can I say where we went?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So if you ever come out here, don't go to Cafe Fiore because they won't split your checks.
But they did last year.
Yeah. Okay, I guess just ask the waitress if she's a sane person or if she's a BA.
See, the problem is like some of the other places that like Nick Eatman has suggested. Like I know they're a lot more expensive. This place is pretty reasonably priced.
Yeah, it is.
You get your own private room. That's hard to beat, but I might pass this along to Tom next year.
Room.
We may have to find a different spot. Okay. Over under 3.5 snide remarks from Peyton about not being at camp.
Over. We hit the over on that one. Easy. That was going to be an easy one the whole time.
Peyton,
Wow.
what's your level of FOMO on this being the final day, 1 to 10?
Oh,
what were your top 2 or 3 FOMO moments?
I mean, the team dinner, obviously. Anytime Ruben goes to an event and I don't, then the FOMO hits me hard. So anytime you say, turn on your mic, Ruben, I lower my mic so much. I take my headphones off because I'm like, well, I guess he's the producer now of the freaking show, so I'm not going to be on the air anymore.
You know what? Ruben would have pulled the Diggs cut. I know that.
Yeah, he would have.
Yeah, he would have been asleep for it, too.
You ain't popping.
You got no haters, you ain't popping.
Okay.
He's just mad that they have the same facial hair.
And the Jerry party, because I guess Jerry Jones' grandson was wanting to know where I was at, so that hurt a lot. He did follow me on Instagram, though, so we're tight now. We're bros.
Nice.
Right, 2 more real quick. Over under 1.5 players telling us they're in the best shape of their lives.
I don't think we got that.
No.
We
didn't ask, though.
It's true. They usually offer it up. I should have used over under 1.5 times. Dak says iron sharpens iron.
Oh, God.
I mean, everybody's been saying that.
Oh, my God.
No, Dak says it.
And then that last one.
It's an old biblical proverb, Shop.
This one hit the over real quick. Over under 0.5 times that players say I'm too loud.
Oh, yeah. So this
What was the over-under?
Was 0.5.
Oh,
so
yeah.
It only had to happen once.
This was foresight, though, because we didn't have this. We didn't know this was a thing.
No.
And so you set this and
Give me the Vegas odds that we are not doing the show from this spot here next year, which we've done for 12 years.
I will say that it is minus 225 that we're somewhere else in the facility.
Is that a baseball minus 225 or an NFL minus 225?
That's a baseball minus 225.
So that's a good minus 1,000.
So that means do you think we're probably most definitely moving?
Yeah, I think what we're going to do
Slater hit us up yesterday. She texted Bobby and I, and she goes, McCarthy's getting you all moved. And I'm like, what? Are you hearing that? But it was the fan clip. It was the fan clip. You know who? I think Tad's the problem.
Because you did notice Mike went the way it was told to me.
Yeah, McCarthy looked at him like, do they know about this, or was it these guys? And I think Tad, who I liked to start off with, I think he's the problem. I like
Tad's
his
room is right
past
here.
tense.
His room is right here.
I don't care. I don't care.
That's why
I can't be more clear about this. I'm trying to be respectful in the final 3 days. I don't give a rat's ass where they move us.
Yeah.
And I don't give a rat's ass if they say don't come back out here because I'm tired. I don't want to wake up at 2:45. They can move us over there. It's not going to hurt us. It's more work for them. They're going to walk all the players and all the coaches over there because if they don't walk the players and the coaches over there, I'm not coming out here. So pass that along to all their little rooms.
So I
just have Chop yell it right now.
Yeah, I'm not coming out here if they're not going to give us. We got people to sit down with, and I guarantee you, Jerry Jones won't allow that. So they can be mad all they want.
Right. What they're probably going to wind up doing is just moving us to the other side of the tennis court, to the other side of the weight room. That's probably what's going to wind up happening because.
So we're going to have the hip hop music blaring come 8 a.m.
because there's no players over there or staff. That's hotel property. So we would just be waking up, residents.
Oh man!
Ooh, what if they put us on the platform over there?
Maybe we could cause people for sale signs. This year we got all the media moved, and then but these other stations are going to be furious with us because they're going to move everybody.
Oh yeah, for sure.
They're not going to believe it's to make this more of a party area. Mm-hmm. They'll blame it on us, and then we'll force people to sell.
Or they make the mornings. They keep them here, and they make the morning shows do it from their bedrooms.
Don't tempt me with a good time. Oh my gosh! Don't tempt me with a good.
That wouldn't be fun. I wouldn't want to do it from my room.
I know. Well, I would be stark naked. If I was in my bedroom, I would be completely naked.
Why? You'd actually be able to wake up on time for the start of the show.
I have not missed the start of the show one time. In fact, I've been here 30 minutes early every single day.
I think that's what's beating you down so much. Let me ask you an honest question. Mm-hmm. You got some increased respect for Chop and I doing this all these years after the way you physically look and feel right now?
No. I would never say I have more respect for you guys about anything. No, honestly, what it is
because you were like, oh my God, why you guys think it's going to be a beating? Oh, why is it a physical wear tear? And then yesterday you look like dead. All practice.
All right. Well, then, if you guys were having to run around like I have to run around when I'm out here, it would be different.
You don't have to run around. You stand up there on the side. I went up there where all y'all stand, and
my day doesn't end there.
It's fantastic.
My day doesn't end there.
Oh my God, you write 2 paragraphs for the website. Whoop-de freaking do. Let's get to the Rangers play-by-play.
How many of those are written by Chat GPT?
Wow, you sat on your ass and talked to Kevin Gray for an hour. Wow, you slave labor for Choppy over here. I mean, for Bobby over here. He got up and already walked away. All right, we continue. The Rangers play-by-play voice, Jared Sandler, on the Max Scherzer debut. He's really ticked off and mad.
So mad.
Mission accomplished. Next. But look, with school starting back up, a lot of kids will be
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's the 1-1 pitch. Simeon hits one high and deep to left. Benintendi watches it fly out of the yard. Marcus Simeon with a monstrous shot down the left field line for his 17th home run of the year to give the Rangers a 4-3 lead.
Rangers get the W in Max Scherzer's debut and the sweep. It's Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Ryan, make sure you get that on the fan cam. I just saved all y'all, and I touched Bobby's tongue. I have Bobby's tongue juice on my right hand.
How was its texture?
Please give me the. It's
like
wet.
A cat's tongue.
Give me all that alcohol stuff back there.
There you
everything. Just throw it all.
What is that?
Give it all to me. This is water. This is water, Ruben. Oh, it's alcohol. Okay, here we go. I need to disinfect. Let's bring in Rangers play-by-play voice, Jared Sandler, here on DFW Sports Station. Good morning, J-Rod.
Hi, Jared.
Good morning. What's up, guys?
What did you think of the Max Scherzer? What were you thinking in the first inning when Max Scherzer was down 3-0?
Yeah, I mean, so on one hand, I was like, gosh, this isn't good because his pitch count was up, in the 30s and oh boy, one of the things this guy brings to the table is, he's going to give you innings as well. He'll help the bullpen, but you throw 37 pitches in the first. That's not easy. But the 3 hits he gave up were little bloops. 2 of them were hit 60 miles an hour. The other one was a ground ball. Ground balls get converted into outs at a pretty high probability. So, you don't get bonus points for that, or you don't get anything taken off the scoreboard. He still gave up 3 runs, but it wasn't like he was pitching poorly. And then it was really kind of more of the same in the second inning with the blue hits, but he got out of it, and then he really kind of locked in, and he was really good the rest of the way. I'm not going to sit here and tell you he was dynamite in the first inning, but I think if you look at the box score versus watch the game, you'd probably have 2 different feelings about how that first inning went.
Now, what did you think of his stuff?
Yeah, so the slider was really effective. The cutter, frankly, was effective too when he chose to use that pitch. We didn't get to watch him regularly in person. We'd watch a lot of Max Scherzer on TV. I did get to watch him for a couple years when I was living in Michigan, but that was over a decade ago. And so I don't think that the slider's not as hard as it used to be. The fastball's maybe not as hard as it used to be, but a lot of that stuff, you got to judge on the hitter's reactions. And, the White Sox weren't really squaring him up. Tim Anderson had a hit. Max retired 13 of his last 14 batters. The one guy who got on in that stretch was Tim Anderson. He lined a single in the left field. Like, he hit it hard. He squared it up. He's the only guy to really square up one of Max Scherzer's pitches. So, that to me tells me that, he's still got a lot left in the tank because White Sox hitters, weren't really on him by any means. And the 9 strikeouts for Max and the 21 swings and misses also a pretty good indication.
So when you talk about a slider, because I was looking on some baseball savant stuff, that it's almost like his slider, and maybe this didn't happen yesterday, maybe they fixed something, was breaking too much and too early. And now maybe he changed it up. Maybe Mike Maddox saw something. Is that something that could have possibly happened or will happen?
I think over the course of the season, it's possible. That Mike Maddox's strengths are really more in terms of like game planning and scouting. The pitch design stuff. That might have been more. That's maybe more of a staff-wide type thing. I'm not saying Mike Maddox doesn't contribute to that, but my guess is. In the very short time that they've had together so far, a lot of it is, hey, let's get you comfortable. Let's talk about how your season's been. What do we need to know? And now let's figure out the White Sox. Now, over these next 4 days and the next 4 days after his next start and so on and so forth, I think there's a possibility some of that stuff, gets looked at if that's something that Max Scherzer feels like needs improvement. But, My guess is just these first few days. Max is like a super routine-oriented guy. We were kind of given like a heads up yesterday. Do not look at this guy before the game. Like he's just not like literally, but like he is. there are some guys like Dane Dunning when he started. He's playing cards with his teammates. He's hanging out. Max Scherzer's old school, and back in the day when you started, it was your day, and no one talked to you, and you did not want to talk to anyone else. Well, most guys, not all, and that's Max Scherzer. And so, I think finding that routine and getting comfortable has probably been the emphasis for him here these last few days.
Rangers play-by-play, Jared Sandler here on the Fan. So I know it was an afternoon game, but did it feel like does it feel like the fan base is embracing and viewing this as like a big-time moment when he's out there starting? RJ, what were you bringing up about the crowd standing up compared to Max's past stops?
Well, yeah, it's like he's played in, obviously with a Citi Field with the Mets and Washington and the Dodgers, and those are like, very proactive crowds. And
I don't know if DC is, but
I think the playoff time obviously would have been. And this is such a different atmosphere. It's a family environment. It's like, hey, bring your kids to the game, enjoy the game. And it's like, okay, is maybe that helps because it calms you down. Maybe it doesn't help you get as amped up. I mean, who knows? Right?
Did it feel big yesterday in the park?
Yeah, so first of all, I would love if Rangers fans, when a pitcher has 2 strikes on a hitter, if they'd stand up. And that's pretty cool. You see that at Fenway. Yes. You see that at some of these, these ballparks and these teams that they have a history or a recent history of success. And hopefully as the Rangers continue to win more and maybe go on a run here over the next few years, some of that stuff comes to Globe Life Field. Sean, I guess I would judge it first off of when they announced his name in the starting lineup. There was a huge roar. More than any other individual, and it was noticeable. And then there were a lot of signs, like a lot of Max Scherzer-related signs from fans. And when he walked out of the dugout for the very first time to go and warm up, it wasn't like this roar, but it was a noticeable cheer to where I turned to the field and wondered what's going on, and then you look and you see it's Max Scherzer showing his face on the field. So I do think it was big, but we had nearly 30,000 on a Thursday afternoon. I'm sure that there were plenty of folks who bought tickets because they knew Max Scherzer was starting and they wanted to go watch him pitch in a Rangers uniform.
Jared, are you confident that the home run numbers will go down with Scherzer? He's obviously given up the long ball a lot this year at a higher rate than he had in recent seasons. Is there anything that you look at in peripheral statistics or anything else that tells you, hey, I think this is eventually going to come down?
So I think the biggest thing with that is over the course of larger sample sizes, guys typically gravitate to their standard home run rate. Now, Bobby, I don't know whether that's going to kind of normalize this year or next year. You look at Martin Perez. Martin Perez had one of the best seasons in Rangers history when it came to avoiding the home run ball. But it was an anomaly for Martin relative to his career numbers, and now we're starting to see it kind of come back to, regress to the mean this year. It didn't happen last year. Dane Dunning's been pitching really well, but Dane Dunning went on a stretch early this season where he just, I don't think he gave up a home run over his first 70-some-odd innings, and now the home run numbers are starting to normalize a bit. That's happening within a year, and Dane is still having a lot of success. So I've seen it where guys just, it lasts for the entire year, and I've seen it where guys, it does change in the middle of the year. So I don't know with Max, and I'm not sure how the ballpark will impact things. What I'll also say is this, and he's mentioned this, the home runs are very much a factor of his difficulty in locating his slider on a consistent basis. If you look, he didn't give up a single home run on that pitch last year. He's given up 9 home runs on the slider this year, and that's a huge difference. And he's not, there's no bad luck or anything out of his mouth. He's been very honest. I've got to do a better job of locating that pitch consistently. So I think that's the answer to your question, Bobby. If he can improve on his slider command, then those numbers will go down. If he can't, then they probably won't. But that's the biggest difference to me between Max this year and Max last year.
Jared, are they basically saying that Will Smith was the closer early on and he's going to stay that way, or Does Chapman not want to be the closer? What is your take there?
Yeah, I think both guys love the opportunity to get the 27th out. Aroldis Chapman all year for a bad team in which he was clearly the best reliever did not pitch in the ninth inning. And I don't know what those conversations were in Kansas City, why, but he didn't have an issue with it, and I don't, the difference coming over to the Rangers, Will Smith has been unbelievable. I feel like Will Smith's kind of been, overshadowed, or the success he's had this year because A, he's not Aroldis Chapman, and B, he doesn't throw 129 miles an hour. But if you look at Will Smith's numbers, they are ridiculously impressive. And so I think with Chapman, I don't think he is not going to close again at double negative. I do think he will get save situations again, just to make it a little more clear. But I also think there's a lot of value in him facing guys in the 7th or 8th who are the other team's best hitters. So the other day he pitched the 8th. We've seen him come in the 7th against really good hitters. And, these days it's not just left-right. It's not just part of the order. They look at, the stuff type and whatnot. And that's the other thing with Chapman and Smith. They're both lefties, and they both get righties out, but they have different ways of doing it. One guy's fastball is as hard as the other guy's slider. And so, I'm sure they look at, who's in the lineup and whatnot. But right now, I think they like Aroldis Chapman being a weapon in the 7th or 8th. And then I think they feel really good about Will Smith pitching the 9th. And some of it is, Will Smith has earned it. And it's not a charity contest or anything. If you look at Will Smith's numbers, again, they're outstanding. It's not like you're taking a step back with Will Smith. You're just going about things in a different way.
You got some major news, big announcement with an event that we all attend every year.
Yeah, you guys are not going to be going to Topgolf in the Colony this year. We will be going to Globe Life Field. Really excited. Our 7th annual Swinging for a Cause is going to be at Globe Life Field. Tickets are on sale. If you go to thesandlot.org or you just go to my social media, we're going to have a lot of the same stuff, dinner, drinks, celebs like yourself, especially Bobby, now that he's on Spectrum TV. He will have a separate booth where he'll sign autographs. And just a lot of hanging out. Yeah, you'll be the first celebrity to ever ask for money to come to the event. And then,
I'm pocketing all of it.
I know you are. I know. And then in the outfield, we're still going to have an athletic tie. The point of the charity, for people who don't know, we help support kids with physical and intellectual disabilities by providing financial assistance so they can play sports and be active and get involved in a lot of these things that, all of us enjoyed so much growing up. And there's such an important part of our lives and theirs as well. And so there's going to be an athletic tie. So in the outfield, it's basically going to be a field day. We're going to have all sorts of different games and events and activities covering a ton of different sports. We're going to have a wiffle ball home run derby kind of as the centerpiece event. And then I think one thing that's going to be really cool, if you've ever wanted to play catch on a Major League Baseball field, you'll get to do that. We're going to have an area where you can just play catch and do it on a Major League field and do a 360 and just look at where you are and go to the bullpen, batting cages, stuff like that. But again, it's not just going to be baseball, of all sorts of different sports, prizes, stuff like that. So it's going to be a really fun event. Looking forward to having you guys out there. And that's going to be December 3rd. The Cowboys do not play. It's Sunday, December 3rd. Tickets on sale right now at thesandlot.org.
Thank you, brother. We'll hear you again tonight. Appreciate the Scherzer recap and keep up the great work with the charity as always.
Hey, thanks, guys. Have a great final day there in Oxnard.
Jared Sandler, Rangers play-by-play on DFW Sports Station. Having some marriage issues? Let's get you that advice, that marriage-saving advice from a porn star. She's here to save you. And what type of airport nightmare will we run into today? Next on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to A Number One Air, the Super Summer Savings Special from A Number One Air.
Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels today for free or call 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Stefan Diggs has woken up and tweeted to LaShawn McCoy for bringing up doubting the relationship between Diggs and Dak over the whole B-word incident. And Peyton will get that audio ready here in just a second. But Diggs tweeted, "You sound dumb or sound dumb AF saying anything. Sound dumb AF ... saying anything." And yesterday, Diggs was asked by reporters to comment on the questioning of him and Dak.
Stay out the business. Get out the business. People don't need to worry about what we got going on, our relationship, my relationship with my brother, or, how we operate. At the end of the day, it's our team. Dak's the leader of our team. He can go out there and have a great year. And I have the utmost respect for Dak. So, whatever narrative, people will want to run with, that's just what it is. But we know, and, we know how we are, and we know that it's nothing. And that stuff can never come between us. It's nothing. We don't even talk about it.
And FS1 has decided to improve and raise the credibility of their network by bringing in Lil Wayne to debate Skip Bayless on Fridays. That was Skip's announcement yesterday, and it's not even that he's going to be a guest host for the entire day. It's going to be for a segment. It's going to be about 10.
It?
Yeah. It's not an entire day. It's a segment for Skip Bayless with his buddy Wayne.
Wheezy F, baby. Yeah. And the F is for front, though.
This makes me hate Lil Wayne. I have hated Lil Wayne now since he has this relationship with Skip.
One of the most overrated rappers of all time.
He comes across as a punk, too, though. Wasn't he was he the one that was trying to fight Cuban or talking smack to Cuban?
He talked trash to Luca, where he said Luca's a P word, I think. But
it's a little shrimp out here talking so tough. It's interesting.
Look, I'm glad to hear it's just a segment. Because I have no idea. Look, 2 hours, could he carry 2 hours with Skip?
Right.
That would be weird. Skip doesn't. It's just that would be like one of those fake debates. That's even faker than this.
Skip was like, he's my match. I like to look at the world and sports differently, and Wayne really does too. He's truly my match for a segment.
I bet you Amelia doesn't work.
Stop.
Please work with me.
Please stop. We don't need any Lil Wayne references. We don't need any Carter 3 references.
Are you going to react to his overrated as a musician statement?
I never really got into Lil Wayne.
Okay.
817, I swear to God, if somebody tweets or texts stick to sports to me again about this topic, I will lose my mind right here on the air.
About which topic?
Did you just say Wayne is overrated? Stick to sports. The very fact that you're freaking out like that is an example of the fact that he is overrated. Anybody saying overrated is clearly saying you guys rate him too high. So if you then say, oh, wow, you think he's overrated? You're a moron. Well, that's clearly because you rate him really highly, which is the exact point I'm arguing.
Look, I said the same thing about Jay-Z, system rapper, right?
Freaking system rapper.
But, Lil Wayne was in that era of, I was still very upset about the end of the 90s hip-hop, Pac, Big, and then it hadn't. Then there was Lil Wayne, and then it transitioned to the good stuff, the golden era of rap, which is trap music.
Yeah, his takes have become so bad on rap, where he's like, now that I listen to trap, I can't listen to the 90s. I can't listen to Tupac anymore. It just sounds like it's boring. It's boring music.
I say it's boring. It's not boring, okay? It's not boring, but
he's out here listening to Lil Xan.
I need to just sit back and chill with it. It's just too in your face. I can't have in your face. That's why I can't do Kendrick Lamar. It's too in my face.
Kendrick is too in your face?
Yeah, it's too loud.
But some of the stuff that you play in the morning while driving over here is really loud and in your face.
Well, the boom, the bass is loud, but I don't know that the
if bass is loud, that's in your face.
I'm talking about the voice. The voice is too loud. I need.
He wants
chill.
the mumble rappers.
I don't want mumble rappers.
Yeah. You want Lil Yachty. That's what you want. You want Diego, Lil Xan, whatever he goes by now.
All right, what is this? What's this Orlando Magic drama? Let you handle this one.
Ooh, okay, yeah, let me handle this one. The Orlando Magic are in trouble with the NBA Players Association. The
sorcery?
They call it the NBPA. I don't like that because everything else is the MLBPA, the NFLPA, and the NBA PA, they got rid of it because it has two associations in it, whatever. So They said that the Orlando Magic made a $50,000 political donation that the NBA Players Association is unhappy with. They said, quote, alarming given recent comments and policies of its beneficiary. The beneficiary is Ron DeSantis, who's the governor of Florida, where the Orlando Magic play. And the Orlando Magic are like, it doesn't represent player support. The Magic say it was given as a Florida business in support of a Florida governor for the prosperity of Central Florida. And a lot of people are unhappy with this because Ron DeSantis recently made a very odd statement where he said that, let me try to find this exact quote.
I can paraphrase it.
Here it is. Black people benefited from slavery. That was the quote. A very confusing thing that Ron DeSantis said, or purportedly said. Obviously NBA, majority black league from not just a player standpoint, but a lot of coach. The Magic have a black coach. Most of the players are black. Larry Nance Jr. of the Pelicans came out and said that. But the Magic are like, yeah, you can't tell us who to send money to,
right?
And also that we send money to both political parties, and in truth, most companies do because they want to be able to wave the puppet strings. If I donate $50,000 to, let's say, Joe Biden and $50,000 to Ron DeSantis, I get to say to either one of them when it comes time that I need a little bit of a sudden zoning change. Hey, help me out here.
Right.
I donated $50,000 to your cause.
Right. Yeah, the amount of NFL owners who they saw donating to the Republican Party, and both.
And you can look it up. You can look up who Jerry has donated to, who Bob Kraft, or they are, and most of the time they're donating to a not quite an equal share, but a relative equal share to both for obvious reasons. They want to curry favor with them.
Yeah, look, I haven't been following news coverage as much out here, so I don't trust reporting and headlines. It depends where it comes from. If I just take what DeSantis said on the surface, I think it's pretty disgusting. And
I didn't hear the full quote.
I like to research it more before really commenting. With that being said, I still think I have an overall problem with the NBA telling the Orlando Magic that their donation to him is problematic. That's even with me judging DeSantis' comment right now without doing a lot of homework on it as unacceptable. I still view the NBA telling Orlando not to support his campaign as, no, you shouldn't be saying that. You can't control what the Orlando Magic do in terms of their political backing.
Yeah, any union, I think, shouldn't be telling you, or any company shouldn't be telling you who to donate to or vote for or support. It shouldn't tell you that.
Is the difference that it's not like political donations by individuals or owners or whatever else there is, like the difference here that it's being donated as the team? Because that's I think the issue here is the donation is coming from the Orlando Magic as an organization.
But I don't care.
But I mean, that's new.
What's different about it? What difference does it make? I know it's coming from the owner of the Orlando Magic through the team.
I think I do think there may be some difference because, individuals, to me, individuals have political views. Corporations don't.
Okay.
Not according to Citizens United.
Who is that?
Nothing. Keep going. Sorry.
You know what I mean?
Now listen. I know you're getting listen to me. I know you're frustrated with the fan text and everything. Let's not go totally off the rails the last 90 minutes. We got 90 minutes to go. I don't feel like dealing with phone calls from bosses in the car. If you're going to go off the rails, just keep the mic off. We got 90 minutes.
Okay. So I think
save it for Overshown at 9.
Yeah. So I think what they're saying is individuals can have
hold on tight.
Individuals have political views. Corporations, the entity of the NFL does not have a political view, or just I'm just using them as an example. And I think that may be the issue there. And now, from the Magic standpoint, they're saying, hey, look, he's our governor. He's in charge of the funding. We need this done to our stadium. We need that done to our stadium.
Yeah.
So we're just doing this just to grease them. I get it,
All right. Mia Khalifa. Ruben, do you know who Mia Khalifa is? Be honest. You don't have to turn your mic. He's nodding his head yes.
I don't.
Mia Khalifa was trending yesterday because apparently she was giving out marriage advice.
Oh, we're comparing stats. Baby girl doesn't know that I am Tom Brady at this game. Married at 18, divorced at 21. Second marriage, married at 25, divorced at 28. Third engagement, engaged at 29, ended it at 30, but I kept the ring. I'm still keeping Tom Brady on his toes. We should not be afraid to leave these men. We are not stuck with these people. Marriage is not a sanctimonious thing. It is paperwork. It's something, it's a commitment you make to someone. But if you feel like you're not getting anything from that commitment and you're trying, you gotta go. You gotta go. You have to go. I know it's difficult to fill out paperwork and to make appointments and to do all of these things, but this is your life. Do you want to be stuck with someone?
Bobby's looking at a photo of her on my computer.
On your computer. Let's be clear about that.
I got a video of her if you want.
What'd you say, Peyton?
I got a video of her if you want that better.
I'm sure I can find one.
So this brings up the RJ Choppy theory. The internet yesterday is like, oh my God, marriage advice from a porn star? Are you kidding me? And then I guess she's been in and out of marriages 3 times.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And other things. But this brings up your theory of who you want to hear advice from.
I don't want to hear advice from someone who's never done it. Don't give me marriage advice if you've never been married or never been divorced, right? Don't give me advice on how to kick a drug habit if you've never taken drugs.
Right.
I don't want to hear that.
If you didn't go on the station trip last night. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear how to quit smoking from someone who's never smoked.
Right.
I don't want to hear that.
So you would take marriage advice from Mia Khalifa, even though she's been divorced 3 times.
Mia Khalifa, Larry King. Yeah.
When's the last time they were put in the same sentence? That'd be a freaky video.
But, like, he was divorced. But he had, like,
especially now.
Yeah. He was married, like, 7 times, right?
Yeah.
That's who I'm taking marriage advice from.
The person who can't figure it out.
Not to do. What not to do. Anybody, see, if you've been married 1 time.
What do you take the best advice from the person who's been separated and kept their marriage then? Because then they weathered it and
great advice.
That's they would be the best advice.
Like if you have a wonderful relationship where you guys never fight and you have relations 4 times a week, I'm not interested in your marriage advice.
No?
No.
You don't think they've nailed it? No pun intended. You don't think they've gotten the blueprint down?
In Mia Khalifa's instance, it might be 4 times a day.
How the XFL has inspired potential change in the NFL. That's next in Below the Bell right here on The Fan. Coming up on the
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year-end savings on new Silverados. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Tyler Biotish? More like Tyler Durden. Am I right? I'll tell you why here in a sec. Because it's a quote from Fight Club that kind of fits. Like Tyler Biotish is getting into a lot of fights. We'll talk about it here in a sec. Okay, that's all I was saying. It wasn't a great transition, but that's what it is. Okay, before we get to that, the NFL is considering a change to the kickoffs, and I love it. It's the XFL model, which that was one of the first things when watching the XFL last year that I was like, the XFL model.
The what? That's the most cringy, one of the most cringy sports clips of all time when he did that.
By the way, I just want to reference for those of you not watching on the fan cam, Sean has also finally joined us in throwing the hood up. Chop and I have had the hood up today.
Yeah.
Sean finally joined. It is getting colder out here.
Dawn phenomenon. The fan text said it's called the dawn phenomenon.
Or the marine layer.
Well, the marine layer is the clouds.
Oh.
Right? The dawn phenomenon is apparently when daybreak hits, I guess all the water evaporates and it gets more humid, which makes it colder somehow. Who knows?
I'll still take this any day.
Oh, any day.
Any day over what we're about to fly back into.
You know what? This weekend, I'm getting my tan back. I lost it this week.
Oh.
I've lost my tan.
Well, you could add some of the sun I got if you like.
Tan in the first
golden
place.
nut brown, bro.
No.
Golden nut brown.
So the NFL is considering the XFL kickoff as a possible replacement for theirs. So the NFL has just for years now been trying to basically kill the kickoff. They want it out of the game. Yeah. That to them is the biggest injury risk that they feel like they can most reasonably eliminate is those car crash collisions essentially that happen. So in the XFL, the kick happens at the 30-yard line. Other than the kicker, the players on the kicking team are aligned at the receiving team's 35. Okay? 10 of the receiving team's players are positioned 5 yards away. Only the kicker and the returner may move before the ball is touched by the player fielding the kick. So basically, you just have the guys 5 yards away from each other. Once the ball is received, then they're allowed to start blocking, but you're not getting this headlong field collision like you had been. And so the NFL's actually been exploring the XFL data on the play, and the overriding goal is, of course, to reduce the potential for concussions by shrinking the distance between opposing players. If this is a happy middle ground to eliminate injury potential, but also not kill the threat of the return game, I'm going to be all for it. And I think that this is a great example of why the NFL needs to partner with these leagues, because it needs to be used as a testing ground. You know, the Major League Baseball was able to test out pitch clock in the minors. Mm-hmm. They test out stuff all the time. Now, the NFL can use the XFL or the USFL or whoever they partner with as this is a ground for us to get guys some reps who maybe didn't play their entire rookie year, or a ground for us to test out some rule changes, but they would need to have that partnership.
Weren't you saying that you loved these changes, these proposals?
I do love the change. If you look at it and you look at the way they do it with the XFL, I'm sorry. Look at the way they do it.
Scream
it's so much, first of all, it's so much easier to return a kickoff for a TD.
In the XFL?
Dude, they're 10 yards apart. And they're 10 yards, so the kicking, the receiving, the kick returner.
Yeah, it's exactly how I just explained it.
So he's 10 yards up is his team, and 10 yards up from that is theirs. You don't have time to see where the ball's going. And if that kick is a little bit off, there are lanes galore. And the only one helping you out is that slow kicker. It is going to have so many more opportunities for runbacks.
I'm trying to ask myself, how much do I really miss returns? Do I really miss it? When one happens, it's fun. It's awesome. It's like rounding third base, play at the plate. But I'm like, if they did just completely wipe it out and eliminate it, am I really that down on it?
Are you? So I believe you're one of the ones who says Devin Hester does not belong in the Hall of Fame, right?
I said he was definitely not a first ballot.
Okay, well, I don't think he belongs in the Hall of Fame, but still, if you eliminated that and you're trying to explain to football fans in the future how exciting Devin Hester was because that play just doesn't even exist anymore, That's a little disappointing.
I don't care. I don't care about that. I don't care about the whole history of the game stuff. I'm like, currently right now, am I really struggling with the lack of returns?
Here's the thing.
I know. Just saying it like this, in a perfect world, yeah, let's have punt returns, let's have kick returns, nobody get hurt. But I'm like, am I missing it that bad?
I'm not saying history of the game. I'm saying I think you would miss it. I don't think you'd realize you miss it until it's gone completely.
I mean, it's basically gone.
Right, it's gone, but it still happens every now and then. And they're still out there. And so I think you just think, oh, it happens less frequently.
Right.
But if it was just eliminated and Devin Hester comes up in the future and people are like, I can't even conceptualize what play you're talking about. This was a play that they would kick the ball and
that's how we'll be talking about. That's how we'll be talking about running backs in 10 years. I'll be like, yeah, this running back used to be a guy who carried the ball. It was really important. He would get paid, and now same thing.
You know what impact this will have though?
Nada.
Not a single person will watch more or less based on this change.
No, but if that's a change that occurs, you know who benefits? This team benefits out here that practices on this field behind us. If Kevontae Turpin, that is a real weapon and a real threat that you would have. That is a real advantage you would start to have over teams.
By the way, you're a Turpin hater. And I've got a little problem with it. I remembered.
Let's break this down.
Let's break it down.
If you ain't got no haters, you ain't popping.
Come on, Nate. Drop it on me, B-Rabbit.
I remember a few months ago, you were like, "Oh, I think this was you." You're like, "I don't know if Turpin, makes this team, and I think this Turpin."
I still don't know that he does.
Have you been? And then last night in your email, you're like, "Oh, you're downplaying what he's doing out here at camp." And for some reason, I can't figure it out yet. But I'll follow the belt crumbs.
It's probably because he wears 9. Honestly,
but I feel like you've been downplaying. Kevontae Turpin has had a fantastic camp. He's someone who you put in my mind. Oh well, these wide receiver profiles. They're not going to have him be out there. McCarthy last year never gave him a real serious chance. He's been out here making plays, and he made the Pro Bowl. That's what it was. He made the Pro Bowl, and you're like, well, and you keep downplaying Kevontae, and I don't know why. I'll figure it out. There's a reason. There's something behind it.
There's not just in general. There was the bet I lost to Jared Sandler about him returning a kick. That didn't even happen. But no, just in general, I thought he, and it could be because of the workload from the USFL. I thought he flamed out in the second half of last year. He was not nearly as effective anymore. And then the other aspect of it too is just, I think you've seen times out here where his size has cost him, even in these routes and these concepts. Even when he's performed well, that's great. There have been times where he has made drops or his catch radius has hurt him. Those are real things that the team has to deal with that the other receivers don't. Jalen Brooks has a giant catch radius. Jalen Tolbert has that. They're missing that when Turpin's on the field.
All right, put the 3 in order in terms of their stats. What will happen this regular season between Brooks, Tolbert, and Turpin?
If Turpin is on the team, Tolbert, Turpin, Brooks.
Okay. So you put Turpin second?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because I just don't think Brooks would get the opportunity if they're all on the team together. At that point, I think Turpin would be ahead of him.
I had to defend Turpin here for just a second.
You big TCU homer.
No, I have a problem with Mike McCarthy and Kellen Moore not putting him on the football field when the offense was playing last year. I have a problem with it. If your most explosive, elusive guy who's CeeDee Lamb, his jaw is dropping over his physical ability, figure out a way to get in the ball. He's too small. Well, then, I don't accept that.
They were worried.
Get on the ball.
They were worried less about that, and they were worried more about communication. And Dak Prescott went on with the G-Bag Nation yesterday. This is cut 11, Peyton.
Show him Lucky Whitehead tape. Who ran that stupid reverse here forever?
Lucky Whitehead. Tavion Austin. Remember Tavion? I know, but Jerry called him Tavion.
Remember 25 touches a game for Tavon?
Well aware of his name. He was making a joke.
Cut 11 here. This is Dak talking about the communication issues the team had last year and how they look to improve it.
Yeah, just completely being transparent and making sure everybody understands their role, their job responsibility, and what they're being asked to do. And at the end of the day, something I'll tell these guys, and we just had that trip to Atlanta, is there's no role greater than any role, and it's because of you're only as good as your weakest link, and this is all about the team, and you never know when a guy's going to be called to step up and to make this play. So just because you're on the show team and you're not necessarily getting those reps, the reps that you are giving is you're giving the looks of the guy that he's going to play, that all-pro guy is going to play. So you've got to make sure you're giving it your all, or he's going to go into the game, and it's going to be a lot harder than it is. And not only that, if your name and number's called then, if you didn't prepare the right way, you're not going to be able to step up for your opportunity. So, just completely making sure everybody's communicated with what their job's responsibility.
Go ahead, Sean.
We need, from now on, Peyton, get a cliche bell out for this guy's answers. He dropped 5 of them right there. G-Bag, one of y'all told me with this sit down with G-Bag, Dak did not know that it had been labeled the Dak yard.
Yeah.
I'm calling BS on that.
I mean,
How is that
when you see
possible?
his reaction, it does look like he kind of heard it for the first time. So I do believe that. I don't know. He's blocking out the noise. He's blocking out the haters, just like we always say.
Right.
Real quick here before we get to DeMarvian Overshown here at the top of next hour, Tyler Biadasz is getting into scraps. That dude is going to be the one who first gets into a fight. He was up there.
I thought he was injured yesterday.
He was. I think you can hear him saying, you can hear him yelling at Oso Digizua and complaining about basically saying like, I'm a little banged up, dude. You need to pull back.
Yeah.
But this is the second scrap that he's gotten in where we've really heard him start chirping at people. And you remember in Fight Club when they tie up the maitre d' and Tyler Durden goes, "Do not F with us." That's what he yelled yesterday to Oso Digizua. Do not F with me. His name is Robert Paulson. My name is Robert Belt.
Final hour from Cowboys
Below the
training camp with Below the Belt, DeMarvion Overshown. Texas Longhorn love for Roberto, the Cowboys rookie linebacker, judges DeMarcus Ware singing for us next. But let's get...
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the fan cam. This is the last hour of training camp. And
yes!
Our Dallas Cowboy guest is in on the action, sitting down in the K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing hot seat. The roofing and waterproofing partner of the Dallas Cowboys is DeMarvion Overshown, your Texas Longhorn linebacker. And I'm getting Jake Ferguson vibes already. Ferguson was probably our most entertaining interview of the week. And we were trying to pick our final guest. Joe Trahan, Cowboys PR, said, I got someone for you. He said,
I'm that guy.
Overshown has that personality.
I'm definitely your guy.
And I can already tell.
And I'm glad you said that. So now I know, I got to step up.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Well, RJ already tried to insult your shoes.
Hang on a second. You're the one that brought them
My
up.
babies.
I said, what are they? I didn't say.
Did you say, what are those?
I didn't say those are awful. I said, what are they? And then he said, what?
He was like, those some dad shoes.
Yeah.
That's not an insult.
That's not an insult.
I'm a dad, and I love being
That's
a
not an
dad.
insult.
So, like,
you got an old
you
soul?
know, an old
let's see
soul.
the shoes.
Old soul.
Let's see the shoes for the. There you go on the fan cam. They're on my camera right there.
Hey, these are my hey dudes. You know, they come in all different colors and everything. I got about 6, 7 pair of them.
They look very comfortable.
Comfortable.
Yep.
You can wear them out. You know, you can wear them as casual shoes, comfy shoes, house shoes. I wear them every day.
Chiafalo would love these.
Oh gosh, yeah,
love them. How do you have an old? You're a very old soul. How so?
Man, I'm from East Texas, small town. You know, population 900, Arp, Texas.
900.
That's it, 900. That's it. I grew up around nothing because it was family reunions, barbecues. So, you know, being around the uncles and the aunts and the grandmas and the grannies, you learn a lot from them just by watching as a kid. So growing up, I've always had this old soul, chill soul. Like
nice.
people tell me, dang, you just seem so mature for your age. But I'm just, this how I was raised. Like that's all I know is to be chill and just. And they say, oh, well, you act like an old man.
So 40, 50 years old, you're setting up for retirement. You're picking out your final home. Do you want to be in the city?
Oh no!
Or you want to be in the country?
Man, I am going to be somewhere on a ranch with my feet up, you know, riding horses.
With your hey dudes up.
With my hey dudes, I have about 20 pair by then. I'd be able to afford about 20 pair. But no, I want to be. Hopefully, my son. I'm trying to get my son into the rodeo, and so because I always wanted to do it when I was younger.
How old is he?
So right now he's still young. He's actually turning 1 next month.
Okay.
But you know. Me and Mom, we got, you know, our different opinions about it, but I definitely want to try him out. Just see if he like it as he's young, because I love horses.
I'm arguing with my wife right now about him practicing sports in this heat. She's writing a letter to the school because they let him do recess at 106 yesterday, and she's asking for a temperature clause. She said, if it's above 92, my child is not to be outside. I said, sweetheart, he's going to play sports and practice outside. She's like, not if it's 95. Not if it's 95 out. He can play the fall sports.
And how much I wish we can control the weather.
Yeah.
This sport comes with it.
Would you rather be in this cold right now or Texas heat?
Oh, this cold any day of the week. This is my first time out in California, and I didn't know it was this cold around in August.
Are you shocked? You had to be like, why are we going out to a place called Oxnard, California? Now you see why?
I see why, and, you know, I'm looking forward to continue to have camp here.
Can you get more work done out here?
A lot more work, and then like I get videos and screenshots of the weather back home, and I'm like, yeah, you know, I hate to be that guy, but it's 69, it's 70 degrees over here. Yeah, I'm living good. I ain't sweating every time I open the door.
Can you hear us in the morning? There's a controversy taking place that we are waking up some players who are sleeping right here next to us.
That's funny that you say that, because to be honest, my coach said something about it the other day. He was like, I think they put me right behind the media tents. Like, I'm talking about those guys. They 4:30 a.m. because, you know, that's 6:30 back home. Right. So they going at it at 4:30. You know, I ain't say I got the best house to be in, but I'm like right in the middle. So I don't hear none of it. I'm sleeping good.
Do you have a sleep machine, a sound machine?
To be honest, I should. The way I hear that I snore, and people tell me I snore, like I feel like I should.
You're a bad snorer.
You know,
you gotta get them CPAP. Machines.
I be getting some good sleep. So if you around me and not getting good sleep, you just got to take that up with yourself.
So
you got to take it up with yourself.
You can take naps easy.
What I used to, my schedule is still to this day. I look at our schedule before anything, the day before, and I set up like, okay, I got enough time to take a nap during this segment because like at night I sleep a lot, but I know if I try to go to sleep too early, then I'm just gonna wake up.
Yeah.
So I take naps throughout the day to make up for that time at the back end.
All right, so question, because for years, every time I would go in the locker room, this is at the old place, when they at Valley Race, their old facility, I would see players come in to the locker room and then lay down with their feet on the ground and they just put their head back, lay it all over their dirty clothes, and try to take a nap. How the hell do y'all take a nap on a bench? Like half your body's hanging off it.
Man, you learn to do stuff like that, like especially when you coming from college, like fall camp be straight 12-hour, 16-hour days straight, and you just in one spot. So, like when you get those little timeout breaks.
What's the least amount of time you need where you're like, okay, that did me good?
45 minutes.
45 minutes.
But I can get like a 30-minute nap within that 45 minutes, and I'll be good. And that 15 minutes give me time to, wake up, get going.
All right, DeMarvion Overshone sitting down with us here on Sean and RJ. And, of course, we, as a Cowboy, had our first introduction to him through this.
Baby, lock them doors and turn them lights down low. Put some music on that's soft and slow. Baby, we ain't got no place to go. I hope you understand. I've been thinking about this all along. Never felt a feeling quite this strong. I can't believe how much it turns me on just to be your man.
Hey!
Hey, I was put on the spot, and I wasn't finna back down. I'm like, nah, I gotta jump at this. This is the rookie that they got. I had to let them know.
And they probably don't even need you to sing a rookie hazing song out here now that they know that.
I thought so. I thought so. They made it even harder on me this time. I had to sing an Akon song that was fast.
What is it?
We
probably know
it. It was "Don't Matter." Like nobody wanna see us together. But hey, and then so the thing is, it was supposed to be the karaoke version, and somehow I ended up being the only one not getting the karaoke version. So a big paragraph come up, and at that time, that's when he started going fast. So I'm trying to read. I'm like, everybody else got the words highlighting for them so they can sing on time. So
it was fantastic.
I appreciate it.
Job well done.
Yeah, the Josh Turner thing, that's a little bit more deliberate that you can work into.
That's what I'm saying.
So, all right, football. We know you're a big football guy. We got a chance to talk to Mitchell Point, one of the Cowboys scouts, right after they picked you, and he was like, man, I'm so excited about this guy. He's like, his football IQ is off the charts. And I know you're somebody at Texas who you had to do some edge rushing. You were playing in the secondary. You were playing linebacker. Do you think that all that experience, that cross-positional experience has just given you that football IQ that you have and those instincts that you have?
I think so, and I feel like, that's why Coach DQ was so, heavy on, okay, I want this guy. Because he knew that where I came from, I was asked to do a lot more than, just playing off the ball linebacker. I was put in situations where, I had to go out and I had to cover slots or tight ends and, rush the edge. And when you look at his defense, you see everybody moving around. And when you get stuff like that, it confuses quarterbacks, it confuses offensive schemes because now they're searching for a certain player to be in one spot and he's somewhere else. So I definitely feel like that helps with my versatility, my side of the game, what I'm best at, and that's my versatility. So moving around, I'm definitely looking forward to, learning more positions and doing the same thing because I feel like that's where I'm at my best, and that's where I can help the team most is when I'm moving around doing multiple things.
Are you kind of blown away by the players or the speed out here, or you feel good and comfortable with, okay, I think I can do this?
When I first got to OTAs, it was like, okay, it's faster, but I learned that it was so much faster because the mental part of the game and the meeting rooms of the game, ain't nobody taking an extra step on the field. They're going right to where they need to be, and getting there. So once now I'm getting comfortable with that, and everything is starting to slow down. So I'm out on the field. I'm able to, be myself, and just talking to the vets, they were like, man, you just keep doing what you're doing. Like you just naturally, like you just keep doing what you're doing. So now that I'm feeling comfortable, everything's slowing down. I feel like myself.
A lot of talk about trash talk in the last couple days around here. Who have you found as the biggest trash talker on y'all side of the ball?
Oh, biggest trash talker. I hear JK a lot.
That's the popular answer, it seems
I
like.
definitely hear JK a lot, but I just look at it as like competition, like, because I do it all the time. I know I used to do it with my O-line every time I knew we had inside run day, like, I just started talking just out of nowhere just to get them ready, because I knew it was going to be a heck of an inside zone period. If they was mad, we was mad, because we was just going to compete and make each other better. So,
all right, so we fly back today, and you had mentioned the rodeo, so I wanted to get your take on this because credibility. I packed a little heavy. Packed a little bit heavy. I got some stuff that I'm bringing back. I'm going to be over the 50-pound bag limit. So I'm thinking I got my cowboy boots, a flannel, my jeans. That should take up like 8 pounds. What's the hottest you will wear jeans and boots in?
Because this is your attire, right?
I had it on the other day. I went to Popeyes with Micah and Jabril. And
wait, here?
Here.
There are Popeyes out here?
Oh, yeah, it's rolling right down the street.
You know it's a national chain shop?
It's California, man. This is a weird place.
We got McDonald's out here?
This is a weird place.
I'm going to wear boots and jeans, like.
Period.
100 degrees?
100 degrees. I'm wearing boots and jeans.
Wow.
Okay.
I'm wearing boots and jeans.
And you're wearing those shoes because we're getting lit up by the Tolos. Hey, dudes, are the shoes to wear? I have 6 to 7 pairs, all different colors. Maurice, I'm a dad, and I wear the shoes like Agent Zero. Y'all are dads, too. Get a pair.
Get a pair. Get a pair.
Maybe we can get you an advertising deal with them.
I'm hoping so. The way I talk good about them, that it's about time they give me a call. But, I'm definitely going to advocate for them, man. Get a pair.
Well, look, we hope you have a fantastic season. Stay healthy. Long career, but you're already a shoo-in for the media if you ever want to do this afterwards. Thank you. Awesome personality, and have a great rest of camp.
Thank y'all.
Man, Joe Trahan strikes again. DeMarvion Overshown from your Dallas Cowboys sitting down with us. What a treat that was. What a great young man from ARP, Texas, here on DFW Sports Station. Thank you, man. 105.3 The Fan. And, of course, all the guests sitting down this week here on Sean and RJ in the K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing Hot Seat, the roofing and waterproofing partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Did you know he had that personality?
Yeah, I mean, that was that's why Joe was advocating so hard.
I didn't even want him to evaluate D-Ware's national anthem because I didn't want to get him in trouble if he said anything negative about D-Ware singing it last night before the Hall of Fame game. I'm already on lookout mode for that kid.
Yeah, you don't want to get him to shut down with media that early, like, right? Like, if you get him in trouble, then they'll be like, oh, okay, I'm getting burnt. So you gotta stay friendly with him.
We may have a special guest joining us now. It's Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, but we may have a special guest on top of it next on 105.3 The Fan. But look, I got a special offer for you. I want you to go ahead and change that job. Did you open up the direct deposit yet?
The personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels today for free or call 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
All right, we got double trouble here. DallasCowboys.com insider Nick Eatman and Brian Broaddus from the G-Bag Nation. It's all brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. You look like you're hurting more today than after the Jerry party.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Did you just wake up?
Maybe I said 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, 30 minutes.
I'm just.
How do you know?
Because I asked him
Yeah,
during the break.
yeah. I think because he was thinking the same thing. He was thinking it was going to be like 5 minutes, like the alarm just went off and I ran over.
What jumped out to you from practice yesterday?
It was long. It was good though. Man, why shouldn't I have been prepared for this? I mean, it's funny how. Like the same guys are the ones that keep doing it, you know, like the receivers, you know, they're the ones, the Brooks and the Turpins are making plays. I thought I was actually next to Brian. We were looking at Ronald Jones. I thought Rico Dowdle. I thought the running backs, the backup running backs did a nice job. And it's hard to do a nice job when you know you're not getting tackled. But some plays you can always tell that opened up. The line did a good job. Running back, you know, cut through it really well. I thought Ronald Jones looked like a veteran back that they brought in to try to help with Pollard. And obviously he's got the suspension coming up, but he looked pretty good to me.
What did you take away from Dak yesterday in your sit-down?
Yeah, he's always going to be very polished with his answers. I asked him if he was a professor at Starkville at Mississippi State, and he was teaching a class about what it takes to be a quarterback with the Dallas Cowboys. He gave a really good answer about, the communications and the commitments and all that stuff. With Dak, you're always going to get a very thoughtful answer. Yeah. He's going to deflect, well, not deflect, but criticism. He's going to say, hey, it's something I have to deal with. I think over the years he's learned that. I think this year, and correct me if I'm wrong, Nick, because you live with the guy. Correct me on this, because I think this is the first time I've seen him say, listen, some other people are going to take responsibilities for this interception. I'm not going to stand up here every friggin' day and have Nick ask me a question. Well, what did you see on that route? And he knows damn good and well he threw the ball where he needed to, but somebody didn't break inside and all that. This is the first time I get this sense of, okay, it's me, yes, but here we're going to communicate. We got to talk. We got to be on the same page. We've got to, there's a lot of things going on there right now. Hey, can I ask a real quick question here on that? When you're talking about watching practice and stuff, it seems like that every video clip now I'm seeing is Tyron Smith getting beat.
This is my question for you guys.
Yeah, because, and I wonder, and I don't think Tyron Smith is practicing poorly, but every clip you see, it's Micah, it's, is Tyron Smith what he is 4 or 5 years ago? No. I think the injuries have robbed him some flexibility, a little bit of quickness maybe. But it seems like that every single clip I see when I go home at night is something of him doing something wrong against Micah. But I'm watching him against the others, and it seems to be okay. Am I missing something there?
I think it's the nature of the practice that we get to watch and what they're doing. Micah gets around the edge, and it looks like, sack.
Yeah.
Well, Micah got, 65, 70 pressures last year. He got 13 sacks. So just because you're getting around that edge doesn't necessarily mean that you do that. The quarterback steps up, that's pressure, but you didn't make the play. And a lot of times you've seen, too, guys get around the edge, and then the tackle just shoves them back into the back judge. Yeah. So it looks, from out here, we're like, oh, well, that's a sack. But I think it's not as bad as it looks like. It's not as good as it looks like for Micah sometimes, too.
Who would both of you start at left tackle game one?
If he's healthy, I mean, if he's ready to go, Tyron.
I was arguing. I was arguing in June about Tyler Smith, but they need Tyler Smith now at guard. My biggest fear is something happens with Tyron, and now they've got two spots they have to worry about with those guards.
See, this is the position that I'm coming down on now about Tyron, is that Tyron Smith, I don't believe at this point in his career, I don't believe he's one of your two best tackles on the team. I do believe he's part of your best five, though, because of the weakness on the interior if you are playing Tyler Smith at tackle and you're playing Terrence Steele outside. So there's an argument to be made. I think that Tyron is at tackle is part of the best five you can put out there, but just in a vacuum, is he one of your two best tackles? I think there's an argument that says he's not.
Well, I mean, we always could have said that about Zach Martin. He just never played it. He probably was always a better tackle than whoever they were throwing out there next to him.
How do you judge, though, a guy going up against, I don't want to say Hall of Fame talent in Micah Parsons. Did you have a player in your past organizations where you're like, what do we want from the guy? He's going up against Reggie White. Like,
well, I mean, Tyron Smith early in his career was going up against DeMarcus Ware.
Yeah.
And he looked far worse doing that than he is right now. And,
oh, really?
Yeah. There was times where, like, Nick and I would be watching practice, like we were on a platform yesterday, and it's like, oh no, man! Here we go. This young guy's about, and then Tyron is like
he was only 19 too.
Well, and like he is like a big, strong athlete, and still
because dude, after the reps, Nick, Micah's kind of like this to Tyron, like it's okay, man. Like it's like guy that obeyed across the street. He's like, it's okay, sorry, Dad. Exactly.
2012. That was Tyron's second year. DeMarcus Ware was wearing him out.
He was every practice.
And it was not. It was like, okay, this isn't great because he started out his first year, 2011, right tackle, moved to left, and this wasn't going well. By the end of the year, Tyron was in the Pro Bowl, and DeMarcus was the one that he was battling all the injuries, and looks like this was kind of the end of the line for him, at least from here. So it was just weird how at camp you see one thing in camp, but by the end of the year it changes.
So, but doesn't that speak further to the fact that it very much could be a decline? Because we're talking in that instance, we're talking about DeMarcus Ware, a declining player who had veteran savvy though, who knew how to play the position, and you had young athletic Tyron Smith who was struggling with that. It's not reversed in this one where savvy Tyron Smith is handling young Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons is out there beating him routinely. Now, Micah Parsons is beating everybody right now. I mean, he is wrecking shop. This is a dominant training camp that he's had. But it does just it concerns you, I think, a little bit that says, especially that one where he put Tyron on the ground. There's a concern for me about speed rushers right now with Tyron at this point in his career.
Well, the thing with Tyron is we've always struggled with the inside move. And now what's happened is Micah Parsons has figured out how to get air miles and travel around the country and talk to Andrew Whitworth and go to Austin and work out and, figure out how to break. I mean, one of the things is he's figured out how to break offensive linemen down.
Yeah.
His whole thing is, I've got to get my hands on you before you get your hands on me. And that's what he's been able to do. It's rare that you see people break Tyron Smith down that way with his hands. But the biggest problem that Tyron Smith had throughout his career is the inside move. For some reason, he has not been able to take his left foot and push really hard and get back inside to cut people off. And Micah's figured that out. He's like, okay, I could break his hands down. Now I can go inside on him.
Is Micah different in that you can tell he's totally added to his game?
Yes. He's smarter. He's a much smarter rusher. We used to see, and Nick, please comment when you need. I don't give many people chances to talk, but when you see,
especially Chief Follow,
Chief.
He doesn't know football.
By the way, thanks, Choppy, for us doing shows in Camarillo next year. But the thing about with Micah, he's now equipped with not only blessed with more body armor, strength, but knowledge of how to break guys down. Yeah. And instead of just going upfield power, he's kind of figured out how to hand fight guys and then get rid of them. It's pretty impressive to watch.
Nick, what has surprised you, pleasantly surprised you about the first week and a half?
I think, oh man,
Bobby and I were arguing about Turpin.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like Turpin has really flashed, and I'm like, he needs to get the ball in his hands with some opportunities. Am I overreacting to that? Because last year that was not a thought.
Not to me, and that was one thing that I thought, that they needed to do more during the season. And they really didn't. And you could see when he was out there, you could just see as a punt returner, he's dangerous when he doesn't even get the ball. They're trying to kick away from him. People know in space he could do some things. And I think I like what they're kind of doing with him here. We'll see if they get cute with some of the plays and trick plays type of stuff. But I'm not worried about having him and Deuce out there. It wouldn't, and Pollard and Cooks. I mean, as I've said before, they're not playing the Mavericks. I mean, like they're going to go out there and then they're going to run, side to side. And that's one thing I really like about this offense is that it is very, very wide and that they use every blade of grass.
I think Turpin was exhausted last year. Kid played 25 games.
Yeah.
Think about him playing the USFL season, then coming in here, then all of a sudden it's like, hey, listen, we're going to throw you in the deep end of the pool. I think they didn't want to just overload the guy. I think they wanted to say, hey, we'll find ways to use you as a returner. You're starting to see a guy that had an off-season, fresher body. He's still a small guy, but at least they figured out ways to get him the football.
Here's the only thing for me about Turpin right now is that he has had an impressive camp. This is the only thing that I've said to Sean about it. He has had an impressive camp. He has done things that are impressive. To me, though, it's still on display at times. There's a lack of a catch radius. The size has gotten him a couple times. He hasn't finished catches. That's still on display, and those are things that he's never...
Well, don't tell Gilmore that when he made that incredible catch, and Gilmore looked back at him like, you SOB, you didn't catch that ball.
I disagree with you.
He is a small guy. You're not wrong.
How many times have we seen at camp that him diving and off this pass like 1 inch off the ground? I mean, he's halfway there. Like, he can get these ones down on the ground.
Right, but I mean, there have also been a couple of those where it's a dive because of his catch radius, or it's a reach because of his catch radius, and it's bounced off his hands, or it hasn't been able to finish. There are limitations there that I understand. Like, we can't all just hamstring them as this is what they are, and they can't do anything else. But there are going to be limitations that no matter how much he improves his game, he's not going to be able to get to certain things or do certain things.
Power rank then you're the three guys that are trying to be the fourth or fifth.
Who I think can most help them win, or Sean asked me earlier about statistically.
Power rank Brooks, power rank Turpin and Tolbert.
The quality of their camp?
No, just rank them. How you've seen them just right now as we speak at camp.
Tolbert, Turpin, Brooks. In terms of quality of the camp, it'd be Brooks, Tolbert, Turpin.
I kind of feel like that Tolbert is the third of the group.
Yeah,
I feel like
even in terms of making.
Well, no, I'm just saying right now. If you say today, how do you feel about the
way they've out here practiced?
Receivers?
The way they've out here practiced, Brooks has been the best, and then it's Tolbert to me, and then Turpin.
I would have Tolbert third in that group.
I think Brooks is easily the best of the three in terms of how they've practiced since Pads came on.
Yeah.
Dak's camp so far has been fill in the blank.
Solid.
I would say, man, I'm trying to kind of.
Don't be scared of the Dak.
No.
You know who's sitting across from you, Brian.
No. It's all good. The thing about it is, I think that to me, there's been some times where he has been really, and I'm going to say accurate, because of what they've asked him to do. Now people say, well,
don't sound so surprised.
Well, no, but you worry about some of the throws that he's having to make with guys on the move and things like that. There's been touch. There's been accuracy. There's where the ball needs to be. I know we've seen, like, again, you watch clips and, here's this one happened or that one happened. They broke on an out, whatever. But I think for the most part, when you watch him, like the 2-point drill that they did the other day, I mean, it was like, the guys were, boom, he had to be here, had to be here. I mean, he's throwing the ball well, deep crossers, guys on the out, stuff like that. I think he's been fine. I think accuracy would be my word for him. Good accuracy.
You know what I really love about this offense is they're finally doing what every other team in the league does all the time.
Yeah.
Rub routes, picks. I mean,
what have y'all noticed? Are the Mike McCarthy changes offensively are going to be what?
Rub routes,
schematically, picks.
I think that Nick's right. To me, it's the tight receivers to the edge. It's not all spread out. Mm-hmm. It's more tight, and then it's scatter, and then it's twins with the two wide receivers, motion to bunch, scatter. And then he ran something yesterday. He went 13 personnel. He put 3 tight ends on the field, all to one side, 2 on the line, 1 at the wing, and he ran the ball back the other way. And it was a gash play for the offense, But he's showing formation this way, heavy, and then turning around and running the opposite direction.
What a breakdown.
Will the layperson recognize the changes?
Yeah, you will, because the receivers will have more separation in these routes, especially if there's picks.
Thank you for the extra time this morning, brought us, and Nick, you throughout the 2 weeks.
Yeah,
we'll keep bugging you when we fly back. Maybe
this is it.
Maybe
this is it
today.
You guys.
We'll see.
It may not be it.
We'll find out.
We have a developing situation for Mike Bassick's crosstalk next. But let me go ahead and get you set. Your last appointment.
Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year-end savings on new Silverados. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Here's the windup. Here's the 3-2. Swing and a miss. Slider gets him. I don't know if that one was a strike. It might have been above the zone. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Cutter down and in. Scherzer struck out 3 straight going back to the 5th. And he's got 9 strikeouts.
Well, it's time for crosstalk. And who cares about Scherzer, right? We're here at Cowboys training camp.
That's damn right.
No,
we won practice yesterday, Mike. We won.
I'll tell you, we always win, and we always lose. What did you just say?
Because we're both playing.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're playing each other. The Texans camp so far has been perfect, just like the Cowboys camp has been. Let's talk about
the surfboard
football for a second, even though that was all of us were texting each other after the first inning going, oh no.
Yeah, yes.
I wasn't able, I was watching at the hotel, but they didn't have that game on.
They put on the Blue Jays. And
should have come up to my room. I had it on.
That's a weird way to say Blue Jays.
That was a weird way to say Blue Jays. Agreed.
Weird way?
Yeah, because you go Blue Jays.
Well, because I was trying to think of it.
It's Christopher Walken inflection.
The Jays.
Wow,
Blue Jays.
The Blue Jays. They're on TV.
But here's...
I love radio.
Here
random.
is my question, guys, as I lead crosstalk. Since this is the last day at training camp, what do you like most about football?
Why are you laughing when you say that?
Because
Mike is on one today.
It's a generic question, but I would like to know, starting with Bobby Belt, who I think likes football the most out of all of us here, what do you like most about football?
Like the aspect of it, like what do I like to see in a game?
It's
or
very
what?
generic.
It's not.
It's a generic question.
It's not just generic. It's
you can
broad.
go any way that you want to go with. What do you like most about football? Text in to the text line.
I think from the rules to the structure of the game to everything else, it is the most complex yet accessible of all the sports, and so I enjoy it.
Complex yet what do you mean accessible?
In terms of like it's accessible even for a fan who has like very little knowledge to understand what's happening, what's going on.
Wow.
I'm just saying, like I'm saying, a casual fan can watch it and understand absolutely everything that's going on, even if they don't know all the layers underneath it.
Okay.
Deep.
You need to talk to Latin baseball players and little kids about that because it can take a while to understand this sport.
Football?
Yes.
Oh yeah, my dad. He has no clue, no idea.
RJ, what do you like most about football? Crosstalk brought to you by Mike Bassick.
The toxic masculinity.
Oh my God.
I like this. Yeah, I like the talk. I like it's the last
primals.
It's the last bastion. It's the last frontier of men.
Hockey and football are the two gladiator sports that are left, right?
Rugby?
Yeah, well, rugby
yeah.
doesn't count. Didn't play in the U.S. Therefore, it's not a sport.
Any sport that's not played in the U.S. is not a sport?
I will tell you
it's
what.
not masculine.
There's this channel on our TV here, which I do not get in Dallas. I'm sure you can get it very easily. But I have tried to watch cricket. I have watched at least, not an hour straight, but I've probably watched an hour's worth of cricket in our room because life is perfect out here. I don't get it. There's a wicket, a wicket.
You
need to sit down with Jared Sandler's dad one day. He'll give you some great information.
You hit the ball over the barrier, and it's 6 points. But if you hit the barrier on the ground, it's 4 points, I think.
I've
been trying to figure out cricket on television, and I'm still struggling with the whole scoring system. And then they run, and if they get their stick over the line before they touch the sticks, then you score. But if they get the ball and touch the sticks before your stick crosses the line, you're out, and that's called a wicket, I think.
Sounds like you got it.
You got all 13 wickets.
I watched one cricket match in my life, and that was in King Ralph, the movie.
That's a good movie.
It's a great movie.
That's about King
That
Ralph
was
for like
about the
15
only-
years.
Sean,
That was the only thing I've ever seen.
You love football. You grew up loving football. What do you love most about football?
Football.
I don't know. It's a great question. The passing game.
The passing.
When they drop back and pass. That's what I like the most.
Corey, you're a former football player.
Yeah.
What do you love most about football?
And that's that is the passing game is part of it. When the ball's in the air, it's exciting. Like that is, but it's a march. You get 5 seconds of you have no clue what's about to happen, and then you get a break, and then you get to do it again. And there's no other sport like that. In basketball, it's just constant up and back and back and back and back. In football, it is a march, man.
Hang on. If Luka's got the ball, the other 4 guys on the floor have a break. All right, there's plenty of breaks in basketball.
But yeah,
That's a
man,
fair
any play could be an explosive, game-changing play, and baseball is a little bit longer. Actually, I mean, baseball's done a good job this year of making it more like that, where it is more of a march than a casual, we're sitting here just hanging out. So baseball's doing a very good job
We're talking
of that.
about football, though.
And then finally, to Kevin, who loves football.
I do love football.
What do you love most about this sport of football?
I love the physicality of it as well as the stakes put on seemingly every single game.
That's good. That's a good one. That's better than mine.
Man, the stakes on every game, like that's the most significant part compared to every other sport. Because it could be a season decider one game, whereas a lot of them it's like it's got to be a series or 3.
I love everything about football, guys.
Do you?
You know what? That speech, though, that Al Pacino gave, it's not a game of inches. It's a game of yards. It's 1st and 10. So I don't know why he says it's a game of inches when literally everything is done by yards in this.
I mean, unless it's 4th and
like
inches.
the game of baseball, it's a game of feet.
Good point, Bobby.
What about 4th and
Yeah,
inches,
but they don't
Mike?
define how many inches are in that inch.
But they do put it on the
They
broadcast
say
as and inches.
inches, but they're generalizing inch. They're like, well, it's shorter than a yard because they don't put
Mark that.
they
I
don't
hate
put
how we've
fourth
generalized
and
inches
a
in our
foot.
society.
They just put fourth in inches. Well, it could be 12 inches.
Do you think that would work in
Could
personal
be.
life? And you're like,
Probably
it's
not.
inches.
More likely
It's shorter than a
It's just
yard.
a general like it's shorter than a yard. So just put inches on this one.
You really are a gift.
Yeah.
You really are. I told you on the way to the Malibu party, but you are a gift to Sports Talk Radio.
Sean,
Thank you.
I'm going to tell you
All right.
something. I know you guys got to travel, and I know this is your crosstalk, Mike. I know you got to travel. If you get a chance to listen to this show, I said this a couple weeks ago, and I was right. I'll say it again today. This is going to be an all-timer because
Today?
yeah,
Yes.
because Mike has dark chocolate espresso beans, and he's firing himself up, and he is in a mood today.
Are those? How do they hit different? Why do they hit different? Are they like you just sugary? Not a
No,
sugar rush?
it's an espresso bean.
Oh, I've eaten these. These are good.
Why do people say espresso versus espresso?
Because Mike says words
I
weird.
realized I made that mistake. And
Can I
that's
eat
why
one,
said it.
Mike?
Yeah, eat one. In fact, I want Kevin. We never got you to eat anything out of your comfort zone.
Oh, yeah, that's a
So
good point.
in this crosstalk, because it's my crosstalk, I would like for you to eat a chocolate-covered espresso bean.
Okay.
Good
So-
God.
But
14 grams of sugar.
that's
Oh, my
I mean,
Well,
In
it's
one
chocolate.
bean?
Oh my God!
I don't.
A serving size is 16 of these things. My
Okay, so
goodness.
14 grams of sugar and
16.
So let's see what Kevin thinks now. It's going to have a coffee flavor.
Look
so
at his face.
it's a bad flavor to you, right?
Get the mic down.
He doesn't like it. He's chewing.
It's like chewing gravel.
I didn't
a
want
little
to
bit.
chew on the mic though.
Well, so what do you
I did
guys
that this
think?
morning, made Sean
These are
mad.
Trader Joe's, which Trader Joe's refuses to go south of the Trinity River, which one day maybe they will.
The dark chocolate part is good. I'm not a huge fan of the coffee flavor, but is this going to hype me up?
I
like
think
you're-
so. I think
Mike
it's going to
is
give
be
you a little
hyped up for
energy
this
here.
show.
Never had
All right.
coffee?
Huh?
So
Have you read coffee?
when
Like once.
when we get to what time is it? I don't have a watch in front of me.
You got 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay, so Scherzer.
He doesn't.
So now we'll go to Scherzer for 2 minutes and then get you guys to the airport.
But why did you say our flight was delayed by an hour, Chop? I'm showing 15-minute delay.
It said an hour. It said
They
like
made up time.
140.
Is that not our flight?
There we go.
Maybe
there we go.
maybe Thanos
This
is in
making for
charge of it.
captivating radio,
Oh, it is
you
15.
guys.
Oh. I was looking at something else. Yeah.
I
You're
love,
like free.
I'll do
freaking
this
me out.
I'll do this in Baseball Nuggets too, and I haven't looked at kind of cut sheet yet, but I love Scherzer yesterday talking about the joy and challenge of yesterday's game. Now, I didn't get to watch the first inning. I'm following it, but I didn't get to watch it. The second inning, he was pretty unlucky. There were 3 ground balls that ended up being base hits.
Kind of same in the first inning.
But he
too.
didn't give up any runs, and then from that point on, he really locked in, and he said, those are the days that are most fun. And I'm reading the Coach K book based off of the show The Bear, because the girl who's a
The
cook.
cocaine bear?
No, it's the
You
bear.
can show the bear.
You would
Really
love
You
good.
know, because you're really big into food. You get a lot of great free food from Samir. So it's kind of about running a restaurant and turning kind of maybe just a sandwich shop
Great show.
into a fine dining place instead of just being a sandwich
a lot
shop.
of food
But
porn, Sean.
I've decided to read that Coach K book based off of this show I'm watching. Like, hey, man, this seems like a good book, a leadership book. And Coach K was talking about in this last chapter, and he talks about it throughout the book, but really expresses you get more joy out of the things that are more challenging. So when you accomplish something that's more challenging, you get more out of it. And so I thought Scherzer did a somewhat decent job of explaining that yesterday.
We're in the middle of a serious point.
Giving up 6 hits in 2 innings and not really feeling like you have command or control. You're walking a couple guys, you walk in a run, they're scoring on you. And he's like, that was the most, these are the days as a pitcher that are most satisfying, is not when you're striking everybody out and the ball's just going to all of your guys, even when they do hit it hard. The challenging days are the ones where things aren't going your way early, and you got to figure out a way how to get out of these situations and how to give your team a chance to win. And I thought, man, not that the Rangers have a lot of young pitchers on this staff. It's an older staff. But I felt, man, that is some good stuff and good nuggets. And I'm wondering if he can somewhat help throughout his 2 years here, if he can help out maybe some of the younger pitchers in that kind of mentality that Max Scherzer has.
He's a great talker, too, and
He is.
explaining
Yeah, he
things.
is.
And today's the 30-year anniversary of Ventura, Nolan Ryan.
Man, we might need to do a versus. Which fight was better, that one?
Oh, I thought
or
you
the
guys were gonna, like,
Rugi
reenact
Batista
it.
one?
Well,
Oh, I tried to get a cage match
Rugi.
scenario going out there against the fence. Nobody
There's
wanted
a
to
bar
do it.
there. You're going to bang your head against the bar.
I'm not going to throw you
I'll be
into the
concussed.
bar,
I'll be
Choppy.
concussed.
We got to get these guys out of here.
They got to go back home.
Unfortunately, this is our last day in Oxnard. We're going to bring you a great show.
Those beans are good.
Yeah, they are.
They're good, right?
Very
Trader
good.
Joe's.
Excellent.
Where you live, they probably have a Trader Joe's. I
No,
live
not where
south
I
of the
live, trust
Trinity. They don't have one
No,
of
they
those.
There's 2 right by my house.
All right. So, coming up next, we're going to talk football out of the gates.
Football!
We have young Shotty on the show today.
Brian Schottenheimer.
Yes.
A.K.A. Young Shotty.
You mean
Young Shotty.
R2P2?
I don't know what the
Run, pass, punt.
Oh, that's
wow.
insulting.
I'll
Do
tell
you want me to
what.
start the interview with that?
we'll
Start with Young Shotty.
All right, you guys have a safe trip back. We'll be at the airport, probably leaving at the same time you guys leave out again. What's our show called? It's the KNC Masterpiece. Coming up next
for
on
Mike.
105.3 The
You're
Fan.
Mike. You're Mike.
The KNC Masterpiece is on deck at 10. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Oxnard for Dallas Cowboys training camp. Going to be a big show today at 11:15. We've got Dallas Cowboys offensive coordinator Brian Schottenheimer, or Young Shotty.
Young Shotty!
As Mike is insistent that we call him. We've got a fun combo platter coming up at 12:20, and it is also a Shout-Out Friday. 877-881-1053. You want to get involved on the Shout-Out Friday. Also want to hear from the Twolos and the YouTubers on our Shout-Out Friday. But it is also our last day live here in training camp. We will still obviously be keeping contact with the Cowboys. We'll still have player interviews, but it just won't be from California, Mike.
You don't know that.
I do know that.
All right, who are we having Monday on the show?
Okay, I don't have that planned out yet.
I'm right.
But we will continue to have Cowboys on the show. And then today there is a Cowboys walkthrough, which, you know, probably not a lot will come from that, but we will keep an eye on it.
Maybe not for you, but for the players, they get the mental reps. And that's what it's all about, Kevin, is mental reps.
How many players do you think view today as a mental reps day versus a break?
Probably 6. And hopefully it's the 6 important players, you know,
Okay.
that are like the quarterback. He needs to view it that way. CeeDee Lamb probably needs to view it that way. The players are just like, I mean, I'm not hitting anybody. The offensive lineman, defensive lineman, not hitting anybody. What do I really need to do? So, but yeah, I think there are a few, maybe 6. But hopefully that spreads.
I disagree. It's all 90. This is the 5-time world championship Dallas Cowboys.
Damn right.
The 8-time NFC champ Dallas Cowboys. They know that every second matters out here.
That's what I'm talking about, Mike. Are we going to have the same energy all show today?
You know it.
I love it.
In fact,
Mike's such a home.
McCarthy's he's going to have to worry about getting fined because these guys are going to fast walk, and the NFL people here that are going to be watching going, I don't think this is a walkthrough. I think you guys might be jogging through these.
See, I really thought we were going to have that positive energy. It took
I am.
4 minutes for you to turn your
The Cowboys
back
might
on.
jog today, and that's way too much.
Oh, my gosh.
Don't do that. Walk. Make
You're
sure that
close.
the NFL doesn't fine you.
All right. From
Hey, that's a fact, dude. You don't want to get fined.
Yeah, I know. And actually, that has been a problem for this
Most
team
of the
a
guys are
couple
here,
of
so they don't
times.
get fined. Zach Martin's not.
That is true. And I keep thinking about when we had Steven on earlier this week, and I was like, hey, he's not going to miss like regular season games or anything, right? And he didn't smile or anything. He goes, you'd have to ask Zach. That's a Zach Martin
That's
question.
a Zach Martin question
And
there.
that was concerning to me.
Does that change your view on the season, Mike, of their Super Bowl?
Not at all. I will bet $100 to anybody who would like to bet that Zach Martin is the starting guard against the New York Giants in Week 1.
Oh.
Not concerned at all about it.
I think I'm inclined to agree with that as well, especially when Steven's like, hey, look, we like training.
At the end of the day.
Training camp's important, but if anyone was going to miss time, it would probably be Zach Martin, and it's fine. So my question was kind of going to be about that. Do you believe that the Cowboys have enough offensive line depth? Because we've heard from multiple people out here at camp that they love their defensive line depth. We've talked about the quality that they have in the secondary. Offensive line, though, do you look at it and think they have enough depth?
Not yet.
No, but guess what? All 32 teams do not have offensive line depth. Just like in baseball, no team has 8 quality starting pitchers. Why do you think everybody was training for starting pitchers this week? It is because, hey, it's impossible. It isn't. For some reason, we do not create enough offensive linemen for NFL teams to feel good about 8 offensive linemen on their team. Usually teams feel good about 3 offensive linemen, and 2, they're like, we can get by with these 2. And those 2 are starters. And the other 2 or 3 that are the backups, like, please don't make us play these guys that much. It's just the way life is in the NFL. It's the way life is in Major League Baseball. Nobody feels good about all 5 starters going into a season going, man, we have 5 really good starters, and we have 3 guys that are really awesome that didn't make the staff to start off. So it's just the way it is. So I understand your question, but yeah, the answer is no for the Cowboys, but it's no for the Eagles. It's no for the Giants. It's no for Washington.
Okay.
It's no for everybody. They might feel good about their starting 5, and maybe there's a 6th guy that they feel like, hey, we can get by and we can fill in, but nobody's going to feel good about 8 offensive linemen.
here's one of my bigger concerns is watching Micah versus Tyron is not good. Now I know Micah is just absolutely a beast. He's going to be difficult to deal with. But guess what? You got a Bosa to deal with this year. You're going to have multiple defensive ends this year that you have to deal with that are going to be really, 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 really good. And they're in that tier with Micah. So you got to make sure even your starter at left tackle is good enough. And the Cowboys have some work. Tyron, I hope, turns into pro form by season. But if he's lost a step, man, then you're in a lot of trouble trying to figure out the rest of it across the board. My hope is, Kevin, that the guys that aren't there yet with the new offensive line coach are working their butts off to be quality for that. Health is hopefully it's a good factor for them, but no, not yet. This team doesn't have it.
I think somebody to watch at camp is, and I've talked to a couple of people about this, is Asim Richards. He's a fifth-round pick this year. And, it gets tough because every year it feels like you hear, I know it's not been for like 10 years. It just feels that way, is, watch out for Josh Ball and Matt Waletzko. And you're like, yeah, and Matt Farniok, and every year I feel like for the past, it's probably only been 2 or 3 years, but it feels like it's been 10 years. We've heard about these guys, and so now Asim Richards has moved up into the conversation as somebody that they think is having a good camp thus far. I haven't gotten as much feedback, and maybe we can ask Schottenheimer about this, about Chuma Edoga, because that was somebody that we talked about. If you don't go with Tyron for whatever reason, if it's because he's having struggles, if it's because unfortunately he were to get hurt or something like that, I thought that would be the first choice. If you kick Tyler Smith out to left tackle, if then you would go Edoga right there. So I do think of all the people who have safe spots from training camp, offensive line positioning is a big one. And I still think you could be fighting for a starting spot at that left guard.
Next Saturday, Kevin, not this Saturday, not this coming Saturday,
okay.
August 12th, first game for the Cowboys against the Jaguars. Mm-hmm. That's where we're going to really see that happen. And so I'm going to go, okay, like if you see, because we'll see a couple starters float out there, I'm assuming, just to hit some people. Then they'll trickle in their backup offensive line. And if your backup offensive line starts beating up some people, that's when we can start looking at Richards and some of these other guys that start going, oh, this is significant.
Yep.
And I know, Kevin, I had assigned to you watching every play of Zach Martin this year. Unfortunately, you're not going to have the opportunity in camp. But now you can watch every play of Richards and focus in on him during preseason until Zach Martin gets back.
Okay. All right. That's a good philosophy. Are you sure that Zach Martin and I didn't collude so I wouldn't have to do this homework
That's
project?
Probably smart. That was probably a good project. He's like, hey, you cheat off me, I'll cheat off you. We'll work things out.
I came up with the plan, and he's like, I'll give you some money so I don't have to go to training camp. But because he assumed the Cowboys would fold. So just keep an eye on that because, like, this could be a situation where Josh Ball gets cut. This is a draft pick that we still haven't really seen anything out of. So you will probably see an offensive lineman get cut that at least name-wise you're familiar with, if not play-wise you're familiar with. But Tyron Smith, Tyler Biadasz, Zach Martin, Terrence Steele, I know that's their idealized offensive line. I just don't know if that's going to work, and if it does, I don't know how long that is going to work. I wanted to throw a few shout-outs since it is a Shout-Out Friday. Ooh, what do you think about this from the 6A2? Y'all need to change Shout-Out Friday to Knuckleball Friday.
Oh, I don't know about that. Shout-Out Friday is great. Knuckleball Friday, like that. We'll have to figure out a place for knuckleball time, okay? Does that work? Can it just be the way Tolos
We're
greet
the last
each other?
knuckleballers alive.
Yeah. Can this be the way Tolos greet each other? Like when we see each other, when Tolos see each other, we just knuckleballs.
I've asked like Texas Rangers people who are part of kind of analytic stuff, and they just throw everything out the window when a knuckleball. Like there's no such thing as a knuckleballer in Major League Baseball, but they don't do anything because they are like, this doesn't make any sense to our numbers, so we don't do it. Even the other day when Brad Miller came in, just tossing the ball up there to be like, just get the game over with, the analytic people have to put it all down as he's throwing sliders, even though he's just lobbing the ball because he's throwing 75 miles an hour, and they will not give that a fastball. They cannot put that as a fastball on the board. So so when guys are hitting homers off of players coming into the game, they get counted as they've hit a slider for a double, or they've hit a slider out of the park. They will not count it as they have hit a fastball out.
That seems, Kevin, like it is counterintuitive of analytics. Just the idea of it in general, that you wouldn't want to have that at least as a spot.
They can make they want the numbers to dance a certain way.
Of course.
So it's just a way to make it dance the way they need it to dance.
Now, a couple more shout-outs. I appreciate this one for the 469. Shout-out to Kevin for eating that bean Mike gave you. I hope.
I'm proud of you. I knew that you wouldn't like it, right? Because it's a coffee flavor.
I didn't hate it.
But it's not the end of the world, right?
Yeah. Is it going to pep up my energy and stuff? No, I do like dark chocolate.
Okay.
I just don't love the coffee flavor. And then this is a more serious shout-out, but I appreciate the courage it takes to talk about these kind of things as well. From the 720. Shout out to me and my supporting family. Sunday I will be 1 month sober. To some, it doesn't sound hard to just don't do drugs. For me, it will be the longest stretch in 7 years.
Knuckleballs to you.
Yeah,
man.
that is freaking incredible, and I appreciate you being willing to share that, because sometimes you think whether it's we go in the mental health space, for other people it's drug or alcohol abuse or any number of other things, is being able to talk about it. You have no idea sometimes how helpful that is for somebody out there who they needed to hear that for whatever the issue is that they're running. They're like, you know what? They know that they're in a crap place, but they're going to give it a shot.
Yeah.
I can give it a shot.
Yeah.
And so I appreciate it. It's never too late to try to turn your life around. So congratulations, man. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then for the 817, more fun shout out. Shout out to me and my wife going on vacation starting today. This will always also be my first cruise.
Tom Cruise?
No, just regular, on a boat cruise.
Oh.
Please report back, because I want to go on a cruise and I want to know how it goes. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on a Shout Out Friday.
I've been on a cruise.
I've been on a cruise.
Did you guys love it?
I did.
Yeah.
I was in fourth grade, but
Is our
but it was
honeymoon.
awesome. Oh, you probably did some different stuff. I didn't even know about the stuff you did on that when I was in fourth grade.
I just remember my wife going. We were at the dinner where you eat with other people that you don't know, and there was a frozen drink on and I never really drank much alcohol, but it's called the Dirty Banana, and it was really good. And I go, after dinner, I want to go get another Dirty Banana. And my wife is like, people don't know what you're saying that you want to drink, so please don't say that at a dinner table.
What is the Dirty Banana?
I told you in crosstalk, and I stand by this. This is going to be another
It's a frozen
all-timer.
drink. It had a banana flavor with alcohol in it, but it was good.
It could be bad. I don't know, but it's
this drink
going
looks
to be
awesome.
an all-timer. Coming up next.
Oh, what another Dirty Banana.
Oh, my God. The NASCAR Hall of Fame, a former NBA lottery pick, and these nimrods sitting at the table. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here in the Fan.
Honeymoon.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan on a shout-out Friday from the 940. Shout-out to everyone at the station. All of you make my day a lot more fun. And then from the 254, well, first of all, thank you very much. Then from the 254, thanks to the doctors at Providence Hospital in Waco, Texas. That helped get me back to health.
Tim Collins just threw a knife at you.
Why?
And that's dangerous for one, but I don't know, for fun. But
okay.
When they say y'all make every show makes my day a lot more fun. When we worked with Tim Collins for a long time now. Do you think that we make his day a lot more fun or a lot more challenging?
At times.
Okay.
Both, right? Some days we make his job a lot more fun. Some days we make his job infinitely more challenging.
Like, we wouldn't be out here in Oxnard without the help of
Kissable Dental, On-Time Experts, Air Conditioning and Plumbing, Autoflex Leasing, and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing, which brings you that hot seat interview.
I would just like to say, in your face, all other companies who didn't put their name on
companies.
You're one of those 4 companies. You're awesome.
You're awesome.
All the other companies, what's your deal?
Yeah. What gives?
Okay. Yeah. What is your deal?
Next year, you can knuckleball it with us out here in Oxnard. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
It is time for Forgiveness Friday, and I appreciate this from the 806. Kevin deserves forgiveness if he goes crazy putting up with Mike and Corey. I've already got preemptive forgiveness if I go crazy
We
today.
never
I know.
We never cupcaked you.
I know. I'm just gonna have to do it. We didn't commit to getting the money raised, and that's my fault.
It's okay.
We got distracted.
It's tough.
By people like Lil Shoddy.
Yeah, Little Shoddy on today.
Uh-huh.
After Mick.
Yep, at 11:15.
Yep.
Do we have a nickname for Mickey?
Spagnola.
Oh, okay. All right, that's a good one.
The Spag Man.
Spags.
Spags.
Okay, we'll workshop that. Now, what I want to start with is Reggie has brought an important update this story. If you remember, I think it was at the beginning of the week, maybe it was last week, we talked about Robert Shiver, the former Auburn football player who his estranged wife had hired a hitman to kill him. We are now getting information via Reggie and now the internet that Shiver has bailed out his wife and her lover who are accused of plotting his murder.
That's right.
This is insane.
Reggie, I feel like if you read the Bible, this is what you're supposed to
do. He turned the hell out of that other cheek, buddy.
He did. That is a level of turned cheekedness
But the other guy
I do not
lusted
possess.
after his neighbor's wife, right? Like, isn't that the thing? So
I don't know if that is
there's a
the
lot of sin in
case.
here.
I don't know if this is strictly a commandments
Thou
issue.
shalt not kill. They were trying to.
But I don't believe I possess that level of forgiveness just yet. Like, whenever, you see somebody who's like, somebody murdered their kid or killed them in a drunk driving accident, they're like, I forgive you. And I'm like, man, what a strong person that takes. Because I don't think I would be able to do that, at least not in the immediate aftermath of that. So I don't know, Reggie. I could not forgive this. Where do you stand on this?
Oh, I would not do this. Let me tell you.
Especially not
And
bail them out.
Reggie's a forgiving guy.
That's true.
He's the kind of guy that we know is like, all right, you know what?
He'll hold a
Let
grudge
life
on
be.
Holding grudges takes effort.
See? I agree with Reggie on that. It's just too much work.
Just kidding. I got to remember why I'm mad at you. That's too much.
He's so right about that, man. I couldn't. I don't think I could do this though. And now my what's his motive for doing that? Why is he gonna say, all right, hey, let's go out on a boat together and hang out, guys?
I have a theory.
Yeah?
All right. Here's what they were squabbling over. Tell me when we need to stop at the part that makes it not relatable.
Okay.
The two were squabbling over the custody of their children, their $2.5 million mansion in Georgia,
Right.
and the use of their private jet.
Okay.
So
All
those
right.
are the things they were squabbling
kids.
over. I do kind of wonder, because that's a different situation. I would make the deal, and I would be like, you give me full custody to the kids,
And
he's getting full custody.
That's a good point.
No matter what,
they got arrested for attempted murder. That's a good point. Maybe he decided to just skip all that. He's like, all right, A, I get custody of the kids. B, you promise not to kill me. And C, I'll drop the charges. And they agree. But like, if they were going to kill you in secret, what is to keep them from lying about part B?
Now that they're free, they're out of jail. They can do things.
I don't know. I do not know.
The Samuel L. Jackson in A Time to Kill would come out in me. That's what it would be.
Yes, they deserve to die, and I hope they burn in hell.
That's exactly how I would feel.
What a great line. That is how I would feel. All right. The Somalian sports minister asked for forgiveness. Are y'all familiar with this story? Because it is kind of an embarrassment.
No, I'm not familiar. Please explain.
All right. So the Somali Athletics Federation, they put forth somebody in...
That sounds so fake, by the way.
Somalia is a real country, though.
I know, but their athletic association...
Yeah, federation.
Federation. Yeah, it just kind of sounds like made up. But
every country has a federation, Mike.
Name them all.
It's going to take a little while.
Yeah.
Federation Castro.
Madagascar. Sri Lanka.
Did you guys stop after 2 countries?
That's all we know.
Chile.
Mali.
Okay.
All right, so now what's up with Somalia and their federation?
So at the World University Games,
Kazakhstan.
The World University Games. This is such generic. The federation at the World Generic Games.
World Sports Association.
All right, you know what? Let me try it this way.
Hey, on.
No, I'm going to try it this way. There was a 100-meter dash. I'm just going to go with that, all right? There was a 100-meter dash, and it was a women's race. And when you lined up in the blocks, you could see that all of these women, we'll see how they run, but they looked properly trained. They're in your standard running outfit. And then there was this gal from Somalia who... This is tough because I don't think it's her fault. I think maybe it's the people above her that are at fault for this. She did not look prepped to go in a race in terms of like shape or...
She looked like a Sunday jogger.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And
she didn't know how to get out of the blocks?
Yeah, but like even before that, it just looks like maybe you should not be in this race. And so then the race starts... And it is
Show me the video here. Let me see what
it is shocking how far behind she falls in this race. And so the race finishes in, I want to say like 10.5 seconds or whatever. Is this other lady, she finishes in 21.8 seconds. She lags so far behind. And then you find out that she was related to one of the higher ups in the Somalian youth ministry, sports federation, everything like that. And that's probably how it got done. They're like, hey, we're going to put our relative in this. And she had no business being in this race, and it was sad.
Oh, man. And now our internet's lagging, and I can't watch this
Doesn't
video,
have like the Zion Williamson trait where you're like, how can a guy that overweight jump that high?
Yeah, no, it's...
Oh, my gosh.
It's evident from the beginning that...
That person's not even trying.
No, she is trying,
That's
I think.
not trying, Mike.
If you were going up against world-class
Maybe she was
sprinters...
hoping to go against the world-class athlete in North Korea, the president or whatever they call
Kim Jong-un? Is it or ill?
She is jogging.
I hear what you're saying.
She is jogging.
I had no clue what this story was about, but this just shows how made up the Federation is and how this world event is.
I think you guys are underestimating. If you got on the track with world-class sprinters, and no matter how hard you tried, how slow it would look like you were going.
I mean, you guys have seen the beat the freeze that the Braves do.
Yeah.
Like you run it, have a normal person running against an Olympic level athlete, and it just looks so different.
Yeah, I will say that that's the one thing, the one time my son has defeated me at something is he runs track now, and he wanted to run 100 yards against me or 100 meters against me, and it was not good. It did not fare well for me.
I don't know the last time I've sprinted.
Just in general?
Yeah, in general. I cannot. I was thinking about that as I'm doing this kind of new workout plan with planks and bird dogs and all kinds of things to try to get me a little bit tighter in the waist area.
Okay, all right. Thank you for explaining.
But I was thinking to myself, I cannot remember the last time I've sprinted. When was the last time that you did sprints as an exercise? You walk a lot.
Yes.
When was
but
the last
I do
time
not-
you sprinted?
No, I can't recall.
2 weeks ago, before we came out here, I go do the track and I'll sprint like 15 seconds. That's about
Okay.
as long as I'll sprint for.
And you have to walk
now
after 15 seconds.
Yes, my sprint is not near even.
No, I
like,
mean,
what their
I'm not
sprints are.
saying you're going to sprint
But as hard as
fast,
I
but
can
like,
run, yeah.
as fast as you
Yeah.
can run. When was the last time you were in? No, he has 2 weeks ago. I can't even remember. I'm going to guess it's been at least a year, if not more, that I've gone like, I'm going to go all out sprint.
Yeah,
Pro-
from the
probably.
469 Somalia, I thought they just drank wine.
What?
That's
Sommelier.
Sonoma.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I don't know if Kevin knows.
We're
what a
close to
sommelier
wine
is.
country.
No, isn't a sommelier the person who like gives you the insight on what wine would pair with what, and like you're doing your flights and stuff, right?
Yeah, or they can bring the tasting over to you.
I think those are called flight attendants.
No, I don't. Maybe.
They used to be called stewardess.
I want you to do that now. From now on, when people bring you a flight of drinks, I want you to say, you're a flight attendant. Thank you.
Now, multiple people are going back to our last story and saying, no, there's a big difference between forgiveness and bailing them out of jail. And I think, you know what, for me as well, I have to admit, Reggie, I probably, that's me as well. From the 214, guys, I feel terrible. I just walked by my coworker's cubicle, so I wasn't there. So I let out a silent but deadly fart onto his coffee mug.
Why would you do that onto somebody's mug?
Please forgive me.
Why? You
No,
could've
no
done that
forgiveness.
anywhere.
Hold on. You'll forgive the people who try to murder you and not hold that grudge, but you won't forgive the fart guy?
I didn't say I would.
Air. Just smelly air.
Yeah, but like you had to go out of your way to be a jerk in that instance.
Yeah, he could have just stood at the cubicle entrance and done it there, and it would have been in the hall. It was silent, nobody would have known. But are you going to tell your friend? Are you going to tell your coworker, hey, when you drink that cup of coffee next, just remember there was gas in there.
Yeah, but it went away.
Oh yeah, so it doesn't even matter at this point.
I guess it's so
Forgiveness.
condensed, you smell it, but as the particles break apart, it either spreads the smell or it breaks apart enough that you don't smell it because it's not condensed enough. That's how it works.
Okay. I
don't know.
For the purposes of moving this along, I will say yes.
From the 214, my buddy Justin deserves forgiveness for putting diesel in the hydraulic fluid spout on our SkyTrack at work. $1,100 later, it's fixed. So instead of oil or grease of some slide grease, he put diesel fuel in there.
Okay. If we're doing that, then I would like to retroactively apologize to my mom.
Oh, no.
What? Because when I was a kid, I got the Reebok blacktop sneakers.
Those are amazing.
I had them.
And I thought they were the coolest shoes in the world.
I think Mike still has them and wears them to school or work.
And I borrowed like some of my sister's, I think it was called like push paint or something like that. And we painted and wrote blacktop all across our driveway where the basketball hoop
The puff
was.
paint? The
yeah.
stuff? Okay, yeah.
Because I thought it would just come off the driveway. It did not work like that. And my mom was very displeased.
You're going to have to forgive me, guys. I watched one play of preseason football last night and then changed it. And I was
Was
like,
it Zach Wilson's
No,
bomb?
it was. I forgot the game was on actually because I was
You were
watching
flipping through
MLB Network and I got a little bit tired of that. And then I was flipping channels like, oh, preseason football is on, and I watched the first play of the third quarter. They ran it into the middle of the field, in the middle of the pile for like 3 yards. They said, "That's enough. I'm good." I can wait till September.
You think Derek watched the whole game because it was the Browns?
I don't know. He did some silly video with his new white helmet on. I had the volume off. I was like, all right, Derek's fired up about Cleveland Browns football again.
From the 682, does my dad deserve forgiveness for texting me, want to go to Stripper Alley, when he meant Striper Alley? And I think that's an easy forgiver right there, especially if
But
you
then
go to
you're
Stripper Alley
disappointed
later.
because you have to go fish.
Well, if you
instead of-
love fishing, it's okay.
Is that in Irving, where Stripper Alley is?
What percentage of people would rather go fishing than see
877-881-1053.
I'm really
Text
curious
in.
about that. And then, Reggie, I don't know if you saw the story. I wanted to throw it out there. Does Jimmy Arias, the tennis analyst, deserve forgiveness for going after Swiatek? Is it Iga Swiatek?
Iga Swiatek, yeah. I always say her name like that, and I'm not even sure if that's how it's said.
I
so
thought it
don't
was
take it from
Swiatek.
me.
Oh, okay. Well, he said, from my standpoint, I don't think she's been great for tennis,
because she wears her hat so low that you can't see her face or eyes during the match, and you don't get connection as much as you could. His beef with her as a tennis player is she wears her hat too low, and so the audience can't connect with her.
Pitchers do that to intimidate hitters. Dave Stewart used to wear his hat real low so you couldn't see his eyes.
My buddy Chief Chad Cordero did it too.
Does he have a problem with object permanence? Like he can't see her face. He's like, where did she go? Like they're playing peekaboo.
That's funny.
And then from
that's enough.
We're not going to read that one, but early indications are they would rather go to the strip club. We're the KNC masterpiece, something about catching crabs. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Could the full Monty be better than Mad Max? Next.
Got chronic joint pain?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year end savings on new Silverados. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. Shop model year end savings today. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, live from Oxnard on a shout-out Friday from the 469. Shout out to my brother AJ. He's awesome, except the fact that he only uses the all-time Lakers when we play 2K. Now, how about some baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick?
All right, so yesterday was Mad Max.
Yes.
And obviously he got off to a rough start. 3 hits, 2 walks in the first inning.
The panic in our group text was real.
Well, and watching him on his highlights, it's amazing to me how excited you can still get at 39 years old. Obviously, at 39 years old, I was way retired and never was as good as Max Scherzer. But it's interesting that I think he had a little bit too much adrenaline for pitching for a new team, and it looked like his upper body was in front of his lower half. You want to lead with your lower half. You want to lead with that front hip. Whenever you get your head, my dad calls it Woody Woodpeckering. Sometimes that doesn't work with young kids now because they don't know who Woody Woodpecker is.
Yeah.
But when your head gets out in front of your body, it can have your arm trail. Well, when your arm trails, you're usually going to miss high arm side because you're releasing the ball early, or you can say you're releasing the ball late. It feels like you're releasing the ball from behind you. Now, you're not doing that because then the ball would like sail way up into the upper deck. But you got to make sure that you're connected. A lot of times Nate Lowe will talk, or sorry, Nathaniel. I hate names.
He said Nate is fine.
I know, but Evaldi. I was going with Evaldi because Nate and Nathan and Nathaniel and all that crap. But anyways, it was just that I think Max Scherzer, he was so excited. He was a little bit jumpy to home plate, what I was seeing starting the game off, and he needed to make sure that his upper body was staying back and it wasn't leading him where his arm would trail. And obviously he got it figured out and ended up having a quality start, giving up the 3 runs in the first and then throwing 5 shutout innings. But it got me thinking not only about Mad Max, but it got me thinking about, I'm calling him the full Monty. I have no clue if Jordan Montgomery goes by that or not.
He has a nickname in college, was Gumby. Gumby! Because he was just long and uncoordinated.
He's 6'6", so this is a big lefty. 6'6", 230 pounds. Is when you look at a lot of Jordan Montgomery's extra stats, they can be really good when you look at his ERA overall. Now, his record overall, obviously he's pitching for a bad team. He's 6-9 this year with a 3.42 ERA in 21 games. But he has a really, pretty good whip at 1.25, 108 strikeouts and 121 innings. And it got me thinking, is there a way or is there a possibility as we get to see Montgomery pitch for the first time for the Texas Rangers tonight, is there a possibility that we get to the end of the season, these 2 months, that we see Max Scherzer pitch for us, Jordan Montgomery pitch for us, and then hopefully Evaldi comes back and pitches for us? I don't think there's anybody else in the mix. I don't think John Gray can compete with these guys for being the best pitcher. I do like John Gray, but I just think there'll be a little bit too much
consistency's different for John Gray.
His inconsistency won't allow him to be like, no, this is our best pitcher going into the playoffs. I think it's between these 3 guys. Do you guys think there's any way or any possible way that we get to the end of September and we go, we should start Jordan Montgomery in game 1 of the playoffs?
Ooh, man.
Yes, I do.
What would tell you that? What would say that to you?
I just think his model of consistency might fit what you're looking for in game 1. I certainly understand the logic behind using either, like you said, Evaldi because he's been your best pitcher, or Scherzer because he won't be overwhelmed by the moment. I think there's a chance. That's not what I would bet on, but I think there's a chance.
Mike, when was Zach Kane the pitcher for San Francisco? You had Kane, you had Baumgartner, and you had another guy there in that group. And I think Kane was the guy that you were like, he is the model of consistency, while Bumgarner was the guy that you were
Is
like.
that his first name?
Zach, am I wrong?
I don't think it's. For some reason, that doesn't sound right.
Might be wrong.
Kane sounds like the right last name.
Matt Kane.
There you go. Thank you.
But those two guys, it seemed like Kane was the guy that you were like, I trust him a lot. Bumgarner's the guy that you're like, man, he's going to go out there and bulldog a game. And I think that would be the Montgomery Scherzer thing, where that's how I would feel about it. So maybe, Mike, you might be right.
It's going to be interesting to see him tonight. If you're going, well, what does he do? What does he throw? He throws 55% fastballs. He throws 23% changeups, but has out of his 442 changeups this year, only 4 of them have been to left-handed hitters. So he's going to throw more breaking balls to left-handed hitters. Remember, his numbers against left-handed hitters this year have not been great, but it seems like the last 2 years they've been so good that a lot of teams are just trying to take out all of their average left-handed hitters in lineups and going, screw it. We know he's good against lefties. Let's only put the best lefties in our lineup. Let's take out what we'd consider average lefties or utility players and throw in as many right-handed batters as we can against Jordan Montgomery. So he's 23% changeups, but only throws them to right-handed batters. And then his curveball, he actually has thrown way more curveballs to right-handed batters than left-handed batters. He throws that pitch 22% of the time, but he's pretty even on strikeouts. Strikeouts on fastballs, 30. Sorry, I have to combine his four-seam fastball and his sinker because it's a fastball. Is 42, 30 changeup strikeouts, and 34 curveball strikeouts. So he's pretty consistent.
Yeah.
Like if you're saying, what is his strikeout pitch, Mike? Well, I can't give you what his strikeout pitch is because it's pretty even on fastball, changeup, curveball, what his strikeout pitch is.
Is that... this is going to be a weird question.
Hurry up, because I got something else.
Okay. Do you like that, or would you prefer there was this dominant strikeout pitch?
I think for strikeout pitchers, there usually is a dominant pitch where you're just like, crap, if you get to this situation, you're screwed. Now, the guys that strike out a zillion people, Nolan Ryan, Randy Johnson, they have multiple pitches where, like, yeah, they strike you out with everything they got when they're on, so you're screwed. He's not a huge strikeout guy, but he can strike you out in multiple ways, is what I'm getting at. Now, I wanted to talk about what Reggie sent us yesterday on Max Scherzer. There was this great article, and it kind of backed up what we've been talking about since Max Scherzer has been traded to the Rangers, is that his slider has not been good this year. And in the article, Max Scherzer talks about it's just been, for the first time kind of in his career, his slider has been flat. It's been hanging at times. And there was, through kind of your baseball savant stuff, his slider is breaking too much this year. Now, this is the way I can explain it to the layman, which is going to make sense. You're going to hang with me here. If I go over time, I go over time. But
oh my gosh.
So a hitter is never, I heard a little league coach talking to the kids that my son's team was on, and he just was like, it's impossible for this. He's like, hey, if you see the guy's hand on the side of the ball, you know it's going to be a breaking ball. And I'm like, nobody can see that. Tony Gwynn, Ted Williams, whoever, Luis Ariz, they cannot see where your hand is on the ball before you're releasing it. Your hand is moving at such a pace. Even as a little league kid, your hand is moving at such a pace. You cannot see where their hand is on the ball. But what you do see is you see about 3 to 4 frames. Let's just give it 3 frames to make it as simple as possible for the tunneling aspect. When you hear a guy's tunneling the ball well, so you're going to be releasing the ball from the same release point. You're not changing your arm angle. But when the ball is released, that's going to be the first frame that the hitter sees the ball in. It better be fastball. If you're in the major leagues, the first frame better be fastball no matter what you're throwing. If they can already see what you're throwing pretty much out of your hand once the ball is released, you're in deep poo-poo. They're going to bat 500 off of you.
Meaning the batter, it should look like a fastball right
It should look like a fastball out of your hand if you are hitting. And then the second frame is about halfway there. For good breaking balls, strikeout breaking balls, it still looks like a fastball. So now the hitter is starting to, let's say it looks like it's going to be a fastball for a strike. Now the hitter is having to commit to a swing. He's like, I have to swing. This is going to be a strike. And then the third frame they're going to see is kind of as the ball is getting to the dirt area in front of home plate. This is where most major league hitters, if not all major league hitters, are going to recognize what the pitch is. But they've already committed to swinging or not swinging. It's somewhat a little bit too late to now change your mind. You've had to make the commitment on how fast the ball is coming, even if it's an 85-mile-an-hour slider. So when it comes to Max Scherzer and the ball is breaking 3 inches more this year, you'd say, well, isn't that better than worse? That is better in high school. That can even be better at a somewhat college level. It is not good to have major break.
Recognizing it earlier.
Yeah, it's not good to have major break. So even though Max Scherzer's getting more break, and you would think, well, wouldn't that be better at a major league level? We want our stuff to break as late as possible. So bigger break means it's breaking earlier out of your hand. So sometimes they'll call it casting a breaking ball, where the ball's casted so it pops out of your hand. If the ball's popping out of your hand quickly, then the hitter's going to recognize it in the first or second frame that they're looking at. So when it comes to tunneling, what you want in tunneling is when they show like, hey, there's this 4 frames of fastball, curveball, slider, changeup. They want the ball to stay as much as it can in the same tunnel for as long as it can. And so when guys are big-time strikeout pitchers, their tunneling is the hitter sees every pitch as fastball, fastball, and then the last second they see it as changeup, or they see it as curveball, or they see it as slider, or they see it as a fastball. So when you're thinking about tunneling and you're thinking about when Max Scherzer's getting a lot of strikeouts, the hitter's seeing every pitch as fastball, fastball, and then slider. Fastball, fastball, fastball. Fastball, fastball, changeup. When a guy is pitching and they're not on, it's fastball, slider, slider. Fastball, changeup, changeup. Fastball, fastball, fastball.
This is great.
So if you're trying to think of what does tunneling mean, or when a guy's getting hit and Max Scherzer's talking about his slider is just not good this year, but you're seeing but it's breaking 37 inches, and when it's good, it's only breaking 34 inches. It's because his slider is fastball, fastball, slider to the 3 frames that the hitter is going to see. Now, I'm having to explain it in basic terms, but I do think it gives you an idea of when you're seeing a guy get a lot of swing and misses. What the tunneling aspect is out of the hand, they're seeing fastball. Whether it's a fastball or not, they're seeing fastball. Halfway to home plate, they're seeing fastball. And now they're committing to the swing. Halfway to home plate, I'm making a commitment now. I'm seeing this as this pitch in this certain location. And then the strikeout pitchers are able, that last frame is the pitch. And then the hitter's like, oh no, I thought it was fastball the whole way.
And they know
it's actually,
moment,
but they've committed to the swing, and they're like, oh crap, I can't hit this ball
and then
because
they look foolish like idiots.
And then they're saying, man, he has late movement.
Yeah.
So late movement is fastball, fastball, slider, fastball, fastball, curveball, fastball, fastball, changeup, fastball, fastball, fastball for your frames that you're seeing. When the guy's getting hit pretty hard, the guys are saying, man, I'm seeing the ball good. Well, why are they seeing the ball good or well? Is they're seeing the ball either out of the hand, curveball, 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 or fastball, slider, slider. They're seeing it early enough that they're able to make a great adjustment to now seeing the pitch well.
Kevin, I don't think that I feel confused, intrigued, and smarter all at once. Brilliant job, Mike, from the 806 and from the 682. I don't think any of the Odyssey cities have the personnel to give seminars on ball like Mike can.
Yeah, that is
that was great, man. That was
great
awesome.
stuff.
Sorry, I was a little late.
No, I loved
Deal
it.
with it.
You tell Mickey that. Because coming up next, we will talk with Mickey Spagnola leading up to Lil Shotty, which I know is what Mike's really excited about right here on
Brian
105.3 The Five. Yes.
And what's our station?
105.3 The Fan. Because I was going to respond to 105.3 The Fan.
You got to go, Kevin.
You are officially. Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. How you doing?
We're good. Are you going to be sad after today that you don't get to see us in person every day?
Yeah, this is a lot easier.
It is a lot easier. I would definitely.
It's nice to talk to somebody that's right next to you, right?
Instead of sitting at that empty table,
right?
Like sometimes you have to do.
What are your thoughts on DeMarcus Ware singing the national anthem last night?
Did you critique him?
He didn't miss a word.
There we go. That's important. That's important.
I think that was the most important, right?
Yes.
I don't think he's going to win any singing competition anytime soon, but, for a guy that I don't know how long he's been trying to train to sing the national anthem, it was a little slow, but the piano thing was kind of neat, and he just kind of moved along. So I think anytime you can not miss a beat, you can argue pitch or whatever, but yeah,
he got
did
the words right.
Yeah.
I remember I was telling you yesterday, I was thinking, in stadiums when the people sing, it's usually the words are up on the big board, right?
Oh, yeah.
And you can cheat,
if you
right?
need to, yeah.
Well, when I saw him facing sideways, I'm going, well, there's no board there to look at the words. And then he closed his eyes when he was singing. I said, okay, I hope he knows the words now.
Feeling it.
That was better than the game itself, though, right? His singing.
Yeah. I mean, you knew what it was going to be. I mean, that first part, it seemed like every other play was a penalty.
Well, as soon as I heard they were starting Kellen Mond, I was like, okay, well, now I have a good idea.
Well, the first two plays were good. They were screen passes.
Yeah, they were, which we're hoping for from the Cowboys. I was curious, kind of seeing and hearing more about, not that he's shifting over there, but seeing LVE line up off the edge some, or prepping off the edge.
Yes, absolutely.
More.
He didn't want to talk too much about it like it was some sort of secret? Right?
Okay.
And, and I noticed it a couple days ago, and I stopped him, and he kind of smiled, and he goes, well, yeah. And I said, well, you comfortable over there? He goes, no comment. And I said, so is this something we're going to see? He goes, keep your eyes open. And that's all. And he walked off. And even when he got asked about it, when he had his little press conference there, or whatever you want to call it, and they have one guy, and he was like, yeah, I don't want to talk too much about it. But it's a good look because, when you go in the huddle and you see two linebackers, but if you're not counting right, it's like, okay, they're lighting him up as defensive end and rushing the quarterback. So I think he thinks it's pretty fun. And I think you don't realize how big he is. Like, he's a big man. I walked across him or past him in the locker room one night. I was going to get my clothes, and it was like, God, this guy's big.
Yeah.
And so you don't realize it when he's on the field. So that's a pretty good little twist that, Dan Quinn's playing with.
And I do like the idea that, like, we'll see how it goes here versus in the games and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I do feel like we've heard more about versatility or those twists in this camp than perhaps a normal camp.
I think he's got more players that he would, quote, unquote, call positionless.
Yeah.
Positionless
defense.
And just, just kind of move guys around. And he's a big fan of, let me try this and see what guys can't do. And then maybe I find out what they can do. And so, he's one of those guys that kind of, you can have two linebackers on the field and put them at defensive end and use more defensive backs for coverage. And if you get a pass rush, it certainly helps out the coverage guys.
What do you think the percentage is of coaches, and I know there's tons of coaches, but that they go, I'm going to work with what I have. I'm going to see what I have, the talent that I have, what they can and can't do, and I am going to give them the best chance to succeed versus I think some other coaches that say, this is what I believe in, this is what we do.
And you got to fit a guy into the box,
whether they do it right or not, you have to do it this way.
I don't think there's enough coaches out there that have enough confidence or security to do that. It's almost like, okay, I got to fit this guy into my box. And I think, the way Quinn deals with it, he's thinking outside the box, and he's secure in his own skin. So go ahead, let's try it. And as Jerry Jones said the other day, he goes, like, I got two head coaches. And even Mike, now that he's taking care of the offense, he feels secure of, okay, you got the defense. I can't override that. And you know what? If you look at, going back to Jimmy Johnson, he was struggling with this team until Norv Turner showed up, and Jimmy was a defensive coach.
Do you think that's why he's not in the Ring of Honor?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
I don't know this.
Wait, just derail what I was trying to point out.
In 1989, I don't know this. What year did Norv Turner come in, and who was his first offensive coordinator?
Dave Shula was the first offensive coordinator, and he wasn't very good at it. And after 2 years, Jimmy understood that I got to bring in somebody else. And he tried to hire two other guys, and it fell through before all of a sudden he announces, we're hiring this wide receiver coach from the Rams named Norvell Turner. And everybody's like, who? When you're trying to figure out who they're going to hire, you're sitting there looking at the names that and he comes out with Norvell Turner. Well, it turned out to be he saved the offense.
Yeah.
And Jimmy could just worry about looking over the defense. He didn't have to worry about, although one night before a game in the hospitality room, I don't know how it came up, but he wanted to show how much he knew about offense. So he gets out a pen, and on a cocktail napkin, he starts diagramming plays, right? Cool. To show us that he knew what was going on offense. And it's like, all right, that's good. You just take care of the defense. Let Norv run the offense.
Norvell Turner.
Norvell Turner. I like that. I really do like
Maybe
that.
He's one of the Ring of Honor guys Jerry was speaking of.
Yeah, there's a lot of coaches we gotta consider. And yeah, I don't think he liked my line when he said it's a show. You got to build the drama. And I said, hasn't that show gone on long enough, though?
Oh, did you really?
Yes, I did.
Why would you do that?
Because
and the answer was
he just blew right past it. Yeah, so I don't think he was interested in catching up with that. All right, one thing I wanted to throw out real quick because we haven't talked about it a whole ton is the Cowboys secondary, and I don't think we talk about it a lot for probably a good reason because I think I feel probably as comfortable with the secondary as just about any positional group on this team. Is that kind of how you fall?
Yeah, I think so. I think that with the development of Deron Bland last year, and now he's in a second year, and I don't know if Jordan Lewis is going to be ready for the start of the season, but Bland certainly filled in as a rookie awfully well, playing in the slot. And if they get Lewis back, and with the ability to move all those safeties around into different positions, I think, but the key thing was trading for Gilmore. That made the cornerback position solid, right?
Yeah.
Because they didn't, without Anthony Brown, they had not much experience. Right? At corner, Diggs would have been the most experienced guy, so that gives him someone to lean on. You've got both sides now. Who are you going to go after? And then with Bland, and if Lewis gets back, they're trying to develop Nashawn Wright. I don't know if he's there yet or not. They like Eric Scott, the 6th round
we do too,
pick.
yeah.
And then you got all those safeties moving around, and even without Donovan Wilson out there, the guy that led the team in tackles last year, and they don't seem to be missing a beat at the safety position.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty solid. Because everybody looks at the pass rush, right? That's all everybody. And I think the linebacker core is pretty solid, too. So, this could be something special on defense if they can stay healthy.
I love to hear that. And we're hoping it's something special on offense as well, because coming up next, we're going to talk with the Dallas Cowboys offensive coordinator, Brian Schottenheimer.
Young Shotty.
Yeah,
Shotty, you guys, he's great.
All right.
He's got a really good personality. It's a neat situation he's in that he's never been in that situation before. The fact that, I'm the offensive coordinator, but the head coach is running the offense and calling the plays, but he's good with it. It's like, okay, I'm here to help and do whatever I can do.
Well,
so hopefully I answered it right because he just walked up.
Oh, yes, indeed he did. Well, thank you very much,
right.
Mickey. Appreciate it. And you know what? I guess we'll just transition right in here.
You want me to just hand him the headset?
Hand him the headset.
No break or anything?
Yeah, no, we're going to shake up our break schedule and just go right into it. He's an important man. We don't want to make him wait. So, come on down. Thank you very much, Mickey. Appreciate it, good sir. And Mickey hands the headset off to Brian Schottenheimer, the offensive coordinator for your Dallas Cowboys. Good morning, sir. Sorry we didn't get to say hi off air, and we're just throwing you right into it.
Nice to see you guys, man. What's going on? Sorry we had to chase Mickey out of here, man. That's messed up. I feel bad.
I know. So there's a lot of pressure on you to make this interview successful.
Yeah. Okay.
I just want to let you know that from the jump. All right.
I'll tell you what, pressure. It's tough. This is a tough situation. Follow up that act right there.
Well,
this show's known for very hard, difficult questions, so we're really good.
You guys look like bad guys, tough guys. You know what I'm saying?
I don't want to add to it, but you are sitting on the K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing hot seat interview, so it is a lot of pressure. So I actually have one question. I would really love as much detail as you can give us on this. Can you walk us through in-game responsibilities if you're not directly the one who's calling the plays? Like, how does that all unfold on the sideline?
Yeah, that's a great question. And, again, it's going to be a little different for me. I mean, again, for 14 years calling the plays, you're the guy getting all the information. You're the guy that everybody's feeding you. Okay, here's what we're getting on first, second down. These are some of the adjustments we got to make. And now it's my role, along with the staff, to gather all this information, tie it together, present it to Mike to where not only what they're doing, but really, let's be honest. I mean, the bottom line is when you're talking about offensive football, there's a focus and a really the attempt to, hey, we're going to do what we do. Why? Because we're good at it. We're confident in it. We like to be the ones that want to attack and get after people. But, again, there's going to be adjustments made based on the opponent and how they see us maybe differently than we saw ourselves heading into that game. So I'll be the guy working closely with the staff to communicate to Mike, hey, here's how they've changed, or hey, they're staying with what we expected they do. And then tie that into schematically what we want to do to offset what they're doing. And so, again, it's basically processing a ton of information, both what we're doing, what we're having success with, and then comparing that to the defense, and then giving him feedback that helps him call the plays and feel good about the flow. Because calling a game is all about flow and routine. And, again, hey, they're thinking we're doing this and we're doing that. And that's the magic of a great play caller.
With that in mind, then, do you ever think the concept of the halftime adjustment is overrated because it discounts the fact that you're probably adjusting after a play, after a series, like continuously throughout the game?
It's a constant evolution, if you will. Like, you're always trying to adjust. You're always taking information. But I think what's weird is people don't realize, and I've only been in college for like 1 year, really 1 year as a coordinator at Georgia. The pro halftime is so damn fast. Like, you get in there, and it is like a fire sale of an auction. You're like, hey, what do you want to do? Hey, okay, on the run, you got to do the. I mean, it's crazy how fast it goes. So if you do a good job during the game, first, second, third quarter, whatever, halftime becomes easier because you've been communicating your players the whole time. And look, the objective is we want our guys to be able to go out there and feel very free. Play free, play fast, react to what's happening. And so, again, that communication we give them of what to expect from the opponent helps them do that.
Kind of reemphasize, too, what you've been saying all week, or, hey, this is the new thing we have to move on the fly with. Did you have Sean Green and Thomas Jones when you were with the Jets?
We did. We always had a stable of backs. So I can't remember. I don't think Sean and Thomas were together, but LaDainian Tomlinson, Sean Green were together. We had Leon Washington, Thomas Jones. Had a couple of guys, Barlow. We had Barlow. I mean, so we've always had a stable of guys. Which again, in this league, man, it's such a demanding position and a physical position. You better have a stable of dudes.
Bill, thank you for multiple fantasy championships. As I could start both the guys, the running backs from the Jets, and we were rocking along.
There you go. I like that. You're welcome. You're welcome.
And also for the future, we're going to use a drop of you saying it's helpful to have a stable of dudes. So I just want to let you know.
Hey, I love that.
You quote me on that. Be surprised. He's heard this show before.
How similar to the running game then do you want it to be here, and does Mike want it to be, or how different?
Yeah, the easy answer to that is, again, we're going to play based on, our guys and what we've done well. Like the Cowboys have run the ball well here, okay? We're going to continue that. But literally, to sum it up very simply, is say this. When you're a good running football team, which we were in Seattle in 2018, and we were a couple times with the Jets, leading the league in rushing, which I think we're going to be really, really good this year. You have to be able to run the football when the defense knows you're going to run the damn football, whether that's 4-minute, whether that's a goal line short yard situation, right? It's easy for us to trick people at times, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're a great running football team. It's when they've got the box loaded, they've got the linebackers toughed up, they're trying to run through gaps, they're trying to distort your blocking schemes, but you know what? You can still run the football well. And a huge part of that is the belief and the identity that when we stand up in front of the group, that the receivers buy in. CD, Brandon Cooks, Michael Gallup, all those, that they know that their responsibility is in the running game. They got to kick ass, and they have to get after the safeties and get after the corners, and all that it does is set up what? Your play action passing game. And so our identity is we know we want to be able to run the football when people know, hey, damn, they're running the football and they can't stop us.
So I know I'm going to change the topic a little bit here. I see your tattoo of faith, family, and football. And right now during this trip, I've been reading the Coach K book. He seems like a person that I want to learn leadership skills from. I want to be a better dad, a better coach, a better husband, all of these things. I was wondering if you have a book or somebody that you look up to, or multiple people you look up to, that's really helped you become a better faith, family, football guy.
Well, I love the question. I really do. Big fan of the show already, just because seriously sitting down and talking to you guys. So I got this literally 3 days before camp started.
Wow.
My family truly is my world. I've got a beautiful wife, 2 kids. My son's getting ready to head off to college, going to Auburn.
Mine too, and his daughter's going off to college.
I'm telling you. So, and here's the crazy thing. Like, I don't know if this is a God thing or this is just punishment, because he goes to school on the 9th. Starts on the 10th, so my wife's got to take him down there without me. Okay. I'm sure I'm going to get the phone call, and I'm saying, hey, honey, what are you doing? I'm laying in his bed, and I'm just thinking about, like, okay, get up, go work out, go do something. But look, my dad coached for a long time. You guys know that. Yep. He was a terrific football coach. But he was a great dad. And so I would start with him. I remember, him waking me up to go play golf. Like, I was not a big golfer early on. I'm going kindergarten, first grade, second grade. We'd get up at like 6:30 in the morning to go play golf. And I'd be like just dreading it. And so I'd be riding in the cart. He'd ask me to go hit a shot or two. And I'd be like, no, I'll just wait till the green. I'll putt. But now that I look back on it, like, he just wanted time with me alone. No distractions, on the golf course, on the green, and we talked about what? Life. And then the coolest thing that I look back on is I started looking forward to those moments because after golf, we were always guaranteed of one thing. On the way home, we were going to stop at the ice cream shop, and we were going to get a chocolate milkshake, and I could order whatever I wanted in it, and it was amazing. We would just sit on the picnic table and talk about life. And so he's a huge influence. I've read most of Coach K's books. I literally just read this 2 summers ago, Leading with the Heart again, which is a great one. But, there's so many just great mentors and people that try to get that right. But those are my 3 whys. Really, they all start with F, but they're my 3 whys. It's because, my faith is really strong. I am a believer. I am a Christian. My family is my world. And then, again, you can't do this job. You can't love coaching. You can't love playing in the National Football League without being driven and motivated to be the best you can be because it's so demanding on your time and your body and it takes away from so many other parts of your life.
What's been your biggest emotional moment coaching football?
Biggest emotional moment coaching football?
Just as you're thinking, because I was just reading where Quinn Snyder started crying because he's with Duke and the seniors get into an NCAA tournament game, and he started crying on the bench. And Coach K said, "Now you know what it's like to be a coach. The connection you have with these guys for 4 years." Yeah. So again, there's been a ton of them, and it's one pops up because again we started talking about family and my dad and stuff. So it would have been 2000 and I believe 2009, maybe 2010. I was coordinating with the Jets. My dad had been fired after a 14-2 season with the Chargers. We went out to San Diego. I think they were one of the top seeds. Back and forth game, right? We end up popping a big run with Sean Green. He goes for like a 45-yard touchdown late. And then we get the ball back in like a 4-minute drive to put the game away. We go for it on 4th and 1. If we make the first down, game's over, right? They don't get another shot. Phillip Rivers is playing quarterback for them. And we called 40 Blast. Well, 40 Blast is a version of Power O, which was my dad's favorite play. So Rex says, hey, we're going for it. So we go immediately what we're doing. Thomas Jones goes and he frickin' follows Tony Richardson block right up in the A-gap. We make a first down. The game's over. We're going crazy. We're going to the AFC Championship game. And I go out after the game, I go out into the family section, and my mom was there, my wife was there, some friends, but my dad was actually being a ball coach. He was coaching the damn Shrine game down in Tampa. I'm like, really? You're missing a playoff game to go coach the Shrine?
Your play.
Yeah, I mean, but literally, I called him, and I wasn't expecting this, but I called him, and he picked up, and just when he said hello, I just started getting emotional. I said, hey, this one's for you, Dad, because when he got fired in San Diego, that was hard. 14-2, they had a hell of a team. If you guys remember, you guys probably do, right? Interception, ball gets knocked out by Trevor, or they're going to win. And so that was just a cool moment. But, again, it's after big games, being in the locker room with the guys. I'll be honest with you, this year in the draft room with Deuce and Chris Vaughn, one of the coolest things I've ever experienced, fellas. Yeah. I mean, literally, that was emotional. We kind of knew it was coming, but, just that love of the game when shared together with a father and a son, or just a connection with two people together, it's just powerful, man. So again, I appreciate you asking about that.
Now, we just had Deuce Vaughn on the show yesterday.
He was great.
But also we had Jalen Tolbert on, and I know you said he's a guy who looks like he's figured it out. Do you want to give credit to our show for interviewing him so early in camp and helping set him on the right path?
Well, if you guys taught him how to take notes, then you guys should 1,000% applaud yourself, pat pat each other on the back because,
that.
I mean, like, I'm looking at your guy's handwriting. It's not nearly as nice as his.
To read,
It's not. It's not. We also had on Eric Scott, so I feel like we're taking potentially fringy candidates and pushing them onto the roster. So I really feel like
you guys are developing the end of the roster. And I love that.
Yeah, you're always turning.
Hey, literally, I asked JT the other day we were going to practice because I threw it out there just when I saw him in the weight room. I asked him about his notes and stuff. I had to give him a heads up. I was like, hey, dude, if people come up to you like, hey, man, I want to see your notes. Like, hey, it's okay. I threw it out there to him. But I asked him if anybody had asked him. He said somebody had asked him about it, but they didn't ask to see it. But he's a feel-good story in my opinion. Because last year, I'm sitting back. I'm a consultant. I'm just kind of watching, and I saw some of the struggles. I saw some of the things where just didn't come together for him. And then when he came back into the building in early February, whenever it was, man, it was cool. There was a different look in his eyes, and he was excited. And you see him showing up every day at practice. And like as a coach, it gets you excited because the fans don't see that. They don't see a guy coming to the building in February 10th, right, when they don't have to be back in the building until the middle of April, and be like, hey, coach, I'm ready. What do I need to do different? What do I need to do better? And then to see him search out Brandon Cooks and okay, hey, this can work together. And then you talk to him over the summer, just checking in and say what's up, and they're out in Oregon together training. Like that stuff gets you fired up as a coach, man, because it's like these guys understand the connection piece. And the family piece and the brotherhood piece is real in our game. It is real. So two great guys, two really good young players that we're really excited about.
How difficult is it to run a practice and get a playoff with Micah being on the other side? It just seems like that dude's wrecking practice too sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the defense in itself gives you all kinds of problems, but the guy's playing at such a high level right now. And again, another thing, just when you look at you follow this spring. Guy's training with Andrew Whitworth. Like here's a guy working on his craft, right? Like I mean, and when you talk to the coach, you're like, hey, did you guys help with that? He's like, no, he totally did that on his own. But elite player. Again, I hate to compare players, but I was around more as a high school, college kid, and then 1 year as a coach, Derek Thomas. And there's so many similarities of the get off, the strength, the relentless pass rusher, just to chase things down. Like it's cool when you've been around one guy, you're like, this guy's unbelievable, and then you watch Mike every day in practice, and there's just a respect. You're like, holy cow, that guy's a hell of a player.
Glad he's on my team.
Yeah, exactly.
One thing that can be super helpful if the rush is coming is the screen game, which we've been praying to see more and more of for years here. How do you feel about the development of y'all's screen game? Because we've heard and seen Hendershot, Vaughn, Pollard. It feels like a lot more people are getting mixed in the screen game.
Yeah, it's an awesome weapon for you offensively, right? I mean, this game's become what? It's become a passing game. Everybody loves to kind of spread people out and throw the football. But, again, screens and draws are a lineman's best friend, right? Because it does what? It makes the defense question, is it so they don't have the same get off. They don't have the same bend of the corner and stuff like that. So I think that we'll be really good in that regard because I think, number one, we've got a line that's going to be good at handling the space of playing in the perimeter and the screens. We've got people we want to get the ball to in space. You've mentioned some of them, whether it's TP, whether it's Deuce. All the backs can do it. Then we got tight ends that can do it. We've got guys on the perimeter that can do it. So certainly something we've been working on. And the biggest thing is going to be us not only picking the right spot to call them, which Mike will certainly do, but then executing them because screens can look ugly. Draws can look ugly when they don't work, and that's when the fans are like, no, not another screen. But when they pop, they could be explosive.
So you've been to a lot of training camps throughout your life. I was wondering this, and nothing like against Jacksonville. I love watching Trevor Lawrence, but it's like we might be walking into this place with Trevor Lawrence as he's just parking the car with us, too. I'm just wondering, I've never been to an NFL training camp besides the Dallas Cowboys. How much bigger, or is it bigger than other people's training camps?
I love the setup, number one. I mean, when I first got here last year, when I was with, again, the Chargers, we would go to UCSD in La Jolla and the same setup. But what's so cool about this is just everything is so close. And what I love is I love walking to and from practice or to and from meetings and seeing the groups of guys hanging out and visiting. And because everything's so close, you see these guys walking and talking, and not about football, about life and getting closer, and tell me about your family, and tell me where you're from, and tell me your story, man, and tell me your journey. So, again, the setup's great. The fans being out here is great. And then, of course, the weather. When I look back and I just compare, I'm like, that practice, we would have a hard time doing that right now in Dallas, 106 or 105 degrees. The coaches would definitely be falling out.
Just driving to work would be tough.
Man, we appreciate your time very, very much. The feedback we've already gotten on the fan text on social media is super positive, so we'd love to have you back on at any point.
Love it. Appreciate you guys, seriously, and look forward to working with you guys again, and let's have a hell of a year.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Dallas Cowboys offensive coordinator right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk about how you can be part of this station, and we're going to have to really boogie. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Window Nation and is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
First down, Brady, fade left side of the end zone. Evans falling down, one hand, touchdown.
Wow, what a catch by Mike Evans there. What a catch.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk a little bit about Mike Evans, but it is also a shout-out Friday. Got a great one for you right here from the 254. Shout out to y'all, and especially Kevin for sharing his journey and struggles with their pregnancy. It helped me to know what others were going through. Me and my wife were now pregnant, and the little boy is due in January. That is fantastic news. And it's like we talked about earlier with that guy talking about sobriety, is you never know when your story might connect with somebody, or hopefully a lot of somebody's individually, and help them along their journey. So I'm super, super pumped for them. Now, I was curious what y'all's take about this was, because I feel like we all probably think Mike Evans is good, but I don't know if he's ever talked about as one of the best. And
no, he's not.
Exactly. And so Mike Evans is on the precipice of setting the record or extending his record for most consecutive 1,000-yard seasons to start a career. And he said, I know where I'm at. My opinion matters more than anybody. There's a lot of great effing players, but I'll take myself over anybody. And I thought,
as he should,
which you're right about that. But in the hierarchy, I guess I was curious, why don't more people think Mike Evans is great? And is he a Hall of Famer to go along with that?
I think he's great. I think it's tough to make the Hall of Fame. It's the Hall of Fame. It's not an easy thing to make. It's just tough. And yeah, when you're naming guys, usually we name right now Justin Jefferson. We name Jamar Chase. You go through a little bit older, you go to Adams and Vegas now. Cooper Kupp's good. There's just a lot of really good players. Tyreek Hill's a really good player, and he's played on the biggest stage, and I know Mike Evans did too when Tampa Bay won that Super Bowl. But I look at him, I think he's great. Do I think he's a for sure Hall of Famer? I don't. It's not easy to make the Hall of Fame. Ask Tim Brown. Yeah. Ask Michael Irvin. Ask these guys that we thought were for sure Hall of Famers, and it took them a little bit of time for them to get in. Andre Reed, just going back to a generation or a couple generations ago. So, yeah, he's really good. And he might be a Hall of Famer, but he's going to have to do more. He ain't a Hall of Famer yet.
Devontae Adams, Kevin, 3 years ago, the two succeeding years, 77%, 72% catch percentage. Mike Evans is a career 57% guy. All right, and Devontae Adams is 64 over his career.
Sure,
but the
how much does that have to do with the quarterback too?
And yeah, I mean, it's in play calling, sure. But Mike Evans does feel like a 50-50 ball guy, where they're like, go deep, go get that. And here's the thing to that: because of that percentage, the reception numbers aren't as high as 100 for a lot of these guys.
Sure,
if he was catching more of those, Kevin, his numbers would be even higher. His receiving yards and touchdowns would be even higher. So it's not. I think it's not a lack of disrespect to him. It's just there's other guys that have numbers that are just that jump off the page.
And see. And I totally hear you on that, because
he's a beast, though, because Trayvon Diggs told us the other day.
Yeah.
That guy right there is tough to play against.
But I'm in that same camp. I think Mike Evans is very good, but when he's like, I'm one of the best, I'm like, I don't know about that. I thought he was one of the best in college, sure, but he's played in the NFL for 9 seasons. He's had 9 seasons of 1,000 yards or more. In 6 of his 9 seasons, he's caught 8 or more touchdowns. In 4 of his seasons, he's caught 12 or more touchdowns. It feels like those are amazing numbers, but I feel like year in and year out, everyone is like, yeah, no, Mike Evans is good. He's really good. Yeah. But he's never in that top category. Right. And I feel like very rarely has he been in that top category.
He's AJ Green. I mean, he reminds me of that, where you're like, yeah, he's one of the top 5 receivers ish, and he's in that area where you could make an argument for him to be top 5.
And to your point,
from 5 to 10.
AJ Green's not going to be a Hall of Famer. You know, that spot is reserved for when he played. It was Calvin Johnson. It was Julio Jones. Maybe I'm forgetting a couple other people's kind of. I know AJ Green is he still surviving in the NFL? Isn't he on?
He was with the Cardinals last.
Yeah, so he's kind of in the NFL. So,
yeah.
But, it's just one of those things. A.J. Green, great career. A.J. Green, Hall of Famer. He ain't going to make it. It's really tough to make when you look at an era of wide receivers. Usually they go with like kind of 4 guys of an era.
Yeah.
And he's probably going to be, I don't want to say he will be, but I mean, he needs to put up this year with Kyle Trask or Baker Mayfield. Like, he's in a pretty crappy situation. And then most likely he's going to have a rookie at the end of his career. He's going to have a rookie quarterback unless he gets traded to another team who says, hey, this guy can put us over the top on where we're at. And he probably has 3 or 4 more years left, as in today, like if he gets traded after this season, people are going to look like he has maybe 2 or 3 seasons left.
He's the guy that if you draft him in fantasy, you drafted him probably 5-6 rounds deep, and everybody goes, damn it, why didn't I get that guy?
Because you just weren't thinking about him, right?
Yeah, but if you have him, you're not drafting him first because that doesn't lead the way for you, but you always go, man, I need to make a trade for Mike Evans at some point this season.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Football is back. Did you care?
Oh, no.
That's Corey's response. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Tired of picking between...
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece, live from Oxnard, is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year-end savings on new Silverados. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. Shop model year-end savings today. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. A little bit of a tricky deal here because we were going to dive into gridiron, but there are some fascinating doings transpiring in the world of college football. And I know every time this is a retroactive Forgiveness Friday for Carter is the Pac-12 commissioner needs forgiveness for watching his conference burn to the ground and doing little to nothing about it. So here is the latest. Now, Reginald, you're telling me that two schools that we thought as of last night were departing to the Big 12 have now decided to go to the Big 10. Do I have that correct?
You don't have this correct. I think you might have misread some reports from yesterday. Yesterday, the Big 10 got together and voted to allow their commissioner to try and expand with Oregon and Washington.
Okay, so they weren't going to follow Arizona to the Big 12. Okay.
No, but earlier today, there was reporting that Oregon was not going to take this opportunity, maybe pointing to the idea that those teams would try and remain in the Pac-12 rather, and make this work, which then prompted a report that I saw that maybe Arizona would then renege on the idea of, joining the Big 12, and maybe they'd all stick it together and be a whole big happy family. But no, as of 11:40 a.m. Central Time, right? Brett McMurphy of The Athletic wrote, and I guess I will read verbatim: breaking, Oregon and Washington joining Big 10, becoming latest schools to leave the Pac-12 and putting the Pac-12 future in doubt. Actually, and he's not of The Athletic, he's of the Action Network. My apologies.
I mean, it feels like it's in doubt if it was USC, UCLA, Arizona, now two more. Like, that feels like a pretty big doubt right there. Holy moly. College football is crazy.
So what's going to happen? You predict it. And if you're wrong, we get to chop off a finger.
Pac-12 is done.
Oh, wow.
It's done.
Just get there.
Either that, or if it's not done, it will turn into the WAC, right? Like, it'll just turn into an also-ran conference.
The WAC? It wasn't the SWAC, the Southwest?
The SWAC.
So Pacific West?
I guess you could call it that.
I think they'll call it the same name. I think he's just talking about the level of importance, Corey. It'll still be referred to, I'm guessing.
I'll say this. I'll give the Big 12 a lot of credit here. I thought for sure.
They were dead?
Yeah, when Oklahoma and Texas left, I thought it's over. But it looks like that the Big 12 is going to survive.
And this is at least the second.
Because it looks like the Pac will, to your point, if they do start picking up other schools, it's going to look really ugly.
And this is, I will, to the Big 12's
Maybe the Big
credit,
12 will look ugly too. But
this is at least the second time they have survived from what I thought was death for them. Is because when they lost, was it Missouri and Colorado to the Big 10, and then...
Or Missouri was SEC.
Yeah.
Colorado was Pac-12.
Yeah.
Nebraska Big 10?
Thank you. Nebraska. God, I'm doing terrible at this today. Missouri and Texas A&M to the SEC, and then they lost Nebraska. That was another thing where I was like, even with Texas and Oklahoma, we thought...
We thought
I think I did that
You
wrong.
could have said
Shut up.
What's your deal?
Shut up. We thought that could be the end of it with Texas and Oklahoma.
And remember, at that time, Texas was trying to go to the Pac-12.
Yeah, and it looked like they were all going to leave as well. So this is at least the second time I thought the Big 12 was done, and it looks like they're going to make it.
Help me out. I know Colorado has now come back to the Big 12.
Yes.
You just told me Arizona is now in the Big 12 too?
They're expected to finalize that deal.
Quick question. Usually these teams in state stay together, but it's not happening. Oklahoma's leaving. Oklahoma State is staying. Is Arizona State possibly coming to the Big 12?
Maybe, but I mean, it seemed like that was going to be state legislatures were going to try and force Arizona to stay with Arizona State, but it does not seem like that is being forced at this moment. Now, I don't know if the Big 12 then tries to go and conquest more of the, falling apart and dilapidated Pac-12 and
they should
try and grab Arizona State or Utah or some other schools like that. But as of right now, it does not seem like that is a package deal.
Because I don't follow college football enough. Are teams are conferences trying to get to 20 teams? Are they trying to get to 16? What's their ultimate goal on how many teams will be in one conference?
But I don't see, I totally understand your question. I don't even know if it's about that. It just kind of feels at times like a power and revenue grab, probably a revenue grab more than anything.
Oh, and Florida State's school president stated that very explicitly yesterday.
Not an if, but a when.
So it is in fact about, revenue.
Yeah. Oh, that is for sure. And so when you see that, like, the Pac-12 is kind of shaky, it feels almost like Game of Thrones-esque, where you're like, well, this person, they're shaky, let's take them out. And so I don't even know if conferences are like, well, how's that going to work? I feel like a lot of times they're like, well, we'll figure that out later. We just know we'll split into 2 divisions. We'll break out how exactly the conference schedule is going to work after that. But this is our chance to put the Pac-12 in the ground and make sure that we are just fine.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and do it then.
Well, what conference do you represent in this scenario that you want to win?
Whichever one UNT's in, baby. That's the one that I want to win the most, Kevin.
Okay.
Or OU. I mean, they're
all right. OU is a different deal. I haven't heard a whole lot.
I really
about.
I really could care less about conferences. It couldn't care less about the conferences. It's about the teams, like more than because nobody's running around with a Big 12 shirt on, Kevin. As I've always said, everybody's concerned about the laundry more than anything else, and there's no Big 12 T-shirt around.
Yeah, but your schedule kind of stinks if you're not in the right conference, right?
You know what they could do?
Be better.
This is a radical idea that I definitely stole from somebody on Twitter. What if you just made like 2 big conferences, and you like had the one best team from that one conference play the other best team from that other conference in like this super big game?
Mm-hmm.
Like, do you think that would work for football?
I've seen it before, I feel like, and I'm not quite sure how it's going for that.
It was called the big game.
Yeah, the big game. The big game every year. This year, the big game's in Las Vegas.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, first impressions of Max Scherzer as a Ranger, and does this give you any optimism for the bullpen? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. As we are out at Dallas Cowboys training camp in Oxnard, they have just fired up their walkthrough, so we'll try to get you some reports from that. I know the walkthrough usually significantly slower paced than an actual practice, but it has begun. I know, Mike. It has begun, and it is going on. It is also a shout-out Friday, 877-881-1053. If you want to get any of your shout-outs in, also want to hear from the Twolos and the YouTubers. But right now I want to go into your first impressions about Max Scherzer with the Rangers, but I also want to talk about the bullpen because it's just one series, and you've seen the bullpen have great series before, and then it falls apart quickly after that. But did you see this as an optimized version of what you hope the bullpen could look like?
Sure, but we've done this before.
Yeah.
I know who everybody is in that pen. I know who I trust, and I know who I don't trust. Nothing's changed. Now, the only thing that can change, we pitched one game.
Yeah.
I saw not Anthony Spies, but Spies. What was Spies' first name? Whatever. Alex, thank you. I saw him pitch one game. Me and Derek diagnosed him exactly correct after even pitching great against, I believe it was Tampa. And it was like, he's effectively wild, but he's way too wild to be successful in the major leagues like that. And then he pitched two more games, and the Rangers had to send him back to work on his command of his fastball and command of his slider. So, obviously, didn't get to watch yesterday's game. We're here in Oxnard. I can follow it. Yeah, an optimized version. Yeah, that's great. And luckily, the Rangers blew out Dylan Cease in Game 2.
They did.
Because if you're going to go on winning streaks, you're going to have to ask Jose Leclerc to get 3 big outs in a 1-run situation or a 2-run situation. You're going to have to ask Brock Burke. You're going to have to ask, I'm sorry, I don't know the back end of the pen right now. I think Yuri Rodriguez is still on the team right now because they keep switching those guys. If you go on big winning streaks, those guys are going to have to pitch 6th and 7th innings and put up a 0 in a 1-run game. And that's why the Rangers haven't gone on a 10-game winning streak as good as they've been this year, is because eventually guys wear down in the pen and you have to give them a day off. Yeah. And you have to give them maybe 2 out of 3 days off. And so that's the issue, is you really need to have a great bullpen. You have to feel really confident with 6 guys able to close a game out.
I am interested to know where Evaldi's status is going to be in the future, because there is a chance that you get 1, maybe 2 8-inning games out of one of those 2 pitchers, Scherzer and him, before the season's over. In my opinion, I think Scherzer found some confidence later in the game, and I think that if Evaldi, that's obviously if you trust, the health of him. If they're going, all right, we got him the rest we needed to get him, and he feels comfortable doing it. He's out there throwing, small 10-pitch innings, and we're getting out of him quickly. You get that opportunity, and that could help conserve a little bit. But I'm not betting on it, not counting on it, but I think you can.
Here's what worries me. I know it's September 4th, 5th, and 6th, but let's just go to October 4th, 5th, and 6th. And you're playing the Houston Astros, and you're up 3-2 after 5 innings, and your starter's out of the game. You don't score any more runs. How confident do you feel that this team is going to get 12 outs without giving up a run?
About 40% confidence.
Yeah, I am probably lower than that. I think I'm pretty close to the likelihood that I think we would go those 4 innings against the Astros without scoring.
Now, that's not every playoff game, but a lot of playoff games, just when you watch when 2 teams are evenly matched, yes, every once in a while you have blowouts in the playoffs. It happens. Your team explodes on the starting pitcher, and you feel like you're up 7-1 after 4 innings, and you somewhat cruise a little bit, and there's not very much pressure on the pen. But usually in a 5-game series, if it's a close series and you play all 5 games, 4 out of those 5 games are close, and you have to have a pen that can put up zeros. A lot of times in today's game, starting pitching is more important than the bullpen, but it seems like in playoff baseball, the bullpens determine so much of the outcome in baseball nowadays.
Now, the Rangers have the 5th worst bullpen ERA in baseball at 4.77. The only teams worse, well, you'll notice a trend here, are the Colorado Rockies, Kansas City Royals, Washington Nationals, and Oakland A's. So that's not.
And they'll all be picking top 10 in the draft.
Yes, exactly. So that's not the company that you want to be in. But let's take it a step further. Since July 1st,
The Rangers' bullpen ERA is 6.03, which is second worst in Major League Baseball. I didn't check that, but don't you feel like your de facto answer would be the Royals or the A's, right? But I actually don't know that. One of the good things is two of the people that I'm guessing are in your category that you can count on, Smith and Chapman.
For sure.
Okay. So Smith picked up his 18th and 19th saves of the season. Since Chapman got here, so a little bit more than a month ago, Smith has a 2.61 ERA. Since Chapman got here, he's got a 2.7 ERA, and he only gave up runs in one of his 10 appearances.
Right.
So his other 9. So those two are two that you feel good,
100%.
you feel locked in about. All right.
Yes.
After that, is Spores not in that group?
No.
Okay.
I like him.
He was good last night.
But he's inconsistent.
Yeah.
And the other thing, too, is he's not proven. Chapman and Will Smith not only are proven this year, but they're proven in the past.
Other years,
and in the playoffs.
Spores coming into this year was 50-50 he'd be on the team. And so, yes, he's done a much better job. He's exceeded expectations this year compared to where we had him in March going into the season. At the same time, do I feel good if I don't know. I'm just going off of, I don't know their exact lineup. Altuve, Bregman, and Yordan Alvarez are coming up in the 6th inning. I give the ball to Spores. I'm 50-50 on that. I'm like, hey, man, I think he can, and I think that there's a chance at 2 runs score in this inning. It's not now you give the ball to Chapman, and he's rested. He didn't pitch the day before, and he's going up against those guys. I'm like, no, he's going to get him out. I've seen Will Smith win multiple World Series in his career, putting up big zeros late in games. So Spores, he's going to have to step up. He's going to have to be as good as Will Smith. Stratton's going to have to be as good as Will Smith. Like, I can't say, hey, Aroldis Chapman, because that dude throws 103. He's kind of on another level with kind of a Jordan Hicks who's now in Toronto situation. But, I mean, guys are going to have to exceed expectations if we think that this team's going to go. If they go to the World Series, it's because Stratton and Spores and Brock Burke ended up pitching like guys that you think they could save games or they could close games in the future in Major League Baseball.
Will Smith was pumped to close that game out too yesterday, man. He was exceptional.
And Stratton is the one that when we traded for him, I was not the biggest fan, but new team, new opportunity to rewrite your narrative. And so I'm hoping he turns out to be a regular season stud for us, and then we'll deal with the playoffs because then we'll be there.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. I just think that we've had this conversation 8 different times when the bullpen starts getting a little hot. And we go, did it? Like, we were concerned about the bullpen in spring training. And then they got off to a really good start. The first 2 to 3 weeks of the season, the bullpen was pretty darn good for the most part. And then we're like, wow, this is better than we thought. And then explosion happened. And then it was kind of chaos. And Will Smith luckily stepped up as at least we knew we had a 9th inning guy. But Jonathan Hernandez, where's he been all year? You know, like Jose Leclerc, been inconsistent. At some point, Jose Leclerc's going to get a ball. If they really make a playoff run, he's going to get the ball in the 7th inning in a 3-2 game.
And we're going to have to be like, cross our fingers, hold our breath.
It ain't going to be 3-2 and 3-2 anymore.
All right, Mike. So then, with this, you're hearing it more and more. Now, from here on, every pitch, every moment, everything is more important, right? Like from here on for the rest of the season.
Right, there's more intensity in these games than
there's stuff on the
what
line.
the Chicago White Sox are playing the rest of the year. They're playing for their individual stats and individual contracts.
So with that level of things are on the line mentality, what do you need to see a winning streak where the bullpen is occasionally helping and doing those things? Is that will that give you more confidence? What will be that? You know what?
Going into the playoffs?
Not necessarily we're going to win the whole MFing thing, but, man, I have more confidence than I did early in the season in this thing. Just a couple winning streaks or so?
For 2 months, they put up an ERA under 3.
Okay.
As a bullpen, that would give me a lot of confidence. Now, that's a little bit tough because in a bullpen, all it takes is nothing against Martin Perez. I'm just using him because he's our long guy now. Martin Perez comes in the 3rd inning because the starting pitcher stunk, and he pitches 3 innings and gives up 7 runs, but he ate enough innings up to give your bullpen a rest so that they can be ready to pitch the next day. Well, that does go on ERA for a bullpen where he's just doing the job of eating up innings.
Yeah.
He was trying to keep the game close. He couldn't keep the game close. Now it's just like, hey, you're not going to pitch the next 2 nights anyways. Throw 80 pitches and just make sure that we don't have to use any more bullpen pieces.
Now, a couple of things here, Mike. I specifically did not want to quote this, but since you're talking about the bullpen, there's a Dallas Morning News headline up. that I knew would make you laugh, and it says, quote, "Don't look now, but Rangers may have turned back end of the bullpen into a legitimate weapon."
It's a good positive report, but now if they would have got Jordan Hicks on Tuesday or Monday, I would have been like, yeah, you know what?
Yeah.
Now I look at it, and we have the hardest throwing left-handed bullpen piece. We have the hardest throwing right-handed bullpen piece. Hicks hasn't had the best of all best years, but I bet in the offseason, if Jordan Hicks is healthy the rest of it for Toronto, he's probably going to get a 4-year, $60 to $80 million deal. I'm going to guess more like in the 60 range of about $15 million per for like a 3 or 4 year deal. But right now, I just look at it and go, no, you got to show me. You can't just make up things.
Yeah.
Like, hey, Spores is going to be great. I hope he is. I'm rooting for Spores, but there's not a history of 2022 or 21 where I saw Spores closing out games and going in the heart of the lineup with the game on the line. And this is the other tough thing, which it's hard to explain. It's even hard for me to understand, is why does all humans, the game is in the 8th inning. It's a really close game. The Rangers are on pace to lose 100 games. That person can get 3 outs in that situation. They don't see it as a threat because there's nothing on the line. If we win this game, all right, we celebrate a win. Like the Kansas City Royals right now are on a winning streak. Well, they're on a winning streak. Nothing matters. They're just playing baseball because they're playing baseball. All of these games matter. If you win or lose, you can find yourself out of first place or back in first place. And because that our human element plays into, we feel a lot more pressure because we know as much as we're trying not to put things on the line, we put a lot of things on the line. I know it goes way back into another sport. Nick Anderson for the Orlando Magic. He was a good free throw shooter. You put everything on the line in the NBA Finals, and he couldn't make a free throw to save his life, and he'll admit to this day, it ruined my career. I could not get over that moment in my career, and every time I went to the free throw line, I was replaying that moment where I failed and couldn't mentally get over that moment.
Now, somebody who seems to thrive in that kind of chaos is Max Scherzer. I want to go to cut number 4 right here. I really liked his answer about calming down after a shaky first inning, but then you're going to dive into maybe his bigger philosophy about pitching and perhaps even life. Maybe not.
On the fan.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
This
Reggie was not paying attention.
No.
Cut number 4.
It kind of told the guys,
Holy.
life's easy when you can go 7, 8 innings and they're hitting the balls at people and you're striking people out. It's, I don't want to say easy, but, that's when kind of life's easy as a pitcher, when things break your way. But you find out about yourself when things don't break your way. When, they get some, bleeding hits, they get some, for me, I got kind of singled to death there through the first 2 innings. I had 55 pitches through 2. It's then what do you do then? That's when you find out who you are about a pitcher. And sometimes these are almost my favorite starts, is when you're getting kind of beat around there in the early part of the game, but you settle in, you catch rhythm, and you're able to pitch deep into a ball game. And so, that's what I'm most happy about. I finished strong.
Yeah, I think that's a great lesson for younger pitchers to listen to. I mean, there was a time where I didn't handle it well. I can remember pitching in Ottawa and getting a whole bunch of dunk farts and giving up 2 runs, and my season was going bad. I got back to the dugout, threw my glove into the dugout, and said, "It's official. God hates me." So that can be a different type of pathway on, like, I didn't handle it well. I just, like, why is everything going wrong? Why can't things just go right? Why can't guys hit line drives at people? Why is when I get a guy to pound a ball right into the ground, why does it go over the third baseman's head after making a pitch? I got him to hit it on the ground, but yet the ball pops over the third baseman's head. And I think Max Scherzer saw it yesterday as a positive challenge in a way. We were worried watching it, giving up 3 runs in the first inning and then 3 more hits in the second inning. And he saw it as, you know what, things aren't breaking my way. I'm getting some ground balls, but they're not going to my players. But I'm going to keep making my pitches. I'm going to fight through this. I'm going to make better pitches. And then you feel more satisfied at the end that you're able to fight through a lot of things not going your way. Some caused by himself. The 2 walks in the first inning weren't caused by the umpire. It was caused by him.
Yeah, you could see, Kevin, through that time that he gained confidence as the team kept scoring runs, too. When he knew we got this game, it was pretty much his from there.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the combo platter. Yesterday was Clean Your Floors Day, so give us a sports opinion, and then what is your most
hated household chore. 877-881-1053. Plus your shout-outs next right here on The Fan. C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We got the combo platter coming up in just 1 second. Yesterday, National Clean Your Floors Day. Give us a sports opinion, and then what household chore do you absolutely hate? But I decided to go out and check out some of the walkthrough. And yes, as you could probably guess,
they're walking.
It is at a slower pace.
Were they walking fast or were they walking
No,
slow?
they were running plays, but they weren't even at maybe training camp speed. I will say this, their third down on their situational looked like it was converted by Cooper Rush. The fourth down, it was the same kind of deal that we talked about a couple days ago where Dak still threw the pass, even though the play was definitely busted, is Cooper Rush still threw a pass that would have been a touchdown, but the play was definitely busted by them, and he would have gotten taken down.
I'll say this. You totally need stuff like this. Like I know that I make fun of their walking through, but when you are coaching, even major league guys, we do have to walk through cutoffs and relays. It's not like, all right, we're just going to hit the ball and everybody go. It's like, hey, before we do this,
here's what we're trying to accomplish.
Here's where we're going. And so you just walk the guys into their position. So but then you do then start getting at a faster pace as practice is going. Here you're walking through, and they need it, right? Just let's walk through the basic part of at 5 yards, do this. This is where you're going, and just walk through it. And then a day or two later, they will do it at a faster pace.
They were doing a lot of situational stuff in terms of, he was like, all right, it's 3rd and goal from the 8 with 11 seconds. It's 4th and goal from the 4 with 5 seconds, no timeouts. So, like, they are running through a lot of the situational stuff. I know we joke about the mental reps, but this does seem like a situation, especially in goal line stuff, where I imagine the mental reps are super helpful.
If you've never thought about it before, then whenever it happens, you're going to have no clue what to do. You know, like I never even thought about what to do in that situation before. But if you've at least thought about it before, then you're prepared for that moment just a little bit.
Sure. I would agree with that. It also is a shout-out Friday. I almost forgot about this from the 940. Shout-out to Bruce Bochy for giving the best Rangers advice.
Marriage advice.
marriage advice.
Yeah, man.
And he gives the best Rangers advice,
probably
too.
Good Rangers
I don't know.
Do you think he gives better Rangers advice or marriage advice?
Man, after this week, marriage for sure.
Okay.
All right. But then again, they did sweep the Sox, so that's nice.
Now it's Rangers advice. Once we lose, you're back to marriage advice.
Back to marriage.
From the 806, can I get a shout-out to Ryder and Addison? We're heading to Arlington for their first Texas Rangers game tonight.
Nice.
Outstanding.
Hope they enjoy it. If they lose, will you be sad, and will that disappoint you, and you'll never go back? Or if they
what?
I'm always curious on that. Do you
Maybe
feel like
the
you're
first
a jinx
part.
if they lose a game that you're at? Are you like, well, I can never go to a game again?
It's like I had a friend, Dane Dunning was throwing a shutout, and then he texted us all to talk about Dane Dunning throwing a shutout, and then Dane Dunning gave up a home run like right after
I
that.
am the human jinx at times, man. I'm going to have to keep my mouth shut during the World Series this year.
So, I mean, as long as we're there, that's great. Yesterday was Clean Your Floors Day. So give us a sports opinion, and then what is your most hated household chore?
All right. And I think that...
I'm sure.
And, Trayvon Diggs gave us some really interesting answers on this the other day.
Man, I forgot to ask about that because it was funny because he goes, no, there's only a few things. I don't want to do this. And he listed a bunch
he
of
was like,
stuff.
I will clean that bathroom.
Yeah.
All right, so my sports opinion is we need the Angels and Seattle Mariners to quickly realize that what they did wasn't going to work and give up on the rest of the season. Because and you're probably saying, but why? Late in the season, you have a number of games with them, and you would like for them to look at the wild card and say we're just out of it, and for the and them to say, well, we just want to wreck a game here and there, and you want the Rangers to be able to finish off the season really strong. Dude, the schedule's not easy the rest of the way. You don't get any cakewalks the rest of the way. Maybe
6
Oakland.
games.
Yeah, that's about it. Other than that, man, it's going to be tough. Now, did the Mets truly give up? If that one could be one, too.
I think they did, but who knows?
I do think that'll be an easier series because you just start thinking of their rotation.
Yeah. So, and it's just, Mike, it's more about when you're playing at that level all the time, it can just fry you. And this team needs this. They need a couple of easy ones at some point, and I would like for it to be the last 9 against Seattle and LA or in the Angels, so that we can cap that off.
I do think, to your point, and we talked about Bochy to start this off, is this is where Bochy is so important. Yep. He's been through this multiple times. He's obviously been through this where he's won World Series. So he's going to know how to keep his guys motivated. He's also going to know when to give guys rest. Yeah. So that's important too. He's dealing with veteran guys who've been through it.
Rest is important, right?
Yeah. Well, he's hurt.
Yeah.
I mean, this isn't rest. This is hurt. Like there's when do you give a guy a start off? When do you see that a guy's struggling and he's not going to make it through it on his own? And I need to give him a day off, whether it's Leote or Duran or Josh Young, guys that are young and this is their first time through this. It's going to be easier to monitor Seager, who's obviously had a lot of time off because of injury. Yeah. And then Simeon, who loves playing 162, but nothing against Woody. I'm just using the last manager as an example.
Yeah.
When AJ Hinch went through this in 2015, he'd never gone through this. He had never been a manager going through a playoff push, and they didn't succeed. The Rangers caught him and passed by him. Now, you could say also from that we didn't have a manager with a lot of experience either. He ended up being, manager of the year in that situation. But I just look at it and go, man, Boch is going to be able to handle this, and he's going to be able to handle a pen and understand when they're a little bit worn out and how to make it through this. So you have a very experienced manager having to push this August and September situation.
And to go along with that, Kevin, is, that helps. If I have the experienced manager and Seattle and LA, the Angels give up, then I'm feeling better. Chore, dishes. I don't know, and I don't mind scrubbing a pan, all right? I don't like that. I'm fine with that. I can scrub a pan. I don't like having to put everything back up. Adrian thinks that she told me where everything goes. She didn't. She just expects me to know where everything goes.
So you don't think it's possible you just weren't listening?
I didn't. She never told me. And so I don't, and more than that, I don't really care. So let's just put all these things, let's put them where they feel like they belong. I'm more of a feel guy anyway. And so that's the thing. There's something to me about getting a dish out of the dishwasher that has a little water on it that irritates me. And I don't know why. I feel like my hands should be dry right now. I want to keep them dry. Now I got one cup that has water on it. I got to dry my hands. Now I go get another cup and my hands are wet. And so I'm like, oh, I don't like it.
I feel like my wife runs the dishwasher 19 out of 20 times, as in like who puts the soap in and who starts it up. But sometimes the issue is I would say unloading the dishwasher, I'll say I do it 20 to 25% of the time. But when you're not the person who started the dishwasher and then you open it up the next day or when you get home from work and you see that it's full, and you're like, crap, are these clean or are these not clean? Because it's not like immediately hot, right? Let's say she ran it at 7 a.m. and I didn't realize she ran it, and then you open it up and it's not like when steam's coming out, okay, these have been ran and they're done.
We have a magnet on our dishwasher that indicates.
I don't trust that. We do too.
Oh, you just don't use it?
No, I don't use it. But I think she does, but I'm not sure that she does. So then I'm like, then I have to call her up and be like, hey, did you run the dishes? And then, she's a doctor. She has 1,000 things going on too. And she's like, crap, did I run the dish? Like, and so then I have to smell a cup. And then you're like, it doesn't smell dirty, but I'm not sure this smells like as fresh as, you're a little bit confused on that. So that's the thing that can be frustrating about dishes is like, are they done or are they not done? Then you have to start going through things, and then sometimes you're like, oh, these aren't done, and then she's like, no, they were done, and you didn't ask.
And the other thing, too, is Adrian spent a lot of time and effort making sure we got these new counters and cabinet fronts and the sink, and it's like the sink is a big sink. It's one of those farm sinks or whatever. Oh. And it looks really good. The kitchen looks really nice when there's not a buttload of dishes sitting in the sink, and the kids are just like, I get home from work and they're still sitting there.
We need to do this conversion for different sports. The Rangers will be in the conference round of the playoffs, but fizzled due to bullpen woes. Is that the divisional round? Or do you think the conference championship?
I guess they're
saying the ALCS?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, look, if this Ranger team can make it to the divisional series, That will be awesome. Now, they might make it to the divisional series very Wade Phillips-like. We're like, we won. You didn't win crap, man. You didn't play in that round. It doesn't mean you won it. It just means you didn't have to play in it. We can't count it as a win. But if they were to win the division, most likely the Twins are not going to get a bye.
Sure.
Most likely it'll be the East and the West that get byes. If they make it there but they don't win that playoff round, I won't be that upset. I'll be like, dang, I'm disappointed. I was really hoping we'd make it to the ALCS. But if you played Houston or Tampa in a 5-game series in the divisional round and you lost in 4 or 5 games, I'd hope not to get swept. That always feels like ugly when you get swept. But I'd be like, hey, man, this was a good year, and hopefully they can build on it.
And they're with you, Corey. They hate doing dishes. From the 9-7-2, the Cowboys will struggle with the kicking game again this year. It'll cost them a couple of games, and they hate scrubbing the showers. Doing it right now, listening to the fan. Mike?
Hold on, does that balance out? Does that balance out your enjoyment? Like, I'm listening to the fan, that makes me happy. I'm doing something I hate, so now it's
for sure.
Or does that end up pairing those things together? I don't want that.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
It balances it out because yesterday I was listening to help balance me out for driving back from dropping Brandon at the airport in L.A. rush hour traffic. So I didn't think the fan makes me think of traffic. I thought the fan helps me get through this traffic easier.
Okay, so my sports point or topic will be Luka Doncic. The other day he played in a friendly, as they call them in soccer, or a, like an exhibition.
No, I got it.
It didn't count. They're getting ready for at the end of this month. They play in whatever, the FIBA World Fart Knocker Championship
oh my
or
God,
whatever.
Isn't that a big deal?
It probably is. But here's my point. He really did lose real weight this time. The last year when they were showing him, he was a lot tanner. And I will say, for a white person, I think when they get tanner, they do look a little bit thinner.
10%.
Okay?
Yeah, 10% more cut.
So the whiter you are sometimes, I think the heavier you will look in like trying to hey, here's this person tan, here's this person wintertime, not tan. I feel like for some reason, if your skin starts turning more suntan, it'll make you look a little bit toner and a little bit thinner, even though you're not. Mm-hmm. So I think last year he did lose a little weight. When we saw him playing for Slovenia, I think he was a little thinner than at the end of the 2022 playoff run that they had, but not a lot, just a little.
I get you.
And then he came back and, it was like, oh, he's in a little better shape, but not that much better shape. But I will say the other day, watching his highlights, I didn't watch the game. He's really thinner.
He looks
I would
lighter.
say he's maybe 20 pounds lighter than last year. Yes, he is tanner, but I do think that he is. You can tell in his chest and tummy area that he's thinner. It doesn't have to in the face too, but you can really tell. Now, I don't know if he's going to keep that weight off. I think his body. I'm going to just throw us all out here, like all three of us. Our bodies like putting on weight and can put on weight quickly. Okay, so I think Luka has that genetic in him that his body is going to be 300 pounds when he gets older. But I think that he has to work harder to keep the weight off, and it looks like he's worked very, very hard to change his body since the Mavericks were eliminated from even making the playoffs. So I'm positive about that. It doesn't mean the Mavericks are going to be great next year. I think they're still really screwed at center and power forward, but I do really like the work he's put in so far. It's noticeable.
Most hated household chore?
I hate folding laundry. Now, my own laundry here at the hotel, no problem at all. Folding 5 to 7 shirts and doing my underwear and shorts or whatever, no big deal.
Your thongs?
But, my thongs. Yeah. I do need to get some thongs.
Why is that?
I don't know.
I know how to set Mike up, baby.
Never mind. I retract my question.
I'm trying to get tighter by my workout, so maybe it'll make my butt look better if nothing's pulling on it. But I will say that when you're at home, I think people that have kids understand this. People that don't have kids don't. So now you only have one, so you don't even understand.
I have 2 kids.
That little kid makes very
Are you about to say he makes very little laundry? Is that what you're about to say, Mike?
Yeah.
Because I'm going to argue right now, compared to any other child, a newborn makes more laundry.
Kevin, you barely even have shirts for him. Come on.
But they're little.
Compared to all 3 of my kids, dude. Like, they don't even care.
They are little. They take up less space, but that kid goes through outfit after outfit.
How many towels do you have? One? My kid uses 1 towel every shower. He showers twice a day.
No, he has more than 1 towel because you have to have the shark towel and then the hippo towel. And then there's a regular towel. He doesn't care for that one. I'm with you.
All right. But when you have 5
he's a baby.
When you have 5 people in one house and they're all you are doing we do a load of laundry a day. So I think people that are like it's a full load too.
Yeah. Kevin
like
does he does laundry once a month.
That is not true.
That's what you said. You were
that was a long time ago.
My wife does know how much I hate folding. I don't mind, taking the laundry, throwing it in a washer, after it's done washing it, throwing it in a dryer, no big deal. I have no problem with that. It's then when it piles up and there's 14 towels, 78 pairs of clothing that you have to then go, is this Jake's or is this Cal's? Is this Mary Grace's or is this Sue's? And then now it's starting to get to the point where I'm getting, which is, I get it. Then Sue is folding laundry. She's like, I have no clue if this is yours or the boys because they're getting to be similar size.
Yeah.
So then it all gets mixed up. Like when I brought socks out here because it was in my drawer, and I'm like, these are Sue's socks. I can't put on these socks.
You can? Yeah.
They don't fit. I wear size 13, and she wears women's size 8.5. So
they just
really
don't fit. It wasn't like what will everyone think?
Which I think it's men's size 7 if I have the conversion rate right.
You think Mike's sitting there going, oh, well, they think that.
Why do they have women? By the way, that's another thing. Why do they have women's size feet and men's size feet? Shouldn't it just be this is the size of a foot?
I am with you on that, and I do not know what the conversion rate is. So
it's usually a size and a half.
Okay.
So if you're a size 9, if you're a woman, size 9, and you want to buy some Jordans that are men's, I think you buy a 7.5.
Okay. Yeah. I learned something today. And by the way, Reggie, bad news on the home front for us is Noah can still go shirtless, but he can't go without pants anymore because he's figured out how to take off his diaper. So my wife
and you don't want him to be free?
No, I don't. I definitely do not.
They're very inconsistent in their whizzing and pooping.
Yes, yes, they are.
You're like, you can take a diaper off and then put one on, and 30 minutes later, you're like, you son of a gun, Noah. You screwed me over. Why couldn't you have just done that in the last diaper?
He loves to christen the fresh diaper once he gets it put on.
I wonder if it feels like that way. Like I wonder if we wore diapers and we did our stuff in the diaper. Is if we took it off and then put on a fresh one.
You should do it for a show.
Even as adults, if
do
we're
it
like,
for one show
God,
and
this
just
feels good. I want to pee in this thing right now.
The hell is happening? From the
you can't see me right now, but I'm clicking my pen.
Okay, good.
Little kids, obviously.
I can buy you some diapers if you're wanting to run.
I can buy my own diapers.
We used to have adult diapers at the studio from Peace-a-thon.
That's true. Frank gave me the challenge
to wear them.
For the 817, the Rangers will face the Rays in the postseason and own them in dusting. It's never ending. And that's probably what I was going to say as well. Mine is dusting, but my sports opinion is this, and I can't believe NASCAR is bringing this up. Can we start getting rid of Hall of Fame voters? So Jimmy Johnson, who is tied for the most...
even in the Ring of Honor.
Not that Jimmy Johnson, NASCAR Jimmy Johnson. He's tied for the most NASCAR titles ever, and he was not unanimously voted into the Hall of Fame. And it makes me wonder... Like what?
Maybe it's Home Depot voting and he's a Lowe's guy.
And they're like, no, we can't do it. He won 5 consecutive titles. No one in the history of the sport has ever done that. And he did not get unanimously voted in. Find those voters and be like, we don't need you anymore. Same with baseball. Same with other sports. If you're like, if we can't all come to a consensus on this person being a Hall of Famer, you need to be out of here.
So we just need one person that's doing this with their thumb all the time. Is that it?
What are they doing?
Waiting for the name to be said.
Yeah, but
say a name. Say a name.
You might have been kicked out because you're not a big Nolan Ryan guy. And
I would have put Nolan Ryan in the Hall of Fame. I absolutely would have. But when people try to throw out this preposterous argument that he's the best pitcher of all time, I'm like, well, he's never the best pitcher in any particular season. So same thing with Derek Jeter. Oh, he's the best player of all time. I was like, well, that's dumb. How many MVPs did he win? All right.
7.
Next, 0.
What?
Yeah.
Breaking news.
He's just a guy,
It's not breaking news. It's not
Derek
breaking
Jeter
news.
did not win the MVP.
It's not breaking
Even
news.
though I was
He
playing
didn't know? It was breaking to him?
it was a trivia question game, and it was who played 20 seasons never on a losing team, and I had no clue, and it was freaking Derek Jeter.
Oh.
So how about that in your face, Kevin?
I didn't say he's not good.
Didn't you just say team? Yeah, because he was always on a great team. He was just a guy if he'd have played for the Rangers.
From the 214, Bijan Robinson will win Offensive Rookie of the Year, and I dread weed eating. And then last one for the 817, Dak only have 3 interceptions this year, and by far
not eating
Oh,
weed,
I was
Mike.
like, well, because usually you smoke it,
Yeah,
but
just
you
consume
can
it a
put it
different
in
way.
brownies and stuff like that and
yeah,
eat it.
if you're up for that, boy, do I got a trip for
But
you.
I was like, that's a chore. Weed eating is a chore, but I get it. Now it's the grass in your yard, not the grass you eat to get high.
I mean, maybe if you do those together, you know what I mean? Maybe it makes it better.
A lot of people at this hotel fought for more weed eating.
That they did, and their answer was scrubbing the toilets.
They do not care about guaranteed money, but they do care about weed eating.
Now it's time for Mike Likes It. Though hasn't Mike Likes It already begun?
I was going to tell you, just keep going.
Yeah,
man.
just,
Keep this
it's
segment
already
rocking.
begun.
So
there's a lot more.
I was interested in Shohei Ohtani. Obviously, he didn't get traded, and they're 2-4 in their last 6 games. Well, the Rangers just won their last 3 games against Chicago. Hopefully, they continue it this weekend against Miami. And they're like, look, we are never trading him, this and that. But I was wondering this. Yesterday, he threw 4 innings. So I'm going to go to the pitching side first. He threw 4 innings and had to be taken out of the game. What's breaking news?
I don't know. Yeah, so it says Luka today against Greece, 18 points, 1 assist, 1 rebound, 1 steal. He only played 13 minutes due to injury.
Well, probably it doesn't sound like he blew out his knee. I'm sure that would be all over everywhere if he tore something.
So I'm looking for more news on this said injury.
But well, thanks a lot.
You just ruined it. Mike's like, he looks thinner, he's tan.
I'll tell you, even the other day, even in warm-ups, there was a highlight of him throwing the ball off the backboard and dunking, and I'm like, it's amazing. When you have 20 less pounds, you can jump higher at 24 years old. Like, Zion might be able to dunk on a 15-foot goal if that fat ass ever figured out how to get in shape.
Mike!
But, okay, so I was thinking about Shohei Ohtani because yesterday he's throwing great against Seattle. He's throwing 4 innings, shutout.
Yeah.
But he had to be taken out of the game.
Did he get cramps?
Yes, in his hand. Now, he didn't get taken out of the whole game because then later in the game he hit his 40th home run of the year. Man. But I'm just wondering this as, Shohei Ohtani, I don't think he's going to come to Texas. I don't really think he's going to consider Texas as an option in the offseason. I don't know how much Texas is willing to throw money-wise. I have not heard that. I know that the Rangers were going to do everything they possibly could to bring Shohei Ohtani to Texas at the trade deadline if he would have become available. I was pretty confident in the people I talked to before we came out to Oxnard that if Shohei, because they told me he is not available right now, we've talked to him, he's not available, but if he does become available, we feel like we can put the best package together and we will get Shohei Ohtani. He never became available, so there was really no conversation of seriousness there. But it made me think and wonder as LA took a huge risk, and I understand why they took the huge risk, the Angels. But he's also been on crap teams his whole career, the Angels. And I'm just wondering, will he be able to really carry the load with pitching and hitting if he was on a championship team? Let's just say next year he goes to the Dodgers. The Dodgers are going to offer him probably $60 million a year, if not more. But you need him right now.
Yeah.
In the most important part, in August and September, if you've put yourself in a position to succeed as a team, to make the playoffs, and possibly, I do think getting the bye now is huge in baseball, that you don't have to play that 3-game series.
Oh, of course.
Is that, can he, and this is the first time in his career now, can he pitch in August and September and give you a great chance to win for him 6th day. He doesn't pitch on really a whole 5-day schedule. They give him a lot of times more of a 6-day schedule, but you need him every 6th day to be your ace and to lead you there. And that's what the Angels are banking on. And yesterday they lost partly because he could only go 4 innings. And so they had to turn to a pen and say, we need 5 innings out of you. And when you have an ace on the mound, you're really hoping, I only need 3 or 2 innings out of my pen, not 5 innings. So it just made me think about Shohei Ohtani in that way, is how much can he carry a pitching staff down the stretch the way that we're hoping Scherzer does here for the Rangers down the stretch. Now, the other thing is this. I believe he's on pace to break Aaron Judge's record right now in the American League for 62 home runs. If you want to look at, obviously, Barry Bonds in the National League at 73. He can't touch that, it doesn't look like. But I was just wondering, is he going to be able to hit 60 home runs this year?
I would say no. I'm trying to check, but our internet's dying.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I would say no, but still, like, if he got to 58.
I mean, we're at the start of August. If he hits, at this point, 11 home runs in the month of August and 11 home runs in the month of September, that would tie Aaron Judge at 62. And that would be, after all of these years, from 1961 to 2022, if you take out the steroid era, nobody could get to Roger Maris's mark. And then last year, Aaron Judge was the first one to ever do it where we feel like, hey, it was a clean run.
Yeah.
Now, and there's other things that go into it. We read how they changed the balls out for the Yankees last year to try to add more home runs to the mix. It's weird with Shohei because he's pitching with those same balls too. So if they ever change it out for the more juiced ball, he's like, dang it, I'm pitching with a juiced ball, but I am also hitting with a juiced ball.
Do you know the stadiums that are like most hitter friendly right now? Do you kind of have a good general idea? Because I can give you a couple things.
I mean, I have an idea.
Playing at home against Cincinnati.
Right.
He plays home against Tampa. He plays on the road at New York and Philadelphia and Oakland. So that's Oakland's not hitter friendly.
At nighttime, it's not.
And Seattle, he has them one more time, and then he's on the road at Tampa, Minnesota, and then home against Texas and Oakland.
So my main question here, and I'll leave it at this, then we'll go to the C block, is if Shohei struggles down the stretch pitching, like he physically can't do it, his hand's cramping or his arm's tired, but he's hitting home runs and everything. He's doing a great job of carrying a team offensively, but the Angels don't make the playoffs because hopefully Texas, and at least I'll just say Texas. I don't care about Houston, but Texas is way better. They can't catch Texas. But what if he in September can't really pitch? Like, he's just like, I'm so tired. I've tried. Last year, I pitched so much. The year before, I pitched so much. This is my third year in Major League Baseball to really be a pitcher and hitter, and I'm just dying. I just physically can't do this down the stretch. Do teams like San Fran and L.A. and Seattle and obviously the L.A. team he's with, do they look at Shohei and go, hey, we're still willing to go to $50 million, which is way more than any player makes per year, but should we go to 60 or 65? Because in August and September – he's only able to go like 3 to 6 innings, and then sometimes you need to skip him because he's too tired to really go every 5th or 6th day.
Yeah,
I don't think we're going to get to see him in the playoffs. I'd love to see what Shohei would do playoff-wise if he can really carry a team in MLB playoffs. I don't think that's going to happen, but I'm just wondering with Shohei, greatest player I've ever seen in the history of baseball because he's doing both at the same time. But I just wonder if teams are going to look at his August and September and go, yeah, we're still willing to go to a 50 number, but we're not willing to go to a 60 million per year because of his August, September.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
My top 11 observations from the week and a half at Cowboys camp. Next on The Fan.
It's backed by popular. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Oxnard at Dallas Cowboys training camp on a shout-out Friday from the... I don't know. Internet's giving me problems again, so let's just go to the C block with Corey Majors.
Sounds good to me, man. The top 11 observations from Dallas Cowboys camp right here. What?
Who do you fear more when they get mad? Because Kevin's mad, or I'm not mad right now. I'm pretty excited to get to go back to Texas. I think Kevin's just upset. He wants to stay in California forever.
He's a big fan of their laws.
You just want your stuff to work, so all of the work you put in means something.
Does he make you the most nervous?
It just, here's my thing. All of the work
it's a camp observation
that we did up until that moment did, and now it means nothing. So let's just throw it and go away. All right, the top 11
It'll be okay, Kevin.
Observations from camp. Number 11. We need to figure out how to get this weather in Texas. Kevin, if you can get that weather machine that we've been trying to get done for quite some time built,
I'll work on it.
Buy it from the Republicans. I'd really appreciate that. Don't they? Hold on. Which ones would have it out of all the governments? Is it the liberals or the Republicans? Because I took a walk yesterday. 71 degrees was the high. There was a cool breeze. Mike, you did it too. You walked down to the pier.
Yeah, but you never know. At any point, you could have had an earthquake.
Is that weather, or is well,
it's not weather. It's just that's part of
That's the nature part. Oh, that's part of the weather.
Yeah, it's part of living out here, and then the cost of everything.
Yeah.
Now, I will say this: like, my wife and I have talked about that possibly down the road that we do want to get a place somewhere where that we can live in July and August and not live in Texas in July and August.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. I know a lot of people.
There's a lot of great weather time in Dallas Fort Worth. It's just definitely not now.
Yeah, no, I know a lot of people are hating it right now.
September, October, November, December.
Gorgeous.
Usually January and February. Now you can have erratic, obviously ice storm that comes through or whatever, but for the most part, a lot of athletes, especially baseball guys, like living in Texas during the off-season because they like the weather in baseball off-season. So October through January, they like Texas.
Number 10. Kevin is now an appreciator of art. I don't know if you know this or not.
That's true.
Kevin,
he seems mad. I don't know.
Oh, it's all right. He's over here now.
Let's see if I can cheer him up.
Kevin,
this cheers me up.
You went to an art exhibit yesterday with Brandon.
It's called It was called The Broad. The museum was called The Broad.
Okay, it wasn't just some lady
girl.
No.
I think you should, in terms that you should probably say lady or woman.
The name of the museum is The Broad.
All right, and you went to this because your son said, "Let's go to this."
He asked, and there was a specific exhibit that he wanted to see for an artist that he loves. It was pretty interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
not exhibit the person.
He's an artist. He turns cars into kitchens and stuff like that.
I have never heard Kevin talk about art before. All right, in any form, he's just like, I can do without art. Is basically the theory I always got from Kevin. But yesterday,
not do without.
You're just like, it's fine. That's kind of how I feel like you mostly would be. But yesterday, you were talking in detail about things that were cool and not cool.
So the special exhibition was the Keith Haring Art is for Everybody exhibition. And so I feel the same way about art as I do when I watch the fashion or model challenges with Jess.
Okay.
Because she watches a whole bunch of garbage that I like, so I'm going to watch what she likes. Half the time, I'm like, I get it.
Yeah.
That's fantastic, magnificent, high fashion, thumbs up. Same thing with the art. Half of the things I saw, I was like, oh, that is... Oh.
Did you say you saw a green arrow?
Yeah, then I saw, and I'm like, oh, this is breathtaking. Then I saw a green arrow that took up a whole wall, and they're like, this is supposed to represent... No, and I don't get it. And it's just half of the fashion or the models. I was like, I don't get this.
Gotcha.
And some of the art was just truly breathtaking. And then some of it, I was like, I don't really understand what we're doing.
You a Monet fan? You think you'll ever try and get a Monet?
I feel like I was more of a Manet guy.
I gotcha. All right, so
you hate
sandwiches.
mayonnaise.
Not mayonnaise, man.
Number 9 on the top 11 observations from camp. DeMarcus Lawrence is going to herd in a new generation of defensive talent, and I think he knows that's his role. Like, I think he knows he's part of what's going on, but more importantly, I think he's understanding how he can be part of what, like, Micah is the guy. Like, that's the dude, and he doesn't have to be the dude. He doesn't have to try to be the dude. He just has to be the good mentor to these guys, and I think he's enjoying football more than I think we've ever seen him enjoy football right now. And some of it could have to do with Dan Quinn. Some of it could have to do with the fact that Micah is the guy and it takes something off of him. But I think a lot of it has to do with there are a bunch of guys across this defensive line that he has respect for their talent. And that's more than anything. He is bringing in that new generation of talent for the defensive side of the ball, and I think he's going to enjoy it a lot. So and it's a lot of fun to watch. I'm really looking forward to seeing how it pays off in the season. Number 8.
What?
Yeah, I know. Well, it's a long story, Kevin.
Do you like some of these better than other ones?
I have to move one to the top.
Oh.
And it's at the bottom right now. And so and it's a long story. Number 8. The offensive line has a lot of growing to do. And if it doesn't do it quick, Dak is going to be in a lot of trouble. Kevin, you asked the question to start the show off this morning, do they have the depth necessary? And Mike answered it very quickly.
Yeah.
I have a little concern with what Zach Martin's commitment is going to be. I know a lot of them are like, no, we're not worried about that at all as soon as he's in these doors, etc. But, man, without him, they have a lot of fast growing that they need to get done. Number 7, Henry Winkler is the kindest human I think ever. I just in the 15 seconds that I was able to talk to him at the media party the other night, and he wasn't even there for the media party. He was just there to eat. He was just like, I'm just going to eat because it's a great place. It's awesome looking. He's just so kind. I was like, and he just seemed so happy.
If he got to ask him one question, would it be about episode of King of the Hill he was on, or probably something different?
Man, if I got to ask Henry Winkler one question,
you did.
He was like, "You're Henry Winkler," and that
there
with
it is.
the question mark at the end
question.
of it. He was like, "Yeah."
Interesting.
So, yeah, I guess that was it, man. That was the only question I got to ask.
Do you think if somebody was like having heart problems, he could just kind of hip check them, and all of a sudden it would be okay?
I don't know.
That's what he do with like the jukebox and stuff.
Him? He could do it.
Yeah,
I couldn't. And okay, that's my question. Was it him that came up with that bit, or was it somebody else that told him to do it? Because that dude, he comes up with a bit that he can just solve everything by hitting it just a little bit. What? Oh, okay. Number 6. When you wake up competitor Trayvon Diggs, you've done the wrong thing.
Yeah.
Plus, keep an eye on his relationship with Micah. That is a solid bond right there that I don't know that people know a lot about yet. But you and I got him, the expression from him that they are best friends.
Yeah.
He said it. That's my best friend.
And he repeatedly told us he doesn't have a lot of friends.
Yeah, and he was like, Al Harris, Micah, I don't have a lot of friends. But here's let me try to get this story straight for everybody that can't freaking comprehend what happened in practice. Because now this story's been going on all week, and there's still people that are like, hey, look, what's going on? They don't respect Dak. What a bunch of idiots. So in practice the other day, they were doing red zone stuff, and they got Trayvon Diggs in his first practice back, mind you. They got him a couple different times. Maybe 3 times they scored touchdowns, and they were going his direction.
In his face.
And Micah,
That's what they said.
Not Micah, Dak Prescott goes, keep picking on Trev. Let's keep picking on Trev. We're burning him right now. And in that exact moment, Trayvon Diggs looks at him and says, shut up. And then for the rest, no, he didn't say, he didn't throw it. He just said, shut up that one time. Later on, he threw that other part in there. But later on, for the rest of practice that day, Trayvon Diggs shut it down. Nobody got a playoff on him. And then on that play that we have video of, he's running out of bounds. They're like, oh my gosh, no respect for Dak. Dak started it. Dak started the whole thing. He was saying, let's pick on this guy.
Yeah.
He's not good enough right now. And that woke up the competitor. And when you wake up competitor Trayvon Diggs, it's a different story.
And even Dak, like, if you get Dak to step out and say something, then you know you've gone too far. And he goes, yeah, I feel bad for those people who've never been in a competitive environment before. I was like, whoa.
So that's the situation. That's what actually happened. And a lot of people haven't been able to pick up. I just happened to be standing right there when it happened. But the only video that's out there is what happened on the other sideline. So I go back to, if you wake up competitor Trayvon Diggs, you've done the wrong thing. And that just goes to, along with the fact that now you got competitor Stefan Gilmore out there.
Yeah.
And Deron Bland, who's really hungry.
Yeah.
I even saw Jordan Lewis today. He retweeted the shady McCoy stuff. He was like, or maybe we just all get along really good and we like to talk a lot of trash to each other.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of I really like that from Jordan Lewis too. All right, number 5. Micah Parsons should just sit on the sidelines during practice. Listen, Mike, you and I saw it last year. He looked like, okay, I don't want to hit this dummy very hard. I just,
rude.
he was, well, not.
An actual
tackling
dummy.
dummy.
There's plenty of guys here.
He seemed, and we were
Some of them
asking,
are dumb.
we were asking the question, like, is he disinterested? I was asking that question. Is he disinterested? Because he was just like, all right, whatever. But whenever he goes up against other people, he makes them look foolish. And I'm wondering if they're actually getting in good practice because he keeps wrecking it. But, you heard this morning Brian Schottenheimer talk about that just a little bit. And he was like, look, man, you got to plan for guys like that. They are going to have guys plan for like that in the season.
That'd be good for aspirational things for players. Like, get to be as good as Zach Martin or Micah Parsons, and you just don't have to practice.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe so. You just kind of hang out a little bit.
Yeah.
Be a what is it, 7-time All-Pro?
That's right.
And then we can
Then
have a
you're
discussion
good.
about you
Then
not
you're
showing
good.
up to camp. Number 4, McCarthy is the coach of this team.
True.
And the players believe in him.
He has a press conference right next to us.
Yeah, no, I understand.
How we doing,
but he's
guys?
not just a puppet that's walking around acting like the coach. He's actually the coach. The players believe in him despite the outside forces that are against him, and he still has work to do, but he has the room. And I think the other great thing too is he was like, let me bring in great coaches to be with me to do this job. And I think this is you're starting to see a more clear-cut version of the separation between the show that Jerry Jones does, which he knows he's doing and he wants to do, and coaching a football team and trying to build a winner. And I think that's where McCarthy is. Now, people can doubt him, and obviously, unless he gets to the next level, they're going to continue to doubt him. But I see a level of respect across the board for Mike McCarthy. Number 3. I know, Kevin. I told you.
Well, hurry up. You got 2
misnumbered it.
minutes. You got to go fast.
Don't worry. I got this. All right.
Do you feel like
This is
Kevin's
mine.
body language has changed
You're just
during this
hanging
segment?
out. Just a little bit. Yeah.
Are you not happy?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
I'm the one who's been happy.
Number 3, Jerry Jones ain't done yet. Every
my
time I
God.
expect that guy to lose a step,
my gosh.
he comes and sits down and he just sits there and does all his stuff.
Is it because
and
he goes,
just
ask me
dancing.
first
Yeah.
about the Rangers
He's
trade?
still in that seat, man, just doing the stuff that he does. Number 2, Cowboys PR loves us more than anybody.
Oh, in your face, G-Bag?
Well, I mean, they still
Oh,
love
you mean the
G-Bag.
station? Oh, okay. Oh, no.
Yeah,
Wow.
The station's what I meant. They love us, Mike. Except for you in your Kansas City Chiefs hat.
I did it one time, okay?
Mark that.
But it's going to work. When they get to the Super Bowl, just remember my Chiefs hat here for one day.
You know what, Mike? I'm going to tell you what right now. If the Cowboys make it to the Super Bowl, I'll wear a Chiefs hat at least one day down at Radio Row.
I was just going to ask, are you going to wear that on Radio Row if they're there in Vegas?
So you're saying if it's Chiefs versus Cowboys, who am I rooting for?
You better root for the Cowboys.
Come on.
We'll find out if it
Oh,
happens.
my God.
It's Patrick Mahomes, guys.
So what?
His dad played for the Rangers.
You grew up
My
going
dad-
to Cowboys games.
Yeah, well, things change, man.
Tim Collins is sitting next to us. He keeps telling us, be excited about where we're staying when we head to Vegas for the Super Bowl. I want to ensure that Mike's room is filled with Dallas Cowboys, like comforters, pillowcases. I want everything. I want posters of all the great Cowboys from this year on the wall. I just want Mike to be like, you know what? I have no choice.
Life's a lot better when you don't care that much about the Cowboys' success or failure.
This makes me want to not do number 1. Number 1, Knuckleballs, Mike.
Knuckleballs.
Knuckleballs, Kevin.
Knuckleballs.
Give me some knuckleballs.
You've been more knuckleballs today, but it's knuckleballs, man.
But you said I could use it as an expletive, too.
We're going home. You get to see your lover and your kids.
Yeah.
At least one kid. I don't know.
Yeah,
no, both of them.
Both of them? That's awesome, dude.
Yeah. I mean, think about that.
I'm excited about that, but I want you to be excited. You predicted the Cowboys would go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's awesome, isn't it? It's great. They haven't been there in forever.
And I said if the Cowboys make the Super Bowl, I'll wear a Chiefs hat one day on Radio Row.
Okay, that's cool.
Even if they're playing the Chiefs.
I like it. But you're going to root for the Cowboys?
Hell yeah, I'm going to root for the Cowboys.
I don't know. Like you're rooting for the Eagles in a Super Bowl?
No,
You did do that one
that's
time.
because I hate
That's
Tom
still
Brady.
weird.
I hate Tom Brady
Never
more
root
than
for the
any
If the Cowboys
football
play
player I
the
can think
Eagles, I will root for the Cowboys
You should have
100%.
just boycotted that Super Bowl. That would have been a better decision than rooting for
If the Cowboys win the Super Bowl, do you know how great it will be for everybody?
Yes.
Did you just ask if you can boycott the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Yeah, you have the right to do whatever you want.
No, but I'm saying, like, you have to stay off social media. You have to not turn on the well, I guess you could just stream and just pretend like, hey, the West Wing's on, and just
you
pretend
can
the
watch
rest.
a game and have no rooting interest in the game. Oh, is
That's
that a
it.
segment?
If you're watching it, you're not boycotting it.
You can boycott your rooting interest.
Hey, your attitude changed in the last few minutes. I'm proud of you,
The
man.
1 o'clock hour is his favorite hour, and that's what he needs to remember.
We're about
the
to make
most.
fun of you during Masterpiece of the Week.
I'm fine with
or
that.
G-Bag of the Day. Sometimes I accidentally call it that.
You do call it
Mike at least 10% of the time thinks he's still on the G-Bag Nation. He said plenty of times. So, yeah, like, well, when we start G-Bag or K and C, that happens all the time. Yes.
I don't call my kids the right name, so you guys are like my kids.
Thanks. And I will admit, I do need Forgiveness Friday from the Tolos, the Twolos, and the YouTubers. I've been pissed off a couple of different times today, so I appreciate you still rocking with us nonetheless. Coming up next.
Hey, you're not on Twitch right now?
Yes.
What's your issue?
Oh, I'll get back on, but I got
why are you
booted
doing
off.
this, Mike? People want to see you.
Okay.
And you're intentionally not showing yourself.
No, I got booted off because of the internet. Coming up next, let's talk a little bit about that Spence Crawford buy rate, what that means for their futures, and the Texas Rangers.
Oh.
And Masterpiece of the Week. All of it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Franklin & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Franklin & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Franklin & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
And the counter, right hook from left to right. Errol Spence on inline skates, and the referee has intervened. Mamma mia! Terrence Bud Crawford has made history.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll get to Masterpiece of the Week in just 1 minute, but starting to see those numbers for Spence Crawford, and they're solid. I think they're a little disappointing, but they're solid to be sure. Is pay-per-view generated about 650 to 675,000 buys, which is a good number. But given the magnitude of this fight and the hype going into it, I thought it would be much higher. For example, the Gervonta Davis-Ryan Garcia fight had 1.2 million pay-per-view buys. So definitely showing that Crawford and Spence, I have to admit, I'm surprised. Some people were projecting 800,000. Some folks thought this fight could get to 1 million pay-per-view buys, even with the higher price point. So a little bit of a disappointment there, but both fighters walked away with 25 million. And then Crawford walked away with a potentially legacy-defining victory. So I'm sure he does not find any of that stuff disappointing. On the Rangers front, I was curious if there's anything in particular y'all are looking forward to in this series. Is it Gumby pitching tonight?
Yes.
Is it seeing Stratton if he can hold it up? Is it seeing if the bullpen?
No.
Okay. Okay, Stratton, yes. Bullpen, no. Gumby, yes.
Just being out here, Miami had a pretty big comeback the other day and won a game late. So this is, I think, sometimes when you think Marlins, especially over, let's say, the last 10 years, you think of a bad franchise. They have turned the corner. This is a team over 500. This is a team fighting for a wild card spot because they're not catching the Atlanta Braves. But this is a playoff contending team. So this is going to be a good matchup. I'm probably most excited about, even though we won't get to see it because we'll be on a plane, I am excited to see Jordan Montgomery pitch for the Rangers tonight. So that should be a fun one. You're hoping you get it on the plane.
You want to watch it on the plane?
We're together.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
you aren't sitting next to each other.
I changed my seat.
You did?
I wanted to sit next to Mike and bug him the whole time.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. See if there's a seat next to that you can come sit in, Kevin. Maybe that'll be fun. By the way, I did see Luka. It was a knee. It was knee to knee. Somebody set a pick, and Luka was trying to move by it, so it was two knees hitting together, just to kind of give you an update on that,
good.
Kevin.
What are you looking forward to, Kevin, in the Ranger series?
Bullpen?
Yeah, I am looking forward to, because Mike's absolutely right, is there's been plenty of times and I'll just speak for me, I specifically have been optimistic of how a series has gone for the bullpen and hope that they can build on that momentum. And I'm not saying that has to mean in all of these Miami games you pitch 3 to 4 innings and you don't give up any runs in any of them. But you would like to see some carry over a strategy that works. Like, I would love to see them be ahead by, let's just say, 2 runs tonight. And whether it's Stratton, Spores, or whoever, they get you to like Will Smith without having to use Chapman. And then tomorrow it frees you up to be able to close the game out with Chapman. And you see kind of that flow going that gives you some, not a lot, but I'm saying like at least positive momentum going for the bullpen. And even if you're not going to believe in the bullpen, it still gives you wins, right? Which you have a real shot to get that number 2 seed and get a bye in the first round. And that would be huge for the Rangers. So I think that's kind of my focus for this one.
Let's finish the season out, though, without losing another game and just get first place. What about that?
You know what never loses?
I mean, sure.
Yep.
Masterpiece of the week never loses. Should I be the guy that does all that stuff?
Maybe. But he didn't play it.
She said, list this.
That's exactly how I wanted it to go.
Okay.
In your face.
Is that how it works, Mike? Like, you're just like, you know what? You guys think.
Yeah.
But I see how it all works.
Yeah.
He's the puppet master in all of it.
Yeah.
I thought that's what Mike was doing, but I wasn't sure. So I was like, let me see if Kevin actually throws it to Masterpiece of the Week. He didn't. What a jerk.
I did not.
I'm excited to hear the first one, Reggie. What's the first one?
Before we get to the first one, I'm seeing that Adam Schefter is reporting that the NFL is suspending Alvin Kamara 3 games for his role in the fight outside of a Las Vegas nightclub last year.
That's significant.
And we'd heard the last couple of days that suspension might be looming for him. So 3 games, you said?
3 games.
Fascinating.
There you go. Outside of that, we go from the number 3 to the number 4. And before I do that, I should probably explain the Masterpiece of the Week is a segment that we do every week in which we revisit some of the funny, stupid, or odd things that have been said on this program. With that being said, remember...
Reggie, before we... Go ahead.
Yeah, no, you got it. Go ahead.
Well, I just want to make sure that Kevin gets in the sponsors one more time before...
That's a good point. There you go,
That's a great point.
Mike.
See how I'm doing this?
Well, that injury report... Because Mike's the puppet master. The injury report brought to you by Kissable Dental. So we got a little concerned about Luka, but it really for the Cowboys, giving Dallas fans something to smile about, and then want to thank Autoflex Leasing, K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing. They bring you those interviews on that hot seat, and the on-time experts, air conditioning and plumbing. Seriously, thank you guys very much for making this a fun camp experience.
And if you're a business and you missed out on it this year, in your face.
What gives?
But you can be in our face next year if you just sponsor
Mm-hmm.
Oxnard Training Camp 2024, the year of the Cowboys.
We'll be the defending champs, right?
No,
you said we would lose
of the
in the
NFC.
Super Bowl.
Yeah. Now, Reggie, let's masterpiece it up.
Very good. All right. I forgot what the setup that I was going for was, but it doesn't really need a setup. Mike said this.
Once again, showing your true colors with your chili spaghetti. Why don't you 4-way it? What?
Yeah,
I have no clue.
That's Skyline chili brand spaghetti in
It's so
Cincinnati
bad.
or whatever.
It's not good.
You can, I think 2-way it is just spaghetti and chili. 3-way it is spaghetti, chili, and cheese. 4-way is I think you add onions, and then I think you can 5 and 6-way it somehow. But
Tim
I don't
Collins
know.
shaking his head yes over there.
Oh, who
He's
knew?
the expert.
Who knew?
Yeah.
And
Who knew
6-way
what?
in it?
Yeah.
6-way. Yeah,
Okay.
Tim Collins, the 6-way expert.
Jeez.
Very good. I'm sensing from all the way back in DFW that we need to raise Kevin's spirits. Am I sensing that right?
Let's see if this will happen.
So Kevin said this, and I feel like it's pertinent on today.
F on a Friday, I am such a good employee.
Not today, I would probably say. It's maybe not my finest example of that.
Such a good employee.
Is it because you didn't do that on a Friday?
Yeah, maybe that is it. Maybe that is it.
Oh, you hold on. So you need to do that on a Friday, and that
No.
makes you a better employee?
No.
All right, I'll text Jess just to let her know.
You're not moving forward the way. See, Max Scherzer moved forward yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
You got to move forward.
I was moving forward, and then some piece of S wants to take some personal shots, and it's
I didn't say
whatever.
anything that bad.
Not you.
it's
Please
the
don't
fa-
call
it's
me a
dude on
piece
the
of
fan
S.
text.
Not
Just
you.
close the fan text
Listen,
down for the
enough
rest of the
people
day.
here think I'm a piece of S. I need you on my side, Kevin.
Okay, I think you're great. You
Thank
gave
you.
me a coffee bean.
All right.
I'll take
All
the
right.
coffee beans and still think what I think.
Hey, beam me up, Reggie. What's the next one we got?
Speaking of you,
Sometimes balls find holes.
Yes.
Sometimes you don't have to hit the ball hard.
They do.
And
See, I
like
was
that.
on your side there.
Thank you. And you know what is interesting yesterday in the Max Scherzer second inning? Now, luckily, Max Scherzer got out of it first and second, 2 outs, and he got out of the situation. It's always interesting to me that analytic people, for the most part, say, look, striking out is just like grounding out. It's just like flying out. I don't mind our guy striking out. But if you can just put the bat on the ball, especially with 2 strikes. I'm not saying to just lay your bat out there, but if you just give a decent swing and give a contact swing with 2 strikes. Yesterday, Max Scherzer gave up 5 out of his 6 first hits were just kind of contact hits. They weren't, exit velocity hits. So it's just always interesting to me that I feel like there's this extreme of a strikeout and a groundout are the same thing. So don't get upset about strikeouts when you're like, sometimes balls find holes.
Yeah, no, he was dead right about that. It's just funnier.
I backed you up.
Just
except not
funnier when-
always on a Friday,
Yeah.
as Kevin can attest to.
All right. We've had 3 excellent audio clips. Reggie, can you hit us with the 4th?
I can. Kevin, what were you doing here?
So you should put a ring on it. He said it.
Oh, man. That is Josh Hamilton and his wife from that awful, awful presser. And, like, who would have known what direction they went? Maybe their marriage wasn't that strong. But that was like Josh Hamilton's like, she's going to put a ring on it. And she goes, you did it. Because she just thought she was so clever right there. And then, like, she did not care for him later.
Knew he didn't like your hat.
He's a UNC guy.
Yeah, he's a Dean guy.
Well, what did we learn about Dean Smith?
Dean Smith would always come in last to the ACC meetings and would kind of, the other coaches, especially after they had won, like Valvano, right?
Yep.
And then Coach K, they're like, hey, let's make sure that he's not the last one into this meeting and he's the last one to throw out his opinion. Let's be last so he doesn't feel like the king of the ACC. Old Dino
Machino.
All right. Hey, that's 5 pretty good clips, but I think this 5th one's going to be great, Reggie.
I need to see what Masterpiece of the Week looks like with Mike fully running it because I'm kind of enjoying what's happening here. I mean, he runs it as far as the content, as evidenced by this threat.
I'll go to the bathroom right now.
I know.
It's always so funny.
Yeah.
That's solid.
Well, I gotcha.
I guess the question is of that thread is it like just right here on the table, or is he saying I'll leave and I'll walk away?
Did I
and
ever
then,
tell
then
you
good luck?
One time at the video store when I was working at Blockbuster, somebody asked if they could use the employee bathroom, and I said no. And they're like, "Why not?" And I said, "Sorry, it's only for employees." We had just gotten a memo about it, and she goes, "Well, what are you going to do if I just pee right here on the floor?" And I said, probably call the cops and get you a mop.
Mm-hmm.
She did not like that answer. But she still rented her videos.
Cops and mop rhyme. That was good.
That's true. I can't say I did that on purpose.
You were running things at Blockbuster. Were you the manager?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thanks, buddy. Then I got fired.
I know. You kicked a window in.
It's true.
Just let them steal.
I should have.
That's the motto of America.
It kind of is right now, man. Or
baseball and shoplifting.
Walgreens, Kevin. I went into the Walgreens up here. They have the plastic cases with locks all across the shelves, and then on the pushy cart things, the carts. They have these huge poles, and like the pole hit the ceiling if you try and steal it and walk out. So like you can't just walk out with a pushy cart full of stuff.
Reggie, I think we have time for one more.
No, we got time for more than that, buddy. We got time for more than that. If you don't stop talking about these damn pushy carts. I don't even know what to do here.
Oh, there's apple and nipples.
Were you talking about? Inspector. Oh, you were talking about kid names. I knew it.
Yeah, pilot inspector is Lee. Lee.
Stevens.
Jason Lee. Jason Lee. That's his kid.
Yeah, because they have crazy names.
Damn it,
dude.
That one has a chance.
Bro. Yeah.
But I don't know if I'm voting for that one. Reggie, can you hit us with one more?
Uno más. And it is this.
No, that one, that's a whole different story. We'll probably talk about that.
Oh, so you just don't like
He
Corey,
said it
got
didn't
you.
fit. It was too big.
Okay.
To fit into the cup holder.
Okay.
That's true.
That clarification.
I don't know why
Sorry,
people.
my apologies for
I don't know
leaving
why
that part out.
people make cups that they know don't fit in standard cup holders.
Yes.
I still agree with that logic.
What? Me and you are brothers from another mother. You know what I'm saying? Knuckleballs!
That was the positive one. I'm voting for Mike naming his kid Apple and Nipple.
I wouldn't do that, but celebrities do.
Sure, there's apple and nipples.
Yeah, I'll vote for the last one that Reggie played. It was a team effort.
Cup holder.
Yeah.
No, that one, that's a whole different story. We'll probably talk about that.
Oh, so you just don't like
He
Corey,
said it
got
didn't
you.
fit. It was too big.
Okay.
To fit into the cup holder.
Okay.
That's true.
All right, you know what I'm voting for? The second one.
What? You don't remember what it is, do you?
It was funny.
You don't.
Sometimes balls find holes.
Yes.
Sometimes you don't have to hit the ball hard.
They do.
And
you lucked out with that. You lucked out with that. All right, Reggie, can you break the tie and not make a further tie?
Come on. Well, first of all, I should let you know that Jared Sandler tweeted that Cole Hamels has announced his retirement.
Oh, man.
So that's happened. And maybe that will give him an opportunity to do what Kevin says here.
F on a Friday. I am such a good employee.
Best of luck to Cole Hamels. Best of luck for Cole Hamels.
I'll keep that in mind for next Friday. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.
I still haven't announced my retirement. Should I do it tomorrow? Not on a Saturday.
But from baseball, not from the show, right? Oh, my God. Yeah, I would like to know about that sooner rather than later. Sure. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, I think I have a commercial here, so I'm going to keep talking. All right, let's talk about the phenomenal buying and customer experience you can have when you drive a little further to save a lot more at Southwest Chrysler.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year-end savings on new Silverados. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. Shop model year-end savings today. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference in fine new roads.
KNC Masterpiece.
False start,
back here
77 offense, 5-yard penalty, remains first down.
I hope our mics were not up because I forgot the basic structure of the show, and Reggie was trying to do a read, and I was already ready to go. I am excited to chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation, brought to you by D&M Leasing. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Excellent, Hagee. How are you?
It's not my best day, but get to see my family later today, and I have really enjoyed being out here at training camp. And just really quick, I wanted to say thank you to everybody who's been rolling with us and appreciating the things that we've been done, or maybe you didn't even appreciate it, but you still listen anyway. And thank you to Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, Will McClay, Brian Schottenheimer, Malik Hooker, Sam Williams, Eric Scott, Trayvon Diggs, Deuce Vaughn, Jalen Tolbert, Cavante Turpin. So many great guests out here. All kinds of awesome people from DallasCowboys.com. We even got to talk with Bruce Bochy. He gave us marriage advice. So thank you guys for participating in our show.
That was great.
So, Broadus, I had this question for the morning show because I got to lead the crosstalk in the morning show, and I'd love your answer on this. What do you love most about football?
Oh, my God.
Team building. I really do. I enjoy – I think this would be a great gig if you didn't have to play games. You know, you just say, oh, we're the best team on paper. But I enjoy everything about – trying to build your football team from year to year. That's like my absolute favorite thing about football.
Okay.
Do you want everybody to answer
No,
that?
you don't have
Okay.
to. I just wondered for Broadus.
Zach, do you want to answer that question?
Broadus has made
you love about
Eric.
football.
Yeah, Eric, let's go.
I love big, huge
butts, and I cannot lie.
TDs. I'm a TD guy.
TD guy.
You know?
You were going to say men. You love big, huge men.
At the end of the Red Zone Sunday, whenever Scott Hansen puts together a compilation of the best TDs of the day, it's one of my favorite compilations.
The Witching Hour.
History. The Witching Hour is amazing. That's a good thing to love about football as well. The Witching Hour is phenomenal.
I mean, that's a loaded question. I do think it's the ultimate team sport. I really do. I mean, 11 on 11, I think you do need all 53, and then probably then some if you want to win a championship at the end of the day. The emotional roller coaster as a fan watching this thing, all of the emotions that it pulls out of you. Football, to me, there's just so many different elements that you can fall in love with, but the physicality, the speed of the game, what these guys are able to do on a down-in, down-out basis, there's a lot to get drawn to it, man.
Those are both good answers, but I'm going to respect the host, Mike Bassick, who didn't ask me.
You know what? And I appreciate that.
You got it, buddy.
Knuckleball.
You know what? Because of that, I'm going to ask you this question first, and we can go whatever direction y'all want, is Mark Zuckerberg apparently ticked his wife off by building an octagon in the backyard.
Awesome. Yeah,
which, if you have that level of wealth or ability, rock on.
Yeah.
What would you want to build in your backyard that is probably not financially viable right now, but if you had Zuckerberg money, you could do whatever the hell you want?
It's the bunker. You know,
I should have known that was the answer.
Yeah, you know, if we had easier to dig in soil, I'd get down there and do it myself. But it'd be a heck of a job. But yeah, that's the thing. You know, is you want like a little pool house that's sitting out there, and then underneath like a 3-story bunker that's built to survive anything.
You know what would make me super happy? The PXG, the $50,000 screen that you can play all the golf courses, and it reads your. You can just hit the ball into the mat, and you can kind of play golf that way.
Just a huge simulator, right?
Yeah, the best golf simulator that you can get. So you'd have that to just that'd be my video game toy. Like, I'm not really into video games, but that would be my video game toy.
Corey knows I'd like to put whirly ball in my backyard.
Whirly ball's amazing.
Whirly ball,
It's
laser
in my backyard,
tag.
basically.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we're very, very close. But I just like to put. I don't have to leave. I don't have to go anywhere. I can just go straight to my backyard. We're playing some whirly ball. We're playing some lazy tag.
Ferrari has an excellent test track in Italy that I'd love to put in my backyard. I think I'd Formula One test all the time
like bumper
in
cars
my
or something?
backyard. Yeah.
I thought yours was going to be a fishing thing, but that sounds amazing as well.
Yeah, you know, you could go and live on a lake, but if you give me a test track and some Formula One cars, we can have some fun in the backyard.
Didn't you say you poop in lakes?
What?
I never said that, Mike.
Didn't we have a discussion on this?
I thought we did. No, he just farts.
I heard you guys say
it was just
what was
farts,
diaper
Corey.
talk earlier. That
We
you
talking
had,
about
Mike?
poopas?
Noah figured out how to take his diaper off. So many people texted him with advice about that. They're like, if you put the diaper on backwards, they won't be able to figure it out. And I was like, what?
No, I said that if you do that in a lake, it floats up and then it follows you.
Mm-hmm.
It'll go with the current and chase behind.
But
you.
you've never.
I've never done that.
Okay, because
No.
I was like, I know people pee in lakes, but then it made it sound like people do poop in lakes.
And I don't know how that.
Broadus
fit
is a
into
lake
this.
guy, and I'm like, Broadus, have you ever taken down your pants and pooped in a lake?
No, he just does that. He does that only in the
Golf
backyard
course.
of golf courses.
courses. Actually, Mel Brooks's backyard. There at Riviera Country Club, it had a bad experience. Had to use the golf towel. Left it all there.
Oh my
gosh! And finished the round. Riviera.
Orange juice, man.
Orange
finishing
juice,
the round
some
after
soy
that would have been a
sauce,
bold move.
and
You're like,
finishing
I don't care.
the round. Yeah,
I'm only on the 14th. Like, I got to finish up. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Okay, thanks for asking, Hagee. We do have breaking news that I can tease coming up in 6 minutes, and it's news that nobody has heard. Or nobody has reported. I've heard it.
So
have I.
So have I.
What the hell? What's going on?
Yeah, hey, I do kind of want to know what's going on now.
So do we think it's going to be a good show?
Just a big station announcement?
Yeah, Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking, Hagee.
Yes!
We did
Roll
it.
home with the G-Bag Nation.
Let's go home.
We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Monday.
Double knuckle
Right
balls.
here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
F on a Friday, I am such a good employee.
Always a welcome sign for this. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Welcome into Cowboys camp. We do have breaking Rangers news to get to. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout, NFL executive. He has Krusty's Corner coming up at 2:40. Lucius Alexander back home at the Pimp Cup at Master Control. Wolchuk and Chiafalo here. DJ Pridemore, remote engineer. Carter Freeman coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. We're ready for the big announcement. Eric Nadel returning to the booth against the Marlins tonight as your Hall of Fame radio voice of the Texas Rangers. He has been out all season, 100-plus games. He joined us about 6 weeks ago for the only interview that he's done, to my knowledge. And he let us know he was going through it a little bit. And so now we're getting him back behind the mic. I didn't know if he was going to do it. You know, when we talked to him, I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if we were going to get Eric Nadel back this season or otherwise. So it is awesome that he's feeling up to it. He's feeling better. I think we can presume that. And he's going to be on the call tonight. That means Jared Sandler has your pregame coming up at 6:30 tonight. And he'll join us for the preview at 6:15. As the chips fall back into place here for the home stretch in this 2023 Rangers season.
That's exciting. I know the fan base has been missing Eric in a big way. Yep. And I do want to say that I think Jared's done a fantastic job. I love Hicksy. I love Sands. I've enjoyed my time getting to work with both of them and Eric, and I think the chemistry that Hicksy and Jared have shown for the entire season has been off the charts. I think Jared's done a fantastic job, but I can tell you probably nobody's as excited to get Nadel back in the booth as Jared. That's his mentor. That's somebody that he loves listening to. Yep. But it's going to be fun to hear that 3-run Jimmy Jack call tonight as the Rangers feast on the Miami Marlins.
Yeah, I got
back.
I got an Adolis Garcia, El Bombi. I got him going for the
that
Jimmy
ball
Jack
is history.
Yeah, I think we're going to make history tonight with Eric Nadel. Super exciting. When we got the news on this, you immediately just think to yourself how cool it is that Eric is now in a place health-wise where he's good enough to get back in the booth and do what he loves the most and do what he's best at, which is bless us for 2.5, 3.5. I mean, what is Nadel going to do today when it's like a 2-hour and 15-minute game? And he's like,
he's going to party.
This is cool. I can work with this. So yeah, what an awesome situation. Shout out to Jared and Matt and what they've done all season long. Getting the Hall of Famer back in the booth though, right for this stretch run. I mean, to get a veteran presence like Nadel, a Hall of Famer, injected back into your lineup for a playoff run. I mean, sweet timing.
You talk about sweet timing. It is the 30-year anniversary of Nolan Ryan beating up Robin Ventura on the infield.
Hell yes, it is.
So it was already a historic day here for the Texas Rangers. Now we're getting Eric Nadel back, and I think you guys are very accurate, and it's appropriate to acknowledge how great of a job Jared Sandler did, and that's not just because we're all friends with him and have tremendous amount of respect for his broadcasting, but he did do a hell of a job, and it's a testament to him that he can step in and out of these roles seamlessly, Brian.
Yeah, there's only so many of these jobs, of the play-by-play announcers, and there's some really.
I think there's 30.
Yeah, it's just the talent around the league and stuff. You have the veterans, you have the young guys and stuff. Jared Sandler, I found myself, and nothing against Dave Raymond and those guys, what they were doing on the TV side. I loved listening to Jared call a game. I really did. I respect the heck out of Eric, Hall of Famer, as we've all talked about, but there is a really, really bright future for Jared Sandler calling Major League Baseball games, whether it's here with his Texas Rangers, and hopefully it is, or some other locale. He is a lot of fun to listen to, super informative, and paints a beautiful picture for you at a baseball yard.
We have Cowboy stuff to talk about. We have Maverick stuff to talk about. We have Damone Clark coming up in the 3 o'clock hour, the second-year linebacker out of LSU. He's going to join us right here on the tennis courts, jumping that hot seat. But I thought we could jump in the Wayback Machine a little bit and give you Eric Nadel, in his own estimation, his top 5 calls, the top 5 moments of his career. Now, I Googled it. And I would like to acknowledge that this is a story from ESPN from a decade ago, okay? But I don't think anything has happened since then other than maybe Rugi beating up Batista. that would qualify to jump into his new top 5. The playoff runs were pretty good in 15 and 16. And I also want to acknowledge the name and the byline here, Brian, talking about Rangers history. This is a story Richard Durrett did.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, just unbelievable.
R.I.P. Richard.
Yeah, R.I.P. to Richard, and thoughts and prayers to everybody and his friends and family. Pennant-clinching moment against the Yankees in 2010. Feliz strikes out Rodriguez. Nadel says, that was such an emotional moment. The ballpark exploded in joy. It was maybe the most exciting, most emotional moment of my life. That's Eric Nadel. I was there. I went to 2 or 3 games during the ALCS, but that one I was there down the first base line with some Tolos.
And some beers.
Oh, yeah, lots of them. And then afterwards, yeah, we rallied back to the studio and we broadcasted at like 4 a.m. Nolan's 5,000th strikeout in 1989. It was a big national event. It was first time I got to make a dramatic call, and I was so happy. I was doing the middle innings then, and it just happened to come up. My call was on the TV highlight and ran nationally because the game wasn't televised locally in Texas. My mother got to see it on the Today Show in New York. Number 3, Rangers' second pennant in 2011, went back to the World Series for a second consecutive year. The victory was a blowout over the Tigers in Game 6. That was an awesome series. Number 4, Rangers score 30 runs in Baltimore in 2007. Ramon Vasquez hit a home run in the 9th in Baltimore to make the Rangers the first team in the modern era to score 30. And then, Josh Hamilton's 4-home run game in Baltimore in 2012. Yes. And that was exceptional. I believe that was a day game. But anyway, Eric Nadel back in the booth tonight, hoping to be the author of some other great moments as they come down the stretch here. Is it a game and a half lead now? I think Houston lost last night.
The Yankees, yep.
So getting ready to take on the Marlins this evening, 6:30 pregame, 7:05 first pitch with the Hall of Fame announcer Eric Nadel back behind the mic. Tough team, though, the Marlins. Great test for the Rangers as, we're hoping to see them get back to playing winning ball. They have not been playing winning ball for about 50 games now, been a long stretch of the kind of play that really is making us concerned, rightfully so. Have the trades reversed the course of what we've seen for almost a third of a season worth of games when you're talking about 50 games? The great thing is now they have starters. They have a bullpen. I think that was proven absolutely against the White Sox. They have a bullpen and they have starters. And the lineup is back together now. And with Garver hitting like this, we aren't missing anything offensively. This can absolutely still be the best offense in baseball. It just needs to start clicking again.
Yeah, it's fun how they're kind of working this trio of catchers until Jonah can get back. Because you've got your guy, Austin Hedges, who can spell Mitch Garver if you want him to DH. And Hedges isn't necessarily going to bring the offense, but what he is going to bring you is the defense, so you're not losing out on that. Jonah Heim, one of the best pitch framers in all of baseball this year statistically. Austin Hedges also very, very good in late in games when you're trying to preserve a lead. Offense isn't necessarily as important. You can also go ahead and make a change there to put Austin Hedges behind the plate. Sam Huff, a guy that you're seeing mature, also has certainly home run power and ability. So it's fun watching those guys grow and work, but you're right. Mitch Garver's been fantastic, and tonight's a good pitching matchup. Jesus Luzardo, who's been really good for the Marlins, and the debut of Jordan Montgomery as a Texas Ranger.
We're excited to talk with Damone Clark next hour, Brian. He's so cool. He's just a great guy to talk to, and I'm sure our experience is going to be great once again. But what about on the field? This is a really talented SEC linebacker. Can he be something for the Cowboys on Sundays?
And I think the Cowboys, they're gonna look back on this one day, and this was one of those. They got the draft gods were looking at him square in the face and gave him a player. Here's the guy on. I don't know, Zach, on your board. I had him in the second round when it came to inside linebackers in the draft. And then all of a sudden, we got the information about the back problems, the spine problems that he had. And then a lot of teams completely took him off the board and ended up being a fifth-round player. And so you watch him play today, he's a much more confident player. He's moving around well. Him and Leighton Vander Esch, I've heard some whispers about him. He loves playing next to Leighton Vander Esch. Leighton helps him a lot with some of the things that he's been able to do. But you see a far more confident player, and it's allowed them to even put Leighton Vander Esch in some rush situations where Damone is your primary linebacker. And if they didn't have confidence that he could get the job done, I think they would never, ever have moved Vander Esch to the outside there.
I know it's interesting that they're trying to play around with this, and Michael Gelkin has an awesome article right now in the Morning News as he was talking with people, but it really is becoming, much like we've talked about in the NBA, positionless basketball. The Dan Quinn defense is positionless. Guys, we're going to go ahead and just try and squeeze every little ounce of talent and ability that you have, put you in a position to succeed. And I thought it would be overshown when they drafted him as a guy that they would try off the edge. They still might, but to see, we noticed it immediately. Wow, they're blitzing Leighton Vander Esch more, but to maybe work him off the edge is actually even more exciting. That's potential that we have seen untapped his entire career.
Man, when you consider the idea that one of the biggest concerns, and it's a little bit nitpicky, but because it's a really good roster, but it was like, where are we at with the linebackers after Leighton? If Damone Clark can actually take a nice size step forward in year 2, then this dominant defense becomes, I mean, you're trying to figure out, you have to squint to find the weak spot. You know, if Damone Clark's going to be a beast, and he's played well out here.
A lot of versatility going on as well. I mean, that's just going to keep the offense guessing. So, Damone Clark coming up about 320 here in the G-Bag Nation. Arizona in the final steps to join the Big 12 now. Oregon and Washington. Things changed overnight to where maybe they aren't going to the Big Ten now, but Arizona State and Utah considering their options, and it's expected that State is going to want to stay with the University of Arizona. So the Pac-12 could either be in its final days or it's about to get a major downgrade into almost like a non-Power 5 situation.
Yeah, it's nuts. Oregon and Washington are finalizing a deal to join the Big Ten as we speak, as this is breaking.
Okay.
And that's going to push the Big Ten to 18 schools. Like, this thing has been such an evolving conversation of were they actually going to move? Are they not going to move? I think Arizona now might end up moving to the Big 12. There's a lot of moving parts, and I think it's changing by the minute here, Gavin.
So we're in the middle of a negotiation, right?
Yes.
And they're trying to get as much money as possible, and so they're kind of going back and forth on whether they're in or out. And we've seen this for the last probably 13 years. I think it really got jump-started in the spring of 2010 with all this realignment. These might be the final strokes that really, move towards creating. Is it going to be 2 major conferences?
Yeah, I think it's just going to be Big Ten and SEC.
It's going to be a Power 2, and then a second tier down, and then a third tier down.
Yeah, I think what the Big Ten is trying to do is they're trying to create football all day for their conference. If you think about games starting in, say, West Lafayette, Indiana at noon or 11 a.m., and then all of a sudden they could carry those teams on the West Coast, they could have football literally all day. Their conference could be
that's a good point. Yeah,
throughout television. So it makes it a very interesting inventory for somebody to have. Mm-hmm. We can start football in the 11 a.m. It could go all the way to midnight on the West Coast. One conference playing those kinds of games.
Hey, let's rope in Hawaii. We'll take this bad boy all the way until the middle of the night. Women's World Cup Sunday morning, 3 a.m. versus Sweden. One of the teams USA has battled with over the years. The third best team in the world is your round of 16 opponent behind USA and Germany there. For all that's been said, the USA has not lost. We're very hard to score on. But this might be a situation where you're going to have to win a couple of penalty kick shootouts if you want to get into the Final Four and have a shot to win this thing. Messi and Inter Miami at FC Dallas Sunday. Still haven't seen a time. It's much watch TV, but you need Apple TV's MLS package to watch it. So some people are going to be signing up for that MLS package. Some people are going to want to go to a sports bar to check this out. You want a list of bars. How about Jake's in Addison, Jake's in Frisco? How about the Rugby House on Preston Road?
Ooh, I love that place.
How about Harwood Arms on McKinnon Street? El Chingon on Bledsoe Street in Fort Worth. Did I give you Legacy Hall in Plano? Those are your locations that are officially listed at FC Dallas's website. They're going to have watch parties if you want to go watch FC Dallas versus Messi and Inter Miami on Sunday, and you don't want to get the Apple TV package. That's the only way to watch that MLS. You got to have that Apple TV package.
Ooh.
So.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I bet a lot of people are going to be scrambling on Sunday afternoon, dialing up the Apple TV, the free version. Then they'll forget about it, and then they'll be paying Apple TV the rest of the time.
Good move.
Yeah, that's kind of a spendy type of product. It's unfortunate that that's how MLS has done it. But Apple TV's making a push, and it just stinks to have to get the Apple TV and the Peacock and this and that and boom, 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 boom. I think some people have just had enough of it, trying to play this cat and mouse game to try to get your favorite sports on your TV. I just want to go back to 2002 where you got digital cable. You told the customer service agent to give you all the sports, and that was the last you heard of it.
Mm-hmm. Yep, the good old days, man.
All right, we got to run, Nation. Thanks for making us part of your day here as we broadcast live in Oxnard, brought to you by Kissable Dental, On-Time Experts Air Conditioning and Plumbing, K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing, and by AutoFlex Leasing. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. What do you guys think about the idea of going safe with the offense around these parts? It's a topic of discussion next year on The Fan.
100,000 watts of crystal clear. First place.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. It was perhaps made a little bit better in our opening segment as we broke the news. Eric Nadel is back tonight. Hall of Fame voice of the Texas Rangers on the call with Matt Hicks. Jared Sandler will have the pregame coming up at 6:30 right here on The Fan. Okay, here's a Cowboys question for you. When it comes to the passing attack, what do you guys think about the idea of being safer? Because, that's kind of a buzzword at camp this year. Great article in Cowboys Wire from Reed Hansen. And the premise is the Cowboys are saying safer doesn't mean more conservative. What they want to do is play a little bit faster, get the ball out quicker, not being thrown into traffic areas so much. And I think Mike McCarthy is a better designer of offense, a better teacher than Kellen Moore. And the biggest thing is not turning it over. Like, did the Cowboys turn it over enough last year that they should be saying we need to get safer in order to optimize our chances of playing winning football? The truckwreck.com fan text is open at 877-881-1053. And, Chief, I know two things. Number one, the most important thing to winning is turnover margin 80% of the time. If you have less turnovers than the opposition, that you win. After that, it's chunk plays. So where's that line?
Yeah.
Of we're going for more chunk plays. We hit too many turnovers. We have to adjust in one way or another.
Yeah, and I think it's starting to move a little bit more to where, like, the old way of thinking about it was the turnover margin. That was the quick thing you could look at. If you don't tell me anything else about the game, let me look at the turnover margin, and I got a pretty good idea, as some 80% of the time, whatever, of nailing that thing. I think we're starting to find out that the explosive plays are just as important and maybe even more important. When you break down the teams that are finding great success throughout these seasons, and you're looking back and you're saying what's a commonality, the best teams year in, year out, if you want to look at the last half decade or whatever it is, the teams that are getting far into the playoffs are teams that find themselves high offensively in explosive plays. And what that does to a defense and how it allows you to do all these other things when the defense has to respect that you're the kind of team that can go 20, 25, 50-yard touchdowns, boom. There's nothing better than a quick score like that. So, to me, I'm starting to I still appreciate the turnovers. I'm now looking more at the explosive plays, and what are you giving up defensively?
Okay, now they're saying that we can get the same amount of explosive plays while being safer, which I think would be an indictment on the offensive coordinator last year and maybe Dak. Can you get as many explosive plays while emphasizing turning it over less?
Yeah, I mean, if you have, I think it starts with one, if you have a fantastic play design, and two, if you have players that are just badasses. And so now you take a player, if you're setting up a big play player for success, now you're talking about marrying a huge explosive play offense. Okay, so now I'm a play designer who is setting up a Brandon Cooks to be open, and he's Brandon Cooks. So now he didn't have to catch the ball 50 yards down the field. I set him up for a 15-yard play with play design. Now he's got the matchup or whatever it is, and he takes that 15 and turns it into 55. And I don't know how many guys they had on that offense last year that could do those things.
So you're doing more with Lamb. You have Gallup healthy. You add Cooks. How much room for improvement is there? What is the opportunity?
Yeah.
Because last year we say it was a great offense. They were barely inside the top 10 in EPA. And a lot of that was because of the 15 interceptions in 12 games. You throw a pick, it costs you 4.5 points EPA. So I do think bringing the turnovers down is pretty significantly important if you want to be the truly elite kind of teams that win it all.
Sure.
If you want to be like, hey, our offense grades all pro status, I think you need the big plays without the turnovers, and those turnovers are a huge opportunity. Then you say, well, Dak was only 13th in turnover worthy plays. That's still very high. I'm thinking like Aaron Rodgers MVP type of season where the interceptable balls are low and we end up with very low single-digit picks. That's the goal still. Like, you can survive being Matt Stafford throwing a ton of picks and managing to win the Super Bowl if you have the right playmakers and the right play design. But you're not going to consistently be a threat to win that Super Bowl. The Super Bowl happened for you. You are part of a thing. But can you build a machine that is so good that it's like, hey, we're going to be in this thing? You're going to be able to look in and see like, wow, there they are again. They're making another run at it. You know, like Drew Brees and the Saints. Lots of NFC title games. Green Bay Packers, Aaron Rodgers, won Super Bowl. Lots of NFC title games are getting close, being more of a threat. And I think that's the goal. And I think it lies right there in bringing these turnovers down without decreasing. Because I do think you're trying to get lucky if you're trying to win it with a Matthew Stafford level of play. A lot of things have to go your way. And he actually threw the game away in the NFC title game. The San Francisco 49ers just didn't catch it.
Yeah, absolutely. They
right?
dropped that.
Yeah.
Now, Pro Football Focus did do an article a couple of days ago, and Dak Prescott has the most interceptions since entering the league among dropped passes, so like clanking off of your receivers. And we saw that a bunch last year. I just think naturally those interception numbers are going to come down a little bit because they're not going to be that unlucky. Also, we talk about the combination routes with CD Lamb. And CD came on, had a great interview with Sean and RJ. He went through 4 of them that were on the receiver. His fault, right? He needs to cross face. Now, Dak's talked about the communication. Everybody knows where they're supposed to be. They know what they're supposed to do. They understand their assignments. If that stuff's cleared up, I'm hopeful and confident you're not going to see that many interceptions based on those plays. Now, Dak, and he's talked about it, and CD's talked about it as well. This team's going to push the ball down the field. They're going to do that. I don't believe that Dak is going to play within a 15-yard box and just try and be super safe and secure. I think this team wants to push the ball down the field. They want to push the tempo. They're going to take their shots. Does that result in more interceptions because they're being more aggressive maybe in years prior? Possibly. There could be a little bit of a give and take there, but I think ultimately the big play potential will outweigh that, and the risk and reward will be greater to tilt in the reward favor.
Dawson's right what he said in June. This is going to come down to the offensive line. If they can't protect, they're not going to be able to push the ball. They're going to have to play around that. They're going to have to. If they're having problems with protection and their breakdowns, and Tyron Smith isn't as good as he needs to be, and maybe maybe Tyler Smith at guard has some issues, and that's where this thing is going to dictate. If your offensive line has the ability to hold up and you have that ability to give yourself protection and allow routes to develop down the field and take those shots, that's where it's all about. But if they're struggling to block 7-man fronts, this is going to turn into a dink and dunk offense and get the ball out quick and try and hit slants and try and hit things.
And really depend on your playmakers to make space
because
to make plays.
You can't expect to hold up if you're Dak Prescott. We've seen it happen out here. There's not every play has been a sack, but there's been plays that's happened.
Well, and he's having to get the ball, and he's immediately running for his life.
Man, it has looked good, though. I'd say we're heading in the right direction. And, man, if they can hold up a little bit, I think you'll get the best of both worlds and hopefully be able to play possession a little bit more through your short passing game and also have the big plays. Time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, player. Yeah, it's Friday. I feel like they added another day on us. I feel like yesterday was Friday, but hey, here we are in the groove, in the pocket. And this is G-Bag of the Day. What's that branding little quote that you like to say about G-Bag of the Day there, Dawson?
The best audio from the world of sports, pop culture, talk radio, and or the internet.
Boom!
We play them all. Vote on which one we like the best. And that, my friends, is your G-Bag of the Day.
And our winner is Cowboys first-round draft pick, Mozzie Smith. He's not really a fan of football. He let us know right here.
Oh, we get after it, man. I don't do no talking. We get out straight after it. Nah, I'm trying to hit you.
You don't talk at all?
Nah, I don't got nothing to say.
Okay.
I don't got nothing to say.
You've been talking about wanting to hit people since you first got to the
That's what
Star.
I do, man. That's why I like football. I don't even like football, man. I like hitting people.
Yeah.
I'm serious.
How did it feel today in that respect? Just
Good. Felt like home.
Yeah. How about like in the morning before practice last night, going into did you have
Nah, you can't blow your load too early. You got them up. Stay on track. You're going to peak at the right moment.
That's right. It's a fact, man. Life lesson right there from the.
Did you feel like the media was going with him, and all of a sudden he said that, and everybody just got real quiet?
Whoa.
I went, oh, okay. Yeah, all right. Here we go. Yeah, what we're doing here.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Why? A wise young man there, that Mozzie Smith.
Yeah.
He's got to figure it out.
That's right. You're a rookie with a veteran sensibility.
Mm-hmm.
The Jake Paul, Nate Diaz press conference is in town. It's in Dallas.
Let's go.
They're getting loose Saturday night. There's a guy named Derek from Better Media. I played a clip of him before trolling the press conference. He was trolling Nate Diaz. I'll give you a little reminder right here.
Hey guys, Derek from Better Media here. My question's for Nate. Nate, I'm actually a boxer myself, and I've been trying to get into this undercard. I'm just wondering if you think I could fight your brother Nick. If he's anything like you, I think I'd beat his f***ing ass.
Not very respectful.
Brother, where you just gonna walk around the streets or some you know, my homeboy see you right now?
Yeah, I'm
That was stupid, huh?
I'm definitely pretty nervous right now.
Yeah, that was stupid.
That was stupid. Well, Derek has popped back up, and he's back to trolling, talking to Nate Diaz during the presser. This happened yesterday while you guys were on there. I was dying when I was watching this.
Hey guys, Derek.
Oh, not you again. Better keep it professional, my man.
Hey, f*** you guys. Hey, Nate, sorry, Derek from Better Media here. Nate, I actually just wanted to apologize for the last press conference.
Here it comes.
When I asked to fight your brother in the undercard. I'm sorry that your feelings were hurt.
That was more of a statement than a question.
No, it was an apology.
Okay, fine, fair enough.
And like, it's, you know, maybe if your boys see me, maybe they won't f*** me up this week. Anything to say, Nate? Can't wait to watch Jake knock you the f*** out.
Hey, bring this little bitch up here. Get him the f*** out of here.
He's coming.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Derek, what have you done?
The lack of respect from all the pussies in
going
this
on?
fat camp, motherfucker. That's the problem.
What is going on?
Influences. These guys influence the island gay boys because the motherfuckers like you, bitch. You're the bad guy, and this little right here needs the ass whip. And your dad too. What? How about that? Your whole shit.
Wow, it got kind of zesty there at the end. Taking a shot at the Island Boys. The Island Boys.
Yeah, they're kissing each other for sure.
Yeah, he said you're an influence over the Island Boys. Hilarious.
Wow, that's pretty good right there. I think I'm a fan of Derek from Better Media.
I am impressed.
Yeah, he stood his ground, bro. He went back at it again. You know what I'm saying?
He's got balls. He does.
Yeah. Let's see what else we got right here. How about let's go to the platform Talking Yankees. Aaron Boone gets a little heated with John Boy over
Howard Stern?
Yeah, over arresting Aaron Rodgers.
Judge doesn't get the start, and it's crazy easy for us as fans to say, why isn't the guy I like playing? Sunday night against the team that's leading the division. From a fan perspective, it feels like a white flag. Like, if it's not now, when? Is there going to be more of a sense of urgency?
I'm going to protect Aaron Judge. You, of all people, I would think would be a little more unemotional than that. Like, the guy did not play in a rehab game. And one of the calculuses for that was, we are going to get him here so we could get some games with him in the big leagues in a rehab situation when a guy has torn ligaments in his toe, hasn't been built up even a little bit. Like, stop. Be better than that. And I understand how big of a game it is on Sunday against the Orioles. How big are these games against Tampa? How big are the weekend games on Houston? Do you think he's going to go out there and play every day right out of the chute? He's not in that position to do that.
Aaron Boone really brought it. That's awesome. I wouldn't mind it if, they took that kind of tone with me more often.
I think they want to.
If I'm wrong,
I think they want to.
Yeah.
If they listen for a whole hour, they'd be like, yeah, I get it. I can't wait to talk to this guy.
Yeah, ready.
Just let us know.
Yeah. Just correct me where I'm wrong.
Oh, man.
I might fire back.
Oh, I know you will.
We might go viral. You know, I might just take my medicine though, and they want to. You know, they want to set us straight.
Yeah.
You know, but
sure
they would
do.
rather give us nothing and then be like, "Wow, I can't believe these people are idiots."
Yeah.
I've been lying to them for my entire career. I can't believe they haven't figured anything out
Explain
yet.
to us why we're idiots.
Yeah. They get off their phone and they punch the desk. Oh, my God. Who's my next call?
We're gonna have a good time with Damone Clark though. Coming up in 3.
Yeah, he's a
Cowboys linebacker. Having a great time with these guys. I think the key is to get them into story time.
Yeah.
That's my angle with a lot of interviews now, because they don't want to give you the goods.
No, heck no.
No, they'll definitely tell you about their greatest moments of all time though.
Mm-hmm.
They're up for that.
Heck yeah, they are.
You know, so that's my angle here, Lucius.
Well, I had one more, but we don't have time.
Oh, jeez.
Just don't have the time. It's okay, buddy.
Is it Mozzie Smith doesn't like football that much? Is it Derek from Better Media with Nate Diaz? Is it Talking Yankees? Aaron Boone got butthurt with John Boy. I'm going to go with Derek from Better Media.
Yeah, I think I have to. I think I'm going to go with our guy Derek.
What do you say, Lucius? It's 2-0.
Derek, I can sing high.
Zach?
I'm going with Derek.
It's 4-0.
Yeah, I tell you what, Derek deserves it today.
Brian. Makes it unanimous. It's 5-0. Derek from Better Media has gotten the dub, and congrats to him, your new G-Bag of the Day champion. It is a Friday, okay? So what you drinking and what you thinking is coming up at 5:20. If you're day drinking, set a reminder. You know how it can get away from you. Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Brian, where are we going?
Yeah, we're going to talk about my experience with American Airlines. No, not really. We're going to talk about the best of training camp from what we've seen. We'll do that next.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, we are back from Cowboys camp with a brand new giveaway, a Rangers Brewers 4-pack during the 720.
At Classic Chevrolet, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year-end savings on new Silverados. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. Brought us in Krusty's Corner, brought to you by the On-Time Experts Air Conditioning and Plumbing. Same-day service guaranteed. Here he is, King of the Krusties, Brian Broaddus.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. We're going to be dealing with that air conditioning when we get back, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you check the forecast?
No, I didn't.
It's supposed to be a front kind of coming through, so instead of being 107, it's going to be like 98 or something like that. Is it one of those things where psychologically, if it's less than 100, do you kind of feel like it's a win?
Yes. Yes. And I need somebody to tell me this is under 100 when I'm out there, so I can know that I should be feeling a little bit better about it.
Yeah, I just always kind of, if I see it's under 100, I'm kind of feeling like that's a win.
Yeah.
Even though it's 100, near 100, I'm like, no, it's a win. It's not 107 anyway. But, hey, looking forward to getting back home and hanging out with everybody.
103 right now.
Yeah, there you go. It's like 90 degrees at night. Jeez. All right, got some best dubs. Kind of want to get your guys' votes on this since this is our last day here, in Oxnard. And I just want to kind of get an idea, and I have some categories, and I want to see if you guys can.
I think you got butt cracked on that front, buddy.
Did I?
I see no cool front coming in the next 10 days in Dallas.
Oh, hell. I looked at it. I thought it was like 98,
Dude.
97.
You lying to us now?
We got 104.
You just making stuff up over there?
102.
Oh, is it?
Maybe you got a better weatherman. You must have been checking Delcas.
I'm sorry. I'll look it up again.
I think it was in Brunoff's email.
I look at that every day. I do look at that every day. He apologizes for the weather like it's his fault.
Yeah, he does. Like he's the one that messed this up.
Yeah,
He did.
I understand. All right. You guys tell me, who is the best player traded for in this camp? Cooks
Gilmore.
or Gilmore?
I thought it was going to be Cooks. It's Gilmore so far.
Such a hard question to answer, Brian.
Son of a gun.
Who is the best player that was traded for?
Well, I think both have met and possibly even exceeded expectations for some. And so I think you could go either way here. I was more concerned about the wide receiver stuff and the playmaker stuff, so I'll give my vote to the offensive guy, Brandon Cooks.
I think Brandon Cooks is still closer to the top of his game than Gilmore is. I think Gilmore's been amazing. I have a little bit of questions about him deep. You're going to have to keep some Malik Hooker help over the top. If he's playing against a speed receiver, how much can he still run, I think is a fair question. But otherwise, the dude is so cerebral, and he's so veteran smart and intelligent when it comes to his football IQ. He's able to make up for what he's lacking athletically. But I'd say Brandon Cooks right now, I think he's an overall better player at this stage in his career.
You going with Cooks?
I'm going to go with Cooks, but damn, it's close.
You know, I do know Gilmore at one point was considered the best corner. It was a very short period of time, maybe just a season or two, but he's been in the top 5. Cooks has never been in the top 5 of receivers. I don't think Gilmore has fallen off that much. I think he's very close to the top of his game still.
Yeah, no, they've both been badass.
I'll tell you what, man. I love what I've seen from Gilmore. I really do.
I'm not gonna fight you on that.
But by the way, it sounds like we're getting good positive feedback from Cooks. We're trying to get him on that.
Oh, as our weekly guest.
Oh yeah, I had a guy saddle up to me and say, "Hey, he likes you guys."
Yes.
So
we made a good impression, boys.
We're working in the right direction
we
there.
faked
for sure.
it till we made it.
So we just got to keep it focused. But we made a good impression with him.
Well, then I'm definitely going with Brandon Cooks.
Yeah,
it's our guy.
He's our guy, man. Friend of the show, Brandon Cooks.
I love what Gilmore's done. I just think Cooks brings so much to, with him and CD playing next to each other the way they do.
Yeah, it's phenomenal.
It just presents such a problem for teams to have to deal with that, and I'm excited about that. All right, who is the best player of the draft class? The best player of the draft class of this last draft class.
I mean, I guess it's Jalen Brooks.
Okay. This is a fantastic question, and it's funny because I was talking to you about this. I'm like, what if there's a case that they don't hit on these first 3 picks, but then their last 3-round picks end up all being
Or
studs?
Wanye Thomas. Well, I guess Wanye Thomas is a second-year guy.
Yeah, he's a second-year guy. He's not part. But so you've got Deuce Vaughn, Eric Scott, and Jalen Brooks. To be honest with you, I think the one that's going to end up being the best this year is Eric Scott Jr.
The cornerback.
The cornerback. Because I think that I don't think
Special
Brooks, I don't
teams?
think Brooks is going to get as much run offensively. I think Eric Scott Jr. in the secondary, we've seen it. There's so many injuries that happen over the course of a season. He's going to end up having to play.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say I would probably go with Jalen Brooks as the guy who's been most impressive out of the rookie class. But I mean, Eric Scott's been really impressive as well. Yeah.
Has Mozzie been a disappointment, or we just can't see what he's good at?
I just need to see Mozzie get off the ball a little quicker.
He's a tough eval right now.
Yeah.
He just, I mean, he's big, he's strong. You can see those things. He doesn't have the shed ability right now, and he needs to come off the ball a little quicker. When you watch him, he's like a half tick. If you're watching tape, you could definitely see it. If you had the clicker and you're running back and forth, and everybody's coming off, and he's just that tick late and I think it affects him somehow when he's trying to kind of rush or get to. So I think it's something he'll pick up, but I wouldn't call it a disappointment. I just say the guy he's got to have to learn some things, but he's got to learn how to play with the hands, get rid of shed, and then just getting off the ball a little bit quicker.
Which would make sense for a rookie kind of deal.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely at that position. All right. Who is the most improved player you've seen at camp?
It's Turpin. I think unequivocally it's Turpin.
How about you? You go ahead and finish up. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
No. I'm trying to think who else has been extremely improved, but he's certainly the first guy that comes to mind, and he's been probably the number one surprise at camp, unless you consider Jalen Brooks and being a rookie and making the plays that he has. But for guys that were on the team last year, I think Turpin is the one that's most improved.
Yeah, I don't know. See, Turpin's been the most surprising. I think most improved. It's a great question. I think Turpin's in the conversation. I think I would actually go with our guest, Damone Clark. Damone Clark, to me, looks like processing, speed of the game, physically. He's everything you thought when he was coming out of the draft, and why you're right. Like, he should have been a second-round pick. I think Damone Clark's extremely improved, and I think he's about to have a big-time year.
Anybody look at Nashawn Wright?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Nashawn Wright's a good one. The problem with Nashawn is
I didn't feel like he was going to. I felt like he was bubble guy all the way.
Yeah.
And, he's given up some plays, but he's also made some plays.
He makes them. Yeah, he does make some plays, but then he'll give up. It's just like a little Jekyll and Hyde. It's feast or famine a little bit with Nashawn.
Probably doesn't have the speed.
I was going to go with Mike McCarthy because he's actually coaching this year, Brian.
I like what you're doing.
You know
there,
what?
Dog.
Gavin wins there.
Yeah,
I do. I like what you're doing.
You nailed it.
All right, and the final one, real quick here, before we get out of here, is the best interview that we've done.
Oh, dang it.
Best interview that we've done. The guy that you really enjoyed sitting down and talking to.
To me, it's between Micah and Dak. And I'll go with Micah. That was a cool one.
Honestly, we've been spoiled, and shout out to Joe Trahan and the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Like, Brandon Cooks was fantastic. I'm excited to talk with Damone Clark. I do think it's still Micah Parsons. Micah's been fantastic every time we've had him on.
I'll go ahead and throw out Michael Gallup. I thought Gallup was fantastic.
Gallup was great too, yeah.
And he seems like a sweetheart.
Yeah, I'm going to throw in Damone Clark because he's an LSU guy.
Yeah, I think that's a good move.
We haven't talked with him yet, though. That's mighty predictive, Brian.
Well, I mean,
you're foreshadowing. You got a scout's eye.
He was saying Damone Clark no matter what.
I'm just going to say it no matter what because he's an LSU guy.
He projects as a good interview.
Yeah, he projects as a very good interview. You can ask him a lot of questions. He's very honest about that. He'll tell you about food.
He will tell you about food.
His past
I wonder what he
experiences.
thinks about the beignets.
Yeah, the beignets. Ask him the question about the beignets.
I'll ask him about the beignets.
Yeah, please do.
He's coming up at 3:20. Definitely not tape delayed. That's Damone Clark with you. He'll be on that hot seat. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, guys.
Krusty's Corner brought to you,
Thank you, Brian.
of course, by the On-Time Experts Air Conditioning and Plumbing. Same-day service guaranteed. And, yeah, we are hoping to hear from Tim in Carthage. And what happened to Rodeo Ron? I don't know if we've heard from Rodeo Ron in
He
a couple of
texted
weeks.
in. He texted in. He was the one that called me weak, soft after my fight with Broadus. Yeah,
good.
Turns out that was the Jim Beam man himself.
That's a
I don't know if I've heard from him.
Ron.
He called you weak and soft?
He said, yeah. He basically said, you were Bob Barker and I was Happy Gilmore. And you just beat the hell out of me.
NFL News of the Day is coming up next. Bully, where are we going with that?
The Cowboys' #1 practice violator, according to McCarthy. We got signings, we got extensions, and a suspension to tell you about. That's next.
Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 2 of the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Just saw some interesting news, Chiafalo. We were just discussing it at the break. You know, we opened the show with the breaking news that Eric Nadel was coming back tonight for the Marlins.
Right. Huge Hall of Famer, return.
We got some different news there at the break from ratings land.
Wow.
Yeah, isn't that fun?
That'll put a little pep in your step on a getaway day.
Pretty sexual.
Let's celebrate it. Is a what you drinking and what you thinking Friday. Let's crack them if you got them.
Thanks to everybody out there.
Thanks to everybody that's listened to this show over the years. But especially over the last year, 15 months or so since the Nosebleed Boys joined us. We've been on a hell of a run, and we've spent a lot of time at number 2. The latest rating news suggests that we've improved upon that, which I was hoping for, but didn't necessarily expect. Right. It's a difficult, competitive market. I was very appreciative of the fact that you guys helped take us to number 2.
One game at a time.
Take us to number 1.
That's right.
Hey, we're trying. We're trying,
salute
baby.
to Zach and Eric.
It's an honor.
We love
it's
you,
an honor.
boys.
Thank you.
Lucius, too.
Thank you for kicking our asses from time to time. The way you did it to Walchuk last week, the way Broadus did it to me the other day. You guys are keeping us accountable, and we appreciate that.
Depends on how you look at it. I kind of kick their asses.
I knew Walchuk was like that.
I'm not backing down, baby. That's why we're coming for that number 1 spot.
I kind of like what Ron had to say myself.
Weak sauce.
I appreciate it.
That was damn good,
Look
Ron.
at these popcorn muscles over here in the toasted coffee kitchen.
Popcorn muscles.
Let's celebrate these Nosebleed Boys, Brian. Let's do this.
No, it's a team effort, and Lucius very much included in that. Carter,
big time,
putting out all the content, but
Carter,
it's the Tolos, it's the turn it on, leave it on army that we're building, and we love you, and we couldn't do it without you. Yeah.
Yes, sir, indeed. It's time now for the NFL news of the day. And here he is with all kinds of NFL news for your listening enjoyment. Wolchuk.
Am I going to hate this segment?
You're going to love this segment.
Am I?
All right, I'm going to get the part that you're going to hate out of the way because, I'm going to rub this in your face if and when this guy turns out to be the absolute star savage beast that I think he's going to be. Let's talk about Rockwall's own Jackson Smith-Njigba, shall we?
Ooh, yes, the number 1 wide receiver in the draft, according to the draft boss himself, Zach Wolchuk.
These sausage and dewy fingers don't lie, baby. And I had these fingers all over my guy Justin Smith-Njigba during the draft process. I was out there.
Creepy.
With Jackson Smith, not Justin, but
you had your fingers. JSN,
with these guys?
With the measurements and everything, I was out there. I'm timing the speeds.
Just for the record, Jackson did consent to those sausage fingers.
He did.
What did he do? He had a good preseason game?
He's had some good practices.
He's just had some good practices.
Did he play in the Hall of Fame game last night?
He had a great walkthrough yesterday. He had an unbelievable catch against no defense.
You know what he did?
And it's like, this guy's destined for greatness.
He's been dominating air, but that's really all I need to see. But his quarterback, Geno Smith, was talking with Total Access, the NFL Network. They're making their rounds. And here's what Geno had to say about Rockwall's own Jackson Smith-Njigba.
Jackson is, from day one, man, he's just been, so special. And, I kind of knew that. I remember I was in L.A., was actually training with one of my boys and was watching his highlights. And I text Pete. I was like, man, we got to draft this guy. And we ended up getting him. And so I was so happy. But just having him as a part of that wide receiver group, with leadership, with DK and Tyler, and just being on this offense, you can tell how special he is as a player. But, he's really going to bring that added dimension to our team, and I'm just happy that we got him.
Another player you guys.
Man, they don't text John. My man John. John might have been out of the building.
You did say they had such a good draft. John left the room.
John might have been out of the room when they were drafted. This might be Pete.
I think they had a hell of a draft, and I think it's. I mean, look, they also got Devin Witherspoon, who I know you loved as well. I think he was your number 1 corner.
They had Denver's pick too.
They did.
Yeah.
But how about Geno? Scout's eye on Geno. Might not be the greatest quarterback in the world, but he could be a scout.
Oh.
He could be a scout in the future.
Oh, you're saying that because he's talking about how good your guy is.
I think he's got a great eye. I really do, Brian. You say, hey, good eye? I'm saying good eye here on our guy, Geno. He might have a future after football.
I'll tell you what, though. This kid makes some incredible catches at Ohio State.
Yeah, Geno knew,
like he's out of bounds, like the 1 foot almost out of bounds, and then just, like, kicks his left foot back just to get the toe. I mean, he does make some incredible. Ohio State, though, That Harris,
it's
Marvin
becoming
Harrison
wide receiver you, man.
He might be that. You watch next year. He might be the first.
Well, Marvin's
overall
better. Marvin Harrison Jr. is better.
really
Marvin's going to be a top 5 pick.
Yeah.
Marvin's going to be the best of all of these
Marvin might
guys,
be
like
the
Chris
number one
Olave,
pick.
Garrett Wilson, Jackson Smith, and Jigba. But Marvin's the best.
Oh no, I can't say that because Caleb Williams is in this thing. By the way, the Dodgers are having Caleb Williams bobblehead night.
The Dodgers are?
The Dodgers are. Like, you could get a Caleb Williams
Holy
USC bobblehead.
Is that something that could have happened pre-NIL?
No.
Like, is he getting?
I don't think so. I think that's absolutely
because
only
he's
an
probably
NIL
getting
thing.
he's getting a cut.
Yeah, I was watching the
Yeah.
Dodger game the other night, and it's a promotion. It was like pretty cool.
Well,
like
speaking
you could
of-
get a bobblehead.
Is the bobblehead going to have his fingernails painted where it says it spells out the F word and then
FU
it spells
Texas?
Utah? No,
Yeah.
Utah, not Texas.
No, he did it at Texas when he.
Oh, he
the
did?
Texas game too.
Oh, when he was okay, so he's been doing this for a while.
That was his coming out party. Yeah, he likes to do this. The nail painting thing's his thing.
It's my only knock on Caleb Williams. He's the guy that paints his nails and writes like bleep whatever team he's playing on his hands.
Yeah, those are the
I
two
don't know how that
things-
translates to adulthood.
That and
Utah
and
got him twice.
The foot
last
fetish
year.
stuff with him is also
That's not
It's a West
concerning.
Coast thing.
Yeah, is it?
The painting of the nails?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes
I think
sense.
they're punk rock or something.
Speaking of USC, before we move on, NFL News of the Day, I saw a great tweet. It was Vince Young diving for the pylon in that championship game in the Rose Bowl, Texas versus USC, and somebody quote tweeted it and said, "One of the best Big Ten SEC games of all time." And now it's a thing.
Yeah, dude.
USC in the Big Ten, Texas in the SEC. Who would have thunk it? All right, Saints running back Alvin Kamara has been suspended. I brought this up 2 days ago. He is suspended 3 games for his Las Vegas incident. I know you weren't a big fan of this, Evan. You were like, I don't know why he's going to get suspended, but he is. So the league, according to Tom Pelissero, said you violated the personal conduct policy for the battery arrest in February during the Pro Bowl in Vegas. Now he's going to miss the first 3 games of the Saints season.
Yeah, and what was the legal consequences of this? Was it like, it was a small thing?
I think, if anything, he paid a fine.
Yeah, he probably got out. But, I mean, the Saints are going to be fine. First of all, it's a couple of games. It's a position that doesn't matter. But they have Jamal Williams and they have Kendre Miller, TCU's own.
And Kendre Miller's really good, man. Cowboys like him a lot.
So they beat a guy into unconsciousness at a Las Vegas nightclub. Pled no contest to a misdemeanor for his role in it. I don't know what he did and what his buddies did. There was a time, and I think the world was a better place when you could get into a fight and maybe beat the crap out of somebody at a bar or a casino, and nobody would ever find out about it. And I just, I think this is, one of those situations.
Do you think he got the suspension because it was during the Pro Bowl and he went ahead and suited up for the game and stuff? That he was part of the game and all? I mean,
Yeah, he played in the game.
You think it was an embarrassment that the league didn't find out
Happened
about
on
it?
Pro Bowl weekend?
Yeah, that they're like, okay, don't embarrass us like that. So we're going to come down, hammer down on you for embarrassing the league.
I mean, how many games was he in?
Three.
Yeah.
I think it's the second year in a row he's been suspended to start the season.
Oh, was he? Did he have a PED thing?
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
Yeah. Not great for Alvin Kamara.
I think that's a good move for any of these running backs, though. Like Ronald Jones, might have just tried to sneak one past the goal
So you're healthy and fresh in December?
Well, not only that, but he's going with the heart
I got
medicine
the
route.
same problem.
Kudos. Yeah, you're on all the PEDs.
Well, just
bro.
don't get tested. There's going to be some stuff that pops up,
If
Brian.
we
I
get
told you
tested,
about that. I told you
I-
not to take that edible last night.
I might have to go to the lake for my suspension.
But I mean, to prolong your career, to be suspended for 2 or 3 games, it means nothing. Who cares?
Plus, you're roiding,
and then now you're.
He does look good out here. Jones physically looks good.
Are you saying he's roiding?
I'm just saying he looks good.
I
Don't
did
be
notice
speculating like that.
I did not
Lower
come,
body power.
I did not come into this. Yeah, his calves and everything very impressive.
Yeah.
I did not come into this camp expecting to be impressed by Ronald Jones in any way.
But you have been.
But then I saw his calves, and then I saw yesterday throughout those inside run, the 9-on-7 stuff or whatever. I'm going, a lot of these backs they were all kind of impressive to me.
I
a little
told you
bit.
guys, don't worry about the running
I was
backs.
looking at, Deuce Vaughn, he's breaking something off. Here's Dowdle breaking something off. Here's Malik Davis sticking and going. And then there's Ronald Jones. They all kind of had
Malik
a moment
Davis
where I was
has
like,
juice.
okay, yeah, just more evidence that you could put anybody back there and get the job done.
Damn right. I don't know why you were pushing back against it. All right, the running back whisperer. I got this from now on. Don't worry.
Well, we'll see how it shakes out if Tony Pollard is actually not available,
They'll be just fine.
But ultimately, they probably will be.
They'll be good. Don't worry.
They will
we got
not be
this.
okay.
They're going to be fine.
They will not be
They'll
okay
be all right.
if Pollard goes down.
They'll be okay, right? That's why, hey, if the running back doesn't matter, we can put anybody back there. They're going to succeed. Although they might be bleeped with this offensive line. That's a different conversation.
Anybody within reason. You can't take slow people, you can't take abnormally small people, and you can't take people that have no sense for the position and plug them in there.
Correct. Yes.
I would
there
say,
are bad players at the position. We had one in our backfield last year that was getting a lot of the touches.
Oh, no. Gosh, shots fired at Zeke. And when he comes back, I wonder what
Hey, you said that. That wasn't me.
No, that's exactly what you're talking about. All right, Cam Jordan, he's getting a 2-year, $27.5 million extension from the Saints, well-deserved. He hopes to retire in New Orleans. And how about Mercedes Lewis? He's still doing it.
Baby, come back.
Mercedes Lewis has agreed to a deal with the Chicago Bears. The Bears were busy yesterday. Lewis, now the oldest player in the league, 39 years old. He's played in 251 career games, 5th among active players and 52nd all-time in the history of the sport. The upset is he didn't join Aaron Rodgers with the Jets. But yesterday, Yannick Ngakoue, the pass rusher, also signing a deal with the Chicago Bears as they're out here making moves.
Mercedes Lewis was at UCLA when Rick Neuheisel was down there.
He was.
Crying out loud.
He played with Maurice Jones-Drew.
Wow.
They were on the same college team. They were drafted the same year.
That's amazing. And weren't they both drafted at Jacksonville?
Yes.
Yeah. They were.
What year? 2005 or something?
That was around there, yeah. Early to mid-2000s. Maybe 2006.
Great career. Big body guy in good hands.
Good blocker.
Good blocker. Is that what he's?
I think
also
that's
known
why
for?
he stayed in the league. Is his blocking.
Reliable cars too.
Big strong guy.
Great cars.
Can handle the high mileage. Apparently, Brian.
See, you probably. I think the move there is don't draft Scooney and just sign Mercedes Lewis and have a player that's actually out here in the second round.
That's not even a running back.
Well, and it was Mercedes Lewis. Their first
I got some
round
versatility
pick.
to my game.
Yeah, it was 2006. Man, that is absolutely crazy. This is not good news. Lucius, you might not want to listen to this one. This is SGP zone, South Grand Prairie, stand up. Jeff Okudah got carted off at practice for the Atlanta Falcons. He was traded, former 3rd overall pick from the Lions. Actually had a really good year last year when he was healthy, but a bummer to see him getting carted off. Severity of the injury, we're still waiting to find out. I hope it's not a season ender, but he's already had to miss 1 year of his career. This could be another one for Jeffrey Okudah.
Yeah, huge bummer. I mean, you hope that when it's practice and stuff, they get a little bit aggressive with the carts, and they're just kind of bringing the carts out no matter what. And didn't we see DK Metcalf having to go number 2, and they brought out the
carts to get him around the field. Yeah,
so
it can be hard to walk sometimes when that gets you just right.
Yeah, we saw it with Broadus the other day when he was.
I just got up and left,
waddling his way over to the Porta Johns here.
When you get to my age, you just got to leave. You just can't sit here and poop in your pants. It's a bad situation.
Well, and you forgot your diapers at home too, which was a bummer for you.
Okay,
and the rest of us.
Okay.
So he went down 5 hours ago, and we haven't had an update on Okudah yet.
I haven't seen anything official, and maybe that's not good.
Yeah, they took a knee, as he left the field. So
I wanted to trade for that guy.
I would have too. He's a hell of a player, but the health thing, it's just unlucky.
He's
right
one of the
now.
best corners I'd seen in that draft.
So they're waiting on an MRI on his ankle to determine the severity of the injury. Is the latest we heard. How about Aaron Rodgers? So last night we had the Hall of Fame game. Just good to see football back. I know some people were probably gambling on that sucker. Zach Wilson threw a 57-yard touchdown bomb in this game, and apparently he gives all the credit to Aaron Rodgers. Quote, great call by Aaron Rodgers, a smiling Wilson said of the play. Have to give him a little shout-out here as he went over to Nathaniel Hackett and Rodgers, who wasn't on headset but suggested the play, and it was the latest example in a teacher-pupil relationship that has flourished over the past few months between Rodgers and Hackett as they're trying to build Aaron Rodgers up as like this wizard.
ESPN and the NFL are conspiring to try to make Aaron Rodgers like the most likable star after having just this horrible run.
Maybe
in
they'll
Green
get
Bay.
off Dak's rear then about all this stuff.
That will never happen.
That would be the lone bright side of this story because I'm on the verge of saying I don't want to hear another Aaron Rodgers story until like the AFC title game.
No, we got him in week 2.
Okay, I'll make an exception for week 2.
You're going to have to probably close your eyes and put on the earmuffs.
I'm getting force-fed Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, throughout the entire season. The NFL wants the Jets to be
look at this.
The man.
He made Alex good.
Yeah, they're going to say that he's like changing Zach Wilson's
or Zach Wilson. Yeah, I keep saying
Zach
Alex.
Wilson's. I mean, look, he
looks like an Alex.
He does look like an Alex in the face. I don't blame you for this. The MILF Hunter himself is out here now getting coached up by Aaron Rodgers.
I admire him for that, though. He might not play quarterback, but he knows what he's doing in that regard.
He sure does, man. He's a Cougar man himself. One last Aaron Rodgers story for you, and then I promise I won't ever bring this up again. He has bought a $10 million New Jersey mansion that is very close to MetLife Stadium. How many bathrooms do you think this sucker has?
6.
It's double digits, dude. He's going toe-to-toe with Russell on this.
10 bathrooms, 8 bedrooms, 4,000 square feet, and it does look absolutely stunning. But I just, 10 bathrooms, I think that's a good move.
He's a single dude, right?
Yeah, who the hell knows, really?
No, he's Klinger.
Wasn't he dating a witch?
He's got codependency issues. He'll be in and out of girlfriends right and left.
For sure. No, that's for sure. I don't know if
dating a witch.
He was dating a witch named Blue. Yeah.
No, her witch was named Blue.
I'm
The Blue Witch.
going to look this up. Aaron Rodgers.
I knew the square footage would be scarce. You call that a New Jersey mansion at 4,000 square feet. That's like a DFW suburb 5-bedroom home. So in New Jersey, but apparently they crammed the bathrooms in, and I think if you're going to cram something extra in, like a bathroom per 400 square feet, that's a lot of bathrooms. You want that though. You don't want to have to be looking around for a place to slink off to if you got a real nasty something brewing.
By the way, Mike McCarthy says Micah Parsons is the #1 violator in practice because he almost took out Dak Prescott. He's like, all my years, nobody's ever touched the quarterback. Micah, you cannot do that. So they're giving him a stern talking to. And I want to wrap up NFL News of the Day with this audio. Antonio Gibson played with Tony Pollard actually at Memphis. They both played wide receiver and running back. He was on with Kay Adams on her show talking about the future of the running back. And I wonder about this. How many kids are going to grow up now saying, hey, I actually want to play running back? Antonio Gibson talking about if he had the choice, what would he do?
I was talking to a couple running backs. I talked to Melvin Gordon recently, and he said that he would change positions to corner if he could go back and do it all, like back to college. With what's going on with the running back spot. Now, you played wide receiver back at Memphis, right?
Yeah.
So any thought on switching now or switching at all? What are your thoughts on the running back pitch?
Not switching now. I'm fine where I'm at. I got well acclimated, but if I definitely had the choice, I'd probably stay a receiver. I enjoy receiver. I always loved it, but I'm having fun with this running back role, especially over the years of learning every year. And finally putting it together.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's where the money is, clearly. It's at wide receiver. And now I think we're going to get possibly a generation impact of young running backs.
Memphis is on a heck of a run with Henderson, Gibson,
and Pollard.
They were on a heck of a run recruiting those kids.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Brian, most running backs do not have the route running ability, the arm length, or the hands to do that. I think the majority of them go to corner.
Yeah.
Or linebacker if you're bigger.
Linebacker if you're bigger.
Yeah. But it is a good topic. I think eventually we go to a spot, though, where most NFL teams are approaching it like the 49ers, where we're going to use receivers to come into the backfield. You don't know if they're going to get a handoff or they're going to go to the other side and continue their route. But there'll probably always be some level of, running back specialist. But even that guy, I think, has got to push it more and more and be in the mold of Gibson or Pollard or Christian McCaffrey. And the numbers say they're still not there. So the best running backs who can be wide receivers, their per route metrics put them amongst the absolute worst wide receivers in the game, and even tight ends are way better at producing EPA per play than running backs going into routes. So I think the teams need to adjust, the coaches need to adjust, but also this player template of what that guy's going to look like is massively going to shift. And these, squatty power guys are I think, eventually just going to have to find a different spot altogether. Damone Clark is with us next. Then the biggest dub right here. It's the G-Bag Nation live in Oxnard, California on 105.3 The Fan. conversation with Cowboys linebacker Damone Clark here in just a second. He'll sit down with us. Segment's brought to you by Window Nation. Go to windownation.com. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Hey, our training camp coverage brought to you by Kissable Dental, On-Time Experts, Air Conditioning and Plumbing, K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing, and by Autoflex Leasing.
Won the national championship in 2019, first team All-SEC in 2021. It's linebacker Damone Clark with you here on The Fan, and a good afternoon, sir. How you doing?
I'm good. Thank y'all for having me.
Oh, it's great to have you. It's great to see you running out there and making plays here in Oxnard. How crazy was that last year? It was exciting to see you get in the regular season, but to have to play as a rookie with no training camp. Can you take us back to what that week was like and how your experience was your rookie year?
I mean, my first game was versus the Chicago Bears last year, and I thought I was going to just be on special teams just to get my feet under me, just to get up with the speed in the actual game. And Anthony Barr wound up getting hurt, and I remember George Edwards just screaming my name on the sideline. And I'm just standing there. I'm like, I hear somebody scream my name, but it was like, I'm like, whoa, there's no way somebody scream my name. I'm looking at Anthony Barr walk off the field. You know, he had pulled his hamstring, and I'm just standing there. I hear somebody scream my name. And then George was like, Damone, go. And I was just like, huh? He's like, go. And I just ran out there. And the first guy that saw me running out there was Leighton. And, you know, he was smiling from ear to ear. And he just was like, I got you. And then J.K. walked up to me, I got you. D-Law walked up, I got you. And they all rallied around me. It's like, look, man, let's go. You know what I'm saying? You in here, just do your thing.
What can you tell us about Leighton Vander Esch as a teammate, as a veteran, as you're going through a process like that?
I mean, from the start, Leighton used to come sit in my rehab sessions with me, you know, and I never told him that, but that meant a lot to me because Leighton was a guy that he didn't have to come. It's early in the morning, you know what I'm saying? He could be doing anything else. Leighton took out of his time to come sit in my rehab session with me. He was a guy that encouraged me all the time, and even this past offseason, just working out with Leighton every day, just picking Leighton's brain and just on the field, just playing with him. He corrected me, obviously, when I make a mistake or something, having him, Scotty, DT, Coach Pete, you know, all the linebackers in the room. And just have a lot of guys that's around you because we all got one goal in common. We all want to win. We all want to get on the field and compete.
But it's not just Leighton, is it? I mean, you mentioned Curse and you mentioned Tank. Can you talk about that culture of the entire defense as opposed to just the position groups?
All together, this going on 3 years with Coach Q. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we just hit the building blocks. You know, we go out there every day. Q challenge us. All the coaches challenge us to go out there and be the best. And in order for us to be the best on Sundays, we got to do it on the field at practice every day.
So that must have just been a whirlwind experience for you last year, getting thrown into the trenches like that. But how different and more confident are you this training camp, now getting a full off season? You're healthy. You got a little taste of NFL action last year. Because it looks like you're flying around. You're everywhere you need to be from when we're watching practice.
Oh, yeah, definitely. You know, just trusting the coaches, trusting the time that I put in all the time. You know, just going back, taking notes in meetings, going back on my own, watching film. You know, obviously – there's things that I need to work on. You know, we all have things that we need to work on, and I'm a stickler. Like, I want to be right all the time, but, you know, having Scotty in my ear, DT in my ear, Coach Q in my ear, just having all these guys just telling me, bro, like, nothing's going to be perfect. But you go out there, just play with effort, everything else going to take care of the rest.
What's the most challenging thing? Is it knowing where to be in coverage, or is it the run fits?
Nah, I mean, our defense is simple. You know, you go out there, you put the time in, you look at the looks to own, you look at the things that you're supposed to do. It's really easy. I'm being my own brain. You know, it'd be me. You know what I'm saying? I'll be telling myself stuff. It's nothing that's complicated. But like I say, once you go out there, if you tell yourself you can do it, half the battle is won already. You just got to go out there and do it. But if you stand second guessing, that might not be a good down for you.
Man, getting thrown into the fire against that Bears rushing attack with Justin Fields, that being your first game, Khalil Herbert, you know, they had a pretty dynamic situation going on there. How much more challenging is it taking on an offense with a runner like Justin Fields or a quarterback who you know is a huge threat to take off and run at any moment?
I mean, it's tough because, you know, obviously when they pass the ball, you got to be aware that they passing the ball. But, you know, we have great DBs here. So our DBs, they're going to cover them. You know, enough if they sneak in the rush lane or something, he take off, you got to be mindful of that too. But That's why, as long as everybody's doing their 111, we'll be all right.
I was going to ask you, though, out here, we were, like Zach was talking about, we were watching you do run fits and stuff. When it opens up and you're trying to find Deuce Vaughn, have you ever dealt with somebody that's that short that you're trying to find where, I mean, playing SEC football, there's something, I think Auburn had a couple guys up there, a little bit shorter guys, but with that, is it kind of different that, like, you're not used to seeing somebody that quick, that short kind of coming through there?
Yeah, it actually is, because last year, 2 years ago, when LSU played Kansas State,
right?
I didn't play in that game.
You didn't
they
play
played in that game.
Right.
And I just remember, and I talked to Deuce about that all the time. I was like, man, if I would have played in that game, you would never did that. But
yeah, he did a good job.
He really did. And this, like you said, it's tough, but you just better be in your right spot at the right time, because the shortest running back I ever played against was Clyde.
Right.
Clyde Edwards.
Oh, that's right.
Exactly.
Yeah. So that was the shortest running back I ever played against. So
Yeah.
having someone like Deuce, he's smaller than Clyde, obviously, but Deuce is a guy. He's elusive. He have a heart of a lion.
And he's thick as a bowl of oatmeal.
Yeah,
that dude's tough to bring down.
He have a heart of a lion. He might be 5'5",
won that
his
Alabama
height is.
game for us. The way
That's
he
what I'm
played.
saying.
Yeah.
He might be 5'5", whatever he is, but he got the heart of a lion.
It's Damone Clark here with you live at Cowboys training camp. What's it like when you win a national title and you come back to the university?
Man, just being from Baton Rouge, that says enough right there. It was a while since LSU last won. We wound up winning in 2019, and just going back, you having guys that was there that's still on the team. You got new guys that's on the team. Guys still talk about it all the time. The AD talk about it. But now it's like LSU gonna win again. I'm telling you, I have all the confidence in LSU this year that they're going to do it. They got what it takes to win.
Right, ain't lying to you.
Great program.
No, you're getting Brian all excited over there. I'm sure he wants to fire off some LSU questions, but being part of that national championship team, you look back on that, I think it might be one of the best, if not the best teams in college football history.
That's the best team.
Bro,
right
I mean, you were loaded with talent, but when you got there, you're playing behind Devin White. What are some of the standouts for you when you think back of your college career there at LSU?
Man, Devin White was a guy that, bro, he was so hard on me my freshman year. Like, I was 17 when I went to LSU. I'm 17 years old, and Devin would make me work out with him. I had to work out in the morning with him, and then I had to hurry up and go to study hall and stuff like that. And I asked Devin one time, I'm like, bro, like what's up?
Yeah.
He just was like, man, I had Leonard on me like that, and he was like, bro, it's only right that I do the same to you. And when Dev told me that, I was like, bro, like, he was a pro before a pro. He showed me take care of your body, go to class, do everything that you're supposed to do. And look, he's a guy in the NFL right now. He's playing. He's balling right now.
Yeah, he is.
There were some epic trash-talking battles between Devin White and Joe Burrow in practice some of those years, weren't they?
Oh, yeah, bro. Like, Joe was a guy when he first got there. Bro, he was quiet, but he'll dice you up at practice, and he just stand there and just look at you. But then, obviously, like, we had guys like Calevon Chason. We had Derek Stingley, Christian Fulton. We had a lot of guys that was on that team just iron sharpening iron every day.
And the wide receivers. I mean, Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson, you're seeing highlight reel type plays every day.
Dad Moss.
You see that every day. So the stuff that they're doing right now in the NFL, I saw it every day at practice.
Is Fred still the number one bar on campus?
Fred's
Broadus talks about it like it's the Hall of Fame bar.
Right, when I was playing ball in the 80s, way back in the 80s, it first started when I was in school in 1982.
I ain't gonna lie, like, you went on Saturday night.
Yeah.
You go to Tigerland.
Tigerland, he's right.
All on jumping.
Yeah.
Just pick one to go to. They all jumping.
Coach O's leading the charge.
See, that's what I wanted to know. I wanted to know because we got to interview Coach O one time on our show, and he was great. I want to know your favorite Coach O story. The one where,
So I had a he do the in-home visits and stuff like that. So like,
come see your mom.
Yeah, my mom. Yeah, so my mom's them like, my mom's them was like super excited. Like my mom's cooked some red beans.
There you go.
My uncle got on the grill.
There you go.
He had some grilled barbecue, stuff like that. So he come to the crib. He telling us about LSU, and he was eating the red beans, and then he just just eating the red beans, and my mom's sitting there like,
she's all proud.
Yeah, she's sitting there. She like, hey, you gonna tell me if they good or not? Like, so every time he see my mom, he always talk to my mom about the red beans.
Right.
Every time he always says the best red beans he ever ate.
That's great.
Hell yes.
She uses andouille sausage and all that stuff.
Everything.
Everything. I bet you those
everything.
beans are so
Okay,
damn good.
we had the conversation. I don't know if you heard Jamal Williams with the Saints now. He was talking about the beignets. He called them the beignets.
Yeah.
Said they're kind of overrated. I mean, for somebody from Louisiana, what's your take on the beignets?
Nah, I love them. You got to eat them while they hot, though.
Right.
You eat them while they fresh, the best thing.
Yeah.
I heard Overshun was singing some Akon for his rookie song in front of the squad. How'd he do?
I think he did pretty good, though. You know, I thought I had saw a video of him doing, it was a country song that he was singing.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah, I remember,
expectations were high.
Yeah, so afterwards I was like, I said, hey, I thought you was going to do the song that he did. He's like, he had to change it up on me.
Yeah, dude, he showed he's got range here. He can do the country. He can do a little Akon.
Did you have to sing last year?
Yeah, I sung Can We Talk by Kevin Campbell.
Oh, nice.
Tevin Campbell,
yeah.
my bad.
You're a good singer then.
Last year.
You must have been confident.
I was nervous because, bro, that was my first time getting in front of the team. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
So I was nervous, and it's like, but once you get up there, you sing. There's a throwback song. They're gonna sing with you.
Yeah.
So that made it easy.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. That must have been great. That when your teammates started singing with you.
Yeah, if they sing with you, you're doing something right.
There you
go. Then
everybody's vibing.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of rookies, Mozzie's come in. We got to talk with Mozzie. He's awesome, great personality. You know, one of the things that we loved was they finally got a big man in the middle to try and keep you clean as a linebacker. How much does that really help when you have a Hankins, you have a Mozzie in front of you to try and take on those double teams?
Well, it helps the linebacker a lot, you know. But one thing, you can have those guys up front, but if the guys on the back not, shooting the gaps or taking a shot, then what's the point of having those guys taking on double teams like that? So obviously at practice, that's something that I've been working on myself. You know what I'm saying? Like when you look to home, when you see things that you see, go take your shot. You know?
Hey, Damone, when and I don't mean to take you back to some time, but when you got the news from the combine with what happened with your diagnosis and stuff like that, was there ever a time where you were like thinking, man, I don't know about this? I mean, was it ever like you said, but I'm doing this for a reason or something's going? I mean, but you fought your way through. There's a lot of people thought you were probably not going to play last year, and here you are playing. But was there ever a time where you doubted a little bit about the severity of your injuries and stuff like that?
No, I never once doubted anything about it. Did it catch me off guard?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I knew that I was gonna be okay. I'm a firm believer in God. Everything happened for a reason. So for me, it was just like the timing of it that kind of threw me off. But the question that kept coming to my head was, if you love the Lord like you say you do, this is a challenge to see how you're going to react and how you're going to respond. He's just trying to see how you respond. And,
sure.
And for me, honestly, that made me 10 times closer to God because I had my surgery. I wound up going back to Baton Rouge. I had my surgery in California, actually.
Yeah.
And I wound up going back to Baton Rouge, just, sitting in the house. I had a lot of alone time with God,
Sure.
and it just made me stronger. And, my first game was versus the Chicago Bears,
right.
And I didn't look back.
It's Damone Clark with us. That's a beautiful story right there, Damone. And it was spinal fusion surgery, right? I mean,
I had it on the front. My war wound right there.
Oh, there it is, dude.
Got my war wound.
What do the doctors do? Is this in the past now, or is this something that's got to be checked up on? Or how good to go are we?
No, I'm good. I'm
nice.
good. 100% healthy. I'm good, ready to go.
Well, congratulations on that, and it's great to see you running around out here and making plays. We wish you nothing but the best here in year 2. Give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Thank y'all for having me.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, man.
There it goes. Damone Clark here with you on the Fan.
All righty. Thank you so much on the K-Post
LSU
Roofing and Waterproofing Hot Seat, the roofing and waterproofing partner of the Dallas Cowboys. There he goes, number 33 right here in the G-Bag Nation. And we got news while that interview was underway, as Malik Hooker has a new deal. 3 years, apparently $16.5 million guaranteed.
Yeah.
So they must really like what Malik Hooker, when he came into the NFL, obviously the sky was the limit, huge potential, highly touted, and then he was hurt a bunch of times, played well when he was healthy. Now he's managed to stay pretty healthy for the Cowboys for a couple of years and gets rewarded significantly.
Yeah, he's making $1 million more than what Donovan Wilson got. He's making $1 million less than Tyron Matthew, right around the 10th highest paid safety in the league. So a good deal. His agent is David Mulugheta, and by the way, that is also Micah Parsons' agent.
Okay. We will have Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com on coming up at 4 o'clock. We'll talk a little bit more about that. Thanks again to Damone for joining us there. It's time now, Chief, for you to take the broadcast baton. Where are you going to run with it to?
Yes, sir. Biggest L, biggest dub, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? That's next right here in the nation.
do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year-end savings on Silverados. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. Shop, model, new year-end savings. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Malik Hooker, new deal with the Cowboys. It's a 3-year deal, $16.5 million guaranteed. Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com is coming up at 4 o'clock. We'll talk to him about camp takeaways and his thoughts on this Malik Hooker contract. Apparently they think more of him than Broadus.
They do. They think a lot more of him than me. And you know what? His coverage has actually been better in this camp because I've seen him carry some routes deep. And so, you know, I wonder how much one-on-one we're going to see of him. That's what I always worry about him. You know, if you just look at numbers, and I'm not always a slave to the numbers, but this case it's one of those where 20 of 29 opportunities of completion. His quarterback rating is pretty high against him. You know, he's 11 yards of reception against him. You know, those are things that are of concern. But I'm doing radio, they're doing scouting. You know, that's what they think of the guy. And I will say this. There is improved coverage out there at practice. That part you cannot
Well, that's
deny.
a dub, and it's a big dub in Malik's personal income. So congratulations to everybody involved. And for more on that, here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Biggest L, biggest dub for the second time in Oxnard history. Let's do this thing.
Let's do it.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
Well, 469, Daniel and Forney, you echo the sentiments of every DFW sports person when you say the biggest dub is no question getting the Hall of Famer Eric Nadel back in the booth tonight right here on your home of the Rangers, 6:30 pregame. We'll hang out with Jared Sandler, who will be back on the pregame duties as he has handled the big boy chair next to Matt Hicks with impeccable professionalism. So shout out to our guy Jared Sandler, and more importantly, shout out to our guy, the Hall of Famer Eric Nadel, getting back in the saddle tonight as the Rangers look to continue this hot streak. We go streaking versus the Marlins, and it's Montgomery night, Globe Life Field. I mean, we're literally making history in a multitude of different ways tonight from a baseball standpoint. That is a giant victory. Now, as we peruse the L's across the nation, holy smokes, I say the nation, it's worldwide L's that we'll get to. But we got to start in Green Bay, where Brian Broaddus has left some footprints, I imagine. But Matt Schneidman tweeted this out earlier today. Got to tip your cap to the cat who JT Waller's just booted from practice for a fake credential. How about this Packers fan? He was close, man. He was close. Said he was a Packers video intern. They say this thing looked super professional and everything from a credential standpoint. He had a camera. He had the Packers polo. He was doing it right up until they realized we've never heard of this guy. So you can shoo away now. And he didn't break ground. But he tried. It's kind of like Derek that way, our G-Bag of the Day champion. He's got balls.
Yeah, it's not too difficult, although they're watching you like a hawk with these passes. You know,
they are.
Security has increased significantly. I forgot mine at the hotel the other day. Guy wouldn't let me through. I was like, dude, I've been saying good morning to you for 12 years.
yeah.
He said, that's all well and good. You got to go get a day pass. I said, all right, sir.
He's a stickler, that guy.
He is. He's tough.
Yeah, he's at the front for a reason. You know, their frontline soldiers are not screwing around out here in Oxnard.
He's the best guy under 90 they got out here.
I agree. I think I'll co-sign that very well. Shout out to Lizzo, the giant superstar that she is. She's taking an L this week.
Huh?
Man, I've seen this trending a lot. I just have not gone down the rabbit hole yet.
She's being accused of fat shaming.
Lizzo is she's a pop star, and she's a high caloric individual. And she has backup dancers that she is calling out for being
who's
fat,
never struggled with weight,
for being too heavy.
DJ,
So they can't be heavy. They're supposed to be the sexy ones.
I guess that's the deal. That she's apparently
or maybe you like the
B-word.
Lizzo type.
Yeah,
I hear that is popular.
No, yeah, she's
100%.
very body positive, but I guess she's being accused of doing the opposite.
Did you guys see R Belly trending on Twitter?
I did not know.
R Belly. That's what they're calling Lizzo right now. So it's been a tough week for her.
Gosh, dude.
And anyone and everyone who loves her. Not as tough a week, though, for our Costa Rican soccer player, Jesus Chucho Lopez Ortiz.
Ooh.
He jumped off into the Cañas River, which was closed for fishing because there were so many crocodiles in the water.
The Cañas River?
Did you guys see the video of a guy being carried away by alligator mouth or crocodile mouth?
But slipped out of the boat?
Lifeless body. Didn't slip. This dude, I guess, was unaware that there was crocodiles in there, even though this lake or this river had been shut down because there's so many crocodiles. So people are not allowed to fish or do anything in this thing. Jesus Chucho Lopez Ortiz decided he was going to jump into these waters on his own accord, and a freaking crocodile killed him. And there is a video on Twitter that I saw where you just see this lifeless body being carried out of the river by the crocodile. It is a very tough video to watch, I would say.
Yeah.
But that
Did
is.
the guy have a death wish or something? What's going on? Suicide?
Accident. Maybe he'd been cracking them.
Death by a gator?
Yeah, I have no idea. I have
wasn't
no idea.
paying attention to the signs.
I mean, there's literally post-soccer game clips of him talking with the media just 24 hours ago.
No. So he was a famous soccer player.
Yeah, he's not.
Geez.
Yeah, he's a legit soccer player. It wasn't just a random dude. So just crazy story and crazy video that I would encourage you not to view if you have the opportunity.
I think I saw a video. Maybe it was just a fake video. I get fooled sometimes. Dudes were feeding crocodiles, and the guy slipped out of the back of the truck.
Yeah.
And fell in the water, and the crocodiles got him.
That's a nightmare.
I believe this stuff. Yeah. You know. You mess around, you will find out with Mother Nature.
Yeah. Also, mess around with Magnum XL 200 roller coaster, and you might find out as well. Shout out to the people who were on the record-breaking height-having Magnum XL 200 that, according to Guinness, is leading-edge height of all amusement parks across the world. So it's the highest one. It got to the tipping point of this thing, and it just shut down, malfunction. And these people had to walk down the stairs of what is the highest roller coaster in all of the world. And I'm like, that's just another reason why you will not catch me on any of these things, man.
That's my number one fear going skiing, is that this thing's going to shut down.
Yeah.
And they're going to have to evacuate us from the chairlift.
Yeah, and you're just going to drop into powder.
Yeah. No, I would not do well there. I think I would be like knee-shaking guy that you see on those TikTok videos who's afraid of heights.
Mm-hmm.
I had a hard time climbing these stairs to the big slide at Fair Park last time.
Oh, okay.
You know, I know that might surprise you of how scared of heights I was.
Yes. But also you got the bad hip.
You're gonna have it wasn't hip related. It was fear of heights related.
I am surprised.
You might have
that.
to send the fire department up for me.
It's like you talked about.
Yeah,
it takes your breath away. You're like, oh my dear God.
Fireman's got him over his shoulder like fireman carried.
Like your body stops working. I would just assume if somebody doesn't help me, I'm going to fall off this thing.
Yeah,
I'm totally paralyzed by the fear of heights.
I'll tell you the video that got me of heights was that dude that fell from space. Remember, he was in that capsule that went up, and he did the record free fall.
Yeah,
he was like.
I remember what you're talking about. I don't remember the video.
You can look on YouTube. And
Neil Armstrong.
No, it's like he had like astronaut clothes on, but he walks to the edge, and he just falls, and you see the cameraman. He's just like, it's the highest free fall ever, and the guy was like a Red Bull performer. But
Red Bull space dive.
Yeah, this dude, he gets to the edge, and you
Felix Baumgartner.
Yeah, you see him
jump off a space station back into Earth.
Look at it. It's incredible. He just falls, and you're like, and like I was like, oh my God, I was starting to get like
back in 2012.
No, it's the people for me that go on those bridges that are made out of glass. And they're, you see their knees start to shake, and they're just like, "Oh, jeez."
Oh, dude,
watch this.
I can't handle
that.
that.
Show Dawson. Watch what this dude does.
Big shout out to the 214 whose wife is listening right now, Edna. We love you. You're beautiful, and we appreciate you being a Tolo.
Salute to you, Edna. Okay, when we come back, G-Bag Nation, our coverage from Cowboys training camp continues, and Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com, is set to join us. We'll get to know him a little bit better, and so will you next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Our training camp coverage brought to you by Kissable Dental, on-time experts, air conditioning and plumbing, K-Post roofing and waterproofing, and AutoFlex leasing. And we are about to be joined by a special guest here, Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com, on the K-Post roofing and waterproofing hot seat, the roofing and waterproofing partner of the Dallas Cowboys. And a good afternoon, Nick. Thanks for joining us here in Oxnard.
Yeah, hey, fellas. How y'all doing?
We're doing outstanding. Can you give us a little background, sir?
On me, myself.
Yeah. How'd you get here?
Yeah, so I come from the college football recruiting world. Initially, I worked at 24/7 Sports and Rivals for 4.5 years and got blessed with this opportunity in April to come work for DallasCowboys.com. And my first day was literally the first day of the draft. So I got drafted in, if I guess you could say. And this is my first training camp out here in Oxnard.
Where'd you go to college?
Started off at University of Texas and finished up at University of North Texas.
Very nice.
Come on, baby. Let's go, Nick.
Let's go. Go Mean Green.
That's my guy.
Got a lot of friends
around here. It was a tough
here.
loss for the basketball tournament final last night, but, you know, basketball's cool.
Yeah.
What kind of approach do you bring to the beat?
I would say scouting, definitely, just considering my background, especially my last job at Rivals. I was our national analyst covering 6 states, ranking all those guys, putting on the stars, and whenever at draft time, they can come back to me and say, hey, I was a 2-star, you were wrong. So I'm that guy that they're going to come back to. Looking forward to it.
Welcome to my world, Nick.
Yeah, that's
Exactly.
okay. That's exciting. It's great to have you here. Let's start with a question about Malik Hooker. New deal. That's the breaking news. Happened about 30 minutes ago. What do the Cowboys like about what he brings to the table?
Yeah, absolutely. Just reliability. And I think especially as in that defensive backfield, being that sure tackler and providing that safety net, that's what you want to have. And whenever you could pay a guy like him and Donovan Wilson and pair them together for at least the immediate future, that helps solidify that defense overall. I mean, we've talked about it many times about how can they keep all of these pieces in the one spot. And even Jerry Jones has talked about it. It's like eventually we're going to have to pick with one of these guys who to let walk. And I think with this defense, they're kind of constructing it to where they can at least keep that together, even if Dan Quinn goes off and goes somewhere.
It's amazing kind of the responsibility that they're giving Malik Hooker here, because last year, Brian and I talked about it, we thought he kind of struggled down the stretch, and maybe it was the thumb injuries. But, Nick, they're playing so much single high where they're leaving Malik Hooker as the last line of defense. They clearly trust and respect what he's bringing to the table.
And it's that reliability, and it's that trust, like you said. Being able to keep him one high and put, 6, 7, 8 guys in the box, that's a lot of fun. And when you can have a player that you can do that with, you pay the guy, and you pay him what he wants.
I was, Nick, to me, I was I was critical of him. And Zach's right with the coverage aspect and stuff like that. And again, this is why they're scouting and I'm doing radio. But to me, I was kind of feeling like with the way that he was playing, that if they do play him single high, that how much coverage is he going to have to play? And the numbers say that there was some struggles back there doing it, but I think in camp, I know me looking at him playing right now, he's playing better than I thought he was going to play.
Yeah, he has to be too.
Are you seeing that the same way as I like, okay, he's carrying routes, he's underneath, he's where he needs to be in these coverage schemes and stuff?
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from for sure, Brian, but I think there is a shortage of really talented safeties in the NFL right now. I think if you look at position groups that have suffered the most from the explosion of speed that has come into the NFL in the last 10 years, it's that safety group. And if you can have a guy that can just be reliable even 70% of the time, you pay that guy. And I feel like that's what kind of this is for Malik Hooker. Being able to keep him, one safety high, being able to be that sure tackler in the third level, and also keep his ground with some of those speedy guys. I think you still got to keep him along throughout the way.
Who do you think's the number 2 behind Hooker right now? Like, if he were to go down to injury, who do you think fills that spot?
Man, that's a good question. I would say, Wanya Thomas has looked great at camp. I'll say that right off the bat. I wouldn't say he's necessarily number 2, but he's looked great out here. Marquise Bell
that's a good eye,
has also been fantastic in certain areas so far through camp. Since the pads have gone on and it's been a little bit more physical, I feel like Bell has struggled a little bit more. But, I really like what Wanya's done out here.
What about offensively? What are some of your impressions of this Schottenheimer offense, adding Brandon Cooks? I mean, that was one of my biggest concerns coming in, the playmakers and how this offense is going to look outside of the offensive line. I've been extremely impressed.
Yeah, and that goes back to just integrating speed, especially with today's game, and being able to have Brandon Cooks not only work with CeeDee Lamb and then being able to feed off of each other in many different ways, but, adding that veteran element to your offense, a guy that has played in a Super Bowl, a guy that's played with Drew Brees, Tom Brady, and can bring that experience to that locker room. I feel like that's the perfect thing that was needed for the offense. And you can say the same thing about Stefan Gilmore on the defensive side. But as far as initial impressions, man, I'm worried about this offensive line. I will say that. The depth of this offensive line really scares me, and they are going to have to tap into it at some point this season. It could be game 1 if Zach Martin's not there, or it could be game 12 if, knock on wood, Tyron Smith goes down. So, that worries me. I feel like, there's a little bit of there's a lot of riches that they could work with, and maybe trading some pieces to go get a guard or go get a swing tackle. But I guess we'll see. There's still a lot of confidence being expressed from Mike Solari, from Mike McCarthy and Jerry Jones. So we'll see where that goes in the preseason.
When you came into training camp, and I know I had concern at backup running back and linebacker were a couple that I felt like that was a position. Did you have a position? Was offensive line always the position that you were worried about with this team?
I was worried about linebacker probably in June, and I did a deep dive on the film, and I was like, okay, why am I worried about this? Yeah. I'm not as worried about linebacker coming out of that, just because I feel like there's enough youth and athleticism in that group to where I feel like they'll be fine. You got Damone Clark, you got DeMarvion Overshown. I feel like those guys can eventually step up to the task, even if they need to later in the season this year. Yeah. Not as worried about that as I am about the offensive line. And I understand the running back conversation as well, but still offensive line I feel like is mine.
Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com with you, and you're speaking my language now. I've been concerned about this offensive line for a couple of years. You take Martin out, and now it would be a crisis if he doesn't come back. But what if he is back and Tyron Smith stays healthy? Would it be a strength? How good would this line be compared to some of the others around the league?
Yeah, if all 5 of those guys are playing up front and they can stay healthy throughout the season, then no concerns at all. But that's based on history. That hasn't really worked out for the Cowboys in the past. But if you can keep that same 5 up front throughout the entirety of the season and let them build off of each other and get better, Tyler Smith, let him get comfortable at left guard, then I feel like you'd have easily a top 10 offensive line in the league, maybe pushing even top 7.
Are we going to see, staying on offense here, are we going to see the Cowboys scheming people open? Is that going to be a thing?
Absolutely. I think this entire offense is based around getting guys open, and that's identifying things pre-snap even. It's making the job much more simpler for Dak Prescott. He's getting up to the line, he's looking at a coverage, and he's saying, okay, I'm going to throw to that guy. Or he's looking at this coverage, he's like, okay, that guy's going to be open. It's just helping things be a lot more simplified at the end of the day for Dak and for the receivers. They've talked about a lot during this offseason about how guys were not on the same page even while a play was going on last season. We saw that even in the playoff game against San Francisco. And so being able to simplify things, not necessarily dumb things down, but just make it simple for everybody involved, that's what you want in this offense.
You've got your stock watch, the 10 players on the rise at Cowboys camp. You can read that right now on DallasCowboys.com. I'd encourage anybody to do so. Who are some of the players that are really catching your eye?
Yeah, I think it starts with Jalen Brooks, right? I feel like he was the forgotten draft pick coming into training camp. And, man, he's shown out. You could arguably say that he's the number 1 or number 2 rookie through this first week and a half of training camp, and especially since the pads have come on and he's been able to show that physicality, man. He's been fantastic. And I think a lot of the DBs are having trouble with him just in his physicality, especially on special teams as well. He said the reason I got drafted is my special teams ability, and so he's been able to show that. I think he's going to be able to fill that Noah Brown role on kick coverage. And, going to another rookie that I have on there is DeMarvion Overshown. I think he's going to be a guy that's going to, start on special teams, maybe even fill that Luke Gifford role and rotate in with the defense as well. But talking about guys that have been here, we've talked about Wanye Thomas, but Damone Clark, coming in, being fully healthy, coming into this second season is going to be so important for him. I think he rolls out there with the ones in week 1 in New Jersey.
Okay, what's your evaluation of Jalen Tolbert right now? Do you feel like Turpin and Brooks have outplayed him?
I wouldn't say that necessarily. I think there's an extra layer of confidence with Jalen Tolbert, which I really wanted to see in week 1 without the pads. And, is he on the same page with Dak? Have they found that chemistry? I would say the answer to that question is yes. Now, once the pads have gone on, it's kind of like, hey, was Jalen Tolbert even at practice today? But it's translated into him just doing his job, and I think he's done enough to not necessarily be in that conversation, but I think it is still a heated wide receiver 4 debate.
We know that you do a lot with the Cowboys. We love you for that, but I know you do a lot with all other football, high school, college. We got a ton of college news that's breaking today. We got conference realignment. What do you think about everything that's going on in the college football world with the Pac-12 news today, and then maybe some more Big 12 news if Arizona decides to join?
Man, this entire conference realignment, going back to when Texas and OU announced they were going to the SEC, it breaks my heart. It's just because it takes away, those Big 12 rivalries. It takes away, what these regional rivalries have been in the past. But, this is what we've been moving towards since the last realignment in 2010. There was a lot of TV influence with that as well. And now here in 2023, that's what the entire realignment is about, is TV influence and who can get the most money out of a TV contract. And, we have to appreciate it for what it is. So looking at if Oregon and Washington go to the Big Ten, we're going to get some Big Ten after dark. Have we thought about that?
Yeah.
USC at Oregon, Big Ten. That's crazy to think about. But I think it's great for those programs, but it hurts me not to think about the programs that have such rich tradition, like Washington State or Oregon State. Where do those guys get left behind? But I'm a fan of the little guys, so maybe that's just me talking.
Who do you think comes out of the Big 12?
As far as
this season,
I would have to say Texas. I years past have been so wrong because they prove me wrong year in and year out when I feel like there's confidence with them. But I feel like they have the most complete picture they've had in probably 15 years. They don't have the team that they had in 2008, but I feel like they've had the best team since then. The only worry I have about Texas is their pass rush. I don't feel like they're going to be able to initiate much there, but their offensive line has been the best it's been since the Vince Young days.
You forget they got that trip to Jack Trice Stadium.
You're right.
Nobody wins
You're
a game.
right.
Nobody shows up.
They can lose there and still win the Big 12.
I tell you what, man.
Johnny Football won there. Right?
Yeah, well,
he did.
To me, it's like one of those things. I just feel like there's going to be that game where Texas is rolling right along, and it's like
They just
everything
poop the bed.
Yeah, and then everything goes wrong. Just everything goes wrong. And I hate to say that because I want to see Texas have some success, with their season. I want to see them get involved with the playoffs and stuff like that. But I know there's trips to Lawrence, Kansas, and Jack Trice Stadium and Ames, Iowa, and places like that where they tend to kind of, like we said, poop the bed.
They do, but Bennett's going to be thrilled if they're able to win a conference championship this year.
He told me he didn't even want to go to Tuscaloosa to watch
come on,
that game.
Bennett.
He's worried about that.
Let's go.
I mean, those are storied programs, Brian. I don't know why you got to be so negative. This is iron sharpening iron.
Yes. Thank you, Dak.
I'm telling you, man, just wait.
Okay.
Just wait. We're going to be talking. It's like Texas is 8-0 right now, and then they're going to go somewhere where they should win a game handily, and they fall apart.
Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com. That was exceptional.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yes,
it was a great first impression here on 105 through the Fan. The text loves you, so you're bringing it. Feel like you've done quite a bit of podcasting or streaming?
Yeah, you could say so.
Yeah.
You could say so.
Yeah,
A fair bit.
we did high school football Friday Night Stars with Nick. What
not
feels
his first rodeo.
Not his first
No,
rodeo.
Nick's our dude.
But technically, it is his rookie camp.
It is
And
my
I
rookie
just wanna
camp, rookie
say,
season.
It's been an honor
You're
hanging with
crushing
you
it, bro.
out here.
Thank you. I
Killing
appreciate
We've been
it.
hanging
Yes,
at the
sir.
rudder. Would you guarantee, or would you say first and foremost, the Porta Johns here that Jerry provides is the most surprising thing at camp, even more than Jalen Brooks?
So I will say I had a little moment during camp a couple days ago. I'd eaten a couple protein bars too many going into training camp on Tuesday, and I needed to use the John, and I found this little station back here, and it's like I felt like I was in a mobile home or like a Rolls Royce RV.
First class everything here with the Cowboys.
Yeah, dude. They're not cutting any corners out
At
here.
all. At all.
Right on. Well, congratulations on the gig and everything, and we look forward to all your coverage all season long.
Thank you.
Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com with you here on 105 through the Fan. Woolchuck's Top 10's coming up next. Where are we going with that?
It is the 30-year anniversary of Nolan Ryan fighting Robin Ventura. We've got the top 10 sports fights of all time. What's the best next on the Fan?
Okay, I want to talk about my friends at D&M Leasing before we do that, though. Here we are. We've made it to the weekend, and I bet you're...
interest low. School on, save on at your local Staples store.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Revolver Brewing.
Celebrate the 817 and join Revolver Brewing in Fort Worth on August 17th for some 817 Blonde. Brewed with Southern grace and charm. Say hello to the new blonde in town. Check out Revolver Brewing on Facebook and Instagram for more info.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Chief has the Hodgepodge coming up at 4:40. We'll get you the latest on Luka, who left today's game for Slovenia, coming up at 5 o'clock. Segment here is brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel. Free consultation at 214-333-3333 or go online to truckwreck.com. Here he is, Zach with an H, the Woolly Bully.
Thank you very much, General. It was 30 years ago today that we had the epic fight between Nolan Ryan and Robin Ventura as he stormed the mound. Some would call it a sucker punch. I don't know. I just like to think of it as Nolan Ryan kicking ass.
I mean, what was sucker about it? I mean, the guy, you ran up on me. Now I'm going to get you in a headlock, and I'm going to punch the top of your head for the rest of the time.
You're looking right at him, but I think it's and then the video of him with the blood it's just the badassery of Nolan Ryan personified.
And then my favorite part is when like their hats go flying off, and you can tell by their hairlines what age they are.
They're older.
And the older man with the poor hairline is just whooping the young kid's rear end. And he was punching him on the top of the head, which is a painful deal, you know. But Nolan Ryan's like, I don't care. This might be my pitching hand. It doesn't matter what it is, bro.
Amazing.
I'm going to punch the top of your head. He did get at least one good uppercut into the face. But it was a lot of that just boom, top of the dome, top of the dome.
He was conditioned for it like a monk. You know, he probably did that to at least 2 or 3 dozen head of cattle per off season.
Yeah,
you know?
That's true.
That's just what he does to wrangle different farm animals. Being the baddest pitcher to ever walk the land, Zach.
He's like, you think you're going to tackle me?
Good luck.
Yeah, chokehold.
Get right under my pit right here. Tell me how that smells, sir.
Get a taste of that lat.
877-881-1053. What do you think is the best sports brawl, best sport fight? What comes to mind for you guys? And have you ever been a part of a sports fight? Like, Brian, did LSU ever get a benches clearing deal brawl with, like, Alabama or Ole Miss? Or
No, we never did. I don't.
You guys never got in a fight during there?
Oh, man, we played Miami one year when they had Michael Irvin and Jimmy Johnson, all those guys.
Uh-oh.
And I tell you what, man, it was such an ass-kicking by them that, like, if you wanted to fight with it, it's like, nah. It's kind of like the boxing match we watched the other night.
Yeah.
You know, there was just one guy beating up. Both teams were good.
Yeah.
But their team was just so much better than
you're
what we
beating
were.
us, you know, because you're better at football, but a big part of that is you're stronger and faster.
Oh, yeah.
I think we've seen how this play would end.
They just pummeled us is what they did.
Those are talented teams there.
Yeah.
You know, I think the best one has to be Rugi. You know, can anybody give me something better as far as a clean shot?
Steven Jackson in the midst of the
Rudy Tomjanovich.
Malice at the Palace.
Well, of course, that's going to be on
Steven Jackson slid out. He at one point that you see him run and do like a slide punch on a dude.
What was that?
Awesome.
The fight, wasn't it Kings-Lakers when they were in the conference finals against each other? Was it like Mike Bibby and the wives got in a fight? Something crazy was going. Maybe it was Doug
Christie's wife. I could see that.
Yes.
I don't remember that one being big. I do remember Malice in the Palace, and yes,
Huge.
it was not only Steven Jackson, but Jermaine O'Neal was putting on a show.
It might have been Jermaine O'Neal.
That was athlete versus player. Athlete versus fan.
Right. Stuff got gnarly.
Yeah, which is
Kermit Washington when he hit Rudy Tomjanovich.
Okay, that's an honorable mention on this list.
Google that
well,
one.
dude, what about old Myles Garrett?
That's going to be in here.
Old Rudolph with his helmet.
No doubt. You've also got, heck, we could go into this past offseason, Draymond Green and Jordan Poole.
Oh, yeah. That was a good punch.
That got wild.
Ooh, for sure. Yeah.
No doubt.
Punched the talent right out of Jordan Poole's body.
Similar deal. You ran over there. I don't see it as a sucker punch if you ran over there.
Do any soccer fights come to mind to you, General? Because there's a lot of honorable mentions. Like there's one called the Battle of the Buffet between Manchester United and Arsenal.
Wasn't there a headbutter guy?
Zinedine Zidane.
So number 10 is Zidane headbutts Marco Materazzi, 2006 World Cup final.
Made some sort of a bad joke about his parents being immigrants.
That was his sister. Didn't he say something about his sister?
Maybe.
Yeah, it was a family. It was a
family deal.
Family deal, yeah, for sure.
And he decided right there, I know I'm going to get kicked out of this game, but I must headbutt you for this, sir.
I must headbutt you.
Oh, 817, Andre Johnson versus Cortland Finnegan.
Yep, that's in the top 10. That is in the top 10.
Took his helmet
doubt.
off and just rained him down like an MMA guy.
that was
quality fisticuffs.
Oh, man, yes. Pedro Martinez and Don Zimmer. That was a great one. The Yankees bench coach in 2003.
I saw one out on this field.
It was just funny because he was a coach.
Dez and Tyler Patman.
J.J. Wilcox.
Oh,
he fought both of them.
J.J. Wilcox.
Patman got him though.
Yeah, Wilcox got him 3 times in the face before Dez even reacted.
Yeah.
So Dez didn't really fare well in his fights versus the DBs?
Not the J.J. Wilcox
he kicked their ass on the
I think
field,
I got a
like
picture
in
of my
actual
film.
fights.
I think I was watching tape that night. I was breaking it down.
Yeah.
He snapped Dez's head.
We all know that Dez is one of the strongest wide receivers to ever mess with. You might not know he got into an epic hotel brawl with a player, and that player would tell you Dez is one of the baddest men he ever fought. A guy who fought a lot of people said
really?
Dez is a very bad man, and they tussled for a long time. But Dez was not a boxer. He was more of a rampager.
Got it.
He needed to get his hands on you. And, if you could hit him before then, you might have a chance of putting on a decent show.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, I'm a Desbian for life. All right, let's send things back to Dallas at the site of Jake Paul, Nate Diaz, our boxing correspondent. Lucius Alexander. Lucius, Bet Sports Brawl.
I think Eric nailed mine earlier, man. Ron Artest and Steven Jackson versus all of Detroit. That was beautiful because, once the dude stand up face to face with Ron Artest, he realized he made a mistake, but he realized he had to fight too. And I seen it on his face. He's like, "Oh man, I did too much."
He's squared up and he's bobbing like, "Oh no!"
Yes, dude. He can't fathom that this giant human being is climbing up the stands to actually put his hands on him, and he has that moment where his entire life flashes before his eyes.
But the heart to just stand there and be like, "This is gonna suck, but I can't walk away now."
Yeah,
that's pretty good heart.
It is. He's like, I threw that beer. I deserve this.
All right, honorable
By the
mention.
way, on that note, have you guys seen the story of Bruce Buffer, the UFC ring announcer, fighting Frank, the MMA fighter?
No.
Great story. Yeah.
What the hell?
Buffer,
Really?
he fought him in a hotel elevator for 30 seconds. Yeah.
Damn.
And he was actually holding his own pretty good.
Dude, that's like a Jason Bourne kind of scene where you're in a tight space
Or,
and you're just ass kicking.
JD versus Kirk Gibson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I heard about that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They were talking crap at a party one night, and JD wouldn't back down, so Kirk rushed him.
Yeah, he did.
It was kind of playful, but Kirk wanted to let him know, dude, I can totally kick your ass.
It's amazing.
JD didn't back down, though.
All right, honorable mention is Gordie Howe demolishing Lou Fontanado. They call it Gordie Howe's 3-hit hat trick, the Gordie Howe hat trick, where he just beats the crap out of this guy.
Oh.
I didn't see this in person, but the video is pretty gnarly. Gordie Howe I would not want to mess with.
Yeah, big, strong guy.
Number 9, I actually forgot about this one, but it's Miami versus FIU.
Dude, yes.
This was both teams, the entire teams after the game.
Yeah.
One of the craziest fights ever back in 2006. It resulted in 31 players, 18 from FIU, 13 from Miami, receiving a 1-game suspension each.
Yeah, dude, that was a bad one. You had guys stomping on other dudes. You had helmets like Myles Garrett style, kind of wielding them around.
Was that the audio where Lamar Thomas was doing? He was doing play-by-play for Miami,
and he was loving it.
And he was
like,
yelling.
yeah.
He was yelling, "Get that guy! Get that guy!" You know what I mean? He was yelling.
I think you're right about that.
At his team to go out there and wreck shop.
Next up, we got Josh Norman and OBJ. That got violent.
Ooh, I forgot about that.
Yes. Those two went after each other multiple times. And that was also punching with the helmet on situation. I've never understood that.
That was awesome.
But it was fun to watch.
That's what the sport needs more of. If their ratings ever dip, just review that film and think, could we let it go this far? Nobody got hurt.
Right.
It was a great show. Nobody was turning off that TV that night.
Not at all. Not at all. And that fight is actually not even OBJ's most entertaining fight,
because the net.
He did get into it with the kicking net at one point where he was concussed, I believe.
Ooh, good reference here. Chris Odgood Chris Osgood of the Detroit Red Wings and Patrick Waugh of the Avs.
That was
goalie
a two
fight.
hockey goalie fight.
Dude,
yeah,
any hockey goalie fight is an epic fight.
They do not like the officials aren't all about the hockey goalie fight. They don't want to see that happen.
Why?
They always break that up before it gets going. Like the official, they will drop like holding guys apart, and like if they see the goalies going toward, they will hustle over there.
Yeah.
It's some kind of rule, I guess. I don't know. You want to see your goalie get all banged up.
We got Albert Hainsworth stopping on Andre Girard.
Oh,
that wasn't even
brutal.
a fight, dude. That was just dirty as hell.
It was dirty as hell, man. Albert Hainsworth was a dirty man. The bite. Mike Tyson, Evander Holyfield, which was a real fight that then turned very bizarre.
Yeah.
Bit his bleeping ear off. And if it wasn't for Chris Arnold, I don't know if Holyfield ever would have gotten that ear back.
Yeah, Chris was there to point it out. That was perhaps the most unbelievable scene I've ever seen in my life.
Unbelievable.
And I was there. I was 20, 21 years old or something like that, having a watch party, and I was ready for Tyson's return to greatness. And, boy, I was disappointed.
Do we agree that the only thing that could have taken that up to an even more impressive level is if Mike Tyson actually consumed the ear and actually
that would have been insane.
Chewed it up and swallowed it.
Ate it. Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
That was a crazy time for Tyson.
I know.
He was going on the meds, off the meds. He was trying to find the right combination.
Surprised he didn't eat it.
He hadn't done the mushrooms and the whole life experience discovery yet. He was off the rocker, man, for a lot of times at making public appearances. I want to eat your children.
Way too much testosterone.
Wow.
Overdoing it.
Very much so. All right, here's your top 5 most memorable sports fights in honor of Nolan Ryan and Robin Ventura, 30th anniversary.
You told the guy I want to eat your children.
Yeah, you did. Myles Garrett versus Mason Rudolph. Yeah. That got violent, swinging helmets. Rangers and Blue Jays, Rugi against Bautista. Clean.
That was beautiful.
Clean knock,
What
baby.
a beautiful punch.
Gosh,
absolutely was.
I just picked my parents home from the airport. We'd gotten back, and Dad goes, "Is the ball game on?" I was like, "Let's check this out." Boom. 3 seconds later, it's going down. I was like, let's go.
Great timing.
Incredible.
It's so, and it's like picture perfect. Like when we get to see all these,
it is.
the art that's around Arlington and stuff. When you see, it's like it's the perfect shot to remember forever.
The best is Adrian Beltre just trying to like hold up Bautista after that. Like for a second, Bautista's thinking, "No, I'm going to come back and try and get some," and then he realized, "No, I'm concussed. I think right now.
I need
Beltre's
Beltre to
holding
hold
him up
me.
like, stop, don't do this. You don't want none." We got Andre Johnson, Cortland Finnegan at 3. Andre Johnson just beat the crap out of him, and I think the entire NFL was happy about it. Number 2 is Nolan Ryan and Robin Ventura, with Nolan Ryan just beating the crud out of him. But number 1, without question,
the Hanson brothers.
It's the Malice at the Palace.
It's the G-Bag Nation, number 1, baby.
Woo!
That's right. That's right. Yes, Malice at the Palace, historic. And the suspensions that came from that, the protocols that came off of it, absolutely number 1 brawl in sports history. Day, by the way, with Kermit Washington, there's a book called The Punch.
Yeah.
And, that day influenced the future of basketball in a major way as well.
Yeah, it ruined Rudy Tomjanovich. That was it. He was done after that.
He was a pretty good player, became a coach after that.
Right.
But, yeah, he woke up like 30 minutes after this one shot, because what happened is he took off in a sprint thinking he was going to have his buddies back. Kermit caught him out of the corner of his eye, and Kermit was an amateur boxer growing up and turned and threw the most beautiful right hand you'll ever see on a basketball court. Nearly killed the guy with one punch. Rudy wakes up and thought that the scoreboard had fallen on him. That's how hard he got hit. And they had to rush him to the hospital because his skull was actually detached from his spinal cord in the back. And spinal fluid was leaking into his mouth.
Oh, my gosh.
Just an unbelievable story. And, that changed the league that day, because up to that point, boxing was full-fledged fist fighting. It was part of the culture, almost like hockey. Like, you had to show up and be willing to battle Kareem and also fight him. Like, Kareem's one of the toughest boxers to ever play. Superstar, tuning guys up on a nightly basis. Just a different place before the punch.
Kareem hit, Kent Benson, for the Bucks, hit Kareem and kind of went down. And he turned around and hit him right in the crotch.
Yeah.
He got elbowed and he kind of caught himself. Then turn around and just slug Benson right in the crotch.
Oh, damn.
And Benson went down.
And you'd get like a $50 fine.
Yeah.
And move on. And then the guy would take his free throw shots.
Go it's okay, man. We're all right.
Oh, Dion beating the crap out of Andre Rison. That was a good one, too. Those two fought when he made his return to Atlanta with the 49ers. Andre Rison was talking a lot of crap.
What an epic game.
It was a good fight between the two. I thought Dion won.
Right on. Well, it's time now for a sports hodgepodge with Eric Chiafalo. Where are you taking us, buddy?
Was that a hooker worth paying? That's next.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, we are back from Cowboys camp with a brand new giveaway, a Rangers Brewers.
on the Fan is unhittable. GM Chris Young, Mondays at 4:20. A double dose of manager Bruce Bochy, Tuesdays at 12:20 and before each game. A top Rangers player joins G-Bag Nation Tuesday afternoons at 3:20. Our Straight Up Texas podcast featuring first baseman Nathaniel Lowe with Jared Sandler on the Odyssey app and everywhere podcasts are found. Pull back the curtain opinions with former Rangers pitchers Mike Bassick and Derek Holland on the KNC Masterpiece. And of course, we are your proud home of the Rangers with post-game shows after every game. Let's enjoy this Rangers ride together right here on The Fan.
At Classic Chevrolet, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year-end savings on new Silverados. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. Shop model year-end savings today. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here on the Fan Live at Cowboys training camp, and it's time now for a sports hodgepodge. Here's the Chief.
I have some competition news that I think is going to excite at least one member of the G-Bag Nation in particular. We'll get to that here in just a moment, but about an hour ago we got word. Looks like Malik Hooker and the Dallas Cowboys have agreed to a contract extension, and he will now be getting $16.5 million guaranteed over the next 3 seasons, correct? It's a 3-year contract, Malik Hooker and the Dallas Cowboys. So Cowboys Stats on Twitter has updated some things about Malik Hooker to give you a feel for whether or not this was worth it. And it's not a ton of information, but I did think it was useful when you look at player ranks from the safety position in coverage last season. You'll see Malik Hooker was second in the league in terms of yards allowed per coverage snap. So when, if he was giving up a play, it wasn't for big yards, according to Pro Football Focus, and this is Cowboy Stats on Twitter relaying the information. He was also first in the league in terms of targets allowed per coverage snap. And I think part of that has to do with the fact that he plays a lot of deep center field, and so he could be in coverage and not be threatened in any way because of where he's at on the field. And so when he's out there, he's not always being targeted. It's not like every play the defense is going down the field where the deep safety is roaming.
So he's discouraging attempts to his area, and overall he's not giving up a lot of attempts, a lot of yards per down, per snap. But what about when the ball is thrown? The yards per completion.
That's where I was looking at Pro Football. I was looking at Pro Football
give
Reference.
us those again.
Pro Football Reference has him as 16 games, 6 starts, and they have him as completion percentage. They have 20 completions with 27 targets.
Okay.
They have that as a 74.1 percentage for 220 yards. Completion average is 11 yards. Yards per target is 8.1. He gave up 2 touchdowns. Quarterback rating of 82.9. His average depth of target when targeted as a defender is 8 yards. So, I mean, these are all yards after catch, 75. So that's kind of where that's what I was going off. I respect Pro Football Focus and people like that. Pro Football Reference, this is like the advanced defense and fumble ratings is what they are. So I referenced that thinking, oh, well, these are credible numbers.
Well, and based on the eye test, I mean, the second half of the season, he was giving up some big plays. And Cowboys,
he had 2 bad thumbs. I mean, seriously, he was dealing with some crap. But I felt like, though, that there were times he was put in some situations where probably not. And when he was coming out of Ohio State, I thought he had the best range of any safety.
And it sounds like that range and his positioning really discourages quarterbacks from attacking his area. But when they did, they're at least average successful again him.
Yeah, he had 3 interceptions off 27 targets. I'd say
that's dang good.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
But, like you say, 74.1 completion percentage for 220 yards, 11 yards up or completion. An 8.1 per target, and a rating of his. Actually, he's had some times. He's given like his career been 111 on rating, 110 on rating, 158.3. But that was limited games. That was only a couple of games. With Dallas, he's been at 80.8 and 82.9. on quarterback rating against him.
Well, it's definitely been the best version of himself being on the Cowboys.
And he's been able to stay healthy for the most
Achilles
part.
just not good.
Minus the thumbs. But Cowboy Stats and Graphics adds, for what it's worth, PFF's coverage grades were a bit lower on Donovan Wilson and Malik Hooker than their raw results and primary coverage would indicate. But Hooker still ranked 16th of 61 safeties in coverage grade. So pretty solid there for Malik Hooker, at least based on PFF's metrics, which, I mean, we can take with a grain of salt.
I'll say this. I always will admit when I'm wrong or seeing things differently. He is playing better out here. He's playing better.
He's flying around and making plays out here.
He played better in practice than I thought he would be able to do.
And also, just to show you the value that Dan Quinn puts on these safeties, you're talking about the trio of Donovan Wilson, Malik Hooker, and Jaron Kearse being on the field together last year. 29% of the time on first down, 30% of the time on second downs, and 43% of the time on third down. So basically, at least a third of the time, Dan Quinn prefers to have Donovan Wilson, Malik Hooker, and Jaron Kearse all on the field together. So the safety position is hugely valuable in this Dan Quinn defense, but found it all to be very, very interesting, and congratulations, of course, to Malik Hooker on the brand new deal, and congratulations to the general himself, Gavin Dawson, on the brand new Olympic-styled competition for drug-taking athletes.
What?
It's being launched by an Australian entrepreneur, and basically he's the president of what is called Enhanced Games, which is a coalition of athletes, doctors, and scientists. He plans to stage the inaugural games of no drug testing in December of next year with 2 high-profile Australian athletes among those expressing interest. 5 sports categories. You got track and field, swimming, weightlifting, gymnastics, and combat sports. And they will all be a part of the Enhanced Games, which is supposed to be an annual Olympic-style competition where everyone is on PEDs.
Oh, wow.
Dude.
This could be interesting if you can get elite athletes who can do significantly better than world records while they're roided up to their gills.
Yeah.
I would tune in for it.
Until somebody hits somebody in the face and their head goes flying off or something like that, right?
I know the combat sports.
That's what I'm saying. Combat sports, like 2 roided up dudes just going at it.
I know, but their necks would be roided too, so maybe they could absorb better punches.
No, I think
good counterpoint. Good counterpoint.
Roid rage. I said it right. Roid
rage. Yeah,
we didn't know that like in the early '80s when they were doing all that stuff. We didn't know anything about.
Yeah, the doctors will balance your hormones now, so you're not like getting too much.
Nebraska could figure that out. Yeah. Way ahead of everybody else.
They got on top of stuff.
Yeah.
And then a few other guys did too. It was an outrageous time, and I would say, that was more fun in baseball than anything we've seen since. Maybe Shohei can kind of start to capture some of the magic and the excitement that steroids gave us with both McGuire, Sosa, and then Bonds.
Yeah.
Anybody that was watching baseball in those summers, those are the 2 best baseball summers we've ever had. No disrespect to Aaron Judge and, other guys who have done impressive things.
Right.
I want to see somebody hit a home run every 5.5 at-bats, which is what Barry Bonds was doing. I mean, he was so dang good at hitting home runs and roiding. They just stopped pitching to him.
Yeah.
They were like your base.
Yeah. His last year was just like walk after walk.
Yeah. Well, and congratulations, Shohei Ohtani pitched 4 scoreless innings last night, struck out 4 batters.
He was crying after the game.
He singled and walked twice and stole a base and scored a game-tying run from second on a single and hit a home run to put his team up by 2 runs as, of course, the Los Angeles Angels lost to the Seattle Mariners 5-3.
Yes, indeed. They are on quite a loser now at this point. They looked like they were going to be a threat in the division, but now the Mariners have even moved ahead of them in the standings. Okay, Martino saying health permitting, Messi and Busquets are expected to start Sunday's game against FC Dallas with Jordi Alba's status still up in the air. The left back arrived last weekend, saw 40 minutes of action versus Orlando. But it's not 100%. I have not seen a lot of talk about Messi being banged up or maybe needing a rest or something like that. But he also said Messi's performances are letting the league know we are here and we're coming. So this might be a really fun end of the summer in Major League Soccer as well if, they can figure out a way to win this midseason tournament that they're in and then get into the playoffs as well in the MLS. maybe this could be an incredible summer of soccer. We got the latest on Luka, the big Rangers news we broke for you earlier, and then we're going to jump into a college football super segment led by Johnny Manziel's big revelation. That's coming up next. The G-Back Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Let's chat Frankels though. If you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, we highly encourage you to ring up the Frankels.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. It's Friday. Coming up in 20 minutes, it'll be time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking. Okay, load up the lines at 877-881-1053. We'll be taking your phone calls and chatting with you about how you're getting this weekend started. But in the meantime, we have quite a bit of news. Wolchuk has a college football super segment, including this Johnny Manziel big revelation that we're waiting to talk about. But number one, guess who's back? Back again. Tell a friend. It's Eric Nadel in the broadcast booth, buddies. Okay, so we broke the news in the 2 o'clock segment. We've since seen it confirmed by the Rangers and Nadel. He is going to be broadcasting and doing the play-by-play for the first time during the 2023 season tonight at 7:05 as the Rangers host the Marlins. So congratulations to Eric Nadel. I know more than ever the mental health storyline is becoming a bigger factor in sports. You know, whether it's Dak Prescott talking about it or any number of sports celebrities you can see. And Nadel had a pretty good tussle with it. So we want to congratulate him for getting to a point where he can return to the booth tonight. That's awesome. And obviously for everybody that cares so much about Eric Nadel, it's a cool development in his life. And we look forward to hearing more and hearing his golden pipes, his Hall of Fame tones on the call tonight as the Rangers get ready to come on down the stretch. And then Luka Doncic, clang knees today. Oh. Had a clang knee situation playing for Slovenia, and he had to leave the game, which made people a little bit worried, but it's just a bruise. So you can rest assured that Luka's going to be fine here. There's none of those international competition injury worries for now. Knock on wood there with Luka Doncic. It appears we're good to go, Wolchuk.
Thank goodness. That would be scary if it was something serious there with Luka.
Yeah, well, I guess in his mind he's probably saying that's what I get for trying on defense, because that's what he was doing. He was trying on defense, and then he clanged knees. But that's what you want, though. When you get the knee injury, I used to run inside and I'd be crying younger. I'd be like, "Oh, my knee," and my dad'd be like, Did you twist it or did you hit it on something? Because if you hit it on something, it's going to be all right. Okay. All right, it's going to hurt a little bit, but you're going to be fine. You're going to be hurt, not injured. If you twisted it, well, gosh dang it, I'm going to be ticked off because that might cost me some money.
Yep, and hopefully Luka just comes back stronger from that. But we do have big news in college football, boys. The news earlier: Oregon and Washington are finalizing a move to the Big Ten as the conference is going to vote on that. That vote is going to take place this evening as they're expected to approve the Big Ten to move to 18 schools starting in 2024. So you'd have UCLA, USC, Oregon, and Washington all joining the Pac-12, which is pretty wild. But then in the Big 12, Arizona State and Utah are applying to join the conference. This is on the heels of the Arizona Wildcats also joining. So Arizona, Arizona State, and Utah all applying to join the Big 12. Maybe the Big 12 is going to be this third conference that's able to hold it together, but the Pac-12 is deteriorating before our eyes, boys. This is wild.
So what do we got in the Big 12 as far as Western schools? Are we looking at Colorado, Utah,
Arizona, and Arizona State,
and BYU.
Yes.
That's your Pac-5 now?
That would be your Pac-5 in the Big 12.
They're going into the Big 12.
So in 2024, the Big 12 would be Arizona, Arizona State, Baylor, BYU, Cincinnati, Colorado, Houston, Iowa State, Kansas State, Oklahoma State, TCU, Texas Tech, UCF, Utah, West Virginia.
Jeez, so what is that? 16
schools? Members.
See, so at some point, don't you get popped for false advertisement, calling yourself the Big 12 when you're the Big 16?
Yeah, I guess at some point you would. I mean, they were calling themselves the Big 12, and they only had 10 for the last several years.
We got to tighten this up a little bit. Maybe the huge 12. You know, if you want to keep the number 12. Even though there's really 16, you call it the huge 12 or the
12,
Big 16.
The badass 12.
But the Big 10's going to be in this problem as well. They got a million
18,
more than
18 teams. Yeah.
Let's stop the false advertising.
Is SEC also at 16?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so too. With Texas and OU coming in next year,
I kind of feel like we need to find a way to. I mentioned this is if we could trade Missouri out for Florida
Okay,
State.
so it's interesting you bring up Florida State. Today, they're considering a partnership with a private equity firm in an effort to raise capital. They're looking to leave the ACC. So the athletic department is considering a revenue gap between itself, the Big Ten, and SEC schools. The schools worked with J.P. Morgan Chase in a private equity firm, 6th Street, in hopes of raising further capital to neutralize that gap. I don't know what conference Florida State right now would be looking at leaving to go to, but they're certainly keeping the ACC knowing, look, we're not happy, and we could jump at any time. I think the SEC makes a lot of sense for Florida State.
Yeah, and I hope our friend Chuck Cooperstein's not listening right now because he's a Florida guy, but Florida doesn't need to block this. Florida needs to accept Florida State in the SEC.
Well, even if they did block it, if everybody else approves, they'd still get in, right?
Yeah,
A&M was the only team to block Texas, but everybody else approved.
Yeah, but I just worry about somebody having some influence, like Florida having some influence. But Florida State, to me, is a perfect SEC school. That atmosphere.
And Clemson. I think both would go.
I'll tell you what, Clemson would be another one. Guys, we all know what's about to happen. We're eventually going to get 40 or 50 teams playing college football in one conference is what's going to happen, right? For TV, and we're going to have those 50 teams are going to be scheduled against each other. It's just going to, hey, 1 week Georgia's going to have to go to, they're going to have to go to Washington to play a game. I mean, they're going to figure this thing out. TV is going to say, we'll make it totally worth your while. We'll fund your athletic budgets for all your sports, baseball, soccer, all these sports. But if you join and you could give us the inventory to have college football with these 50 teams battling each other every week.
But we need new names. This whole thing needs to be reorganized.
I know when they get to them.
They get to the super conferences, and it's sad, I do. It's just weird, because things aren't going to be the way that we remember them, and objectively, there's nothing better about it. It's just the way that it was, and it just sucks.
We just and Crusty guy here loves the old Southwest Conference and all that. I want to see the super teams play against each other every week. I don't care. I want LSU to have to travel to Ohio State
iron
again.
sharpens iron, right?
I want LSU to have to travel to go play at USC. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I understand my traditions.
Trade-offs are good enough.
Yeah, just give me the best football on TV every single time I sit down and watch.
No, and it is breaking. It is official. Arizona State, and Utah all joining the Big 12 in 2024. Absolutely wild what's going on in the college football conferences right now. But
is the Pac-10 going to redo something, or are they just going to die?
I think they're just going to die out.
I think they're going to die.
Man, that's interesting. Like a school like Stanford and
I don't know what Stanford's going to do.
Stanford has
Washington State,
has one of the best.
Oregon State.
Gosh, somebody's got to grab Stanford. Stanford has one of the best overall athletic programs in the country. Their football's a little down, but
their
all
women's
their
sports are dominant.
All their sports are good. If you want somebody, that's why I think Oklahoma and Texas is good in the SEC, because I can count on Oklahoma's women's softball team to be really good and get our conference notoriety by winning the damn thing every year.
No doubt.
That kind of thing.
So Johnny Manziel's documentary on the Untold Sports series is going to hit Netflix on August 8th, and they released a special screening of this. It's going to be 70 minutes. It's packed with revelations from Manziel and roughly 10 others who lived through the Johnny Manziel Texas A&M era. Crazy to think Johnny Manziel's 30 years old now. He won the Heisman Trophy in College Station 11 years ago. But according to Manziel, he hit rock bottom, and it began when he was in Cleveland, and Cleveland released him in March of 2016. He ramped up to daily drug use of mostly cocaine and oxycodone. His weight dropped from 215 to 175.
Oh, I remember that.
And he attempted to self-sabotage with a $5 million bender and a gun he'd purchased with one objective. Johnny Manziel said, quote, "I planned to do everything that I wanted to do at that point in my life, spend as much money as I possibly could. Then my plan was to take my life.
Was that his last party when he took all his friends to Mexico?
It was, I think it was. He said, quote, "I still to this day don't know what happened, but the gun just clicked on me. I couldn't fix what I had done with the NFL, with A&M, everything at that point in time. The ride was over," end quote, from Johnny Manziel.
Yeah, I believe it. It sounds, terrifying. It's obvious when he was going through that time, he was in a very bad place, and people were trying to point that out to him, and he was in denial up until the point where he just couldn't impact football on a winning level, and they couldn't put up with his crap. But it was really unbelievable, like when he and his buddies went to Vegas in the middle of the night in disguise. Like, this is going to be one of the most interesting life stories I think we've seen in sport, and just unbelievable, because not only was he kind of a wild man and a crazy player, but his impulse control off the field was legendarily bad. There wasn't like a horrible idea that he wouldn't be willing to go along with. Because of that, like, self-sabotage is just like riddled. I remember when he was about ready to come into the league and his dad spoke with ESPN, the magazine, about how worried he was about the kid because he just did not have any self-control. So yeah, considering how many people in the world of sports and celebrities are choosing suicide now, it's not a big surprise at all that Johnny Manziel, who was as low as you can get, would have considered that or even come close to it. And I guess for him and the people around him that care for him, it's a good miracle that he's still around here to tell this story. Absolutely. At this point.
Good idea, the Johnny Manziel bar in College Station. I mean, is that I think
business-wise, it's a good idea.
He's not going to be running that thing.
No,
That's
but
his
I'm
name.
just saying, though, man.
But if you're talking about having, like, former alcohol and drug addiction.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking maybe Johnny Manziel would be a good guy to, like, much like with Ryan Leaf. And I know Ryan Leaf has gone through all his terrible times.
But he's remade his career.
That's what I'm
and
saying.
His life. Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
what I'm saying. But Ryan Leaf is, like, he's kind of helping people and teaching people and kind of being that guy.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
I don't know if Johnny Manziel, like, hanging out at the Johnny Manziel bar before the LSU game, and everybody taking pictures and having cocktails is a
It
great
is kind of
thing.
weird since you bring it up, but maybe he's.
I'm not trying.
I don't know if he's going down the
I'm-
sober path.
Yeah, I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to.
Maybe he's just reined it in.
Everybody
That
has
could
a
be,
right for a living. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, though, to me, when you go that dark route, sometimes the fact that you live to tell what happened, that you can help others. And I just don't know about the Johnny Manziel bar. I'm sorry. I just don't. After hearing this.
I hadn't thought about it in that way, but I see your point, and that would make some sense.
Yeah, it's the perfect business idea for the old persona,
right?
That is Johnny Football.
Yeah.
But the new one, which I don't even know necessarily what he's trying to portray, like you said, it might just be I got through that dark time. I still enjoy the things I'm just
living my life.
What's going to be the great thing about going to the Johnny Manziel bar is you hope you run into Johnny Manziel and he tells all the old stories.
Sure.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you're like going, wow, bro, you tried to kill yourself?
I want to see the sparkler cigar and the big smile and the dancing and the money sign.
He is a super charismatic dude, man. He'd be a fun guest. If we're ever able to get him on, I'd love to chat with Johnny.
We talked to him one time. He was really guarded. We talked to him one time at Tony Romo's
golf event or something.
Was that
football.
while he was still playing?
Yeah.
Okay, so
no, he was done.
He was done then? Okay.
He was done.
Because it seems like the last year, because you're right, he was. He did always seem a little bit guarded, defensive, but it seems like the last year, every platform I've seen him do anything on, podcasting-wise, he's just being very genuine, honest, and opening up about everything.
His story is amazing. It really is.
All righty. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Something else that's amazing is Fridays at Quitting Time. It's time for What You're Drinking and What You're Thinking at 877-881-1053. We'll hit the expressway, 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content. LA Live with Lucius Alexander is right around the corner. But we want your phone calls, and we want to ask you what you're drinking and thinking next right here, G-Bag Nation on The Fan. Twin Peaks is your